The world undergoes a cataclysmic transformation, with spiritual energy surging forth. The affluent secretly rely on their monetary prowess to cultivate immortality, while the impoverished, like myself, are left with naught but a fate of enduring blows. It was not until the moment I was besieged that I utilized my family's ancestral breathing technique to awaken the spiritual energy within me. The spirit of a product manager ignited within me, compelling me to launch the Lingxi App. The formidable brothers of the boxing fraternity shattered concrete slabs with a single punch, while a prodigious algorithmic genius exhibited prescient foresight. The academic Belle conjured ice with a mere wave of her hand, while the reclusive hardware enthusiast discerned the true essence of the talismans. Isn't this simply an energy circuit board? The ancient clans seethed with rage, deeming the impoverished unworthy of harnessing spiritual energy. The Supervision Bureau intervened with a warning, as the armies of the inner world pressed ominously upon us. When the talented scion of the clan unveiled a millennium-old talisman, I produced a mass-produced Thunder Pro Max edition. The elder across from me scoffed. The number of ants is utterly inconsequential before a true dragon. Calmly, I raised my phone and, with a single touch, disseminated the awakening algorithm to over 100 million users. Elder, the times have changed. Now is the era where the sea of ants judges the true dragon. Chapter 1. Did a beating lead to the emergence of a new world? Upon disembarking from the bus, I gazed towards the familiar alleyway, and Chun Mo's instincts sensed something amiss. It was eerily quiet. Usually, at this hour, the old man would be playing chess and the elderly lady gossiping, creating a lively atmosphere. Now, not a soul was in sight. Taking a few steps inward, Chun Mo's eyelids twitched. Deep within the alley, 3 or 4 individuals surrounded a sturdy figure crouching with his head held low, their feet kicking at him. That defensive posture, arms crossed and head protected, could it be anyone but Lin Xiao? Damn it, how dare they strike my brother? Chun Mo cursed inwardly. Lin Xiao was a bona fide professional boxer, typically unapproachable by 3 or 5 burly men. How could he be subdued by a few scrawny youths today? These ruffians must have threatened Lin Xiao. Chun Mo's fists clenched until his knuckles turned white, his nails digging into his palms. With Aunt Lu hospitalized and the brothers barely making ends meet, how could they possibly provoke trouble? The sense of helplessness from watching his brother being beaten, without even a chance to fight back, burned within him like fire. Wait, was that a trick of the light? Just now, that blonde youth throwing punches seemed to have flashed with a faint white light. I must be seeing things after staying up late to draft the proposal. Chun Mo shook his head, disregarding the thought, and shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? Bullying the weak. I'll call the police." The assailants paused, their leader being the very blonde youth, who glanced at Chun Mo disdainfully. "Who are you? Mind your own damn business." On the ground, Lin Xiao raised his bruised eye and, upon spotting Chun Mo, grew frantic. "This is none of your concern. Leave." Chun Mo ignored him and fixed his gaze on the blonde. "I am his brother. How is that meddling? A few against one. Do you even have any shame?" The blonde snickered, sizing Chun Mo up from head to toe, dismissing him as little more than roadside refuse. "Brother? The pauper shows unexpected loyalty. Then let's have 2 brothers play with you. Remember this lesson, you worthless trash." Upon finishing his words, a ruffian beside him approached and delivered a kick to Chun Mo instantly. Chun Mo fell to his knees, his stomach churning violently, racked with pain that made him gasp for breath. This lanky figure, seemingly devoid of flesh, possessed astonishing strength. The yellow-haired man sneered ominously as he reached into his pocket, quickly withdrawing his hand. He squatted down, patting Lin Xiao's swollen cheek, his voice dripping with malice. "Listen up, Lin Xiao. Your mother is still lying in the hospital. Don't even think about escaping. You won't be able to. Sign the papers, take the money to treat your mother, and everyone will be better off. If you refuse to sign, my brothers and I." He let out a cold laugh, leaning closer to Lin Xiao's ear, yet loud enough for Chun Mo to hear. "We will always find you. Today is just a taste. Expect a repeat every day. We have our eyes on your brother as well. Do not bring him into this." After speaking, the yellow-haired man stood up, tilted his head to light a cigarette, then spat at Chun Mo. "Ha! Beggar, what are you pretending to be righteous for? You dare take on such a mess? Let's go." The group swaggered forward, deliberately allowing others to witness their bravado. Chun Mo clutched his stomach, taking a considerable time to recover. Lin Xiao struggled to rise, but was hindered by his wounds, grimacing in pain. "Damn, Lin Xiao cursed under his breath, wary of speaking too loudly as the ruffians had not yet departed. His face was etched with frustration and resentment. Chinmo, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Enough with the nonsense. Chanmo grunted as he leaned against the wall, sitting down beside Lin Xiao, his back pressed against the cold surface. The pain from the previous blow still burned fiercely. He sighed, pondering the absurdity of the situation. An overwhelming sense of frustration settled in, accompanied by an inexplicable feeling of being targeted. Instinctively, as he had done countless times over the past decade, he began to recite the incantation his grandfather had taught him in his mind. Sit still and breathe, tongue against the palate. Inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth, slowly and deeply. Draw breath to the dantian, expanding the abdomen like a pouch. Gradually, his breathing adjusted, becoming both delicate and prolonged. Whenever he felt discontent or pressure, he would resort to this practice, a unique method of releasing his stress. Wait, what? Something was amiss. Suddenly, an unprecedented wave of coolness surged through him, akin to fireworks bursting forth, flooding his limbs and core. The excruciating pain that had previously gripped his back seemed to vanish as if it had been siphoned away, leaving only a faint ache. Almost immediately, he felt a light buzzing in his ears, as if his previously blocked ears were suddenly unblocked. The world around him transformed into an astonishing clarity. The intricate leaf patterns of the ancient tree at the alley's entrance were vividly discernible. The sizzling sounds of spatulas scraping against iron walks from the eatery across the street poured into his consciousness, stunning him. He shook his head, striving to regain his composure. His gaze sharpened on the group of yellow-haired men in the distance, their footsteps and conversations resonating clearly in his ears. Brother Mao, why must we purchase that dilapidated house that no bird would deign to defecate on? Stop blabbering. Young Master Zhao has decreed it. No matter the means, we must acquire it. That place has spiritual energy. Spiritual energy? Wow. Does that mean we can benefit from it too? Dream on. Ask again, and I'll twist your head off. Just follow orders. Hurry up. Wait, where's the other one? Bad luck. Young Master Zhao? Spiritual energy? What on earth is happening? Chinmo felt a bit dazed. Yet, his mind began to work automatically, analyzing and comparing. The only variable that had changed was the beating he had just received. And that peculiar white light. He suddenly glanced at his side, lifting his t-shirt. The prominent bruise from the kick was now almost invisible. This was not a figment of his imagination. The incantation truly works. Lin Xiao, don't move. Chen Mo exclaimed excitedly, pressing down on Lin Xiao, who was struggling to rise. What's the matter? I'm in pain. Lin Xiao was bewildered. Trust me just this once. Chen Mo's gaze was intense as he steadied Lin Xiao. Follow my lead. Inhale. Slowly. Yes, sink down. Can you feel it? Exhale. Release all the stagnant energy. He concentrated, observing whether Lin Xiao was breathing correctly. Strangely enough, he seemed to genuinely sense that Lin Xiao's breathing rhythm was somewhat erratic, his chest feeling constricted. Here, the energy is blocked. Slow down, focus. Chen Mo pointed at Lin Xiao's chest. Lin Xiao, though skeptical, was compelled by Chen Mo's earnest expression and complied. After several cycles, he abruptly opened his eyes, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. Wow. Incredible. It seems. The pain isn't as intense anymore. He moved his arms, both startled and delighted. Really? It feels so much better. What kind of miraculous skill is this? So impressive. Chen Mo watched as the bruising faded. It was indeed not an illusion. He promptly pulled him up. Let's go home and discuss this. The two supported each other as they returned to Lin Xiao's modest abode. Upon entering, Lin Xiao eagerly threw a few punches into the air, brimming with vigor. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Mosey, I feel like I can knock down a bull with a single punch. Lin Xiao exclaimed, his face glowing with excitement, and instinctively, he punched down on the thick concrete slab used as a seat in the corner. You bloody fool. Stop, stop, stop. Chen Mo wished to intervene, but it was already too late. A dull thud echoed through the air as Lin Xiao howled, retracting his hand and vigorously shaking it, exclaiming, It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Just as Chen Mo was about to chastise him, his gaze fell upon the cement slab, and the words lodged in his throat. On the surface of the cement slab, radiating from the point where Lin Xiao's fist struck, spiderweb-like cracks began to spread languidly. The two exchanged glances, the room now filled solely with their heavy breaths. Lin Xiao stared at his fist, Then at the cement slab, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an egg. Did I do that? Chun Mo remained silent, approaching to touch the cracks, which felt strikingly real. He lifted his head to gaze at Lin Xiao, his eyes shining with an alarming intensity. All previous confusion and speculation entwined at that moment. The beatings, the blinding light, the activation of the incantation, the healing of injuries, the enhancement of senses, and Lin Xiao's inhuman strength. What that yellow-haired fellow referred to as spiritual energy was likely genuine. A wild and audacious thought struck Chun Mo like a bolt of lightning. What if this was not a singular occurrence? What if this kind of guidance could somehow be replicated? His gaze gradually settled on the old laptop on the table, its screen marred by a cracked corner, yet still operational. An idea began to proliferate frantically in his mind. If this contraption could succeed, how much fortune could it yield? Is it finally my turn to strike it rich? Chapter 2. The mockery of genius and the law of unexpected delight. Gazing at the dilapidated computer on the table, Chun Mo's eyes sparkled with a fervent intensity, akin to a starving wolf spotting a succulent piece of meat. Could fortune be at hand? Lin Xiao leaned closer, following Chun Mo's gaze at the wretched device, scratching his head in confusion. How much could this piece of junk possibly fetch? The screen is shattered. Sell your head, Chun Mo retorted dismissively, his excitement palpable as he rubbed his hands together. I'm talking about our Qigong. Imagine if we could turn this into an app, online classes, paid lessons on breathing techniques, and a subscription model. Just think of the revenue. He envisioned the bills fluttering towards him like a beckoning siren. Lin Xiao looked bewildered. An app? Teaching people how to recover quickly after getting beaten up? Is there even a market for that? Have you gone daft from all those punches? Chun Mo was tempted to smack him on the head, his recovery only necessary after getting hit. His enthusiasm soared, and he gesticulated wildly. And there's the potential for enhancement. Didn't you feel that punch just now? If we market this, all the fitness enthusiasts and fighters will be clamoring to download it. But they couldn't manage this alone. Chun Mo could at best be considered a novice product manager, while Lin Xiao was hardly proficient. They needed a professional coder. Suddenly, a name sprang to mind, Xianxian. That lad was a legend in their department, a veritable prodigy. His mind operated like an octa-core CPU, and coding was as effortless for him as child's play, albeit with a rather unpleasant demeanor and a sharp tongue. Yet his work was exceptional. Let us go find Xianxian, Chun Mo declared, slapping his thigh in determination. Lin Xiao's expression fell instantly. Huh, him? That guy's words can cut like a knife. The last time I merely suggested he deliver takeout, he retorted that my muscles had grown into my brain. I nearly lost my temper and punched him. Chun Mo, playfully hooking his arm around Lin Xiao's neck, began to persuade him. Hey, I'm just playing around with him. With you, it's serious business. Sure, he may be sharp-tongued, but he has genuine talent. If we want this project to succeed, we need him. Just think of the medical expenses for your aunt. Can't you endure a bit of his banter? Lin Xiao mumbled. You sure have a way with words. But he was reluctantly dragged out the door by Chun Mo. In a vacant classroom corner of the school's computer building, Xianxian was furiously typing at the screen, his fingers moving so swiftly they left a blur. Upon hearing the commotion, he didn't even bother to look up, adjusting his glasses as the cold glow of code reflected in his eyes. Well, if it isn't our boxing champion and CEO Chun. What brings you to deliver takeout to the classroom? His voice oozed with languid sarcasm. Lin Xiao's fists clenched immediately. Chun Mo quickly restrained him, donning a smile. Xianxian, we have a serious matter to discuss regarding collaboration. 1. Xianxian was notoriously terse, his eyes still glued to the screen. Taking a deep breath, Chun Mo recounted the story of Lin Xiao's punch cracking the concrete, omitting any mystical terminology and instead framing it with scientific terms such as bioelectricity and potential activation. Once he finished, an awkward silence enveloped the room. After a few seconds, Xianxian finally turned to them, regarding them with a look of incredulity. Chun Mo, have you lost your mind from product development? Or has Lin Xiao's IQ finally rubbed off on you? He gestured towards Lin Xiao. Him? Cracking concrete with a punch? Are you suggesting he has a hidden scion? Lin Xiao's face flushed with anger, and he rolled up his sleeves. I'm going to punch this little brat today. Don't you dare stop me. Xianxian ignored him, continuing to address Chun Mo. And what asks this about special abilities? Healing through breath? Do you even comprehend the physiological limits of human muscles and bones? Do you know how long and how much energy it takes for cells to repair? If you're going to fabricate tales, at least show some respect for Newton, all right? Chun Mo silently cursed. I knew this would happen, but maintained his smile. Arguing was futile. He needed Xianxian to witness it firsthand. Let us cut to the chase. Just try it. Breathe as I instruct for a few minutes. If you don't feel anything, I'll sketch a prototype for you for free for a month. Xianxian raised an eyebrow, a smirk on his face as if to say, I'm curious to see what you can conjure. He set down his keyboard. Fine, let us see what you've got. If you don't feel anything, you'll have to call me daddy from now on. Deal. Xian instructed Xian to settle down and began guiding his breathing. Focus, inhale. Slow down, yes. Feel the energy sink. Simultaneously, Xian inadvertently concentrated his own spirit. That profound sensation returned. He felt as though he could sense the flow of energy within Xian, which was currently chaotic and blocked at his throat. Instinctively, he began to vocalize guidance, attempting to clear the blockage. The air around them seemed to shimmer slightly, an invisible energy coalescing to harmonize with Xian's breath. Initially, Xian wore a skeptical expression, dismissing it all. However, after several cycles of breathing, his demeanor shifted from disdain to astonishment, and finally, to sheer shock. He abruptly opened his eyes, snatched a notebook from the side, and his fingers raced across the touchpad, opening several dizzyingly complex code interfaces and research papers. No way. This is impossible. Xian's voice trembled. I've been stuck on this code for a week. It's optimizing itself in my mind. This isn't just a placebo effect. My cognitive speed has accelerated. I'm acutely aware of my own state. Moreover, the anxiety and dizziness from his chronic condition had diminished. Xian was aware of his condition, hyperthymesia. Don't be fooled into thinking it's merely a gift. The negative effects of incessant memory were substantial. The law of unexpected delight, albeit delayed, had arrived. Xian and Lin Xiao exchanged glances, sharing a knowing grin. True to form, Xian, after a moment of shock, quickly transitioned into analysis. He stood up abruptly, pacing back and forth, speaking at a rapid-fire pace as if bullets were leaving the chamber. If this breathing technique can induce some unknown physiological change, Xian, you're only recovering from injuries. But Lin Xiao's strength is amplifying, and my cognition is accelerating. Is this some form of directed evolution? Xian pondered carefully. I'm experiencing enhanced auditory and visual senses, and it seems my perception has been heightened. I've not only cured my hyperthymesia, my mind is generating an index automatically, no longer chaotic. Before Xian could finish his thought, the classroom door swung open, and a girl clad in a blue shirt entered, clutching a stack of pink flyers. The moment she stepped inside, a clear thought surged in Xian's mind, and he confidently blurted out, she intends to use this classroom for the anime club's recruitment interview. The girl approached the third row, placing the flyers on the far left desk, then looked up at the trio in the corner, a polite smile gracing her face. I apologize for the interruption, everyone. We reserved this classroom for the anime club's recruitment interview from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Please relocate to another classroom for your studies. Thank you for your cooperation. Lin Xiao reacted dramatically, stuttering as he glanced at Xian. He can predict the future? Xian was deep in thought, tidying his belongings while attempting to explain. I can unconsciously observe and process information that was previously unordered. But now, I can subconsciously compute combinations, forming a kind of intuition. He suddenly halted, fixing his gaze on Xian. We need more samples. Individuals of varying ages and health conditions. We must determine whether this effect is universal or contingent on specific criteria. Without needing to be told, Xian had already contemplated a candidate, Aunt Lu from the hospital. In the hospital ward, Aunt Lu appeared somewhat better than before, though still frail. After listening to Xian's explanation about the rehabilitation exercises, she smiled and began to practice. Xian took the initiative to guide Aunt Lu personally. There were indeed benefits. Upon completion, she remarked that her chest felt less constricted, and her breathing had improved significantly. However, compared to Lin Xiao's strength and Xian's cognitive acceleration, her results seemed more aligned with general health improvement. Even the doctor who came to check on her was taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh, Ms. Lu's various indicators have stabilized significantly compared to yesterday, and her mental state has improved markedly. However, it is evident that Aunt Lu has not evolved any capabilities." Xian stroked his chin. His brows furrowed. Why is the outcome different? Is it age, physical constitution, or is it solely you who can bring about evolution? Xian narrowed his eyes as well. Indeed, why the discrepancy? Am I the key variable? Then what is the point of mass production? To abandon the venture halfway? Xian anxiously scratched his head. In a corner they had overlooked, a scruffy-looking young man raised his phone, capturing candid photos. Chapter 3, The Malfunctioning Dynamometer and the Gift of Gab. On the journey back to school from the hospital, Lin Xiao kept grumbling, his face etched with displeasure. Why is this fair? Ruffling his hair, he leaned closer to Xian, whispering, your ears have turned into radar, and your eyes into telescopes. That Xian fellow can practically tell fortunes. Meanwhile, all I get is increased strength and denser muscles. This is utterly unfair. Where are my superpowers? Xian adjusted his glasses, not bothering to look up. His sarcastic remarks devoid of preamble. Targeted enhancement aligns perfectly with personal characteristics. Muscle mass has surged, the optimization path is clear and defined, and the efficiency is remarkably high. Lin Xiao took 2 seconds to process this, then reached out to tug at the back of Qin Xian's collar. Hey, are you insinuating that I lack intelligence? Rephrase that. Qin Xian, lifted off the ground by Lin Xiao, calmly adjusted his glasses with his middle finger. I am merely stating an objective fact. Would you prefer I say, wow, Lin Xiao, you're so strong and impressive? Is that what you want? Lin Xiao, thoroughly irritated by this full-level yin-yang banter, could only glare in frustration. Chun Mo quickly stroked his chin, diverting the topic. We can't rely solely on feelings. We need quantifiable data. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes immediately brightened, the earlier annoyance instantly forgotten, and he eagerly chimed in. I know. Let us consult Senior Su Li. Her biological engineering lab is equipped with advanced apparatus. Senior Su Li's laboratory was located on the top floor of the life sciences building, immaculate and gleaming, with a faint scent of disinfectant wafting through the air. Surprised to see Chun Mo and his companions enter, she greeted them with a warm smile. What brings you all here together? Hello, Senior. Lin Xiao instantly stood up straight, his voice booming, prompting eye rolls from Chun Mo and Qin Xian. Chun Mo quickly stepped forward, delivering the carefully prepared request he had in mind, inquiring about borrowing some instruments to test their physical data. Su Li, agreeable, nodded, of course. But please be cautious with the equipment. I'll handle the operation. Lin Xiao approached the dynamometer, handling it gingerly, fearing he might break it. To his astonishment, as he squeezed gently, the needle shot to the maximum range with a grating sound of overstrain. Alarmed, Lin Xiao quickly released his grip, his expression innocent. Senior, is this broken? Su Li scrutinized the data on the recorder, perplexed. This is a value that even professional athletes struggle to achieve. You possess tremendous strength. Qin Xian tested his reaction speed, achieving near-zero latency each time, as if he were predicting outcomes. Su Li, captivated, looked between Lin Xiao and Qin Xian. Her curiosity piqued. What on earth have you both been up to? Lin Xiao immediately began to promote. Senior, you must try it. It's incredible. Chun Mo seized the opportunity to add, Senior, why not experience it yourself? Consider it research? Su Li readily agreed. Chun Mo's intangible perception subtly unfurled, enveloping Su Li like a net. Closing her eyes, she followed Chun Mo's guidance, her breathing gradually stabilizing. Surrounding her, a delicate layer of vapor materialized, refracting a spectrum of colors in the sunlight. Slowly opening her eyes, her gaze fell upon a beaker filled with clear water on the adjacent lab table. And with a mere thought, ripples danced across the surface. A small stream of water, akin to a serpent, leapt from the beaker, spiraling around her before gracefully returning to its source. Lin Xiao, eyes wide with amazement, exclaimed, Fairy, a celestial being. Meanwhile, Qin Xian frantically recorded data and phenomena in his mind. Just as Chun Mo was about to invite Su Li to join them, an abrupt knocking shattered the tranquility. The door swung open unceremoniously, revealing the same scruffy young man accompanied by 2 lackeys. Well, hiding here are we? Quite the clever place you've found. The lanky youth fixated on Lin Xiao, his gaze sweeping over Chun Mo and Qin Xian before lingering on Su Li, a lascivious glint in his eyes. And a pretty girl too? Excellent. Lin Xiao, incensed, stepped protectively in front of Su Li. What do you want? What do you think? We're here to help you. The lanky youth scoffed. Just out of the hospital, huh? How long can that meager delivery money of yours keep your aunt afloat? Chun Mo's heart sank. Were they being watched? Seeing Lin Xiao silent, the lanky youth assumed he was intimidated and arrogantly waved his hand. Get Lin Guo's signature. Immediately, the 2 lackeys approached with menacing grins, encircling Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was in peril. Qin Xian's focus sharpened, his speech rapid. 11 o'clock, move aside. 4 o'clock, back kick. Each command was a simple directive. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiao instinctively sidestepped while simultaneously lifting his foot. Bang! Ouch! The lackey feigning an attack from the left swung and missed, nearly losing his balance. The one lurking behind received a swift kick to the calf, hopping around in pain. The lanky youth's expression darkened. Damn it, you dare fight back? You're forcing my hand. His gaze hardened, and he growled, his fist glowing faintly with white light, accelerating toward Lin Xiao's face. This time, Chun Mo's heart raced. This was no mere illusion. Lin Xiao also recognized the threat, unperturbed, shouting, come on, and met the punch head-on. The 2 fists collided, producing a dull thud. This time, Lin Xiao merely staggered, while the lanky youth stumbled back several paces, clutching his wrist in shock. The white light collided with Lin Xiao's physical form, yielding no advantage. The lanky youth's composure faltered, cursing under his breath, fixating a fierce glare on Lin Xiao as his hand dove into his pocket, retrieving a yellow paper with red patterns. A talisman? From behind, Su Li subtly moved her hands, deftly tipping over the beaker, yet the water remained undisturbed. Silently, it coalesced into a thin layer beneath the feet of the lanky youth and his lackeys. Damn it! Ouch! The two lackeys, attempting to charge once more, simultaneously exclaimed, losing their balance and crashing to the ground, colliding with the lanky youth in a disheveled heap, yet still clinging to that talisman. Lin Xiao, observing the scene, couldn't he help but chuckle. What this? Are we pulling out Uncle 9's tricks now? There are no zombies here. Lin Xiao? Silence. Xianxiao barked. His perception warned him that the seemingly unremarkable yellow paper radiated a jarring energy that sent shivers down his spine. Lin Xiao flinched at Xianmo's sharp reprimand. Taking a deep breath, Xianmo's expression shifted to one of social savvy and resignation, stepping forward, bowing slightly to the pale-faced lanky youth. Brother Mao, let us not escalate things. There's no need to stoop to his level. He gestured toward Lin Xiao, portraying a tone of disappointment. This big oaf just has muscle where his brain should be. Why quarrel over money? You're a bigger person. The lanky youth, still dazed from the fall and about to erupt, paused upon hearing Xianmo's words and observing his seemingly innocent demeanor. His anger ebbed slightly, seizing the moment. Xianmo continued earnestly. How about this? Give me a few days. He usually listens to me, as you can see. I assure you, we'll provide a satisfactory response regarding the housing issue. His mental energy expanded invisibly, seemingly enveloping the lanky youth's mind. Lowering his voice once more, he gestured towards their surroundings. Moreover, this is a university laboratory. The security could arrive at any moment. If we alert the school, it would escalate into a significant issue, wouldn't it? Let us minimize the situation and foster goodwill. As Xianmo articulated his thoughts, the anger on the face of the lanky youth visibly dissipated, even leaving him in a state of slight bewilderment. His rage mysteriously diminished by a considerable degree. Observing the intricate instruments around them and recalling the directive to handle matters discreetly, as instructed by young Master Zhao, he began to perceive a semblance of reason in Xianmo's words. Stowing away the talisman, he shot a fierce glare at Lin Xiao, then turned to the earnest Xianmo and declared, Fine, I shall grant you 3 days. If there is no signature by then, you shall bear the consequences. We're leaving. The laboratory temporarily returned to silence. Lin Xiao exhaled a sigh of relief, gazing at Xianmo with admiration. Xianmo, impressive. Your eloquence is quite remarkable. Su Li also breathed a sigh of relief, finally finding a moment to contemplate her peculiar abilities. Only Xianxian, adjusting his glasses, stared towards the door. Xianmo, were they this accommodating last time? When you spoke, just now, that lanky fellow's expression shifted immediately, and he no longer pressed the issue. What did you do to him? Xianmo was taken aback. Huh? I didn't do anything. I merely spoke reasonably. He pondered internally. Could it be that I have unlocked the ability to hypnotize? The unfolding of superpowers seems somewhat amiss. Moreover, why is Su Li so composed, directly applying her abilities in practice? Chapter 4. The Homebody and the Spirit of the Old Residence. The group squeezed into a booth in the far corner of the cafeteria, the atmosphere decidedly peculiar. Su Li swiftly accepted the situation, displaying a curiosity to join in the exploration of the breathing technique. Lin Xiao, that simpleton, occasionally stole glances at Su Li, chuckling to himself in delight. Su Li, feeling the weight of his stare, lowered her head, silently poking at her broccoli. Xianxian abruptly shattered the strange, rosy ambience. Let us get down to business. The concept for the app is excellent, but there is a fundamental issue that remains unaddressed. How do we ensure that users are performing the breathing rhythm correctly? He opened a commonly used meditation app, which merely showcased a simple animation of a balloon inflating and deflating. Is this sufficient? Users are likely practicing ineffectively, and the results will be drastically varied. We need more precise monitoring to ensure the app is as accurate as you are. Quite right, Xianmo exclaimed, smacking his forehead. First, we need monitoring. Only then can we guide and calibrate. Thus, Xianxian decisively stated, we are in need of a hardware genius to resolve the mobile hardware compatibility and monitoring plan. A hardware genius? Who might that be? Lin Xiao finally lifted his gaze from Su Li, looking utterly perplexed. Pan Yiming, Xianxian replied, a super homebody, a hardware fanatic. His work is outstanding, and he is not clingy. Xianmo's eyes lit up. Can we enlist him? Xianxian replied flatly. If we can entice Su Li to perform a magic trick for him, it should pique his interest. Let us go, let us go? Xianmo exclaimed eagerly, ready to make the request. The mechanical engineering building was suffused with the classic scents of machine oil and rosin. Upon entering Pan Yiming's domain, they found circuit boards, chips, tangled wires, and disassembled phones and drones scattered across every surface. On the table, the chairs, even the floor. Busy are we? Xianxian greeted from beneath the table. Pan Yiming emerged, momentarily stunned by the presence of so many people before reverting to his usual lethargic demeanor. Speak. Xian introduced the concept of the Lingxi App, emphasizing the proven effects of the breathing technique on alleviating fatigue. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Pan Yiming could barely muster the energy to lift his eyelids. Commonplace, not interested. Xian ceased further explanation and turned to Su Li. With a slight smile, she approached Pan Yiming's desk, picked up a bottle, opened it. And with a flick of her finger, a small stream of water silently emerged, gracefully forming a ring in midair before seamlessly returning to the bottle without causing a ripple. Pan Yiming. He leaned in closer to the bottle, then glanced at Su Li, tremblingly pointing. You possess a superpower? Xian leisurely remarked. Not interested? Then we shall take our leave. Pan Yiming seized Xian's arm, his resolve as firm as if he were joining a party. I am interested. The first step to capturing the heart of a homebody. Just a few extra words. Chen Mo immediately began guiding Pan Yiming in practicing the breathing technique. Minutes later, Pan Yiming exhaled deeply, blinking vigorously, murmuring to himself. Ah, the headache has eased. My eyes are no longer dry. My mind is clear. However, as he moved his limbs, he frowned. But what miraculous change. Look at that half-full bottle of water, his eyes filled with confusion. Chen Mo and Xian exchanged glances. Strange. Chen Mo stroked his chin. Lin Xiao possesses strength. Xian is intelligent, and Su Li controls water. Why is it that with you? It's merely a matter of refreshing the mind. My method of guidance hasn't changed at all. Xian began to analyze. Variables. We cannot rule out individual differences. What other conditions might there be? Lin Xiao scratched his head, suddenly struck by inspiration. Could it be that one has to endure a beating? Look at me and Chen Mo. We only became formidable after taking a few hits. Xian shot him a standard eye roll. Neither I nor Senior Su Li have been beaten. I suggest your muscles occasionally take on some of the cognitive load. Lin Xiao sheepishly retreated. Yet Chen Mo abruptly regained focus. Wait. The lanky fellow's lackeys mentioned something about spiritual energy. Could it be related? He turned to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, is there something peculiar about your ancestral home? Lin Xiao looked innocently bewildered. It's just an ordinary old brick house. My dad insisted on building it there. Even during the holidays, I found it too far to go for couplets. Nothing special. No, there must be something unusual. Chen Mo was certain he had heard that group of lanky fellows mention it. He made a swift decision. Let us go, there is spiritual energy there. After a bumpy hour-long taxi ride, they finally arrived at Lin Zhao's ancestral home. As Chen Mo handed over the fare, he muttered complaints about Lin Zhao's reluctance to take the bus. The weeds surrounding the house had grown taller than a person. The cement floor in the yard was cracked and heaved, with robust roots pushing through, sprouting tender green shoots. Lin Xiao stood dumbfounded. What in the world? What is going on? It was perfectly fine when I returned for the new year. What happened in just a few months? Even with fertilizer. It wouldn't grow this fast. Xian surveyed the area. The rate of plant growth is exceedingly abnormal. Pan Yiming, remaining silent, produced a multimeter from his backpack, inserting 2 probes into the ground before withdrawing them in succession. Hey, what are you tinkering with? Lin Xiao inquired curiously. Pan Yiming stared intently at the multimeter, muttering to himself. The magnetic field readings show a weak but persistent fluctuation. Suddenly, he looked up at Chen Mo with fervor, stating an entire segment for the rare occasion. You speak of spiritual energy? If it exists and interferes with the magnetic field, then wouldn't the multimeter's magnetometer be able to detect the concentration of this spiritual energy? Hence, could it be that the built-in magnetometer in smartphones can also detect spiritual energy? Wow! Both Chen Mo and Xian exclaimed simultaneously. This line of thought is remarkably astute. Let us give it a try. Chen Mo suppressed his excitement, preparing to assist Pan Yiming in practicing the breathing technique. Let him try first. I need to verify. Xian held Chen Mo back, signaling for Pan Yiming to begin and repeating the breathing rhythm. The physical response improved significantly. Still, no unusual occurrences transpired. After a few minutes of practice, Pan Yiming, not being foolish, had grasped Xian's intent and turned to Chen Mo concentrated, spreading his mental energy to envelop Pan Yiming, slowly guiding him to adjust his rhythm. Suddenly, Pan Yiming's body jolted, his eyes snapping open as he gazed at the bag he carried. He raised his hand, and a set of silver screwdrivers flew out of the bag, gently vibrating, awkwardly aligning before him, gradually arranging themselves into a straight line. His voice, now tinged with a metallic resonance. I can feel the metal. I can control it. It's like an extension of my own body. Xian swiftly documented. Sample 5, Pan Yiming, evolution direction, metal affinity, and control. Supplementary evolution conditions, suspected need for spiritual energy environment and guidance from Chen Mo, a dual factor. Su Li also chimed in. Accepting this notion with remarkable alacrity, it appears that this spiritual energy can indeed induce evolution under specific circumstances. Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded in agreement. Moreover, that talisman from this morning emanated an exceptionally dangerous aura. It undoubtedly possesses the potential to be lethal. This indicates that someone has mastered the art of harnessing spiritual energy. A talisman? Xianxia's eyes instantly brightened as details flashed through his mind. If spiritual energy is a form of energy, could the talisman not be a program to activate this energy? He promptly closed his eyes, activating his ability. And the image of the talisman he glimpsed earlier vividly reappeared in his mind, every detail crystal clear. He rummaged through Pan Yiming's bag to retrieve a notebook and a pen, and with swift strokes, he meticulously replicated the complex, twisted design. Yiming, take a look at this. Pan Yiming, upon viewing it, instinctively commented, the wiring and layout, TSK, who drew this circuit board? Utterly unacceptable. Lin Xiao, overhearing the discussion between the two, felt his head near bursting from the confusion and posed a soul-piercingly simple question. Are you two discussing the same thing? This is a talisman, oh great ones. Have you become obsessed with circuit boards? Xianxiaaudiobooks, Xianxian, Pan Yiming, and even Su Li simultaneously regarded him with expressions of tender incredulity. Xianxian inhaled deeply, striving to clarify in the simplest terms. What Pan Yiming means is that this thing resembles a circuit board, and they indeed share commonalities. Just think of spiritual energy as electricity. Pan Yiming added, this circuit board can operate spiritual energy, producing effects. Su Li softly interjected, in Pan's perspective, this is replicable. Lin Xiao replied with an O, feeling akin to a layman who had stumbled into a gathering of scientific prodigies, and he fell silent. Xianxiaaudiobooks studied the design in the notebook, then glanced at Pan Yiming, his eyes growing ever brighter. What a treasure we have found. This fellow is undoubtedly a genius. Chapter 5. The beta testing explodes and the crisis resurfaces. After several bus rides back to school from Lin Xiao's old residence, the group was buzzing with excitement, as if they had been invigorated by a shot of adrenaline. The most exhilarated among them was certainly Xianxiaaudiobooks. The app. It must be developed immediately. If this endeavor succeeds, it will not merely be a trivial matter. We are on the brink of ushering in a new era. Just imagining the user base and the conversion rates sends shivers down my spine. I mustn't dwell on it any longer, or I shall drool. Money. We need startup capital. Xianxiaaudiobooks stood in the center of the club activity room, suddenly slamming his hand on the table, his gaze fervently sweeping across the group. The first order of business is to raise funds to transfer Aunt Lu to a better hospital. We must shake off the surveillance of the Zhao family. As he spoke, he created a small group chat and renamed it Spiritual Energy, soon to be Wealthy Edition. There was no dissent. Xianxiaaudiobooks contributed the entirety of his modest savings of 1,200 yuan to Lin Xiao, who, having withdrawn funds from several delivery apps, added over 2,000 yuan to the pot. Xianxian quietly transferred 3,600 yuan to Lin Xiao, having earned handsomely from side jobs, prompting Lin Xiao to suddenly regard this previously talkative young man as his dear friend and brother. To his astonishment, Su Li revealed herself to be quite affluent, contributing a full 5,000 yuan, which she had saved due to her frugal lifestyle, leaving Lin Xiao so moved that he considered offering himself in gratitude. Pan Yiming transferred 500 yuan to Lin Xiao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and shared a screenshot in the group showing a meager balance of over 300 yuan alongside numerous orders for electronic components. Lin Xiao, too, felt awkward accepting the funds. The accumulated money was sufficient to transfer Aunt Lu to a more reliable public hospital, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At least one worry had been alleviated, albeit slightly. Next came the main event, the launch of the light version of the Spiritual Energy app. While it was termed a launch, it was essentially a rudimentary beta version. Users? Naturally, they would recruit from among their friends and family. Xianxiaaudiobooks and Su Li summoned a few acquaintances, while Lin Xiao charmed a few juniors from the martial arts club. Xianxian discreetly shared the link in a certain geeky group. As for Pan Yiming, forget it. His social connections were practically non-existent, so he was not relied upon. The 50 beta testing slots quickly filled, leading to the creation of a large group chat. The team then lurked in the chat, eagerly observing the responses. Most feedback consisted of comments expressing mild boredom and critiques of the animations. Lin Xiao began to feel restless. Is this for real? Are our skills really this lackluster? Patience. Xianxian adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing the back-end graphs on the screen. The physiological data feedback has a delay. Moreover, without guidance, it is normal for the effects to be diminished. Indeed, starting the next day, the tone of the group chat gradually shifted. Wow, I slept like a log last night. How long has it been since I slept this well? I feel more energized. I didn't doze off at work. Remarkable. I didn't feel as winded while running yesterday. Is this a trick of the mind? Upstairs, during my gym session, I felt my endurance improved a bit. Positive feedback began to swell. Out of 50 users, 46 reported varying degrees of physical improvement. It seemed that superpowers necessitated precise guidance and a spiritual energy environment. One beta user, Oldly, joyfully sent a voice message to Xianxiao, thanking him for curing his insomnia, and even transferred 2,000 yuan, which he promptly forwarded to Lingxi. The generosity left Lingxi dizzy, grinning like a fool. Incredible. Truly incredible. Suli examined the data. It appears this breathing technique indeed offers significant health benefits. Pan Yiming, rarely participating in discussions, succinctly stated, basic effects have been validated. We can begin considering hardware adaptations. He was already contemplating how to use mobile sensors for more accurate monitoring of breathing. Xian adjusted his glasses, noting that the data aligned with his hypothesis. Current data indicates that precise guidance and a high concentration of spiritual energy together constitute the conditions for evolution. Without either, it can only serve health purposes and is contingent on the concentration of the surrounding spiritual energy. Quite logical. Xianxiao concurred. Let us split up and visit a few of the beta users who provided the best feedback. We must determine whether it is due to the spiritual energy in their environment. Without hesitation, they set their plan into motion. Pan Yiming decided to remain home to continue his research on his circuit board talisman project. However, to support his companions, he installed a spiritual energy detection app on their phones, a small innovation that utilized magnetometers to detect variations in magnetic fields. In line with their hypothesis, the effects correlated positively with spiritual energy concentration and whether users correctly matched their breathing rhythm. Upon returning to their temporary base in the activity room, Xian summarized, at present, two hypotheses seem most plausible. First, correct guidance is a necessary condition. Second, a high concentration of spiritual energy is an important auxiliary. Both are indispensable. Currently, we can't even ascertain if users are breathing in rhythm. Xianxiao lamented, our funds are slipping away. Pan Yiming adjusted his glasses, speaking with increased speed, suddenly more loquacious. Microphones and cameras. The rise and fall of the chest and the dilation of the iris can provide a more precise analysis of breathing depth and neural excitability, combined with algorithms. Xian's eyes lit up, immediately connecting. Yes. Image recognition algorithms. Real-time adjustments and prompts. This way, we could get infinitely closer to Xianmo's perceptual effects. Xianxiao felt a surge of excitement. If this could truly be realized, it would mean the mass distribution of superpowers was no longer a dream. If it were you, how much would you be willing to pay to gain extraordinary abilities? We're about to strike it rich, brothers. Xian seemed to see through his thoughts and calmly cautioned, don't get too carried away. Even if the technology can be realized, would you dare to promote it? He pointed to the computer screen. Based on various works, possessing something extraordinary can lead to peril. Our current anomalies may not have drawn significant attention yet. Once the app truly begins to proliferate superhumans on a grand scale, do you believe that the traditional forces utilizing spiritual energy, such as the Zhao family, would simply stand by idly? Would the authorities remain indifferent? This statement felt like a bucket of cold water, chilling to the core. Indeed, at present, they can merely be regarded as a relatively effective health app, managing to operate within the gray areas. However, should it evolve into an incubator for superpowers, the implications are too beautiful to contemplate. So, are we to conclude that our app cannot be too formidable just yet? Lingxi scratched his head, feeling somewhat despondent. It's a matter of developing discreetly. Xianxiao took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, while maintaining a significant aura of influence. Technology must be researched, yet it should not be released lightly. We must first comprehend the rules of this world, secure a backing, or alternatively, make ourselves sufficiently strong. By that time, we shall hold in our hands billions of users poised for evolution. The group gasped in unison. Indeed, if the user base is sufficiently vast, once the evolutionary algorithm is simultaneously pushed, a colossal number of superhumans. Push down the small islands, seize Capitol Hill. He turned to Pan Yiming and Xian. Research cannot cease, but it must remain absolutely confidential. This is our greatest trump card. He then glanced at Lingxi and Suli. We must also hasten our self-improvement. The next time the Zhao family sends someone, we cannot rely solely on our words and luck. Just as the group reignited their fighting spirit and began to plan for the future, Xianmo's phone, nestled in his pocket, suddenly emitted a sharp ring. An unfamiliar number. He frowned and pressed the answer button. On the other end of the line, a familiar and arrogant voice emerged. It was none other than that yellow-haired scoundrel. Hello, little one. So you've managed to transfer hospitals, huh? Do you think this will allow you to escape? It's all in vain. Transferring hospitals won't help. We've got our eyes fixed on that Lingxi kid. No matter where you run, we will find you. At that university last time, right? Just wait. This time, Let us see how you manage to talk your way out of this. You can run, but let us see if you can actually get away, huh? With a click, the call ended abruptly. Lin Xiao's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white, rage igniting in his eyes. Suli's face flickered with concern. Instinctively taking a step closer to Lin Xiao, Xianxian adjusted his glasses, his gaze icy, fingers rapidly tapping on his laptop, seemingly extracting data. Pan Yiming silently retrieved the largest wrench from the toolbox and wiped it clean. Chen Imo set down his phone, his expression darkening. He inhaled deeply, feeling the vitality within him, invigorated by the breathing technique, and the clarity within his mind sharpened. It appeared that seeking a stable development would not be as simple as anticipated. Chapter 6. A compass? A radar-like compass. Damn. Lin Xiao slammed his fist against the adjacent wall, the concrete surface echoing with a dull thud, leaving a shallow imprint. His eyes reddened. Blood vessels prominent. So they knew about the transfer? How did they find out? His voice trembled slightly, and Suli gently conjured a mist of water, gradually enveloping Lin Xiao in a soothing embrace. Chen Imo was also worried about his mother, concerned about the financial implications of the transfer. It wasn't a trivial expense. However, seeing Lin Xiao in such distress, he took a deep breath, suppressing his worries and anguish, and walked over to pat Lin Xiao's sturdy shoulder. All right, enough with the lamenting. Try to sound a bit more relaxed. It's not so strange that they learned about the transfer. Your mother is in a better hospital. With a superior environment and reliable doctors, the money spent is justified. We haven't encountered a crisis yet, so let us not be overly anxious. He began to count on his fingers, muttering as if organizing his thoughts, the secrets of the old residence, why the Zhao family clung so tenaciously, how the app facilitated evolution, and how to replicate talismans, so many troublesome matters. But now, the most pressing issue was. He pointed at his phone, questioning how these scoundrels could cling to them like a stubborn adhesive, impossible to shake off. It was somewhat acceptable for them to know about the transfer to a public hospital, as their surveillance would undoubtedly be monitoring his mother's movements. But how could they possibly know about his presence at the school? Had they implanted a tracker on him? Lin Xiao shot up suddenly. Impossible. I've taken showers and changed clothes countless times. If there were something, I would have noticed it long ago. Ah, therein lies the problem. Chen Imo's expression grew serious. It was time for deduction. With a wave of his hand, the group gathered around the table, the atmosphere thick with tension. The crux of the matter was singular. How could the Zhao family always locate Lin Xiao with such precision? Chen Imo wrapped his fingers on the table, recalling their first encounter in the alleyway. Was that the first time we met? No, it was the second. The first time, those scoundrels were rather polite, calling me to arrange a meeting. We met at that hospital. They said if I was willing to sign, the Zhao family would cover all medical expenses. I rejected immediately. My mother would never agree. They told me to think it over, but I didn't even leave them my phone number. Lin Xiao became increasingly agitated, unable to fathom the situation. The encounter in the alley was the next day, and they inexplicably cornered me, pressuring me to sign, even revealing my mother's ward number. Even with the official operator's triangulation technology, or tampering with your phone, it shouldn't be this precise. It's abnormal. Xianxian adjusted his glasses. His gaze suddenly unfocused, as if his mind was fixated on an invisible screen. His fingers unconsciously tapped rapidly in the air, retrieving fragmented memories. The first tracking occurred in the alley. They had stated, as long as you don't sign, we can find you anywhere. His speech was rapid, devoid of emotion. The second time, in the laboratory, they asserted, no matter where you run, we can find you. And during this call, they declared, we've got our eyes fixed on that Lin Xiao kid. No matter where you run, we will find you. The wording is strikingly consistent, imbued with absolute confidence. Not mere intimidation. He paused before continuing. Moreover, each time they appeared, their target was clear, Lin Xiao. They even managed to pinpoint that relatively obscure laboratory in the biology building. This necessitates extremely precise real-time tracking. Lin Xiao felt his scalp prickle. No, your analysis is making my hair stand on end. Could it be that they possess some black technology even you are unaware of? A tracker, Xianxian stated succinctly. This is the most logical explanation. Miniature, covert, specific beacons. Impossible. Pan Yiming suddenly interjected, interrupting Xianxian. He rarely raised his head. But now his sharp gaze scanned Lin Xiao from behind his thick lenses, as if conducting an X-ray scan. I've sensed it, he pointed to his head. Then to Lin Xiao. On him, apart from the phone and common metallic items like his belt buckle, there's no unusual metallic response. Lin Xiao felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny, a mix of urgency and frustration surging within him. Then what on earth is going on? Is it truly just a calculated guess? That seems too far-fetched. Su Li gently reassured him. Don't be too anxious. If the tracking is on you, at least your mother is safe. At that moment, a bolt of realization struck Chen Imo. The compass. He slapped his thigh, leaping to his feet, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Yes, the compass. During our second encounter in the laboratory, that yellow-haired scoundrel was holding a compass. I could feel a faint wave of spiritual energy emanating from it. I initially thought it was an illusion or mere decoration. All eyes instantly focused on him. Are you suggesting that Xianxia's lens reflection means they are not using technological trackers, but rather relying on that kind of metaphysical object? A compass could serve as a radar? Precisely. Xianxia's thoughts crystallized further as he spoke rapidly. If spiritual energy constitutes a certain energy field, and those individuals are unique practitioners of spiritual energy, employing talismans as a means, then during our initial contact, Lingxi may have been marked with a unique spiritual signature or aura. That compass is specifically designed to sense such markers. Thus, as long as the compass remains in the Zhao family's possession, Lingxi could be located no matter how far he flees. Lingxi was struck by sudden realization. Quickly enveloped by fury. Are you telling me that I have been tagged, and they can find me just like the radar in Dragon Ball? So I've become a Dragon Ball. That's essentially the gist of it. Shun Mo's eyes sharpened with intensity. This means that as long as this device is in the Zhao family's hands, Lin Zhao's attempts to escape are futile. He turned to Lin Zhao, a fierce smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The solution is straightforward. The next time they come, we'll find a way to smash that radar. It'll be settled once and for all. Lin Zhao clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking with anticipation. I can handle that. Or, Chinemo added, his eyes glinting with calculation, we could devise a means to acquire it. It might prove to be a valuable asset. Pan Yiming suddenly interjected, excitement radiating from his tech-savvy demeanor. If we can procure that compass, could you give it to me? Xianxia nodded. The feasibility is quite high. However, our primary task is to verify this hypothesis. We cannot wait for them in the activity room, as it would attract too much attention and potentially endanger innocent bystanders. Exposing our uniqueness. Indeed. Shun Mo surveyed the surroundings. We need to change our location. This time, we shall observe from a distance to ascertain whether it truly is as sinister as it seems, that they can always find us with precision. If it comes to a confrontation, we must select a place devoid of witnesses. After a moment's contemplation, he decisively announced, let us head to the old gym. It's typically deserted. Even couples avoid it for their rendezvous. The space is ample, allowing for ample maneuvering. Let us go. Lin Xiao was the first to respond. The group quickly gathered their belongings. In his haste, Lin Xiao accidentally knocked over the table before him. Instinctively reaching out to steady it, he miscalculated his strength. Crack! A small piece of the table's edge broke off. Lin Xiao exclaimed, goodness, this table is of such poor quality. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he hurriedly stuffed the broken piece into a gap in the table. Shun Mo facepalmed. That's because your strength has increased, you fool. When we return, buy some superglue. If they find out, you'll be the one paying for it. This particle board table 1T hold with superglue. It's better to buy a few nails and ask Yiming to shoot them in. Who would have thought that Yiming's incredible metal manipulation ability would be so down-to-earth in application? While making light of the situation, Xianxian didn't require any cooling off time. Shun Mo mused. Who would have imagined that your superpower is a super brain rather than super sarcasm? Lin Xiao watched Yiming with longing, but he was completely ignored, so he had no choice but to step outside. Follow my lead, and let us evade the surveillance. Shadows of the group flickered in the corridor, and Xianxian's voice echoed faintly. Who would have thought that a few young individuals who accidentally uncovered the secrets of spiritual energy, wielding super abilities, would use them in such a sneaky manner? Chapter 7. The Unrelenting Haunt. They were indeed being pursued. The group stealthily navigated past the surveillance, with Xianxian occasionally closing his eyes in contemplation, swiftly guiding everyone in a new direction. When faced with unavoidable cameras, they paused. Then Pan Yiming raised his hand, twisting it in midair, causing the camera overhead to click and pivot, creating a blind spot. Such synergy would bring tears to the eyes of any thief witnessing it. Yiming, the quintessential homebody, was visibly exhilarated. Let us move, Pan Yiming stated succinctly. Xianxian adjusted his glasses. Expressionless as he remarked, your technique is so practiced it makes one wonder if you engage in this frequently. Pan Yiming replied, it's merely a simple application of my ability. Shun Mo couldn't afford to be concerned with their banter. Anxiety gnawed at him. If they can pinpoint the location of the compass radar with such precision, it's likely true. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, was grumbling incessantly. What kind of situation is this? It's like dealing with spies at school. Su Li gently tugged at him, whispering, keep your voice down. Don't draw attention. Lin Xiao immediately fell silent, obedient as a child. They believed they had been sufficiently discreet. However, not long after, at the school's main entrance parking lot, a black sedan door swung open, and a lanky young man with bleached hair emerged, flanked by 4 underlings clad in tight black t-shirts. This display conjured images in everyone's mind. The lanky youth brazenly brandished an ancient compass, striding through the campus. He leered at passing female students while whistling nonchalantly, exuding an arrogance that was utterly intolerable. At each intersection, he feigned stopping to admire the scenery, all the while glancing down at the compass needle. The needle wavered before resolutely pointing in a particular direction. He grinned wickedly and continued to saunter toward that destination. "Brother Mao, aren't we being a bit too brazen?" one underling asked, his voice tinged with unease. "Brazen?" The lanky youth scoffed. "What's there to fear? Young Master Zhao declared it must be ours. These impoverished fools without any backing will cower with just a little intimidation. Besides, if they've granted me this treasure, where could they possibly escape? What is wrong with being a bit audacious?" He triumphantly weighed the compass in his hand. Chen Mo and the others arrived first at the old gym. With a twist of his hand, Yiming unlocked the door. The place had been abandoned for some time. The air thick with a blend of dust and mildew. Sunlight streamed through the broken windows, casting thick beams of light where countless specks of dust danced. The place was rather dilapidated. Lin Xiao surveyed the surroundings, rubbing his nose. "Being broken is good. If we damage it, we want to have to compensate." Chen Mo casually chimed in, then immediately shifted into action. "Everyone, find your positions. Yiming, head to that corner. There are plenty of discarded metal racks over there. Suli, you take that broken window. The air is more humid there. Xian, you'll assist me in the center." Chen Mo's awareness spread like an invisible web, instantly grasping the environment of the entire venue. Before everyone could fully settle in, bang. The already precarious door of the gym was kicked open. The lanky youth and his 4 underlings stood silhouetted against the light at the entrance, their shadows elongated. The lanky youth waved the compass in his hand, a mocking grin spreading across his face. "Running away? Keep running. I'll tell you, in Ning City, if the Zhao family wishes to find someone, they can dig 3 feet into the ground to unearth them, unless you abandon your mother and flee from Ning City." Otherwise, before he could finish, Lin Xiao's eyes turned crimson. "You dare to touch my mother? I'll kill you first." With a furious roar, Lin Xiao charged at the lanky youth like a frenzied rhinoceros, disregarding any tactics as he barreled toward him. Fresh grievances combined with worries for his mother ignited a complete explosion within him. The lanky youth regarded Lin Xiao's charge with neither fear nor trepidation. Instead, a sinister smile crept across his face. "Huh, you foolish creature. Do you truly believe that a few days of boxing training makes you a champion? Even if you were a champion, what of it? You know nothing of strength." The 4 thugs behind him instinctively spread out, crossing their arms, clearly enjoying the spectacle. With no intention of intervening, Chen Mo inwardly cursed, "Fool." When it came to his mother, keeping Lin Xiao calm was as challenging as reaching the heavens. He quickly focused, locking onto the battlefield. "Lin Xiao, be careful. This is reckless. There must be a trick." Chen Mo shouted urgently. Simultaneously, he exchanged glances with Xian. Xian adjusted his glasses, his eyes momentarily losing focus as data streamed rapidly before him. He intently observed the lanky youth's movements, his lips moving as he began calculating at high speed. The target's center of gravity is leaning to the right, favoring his left leg for power. The right arm displays a noticeable shoulder lift, indicating a potential attack. Predicted attack mode, priority on a low strike, followed by a feint and a right hook. In the arena, Lin Xiao had already charged directly at the lanky youth, his fist, as large as a sandpot, hurtling through the air with a fierce whoosh. The lanky youth proved to be no ordinary opponent. With a peculiar twist of his body, he effortlessly evaded Lin Xiao's powerful blow, simultaneously executing a silent trip with his foot. Lin Xiao left. Xian's voice rang out almost in synchrony. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiao forcefully pushed off the ground with his left leg, abruptly halting his forward momentum, while his right leg swept horizontally, perfectly intercepting the lanky youth's trip. With a resounding thud, both strikes collided, causing both combatants to stagger slightly. A flicker of surprise flashed across the lanky youth's face. He hadn't anticipated Lin Xiao's remarkable resilience. A feigned attack with the left hand, followed by a straight punch with the right. Xian once again issued a warning. Indeed, the lanky youth's left hand appeared to initiate a punch, but it suddenly retracted, and his right hand lunged forward like a venomous serpent, aiming straight for Lin Xiao's throat. If it landed, it would undoubtedly inflict severe injury. Water mist. Su Li, observing calmly, sprang into action. With a gentle motion of her hands before her, invisible water vapor rapidly coalesced in front of the lanky youth, forming a thin veil of mist. His vision abruptly obstructed. The lanky youth's movements instinctively faltered. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Lin Xiao seized the opportunity. With a furious roar, devoid of any elaborate technique, he unleashed his fist with the sheer force and speed of a cannonball, striking solidly against the lanky youth's chest. Ugh! The lanky youth emitted a muffled groan. Stumbling backward in rapid succession, his complexion turning ashen, clearly having suffered a setback. Clutching his chest, he glared at Lin Xiao in astonishment and fury. You. He had not anticipated that this seemingly brutish giant would prove to be such a formidable adversary. That inexplicable mist. Could it be? Damn it. All of you get him. Take him down. The lanky youth's expression betrayed his suspicion as he barked orders at the four onlookers. The four henchmen, their expressions now serious, swiftly drew metal pipes from their waists, brandishing them as they closed in. The tide of battle had instantaneously reversed, transforming into a 5 against 1. I knew it would come to this. Chen Mo's gaze sharpened. Su Li, disrupt. Yiming, prepare. Su Li immediately manipulated denser water vapor, attempting to obstruct the thug's vision and movements. Pan Yiming crouched down, pressing his hands against the ground, causing the scattered screws and broken metal strips beneath him to tremble faintly, emitting a subtle hum. Chen Mo's perception surged into overdrive, his mind intensely focused. He needed to monitor Lin Xiao's condition while coordinating the entire team. He sensed the faint energy emanating from the lanky youth, fluctuating violently. This state was highly unstable, yet it was gradually accumulating power. Qin Xian, focus on analyzing that blonde youth. Chen Mo shouted, preparing to unleash his full potential. Qin Xian immediately concentrated his computational power on the blonde youth, striving to discern the patterns or weaknesses in his energy flow. Surrounded by 5 assailants, Lin Xiao, despite his superior strength and speed, found it difficult to contend against multiple opponents, suffering several blows in the process. Fortunately, his tough exterior allowed him to endure for the time being. While fighting, he bellowed, "Damn it! If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one." What kind of skill is this group assault? The lanky youth, hiding behind, panted heavily, his expression dark as storm clouds. He fixed his gaze on Lin Xiao, rapidly adjusting his strategy, his eyes flickering with uncertainty as he plotted how to torture him after subduing him. Once I deal with this, what can you lot do? Just a bunch of fools. Chapter 8. Are you cheating? I'll bring out the gear. Lin Xiao truly had chosen the wrong profession. But there was nothing wrong with his extraordinary abilities. Not only had his strength increased, but his resilience to blows had also been enhanced. Standing firm against the onslaught of 4 or 5 people, he was being mercilessly battered by the swinging steel pipes, on the verge of being overwhelmed. Chen Mo was anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Perception web. His mental energy radiated outward, allowing him to clearly perceive each movement on the battlefield, capturing the unstable energy pulsating from the lanky youth. Damn it, just watching one T cut it. Lin Xiao will eventually be taken down. Chen Mo was in a state of urgency, perceiving the chaotic movements of everyone on the opposing side, but it was all too disordered. His mind was cluttered with chaotic thoughts. Merely sensing wasn't enough. How should he handle it? If only Qin Xian had similar perception abilities. But wait. Since Qin Xian was focused on the blonde youth, he couldn't accurately predict the movements of the others. If this continued, Lin Xiao would fall, and everything would be over. Couldn't they handle both aspects simultaneously? As this thought surfaced, he quickly dismissed it. Interfering with Qin Xian would only worsen the situation. But the very next second, he was astonished to hear Qin Xian's characteristic, unflappable voice, tinged with a hint of disdain. Received. Beginning comprehensive calculation. Your evolved perception is quite fascinating. It allows you to see more and even connect. You're too noisy. You're disrupting my data processing. Stay calm. Chen Mo. His gaze trembled as he looked at Qin Xian, finding him nodding slightly in acknowledgement. What the hell? Is it really linked? What is going on? Without time for astonishment, he hastily replicated the process, extending his mental energy towards the other 3. Lin Xiao, don't resist head-on. Follow my lead. Su Li, prepare to control the field. Yiming, get ready. Instantly, Chen Mo's voice resonated in the minds of the other 3. Lin Xiao took a hit, grimacing in pain as he abruptly heard Chen Mo's voice in his head. He didn't need to think. It slipped out of his mouth. Got it. Just tell me what to do. This blind trust was remarkable. Su Li momentarily stiffened, surprise flashing across her face, but she quickly regained her composure, nodding gently. Her eyes unwaveringly focused on the battlefield. Even in combat, she remained so collected. Her hands had already begun to manipulate the surrounding water vapor. Pan Yiming, startled by the sudden voice in his head, almost sent the metal fragments whirling around him. He adjusted his thick glasses, muttering in his mind, "Oh." Starting calibration. This unexpected mental link caused a brief moment of chaos within the team. Lin Xiao, focused solely on following Chen Mo's commands, slowed his movements and received another solid blow to his backside, causing him to yelp in pain. Ouch! Don't just tell me to prepare. What is the plan? It hurts. Qin Xian's calm, almost artificial intelligence-like voice, relayed through Chen Mo as an intermediary, resonated clearly in everyone's minds, swiftly taking command. Link stable, synchronizing battlefield information. Xianmo, full spectrum perception and energy monitoring. Everyone, use Lin Zhao's orientation as a reference. Xianxian's voice bore a magical quality. It was as if a top-tier computer, previously constrained by slow internet speeds, had suddenly been connected to a lightning-fast fiber optic line, unleashing its full computational power. Lin Zhao, take 3 steps forward to the left. Feign an attack to draw fire. Without a moment's thought, Lin Zhao's left fist surged forth, appearing fierce, prompting the nearby thug to instinctively raise his pipe to block. Behind you. In 2 seconds, ambush your lower body. Lin Zhao, not even glancing, relied on his instinct as a boxer and the precise commands in his mind. Sweeping his right leg back with tremendous force. Bang! Ignoring the lack of visual prediction, the thug attempting to sneakily strike Lin Zhao's lower body was caught off guard. His leg not even fully extended before Lin Zhao's retaliatory kick struck him squarely on the shin, causing him to scream and collapse to the ground. Another thug, attempting a sneak attack from behind, raised his pipe just as Xianxian called out. Su Li, to the left. Water shield to block. As Su Li's fingers subtly stirred, the puddle of water prepped on the ground beside Lin Zhao instantaneously surged up to strike the back of his head. Whack! The stick collided with the water membrane. Its force significantly diminished. Lin Zhao felt as if he had merely been playfully swatted with a towel, completely unfazed. He tilted his head and flashed a grin at the bewildered thug, exposing a dazzling smile that sent the man retreating in terror. Xianxian, Yiming, disarm from the right side first. Simultaneously, cover with metal to impede movement. Pan Yiming, his gaze focused, pressed his hands against the ground. Suddenly, the thug's steel pipe seemed to be seized by an invisible hand, yanking violently upward. Ouch! The thug clung desperately to the pipe, only to be lifted off the ground as if he were a rag doll, his feet dangling helplessly. In that fleeting moment of suspension, screws, bolts, and even a half-rusted rebar, accumulated unbeknownst to anyone, soared into the air as if magnetically attracted, raining down upon him. Thud, thud, thud. Crash. The thug, caught in midair, had no escape, and the barrage of metal left him dazed and disoriented, crashing to the ground, utterly incapacitated. The lanky youth watched in horror as his 4 subordinates were reduced to a state of utter disarray within a mere 15 seconds, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. He pointed at Su Li and Pan Yiming, his voice trembling with disbelief. Water shield. Artifact control. You're not ordinary people. There are no individuals like you on the streets of Ning City. Overachievers. Our young master Zhao Tai is a bona fide practitioner. Where do you hail from? In his eyes, such exquisite coordination and strange techniques were clearly the hallmark of disciples nurtured by some formidable faction. No wonder they abandoned the old residence. They seemed to know everything. Xianmo, upon hearing the lanky youth's outcry, initially recoiled in shock, but soon felt a surge of delight. Ah, so there's a misunderstanding? You think we have a background? Perfect. Let us keep up the facade for as long as we can. He contemplated utilizing the link to have Xianxian concoct an impressive sect name to intimidate the foe. However, at that moment, his perception jolted violently. A potent, ferocious energy wave radiated from the lanky youth's grasp. Not good. Xianmo shouted within the link. Xianxian. He is about to draw something from his pocket. The energy response is intense, extremely dangerous. Without needing to voice it, everyone could see. The confusion on the lanky youth's face morphed into a menacing and ruthless expression. To hell with where you come from. No one is getting out of this unscathed today. He abruptly withdrew his hand from his pocket, revealing a yellow talisman clutched between his fingers. It was entirely different from the one previously seen in the lab. The red runes upon this talisman pulsated with an alarming crimson light, as if alive, distorting the surrounding air and enveloping the area in a searing heat. Even Xianmo and Xianxian, positioned behind, felt their skin prickling with warmth. A look of pain and madness intertwined on the lanky youth's face as he gritted his teeth and bellowed, "If I'm forced to use this explosive talisman, consider yourselves bold. This is a genuine treasure I have groveled for so long to acquire. You all will perish." He tightened his grip, ready to activate the talisman. Everyone felt their hearts plummet. How could they possibly withstand such an unconventional weapon? Xianmo's senses were stung painfully by the talisman's radiance. Overwhelming dread coursing through him. What to do? Stand firm? That seemed like certain annihilation. Flee. There was no way to outrun it. Chapter 9. Did you pick up my compass? Return it to me. As the lanky youth shouted about the explosive talisman, the temperature within the old gymnasium surged dramatically. The red runes on the yellow talisman blazed brighter, an intense, volatile energy expanding like a shockwave. Damn, this thing actually works? Lin Zhao felt his scalp tingle in alarm, cursing under his breath as instinctively he pushed forward, intending to shield the others with his own body. Su Li desperately summoned her abilities, forming a water shield, but the edges of the shield hissed ominously, emitting steam, and it was evident it could not hold much longer. The metallic fragments and screws manipulated by Pan Yiming not only resisted his command, but began to heat up, causing him to wince in pain, even from a distance. How could they fight like this? Qin Xian's gaze blurred, data frantically refreshing, but all he received were crimson alerts. The world and methods before him were utterly alien, and even he could not ascertain a chance of survival. This was the first time he revealed emotion. No. The probability of survival through brute force is below 5. The escape route is blocked. Suggestions? No suggestions. This was the first instance since gaining his powers that he could not compute an outcome. A profound sense of panic and unease enveloped Chun Mo. Was their hastily assembled team destined to be obliterated in their inaugural collective battle by a mere talisman? My app dreams, my financial plans, my aunt's medical fees, are they to end here? Damn it, why must you single me out for torment? There was no option to endure. Fleeing was also unfeasible. So what now? Disrupt him. But how to disrupt? They were several meters away. Lin Xiao wouldn't make it in time. The crucial point was, this talisman was even stronger than the last. Wait, the last time? The blonde thug had inexplicably been persuaded. Qin Xian had mentioned his emotional shift was strange and abrupt. My ability? Can I interfere with the opponent's mental state? Could that potentially disrupt his focus in casting? There was no choice left. Everyone. Chun Mo roared within the link. Fall back. Watch my right rear. Qin Xian's eyes lit up, metal fire doors. His mind instantly grasped Chun Mo's intent. At the moment Chun Mo shouted, Lin Xiao reacted, grasping Su Li and Pan Yiming with one hand each, pulling them backward. They failed to notice that Chun Mo had quietly severed the mental link he maintained. It was only after they reached the cover that they realized Chun Mo had not moved. Chun Mo, Lin Xiao exclaimed, panic surging. He prepared to return for support. Stay back. Chun Mo halted Lin Xiao, exerting himself to restrain him. He concentrated all his mental energy, weaving it into a single thread, quietly binding it to the blonde youth. Mental synchronization. He unleashed a roar filled with his entire will towards the lanky youth's mind. Stop this. That shout, though possibly soft in the physical realm, resonated in the mental plane like the tolling of a great bell within the youth's mind. Buzz. The lanky youth felt his mind go blank, as if a flashbang had exploded before his eyes. His hands motioned to activate the talisman froze instantaneously. The talisman's once bright red glow flickered and extinguished, the intense heat dissipating abruptly. Now, Qin Xian urged, Yiming, strike his wrist. Knock that talisman away. Pan Yiming, having been coiled with pent-up energy, suddenly honed his gaze. His ability commanded the steel pipe they had just seized, launching it with a swift arc. Using the lanky youth's own body as cover, it hurtled toward his wrist with ferocity. Crack. The sound of bone fracturing echoed sharply. The lanky youth let out a wretched scream, his wrist bending at an unnatural angle, the perilous explosive talisman slipping from his grasp, drifting to the ground as the red light vanished entirely. Well done, Lin Xiao exclaimed with exhilaration, seizing the opportunity to charge forth like a tiger unleashed, heading straight for the stunned thugs, who were bewildered by their leader's sudden incapacitation. Qin Xian, command. Chun Mo hastily relinquished battlefield authority back to the expert. He gasped for breath, feeling utterly depleted, striving to maintain his web-like perception and mental link. Qin Xian immediately took charge, his calm voice resonating. Lin Xiao, left 1. Right 2. Execute a staggered assault. Su Li, restrain the incapacitated target's movements. Pan Yiming, obstruct the remaining enemy's line of sight. With clear directives, the team's coordination flowed seamlessly. Lin Xiao charged into the fray like a tiger among sheep, employing both fists and feet to ensure that all enemies still attempting to rise were promptly laid to rest. Su Li lightly tapped her fingers, encircling a few individuals within a confinement. Pan Yiming manipulated a flurry of metallic fragments, directing them towards the adversary's eyes and nostrils, floating menacingly, creating an excellent deterrent effect. In less than 2 minutes, the 5 previously formidable opponents lay on the ground, groaning and stripped of their combat capabilities. The lanky youth cradled his fractured wrist, drenched in sweat, and as pale as a sheet. He glanced at the dim talismans on the ground, and then at the 5 young individuals across from him, who, despite appearing somewhat disheveled, exuded sharpness and teamwork. A surge of profound fear and disbelief welled up within him for the first time. His cultivation experience was limited, and he had never encountered such tactics. But they had all seemed like ordinary people moments ago. What on earth was this monstrous combination? When did Ningcheng produce such fierce individuals? The Super Administration Bureau had given no hint of this. Who are you? The lanky youth's voice trembled, devoid of its former bravado. Chun Mo caught his breath. Struggling to maintain his upright posture, a somewhat irritatingly clever smile reappearing on his face as he bent down to pick up the defective explosive talisman, scrutinizing its intricate patterns with care. Who are we? Xianxiaaudiobooks weighed the talisman in his hand, casting a meaningful glance at the lanky youth. That is of little significance. What truly matters is that I lost a compass. Did you happen to find it? The lanky youth's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively glanced at a thug nearby. The thug, startled, hastily attempted to cover his chest and crawl towards the exit. Lin Xiao stepped forward, his massive hand seizing him effortlessly, while his other hand unceremoniously rummaged through the thug's clothing, indeed retrieving the ancient compass. Hey, this thing feels quite valuable. Lin Xiao handed the compass to Xianxiaaudiobooks. As Xianxiaaudiobooks accepted the compass, its cool surface allowed him to distinctly sense a faint ripple of spiritual energy emanating from it. The perception web enveloped him, and it seemed he could vaguely discern an exceedingly slender, invisible line connecting the compass's needle to Lin Xiao. It appeared his conjecture was correct. Xianxiaaudiobooks passed the compass to Qin Xian beside him for further examination, hoping to unravel its mysteries. Pan Yiming adjusted his glasses, beckoning with his hand, and the compass wobbled into his grasp, his eyes gleaming with fervor, his professional instincts kicking in. Copper? Quite intriguing. With the crisis temporarily averted, everyone exhaled in relief. Su Li approached Lin Xiao, noting the faint red marks on his face from a previous blow, and softly inquired, "Are you all right?" Lin Xiao instantly puffed out his chest, patting himself proudly. "I'm fine. No big deal. Su Li, that water shield you conjured was perfectly timed." He beamed brightly, entirely forgetting the pain lingering from the earlier strike. Observing his precious item now in the hands of the adversaries, the lanky youth watched as his lackeys had already shuffled towards the exit, unimpeded. He lamented internally about being outmaneuvered by these fledgling warriors. Sighing, he decided to escape since they were not pursuing him, planning to find another opportunity later. However, as he turned, a fist the size of a sand pot met his nose. The very same youth who had been chatting with that girl a moment ago had somehow appeared behind him. "Did you really think you could leave?" Lin Xiao smirked menacingly, his lips curling into a predatory grin. "Ah, this is bad, I'm doomed." Chapter 10, Practitioners and the Super Administration Bureau. The four thugs scrambling to the exit quickened their pace upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, terrified of being left behind. Watching them scurry away, the lanky youth felt 1,000 curses racing through his mind. The force of the fist at his nose sent his head crashing unceremoniously back to the ground. Damn it! A bunch of cowards. Idiots. They let you go, but Zhao Tai, that arrogant fool, will not spare you. The task is incomplete, the compass and talismans are lost. And I'll return to crush each of your arms. He reveled in his internal tirade, though his face contorted into a grim smile as he faced the advancing Lin Xiao and the formidable figures behind him. Trembling as he began to plead, "Great brothers and sisters, it's all a misunderstanding. I was just doing a job to make ends meet. Besides, the Super Administration Bureau has strict penalties against private conflicts. It's not worth the risk over someone as insignificant as me, is it?" Lin Xiao clenched his fist, the knuckles cracking ominously as he looked down at the once arrogant youth. "Oh, now you know to call me big brother? I preferred your previous rebellious demeanor. And no, it was my subordinate's ignorance. All a misunderstanding. Zhao Tai. Oh no, that brat Zhao Tai. It was all his idea. Please spare me. I swear I won't come back." Xianxiaaudiobooks stepped forward, crouching before the lanky youth, his expression impassive and his gaze piercing. New term, Super Administration Bureau. Connect with Qin Xian. We need to interrogate him. He produced his phone, activating the recording function, compelling the lanky youth to repeat his earlier statements. "Now let us converse intimately." Xianxiaaudiobooks' voice was low, yet carried an undeniable authority. "Why are you fixated on the Lin family estate? How did this compass precisely locate Lin Xiao? You are aware that the Super Administration Bureau prohibits private conflicts, yet you dared to trouble us." The lanky youth, desperate to extricate himself, spilled his secrets like beans. "Zhao Tai is after Lin Deji's estate. It must be for the spiritual energy. I've been there a few times and could definitely feel my cultivation improving." He gasped for breath, continuing eagerly. "As for the compass, it was specially provided by young Master Zhao. When tracking Lin Xiao, when contacting Lin Degu, I was instructed to mark him with this compass. This compass detects the mark, and the needle always points to it, much like a GPS locator." Shenmo's interest piqued. He pressed further. "And what about me? Did you mark me too?" The lanky youth wore a pained expression. "You were marked. But here's the strange part. When I left, the compass displayed 2 marks, yours and Lin Degu's. Yet not long after, your mark disappeared. It seemed as if something had erased it. I thought perhaps the compass was broken or my magical power was too weak for a stable mark. But now, it's clear that it was your exceptional abilities. Big brother." Xianxiaaudiobooks and Qin Xian exchanged glances, each harboring their own suspicions. Could it be that Chun Mo inadvertently absorbed or purified that so-called mark, thereby triggering an evolution? This explanation seemed plausible. Seeing Chun Mo lost in thought, the lanky youth, fearing disbelief, hastily affirmed his loyalty. Big brother, I swear everything I said is true. Xiao Tai is the real challenge. He is a legitimate practitioner with far more formidable power and spells than I possess. You may be impressive, but you are still novices. He cautiously advised. Why not consider selling the estate to Xiao Tai? The price would surely skyrocket. It's better to resolve conflicts than to escalate them. Otherwise, if you truly provoke Xiao Tai, it could end badly. Before he could finish, Lin Xiao delivered a powerful kick to the ground beside him, producing a thunderous crack that fractured the concrete. Sell it. Lin Xiao glared fiercely. That house was left by my father. No one touches it. You and your Xiao father can get lost. The lanky youth trembled in fear, rendered speechless. Chun Mo rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his hands. Observing the disheveled appearance of the lanky youth, he suddenly chuckled. He reached out, giving the boy's cheek a light, playful slap that echoed softly. Did you hear that? The house is not for sale, Chun Mo said, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. You think it can just double in value at your whim? Did you perhaps indulge your own greed? He paused, gesturing with his phone, his gaze growing serious. With your caliber, you're hardly a match. Remember, if a single hair from my aunt falls, I will hold you accountable, dragging you down with me. Do you understand? Watching the lanky youth scuttle away from the gym in utter disarray, disappearing through the doorway, the atmosphere within the gym returned to a fragile silence. Only the remnants of their earlier struggle and the faint scent of charred air served as reminders of the recent chaos. Lin Xiao spat towards the exit. Bah, coward. The journey back to the activity room was marked by an uneasy silence. Lin Xiao's face was still etched with indignation. Are we really just letting him go? That is far too lenient. Chun Mo did not respond directly. Instead, he approached the window, gazing out at the encroaching twilight, his expression growing grave. The Border Control Bureau for Practitioners, he murmured, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the window frame. At some point, Qin Xian had approached his side, adjusting his glasses as the lenses caught the last glimmers of daylight. The border should signify a clear hierarchical distinction. This Xiao Tai possesses a more stable energy source and has mastered at least one spell. His threat level is vastly superior to those mere fish we encountered earlier. The emergence of an official organization was anticipated and, as it stood, held substantial authority. Pan Yiming crouched on the floor, already engrossed in studying the explosive talisman. Muttering incantations, energy circuit input interface stable structure activation method. Suli moved closer to Lin Xiao, speaking softly. Lin Xiao? We cannot engage in more reckless actions for someone like him. We need time. Lin Xiao scratched his head in frustration. I know, but it's infuriating. And then there's my mom. Aunt is currently safe, Chun Mo interjected, quelling Lin Xiao's anxiety. She has been admitted to a public hospital. At least there are no overt threats for now. But this is not a sustainable solution. Brothers, Chun Mo inhaled deeply. The trouble has only just begun. Today, our victory hinged on surprise and teamwork. But if Xiao Tai is indeed as formidable as the lanky one claims. He hesitated, his tone heavy. We may be facing a genuine practitioner, one whose understanding of the system and power far exceeds our own. In the eyes of such a practitioner, our abilities might appear as mere trivialities. His gaze swept over everyone present. Henceforth, we must focus on two vital tasks. First, we must seize every moment to enhance our capabilities. Lin Xiao, refine your control over your power. Qin Xian, analyze the potential weaknesses and combat strategies of practitioners. Suli, explore further applications of water. Yiming, we need to expedite the research on this talisman and compass. Secondly, he directed his attention to Qin Xian and Pan Yiming. The hardware and algorithm upgrades for the app must not cease. This is our greatest trump card and our potential means to contend with those entrenched powers. Lin Xiao clenched his fists, nodding resolutely. Understood. Let us do this. Suli also affirmed softly, her gaze resolute. Pan Yiming, unable to tear his eyes away, simply waved his hand in acknowledgement. Qin Xian adjusted his glasses, a complex stream of data flickering in his eyes. Understood. Objective updated. Analyze the practitioner system and establish a risk assessment model. Priority, highest. In a lavish private room, a seemingly refined young man answered a call, smiling as he listened, only to crush his phone in a fit of frustration. What a waste. Do I really have to return? Within the silent activity room, Qin Xian suddenly lifted his head. This is bad. Chapter 11. The emergence of circuit board talismans. Are you truly a genius? So, this contraption is essentially a GPS tracker? A version for the cultivation world? Lin Xiao turned to check his back, his movements awkward, resembling a dog chasing its own tail. Qin Xian's analysis cast a heavier tension in the air than their earlier brawl. Chun Mo shot him an exasperated glance. Congratulations, Lin, you finally grasped the crux. It even emits an energy signal, continuously broadcasting 24 hours a day. According to Qin Xian, leaving this signal unaddressed posed a significant threat. Chen Imo took a breath, meticulously scanning Lin Xiao, confirming that the mark resided at his back. Are you saying Zhao Tai can locate me at any moment? Lin Zhao's expression soured. That would be the theoretical implication. Qin Xian adjusted his glasses, the lenses gleaming. He paused, eyeing the two spoils on the table, the antiquated compass and the crumpled yellow talisman. These items, discarded by the lanky youth with such ease, seemed to hold little value in the world of practitioners, more akin to common currency or standardized equipment. It was reasonable to deduce that Zhao Tai could easily procure another compass, re-establishing his tracking on you. Pan Yiming, who had remained silent, stroked the compass, his eyes shimmering as if gazing at a rare beauty. Su Li furrowed her brow, her gaze resting on Lin Xiao's back, her concern evident. So, we're essentially like a bulb in the night, excessively vulnerable. Chen Imo inhaled deeply, forcing himself to maintain composure. Perception web. That peculiar sense unfurled once more, enveloping the area around Lin Zhao's back, scanning meticulously. I found it. Chen Mo's gaze sharpened as he pushed aside Lin Zhao's outerwear, revealing a snug athletic tank top. He swiftly drew a circle on a segment of his spine, detecting a faint, almost insect-like point nestled there. Let me give it a try. Su Li stepped forward, her palms facing upwards as the delicate moisture in the air began to coalesce, forming a thin membrane of water that gently enveloped the pulsating point. With her eyes closed, her long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she concentrated. Moments later, she reluctantly opened her eyes and shook her head. It's no use. The water membrane can only insulate, not destroy. This mark seems to have been inscribed with energy, making it quite stubborn. If brute force won't work, let us attempt a more refined approach. Chen Mo's mind raced, linking with Qin Xian and Su Li, sharing perceptions to manifest the minuscule mark before them. Su Li, can you control a more precise stream of water? If we can impact the connection points of the energy structure, we should be able to disperse and wash it away. Qin Xian initiated calculations, marking the target within their mental connection. Su Li's eyes lit up. I'll give it a shot. She focused once more, this time not conjuring a water sphere, but a nearly transparent stream, finer than a strand of hair, carefully guiding this filament of water towards the energy mark. The room fell into a hushed anticipation. Lin Xiao felt an extremely subtle prickling sensation on his back, akin to a mosquito bite, swiftly transforming into a cool tingle. It's working, Su Li exclaimed. The structure is loosening. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead as the delicate manipulation demanded immense mental and physical exertion. Several minutes later, she exhaled deeply, the stream of water dissipating. Chen Imo immediately re-engaged his perception, and indeed, the irritating little bug on Lin Xiao's back had vanished. Su Li, you are incredible. Lin Xiao flexed his shoulders, a look of joy on his face. This ability would be so convenient for showering. Su Li's cheeks flushed slightly, avoiding a response as she stepped aside to sip from a water cup, concealing her momentary embarrassment. Meanwhile, Qin Xian was already seated before the computer, his fingers flying across the keyboard. I'm attempting to search for keywords: border control, practitioners, spiritual energy, supervision bureau. His tone was calm, yet his speech was rapid, leading to an unsurprising conclusion. Aside from web novels, entertainment news, and a plethora of wellness advertisements, there existed no information of any substantial value. This was either due to a scarcity of informed individuals or because the pertinent information had been meticulously controlled and purged by some omnipotent force, akin to a regulatory agency. He paused his typing and summarized. This signifies that we are confronted by an enigmatic world, cloaked beneath the facade of ordinary society, governed by stringent rules. Moreover, the bamboo pole mentioned that Zhao Tai had many subordinates, yet singularly bestowed upon him the method of cultivation. The act of cultivation, it seems, is exceedingly discerning regarding one's so-called aptitude or foundation. Not just anyone can partake in it. Under Chun Mo's guidance, our evolutionary probability stands at 100%. Even as an anomaly within that unknown realm, an invisible pressure loomed over us. According to Yi Ming's energy detection application, if the strength of the bamboo pole is rated at 1, then any one of us would likely range between 1.5 to 2. Yet Zhao Tai, adjusting his glasses, revealed a multitude of complex formulas and curves on the screen. Considering the distinct hierarchical classification outlined, his energy level could potentially exceed that of the bamboo pole by 5-fold or more. When it came to talismans and spells, engaging directly would yield a minimal chance of success. Lin Xiao clenched his fists, his frustration evident on his face. Thus, relying on brute strength would not suffice. Chen Imo interjected, casting a sweeping glance over the group. We must rely on intellect and collaboration. We are a team, not lone wolves. Indeed, not lone wolves. Qin Xian's derision was instantaneous and unfiltered, mocking Chun Mo's individualistic heroism, leaving Chun Mo momentarily speechless. Suddenly, Pan Yiming, endowed with the talent of an overlooked otaku, spoke up, reminding everyone of his presence. His voice was somewhat dry. Perhaps we too can possess talismans. He held up the crumpled yellow talisman on the table, his gaze fervent as a ravenous wolf encountering its prey. This was distinctly different from the one Qin Xian had drawn last time. It contained exceedingly intricate energy pathways. If we could decipher its operational principles, Qin Xian immediately became intrigued, leaning closer to the computer. Indeed, if we could analyze this energy pattern, we could replicate it. Replicate? Lin Xiao blinked, bewildered. Would it not be simpler to just photocopy it? I know a printing shop that is incredibly cheap. I've run errands for clients before. Replication is not mere duplication. Pan Yiming's speech quickened, assuming the essence of the talisman lies in its patterns to function. Then the switching, guiding, and releasing mechanisms are universal. Variations in the core components result in varying effects. Thus, the talisman becomes a universal integrated circuit for cultivators. I may not be able to draw talismans, but I can create circuit boards. Let us do it. Chen Mo concluded decisively. Lin Xiao, go cool off. Do not break anything. Su Li, please monitor everyone's condition. Yiming, Xian, let us commence. Chen Mo took a deep breath, attuning himself to the web of energy. His mental focus sharpened like a microscope, delving into each intricate pattern. This time, he perceived even deeper. The crimson lines animated before his eyes, transforming from static patterns into a multitude of shimmering streams of light, gradually traversing their paths to form a precise whole. Notes: energy converged and transformed at these junctures. The patterns were not merely two-dimensional figures. They possessed a three-dimensional structure, with energy coalescing at several critical points. Chen Mo closed his eyes, murmuring to himself. Beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. Pan Yiming hastily produced paper and pencil, sketching a rough draft based on the images in his mind. Qin Xian, eyes closed, synchronized his perception with Chen Mo's, his fingers dancing across the keyboard to establish a preliminary model. His brow furrowing ever tighter. The energy flow does not conform to conventional physical laws. There are redundant structures, possibly for stability. Here, Chen Mo magnified an inconspicuous intersection in the upper left corner of the talisman within his mind. This node exhibited a peculiar energy reaction, resembling a switch or interface. Pan Yiming suddenly slapped his thigh. Absolutely correct. This is indeed an energy circuit. This structure mirrors a logic gate. However, it processes and transmits not electrons, but spiritual energy. His voice trembled with excitement. If we substitute silver paste for vermilion and use a substrate instead of yellow talisman paper, discovering the activation method. Chen Mo abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with the same fervor as Pan Yiming. Then we might just create the world's first circuit board talisman. Chapter 12. Have I become a fool, intentionally or by accident? Qin Xian opened his eyes, gazing at Yiming's sketch, extending his finger. Our direction is correct. So these components must serve as signatures or anti-counterfeiting locks. Precisely. Pan Yiming's eyes lit up, startling Lin Xiao, who had leaned over to peer in. They are indeed anti-counterfeit locks. It seems these cultivators possess a rather keen awareness of intellectual property rights. Lin Xiao wore a perplexed expression. Wait. You've been researching this for a while now. How does this thing actually work? Just a piece of paper with some red lines, and it can shoot fireballs? That is too mystical. Pan Yiming regarded him with a gaze akin to that of someone observing a needy child. He beckoned, tugging at Lin Xiao's belt buckle with surprising strength. Lin Xiao snapped back to reality. Right? We are rather mystical, aren't we? Chen Mo, having regained his breath, opened his eyes, sighing as he looked at Lin Xiao. Based on my perception, this talisman itself resembles the primer of a bullet. Primer? Lin Xiao appeared even more bewildered. Yes. Chen Mo's spirits soared, his enthusiasm ignited. The talisman does not store much energy. This intricate pattern serves as a precise firing mechanism. When the bamboo pole injects a modicum of magical power into it, it is akin to pulling the trigger. The primer is activated, instantly mobilizing the spiritual energy present in the surrounding air. Essentially, the ammunition. Then, bang, the spell is formed. Su Li listened quietly from the side, nodding thoughtfully. Therefore, the key lies in replication, streamlining this pattern. Bingo. Chen Mo snapped his fingers, impressed by the academic prowess of Su Li, summarizing aptly. Lin Xiao glanced between the talisman and the densely packed circuit sketch that Pan Yiming had drawn, scratching his buzz cut, as if suddenly enlightened. Oh, I understand. Pan Yiming shot Lin Xiao a look that clearly conveyed, you didn't understand a thing, did you? Though the analogy is crude, the core logic holds true. We can indeed craft talismans. This conclusion sent a rush of adrenaline through everyone. If this concept can truly succeed, what would that imply? It would mean that they too had acquired the ability to utilize spiritual energy beyond mere supernatural powers. At the very least, when that Zhao Tai came knocking, they would possess something substantial, rather than relying solely on the rudimentary abilities they had managed to piece together. Subsequently, eliminating the signature and anti-counterfeiting lock patterns, they extracted the core functional circuit. Xianxian adjusted his glasses, the cold light from the screen reflecting off the lenses. I will take care of this part. Calibrating it with your insights for algorithm optimization. Without hesitation, they set to work, fingers dancing over the keyboard, lines of code cascading like a waterfall. Chun Mo once again focused his mind, discerning which elements of the talisman's patterns were essential and which were superfluous. Pan Yiming was not idle either. He rummaged through his backpack, pulling out discarded circuit board remnants and a bottle of conductive silver paste. Who knows what else he could unearth from that bag? As seconds ticked by, the activity room resonated solely with the sound of keyboard strokes, Xianxian's occasional murmurs, and Chun Mo's heavy breaths. Finally, Xianxian released a long breath, turning his laptop screen towards everyone. The core circuit diagram is optimized. The screen displayed two exquisitely intricate circuit diagrams clearly. They had transformed the convoluted strokes on the talisman into a more concise layout, aligning with the principles of electromagnetism. Pan Yiming's eyes widened in astonishment. His breaths quickening. Marvelous. This routing, this layout, it perfectly avoids redundant structures, ensuring the shortest energy flow path. The efficiency will undoubtedly surpass the original. Excitedly gesturing, let us get started right away. Behold, our newly developed circuit board talisman. Moreover, as he spoke with increasing fervor, the potential for mass production became tantalizingly real. Imagine, we could create 10,000 of these. What signifies entry into the realm of the otaku? The willingness to engage in conversation at length. Without hesitation, this tech enthusiast sprang into action. In no time, two freshly minted circuit board talismans emerged, albeit somewhat rough around the edges, yet with distinctly clear lines. The silver patterns shimmered under the light, embodying a captivating fusion of technology and mystery. Setting up the ultraviolet lamp for curing, a more audacious idea sparked in his mind. Pan Yiming's voice quivered with excitement. You all realize, since this device is an energy-triggering apparatus, surely the energy required to activate it must be derived from magical power, right? What about electricity? Could a standard electric current suffice? The efficiency may not match that of spiritual energy, but theoretically, it is entirely viable. Chun Mo found himself once again astonished by Pan Yiming's ingenuity. Are you suggesting? Pan Yiming's gaze swept around the room, ultimately landing on Lin Xiao, whose curiosity was as insatiable as it was resilient. Lin Xiao, come here and hold this talisman, Pan Yiming instructed, pointing to a designated soldering point. Lin Xiao approached without suspicion, eagerly pinching it delicately between his fingers. Pan Yiming lifted two slender wires, connecting them to a small button battery, and cautiously extended the other ends toward the energy input terminal of the circuit board talisman. On the count of 3, hold steady and don't move, Pan Yiming advised, his own nerves tingling. 3, 2, 1. Gently, Pan Yiming pressed the wire contacts against the circuit board. A faint hum resonated as a barely perceptible current coursed through the silver lines, causing a slight flicker. Everyone assumed it was merely a standard electrical phenomenon. Suddenly, a small but brilliantly bright white arc visibly surged from one of the circuit's nodes. Instead of projecting forward as anticipated, it shot out diagonally, narrowly grazing Lin Xiao's fingers that clutched the board. Aya! Lin Xiao let out a piercing shriek. Leaping into the air as if a cat's tail had been stepped on, his hair standing on end, trembling violently, and the circuit board talisman slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground. It's electrifying. Pan Yiming, you've betrayed me. Lin Xiao clutched his numbed hand, on the verge of tears, his mouth agape in disbelief. Silence enveloped the activity room, a grave stillness. Suli covered her mouth in shock. Xianxian halted, his hand poised mid-air as he adjusted his glasses. Chun Mo stood wide-eyed. How could a mere button battery possibly generate such a conspicuous electric arc? This had transcended the boundaries of conventional physics. Moments later, Pan Yiming was the first to regain his composure. Far from feeling remorse, his eyes gleamed with an unprecedented fervor as he gingerly picked up the circuit board. His voice, tinged with ecstatic distortion, proclaimed, "There's a reaction." It truly reacted. Although the energy diffusion is severe and it failed to produce a directed attack, it indeed stimulated the surrounding energy. This validates my hypothesis. This device is genuinely effective. Lin Xiao hoisted Pan Yiming into the air with exuberance. Brother, congratulations. But could you clarify whether this was intentional or accidental? Pan Yiming remained oblivious to Lin Xiao's dangerous smile, dancing with excitement, his hands flailing in the air. Chun Mo watched the scene unfold, shaking his head at the sight of Lin Xiao lifting Pan Yiming aloft, while Pan Yiming twisted in ecstatic delight. I propose the other talisman be a replica of the explosive talisman, yes? For our next experiment, could we perhaps employ a safer method, like avoiding having someone hold it? His gaze fell upon the circuit board of the explosive talisman, shimmering ominously with silver light, his heart racing with a blend of trepidation and exhilaration. The circuit board talisman was indeed feasible. Qin Xin pondered, a sudden discharge? Powered by a battery? What if we incorporated a switch or a remote module? A time bomb? What if it were mounted on a drone? What if we preemptively buried 10,000 of them? A flurry of text messages interrupted the moment. Chun Mo's phone buzzed with a notification. Zhao Tai intends to visit in person, returning to Ning City in 3 days. Evade. Chapter 13. The Elegant Young Master Zhao. A talent recruitment. The sender was an unfamiliar number. Evidently, that Mao Gu was not foolish enough to use his own number for communication. Damn, he's really coming. Lin Xiao exploded in agitation. Evade. Where to hide? My mother is still in the hospital. The atmosphere over the next 2 days grew suffocatingly oppressive. The pounding sounds were incessant, the sandbags visibly deflating. The moisture in the air thickened, taking on a multitude of forms. The rhythm of keystrokes quickened, resonating twice as fast as usual. The flickering electric arcs from the circuit board appeared to glow even brighter. Chen Mo remained occupied, repeatedly strategizing Zhao Tai's potential attitudes and tactics. Would he approach with diplomacy before resorting to force? Or would he crush them directly? What were the limits of negotiation? If talks fell through, how would they fight? How would they escape? Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking resonated, neither too soft nor too loud, rhythmic and clear, piercing through the stillness of the activity room. Everyone halted their movements, their gazes converging on the thin wooden door. Chen Mo's heart raced. He had arrived. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at the tense Lin Xiao and calmly called out, "Please, come in." The door gently swung open. A young man stood at the threshold, backlit, tall and slender. He wore a simple white shirt and casual trousers, appearing clean and well-groomed, reminiscent of a privileged, gentle senior. This was a stark contrast to the brazen arrogance of the previous Mao Gu. Here was an aura cultivated from both power and wealth. Zhao Tai. His eyes scanned the activity room, taking in the cluttered tables of electronic components, the deflated sandbags, and the computers, finally resting on the 5 individuals poised for confrontation. Lingering slightly longer on Su Li, offering a subtle smile and a gentle tone. "Good afternoon, classmates. I apologize for the intrusion. I am Zhao Tai." He pulled over a relatively intact chair and sat down naturally, as if he were the one in command. "First, I must apologize for the inappropriate behavior of my subordinates." Zhao Tai began, his tone sincere, yet his gaze fixed on Chun Mo and Lin Xiao. "Those incompetent fellows have been dealt with. Their reckless actions, emboldened by a modicum of ability, are a reflection of my lack of oversight." His words were eloquent, yet Chun Mo couldn't help but scoff internally. Dealt with? Was it merely a slap on the wrist, or did he truly take action? This seemingly casual remark both absolved him of responsibility and subtly asserted his dominance. "You are being overly dramatic, young Master Zhao. It was merely a small misunderstanding," Chen Mo replied, donning a slick smile, seamlessly continuing the conversation. "What brings you here today?" Zhao Tai leaned slightly forward, his hands clasped on the table, directly addressing Lin Xiao. "Mr. Lin Xiao, I shall be forthright. I am interested in acquiring your family's old residence. The location boasts a pleasant environment and holds certain advantages for me." He paused. Revealing his proposition, "I am prepared to offer 3 times the market value. Furthermore, the Zhao family will cover all of Ms. Lu's medical expenses and can arrange consultations with the finest specialists in the country. What do you think? 3 times the market value. Top-tier medical resources." Lin Xiao gasped, instinctively glancing at Chen Mo. This offer was an irresistible temptation for someone in dire need of funds for his mother's treatment. Chen Mo's heart sank. Zhao Tai's strategic play of leveraging familial affection and wealth was both astute and ruthless. Young Master Zhao truly possesses a grand vision. However, Lin Zhao's father passed away early, leaving behind a profound sentiment tied to this house. Its significance to him transcends monetary value. "Although we may be impoverished, we still possess our dignity, do we not, Lin Xiao?" Lin Xiao, regaining his composure, defiantly straightened his neck and proclaimed, "Indeed, we shall not sell." Zhao Tai maintained his smile, yet his gaze shifted towards Chen Mo, imbued with a hint of scrutiny. "You are Chen Mo, correct? It appears you hold sway over Lin Xiao. At such a tender age, your composure is commendable." He pivoted his discourse. "To be candid, I find greater admiration for you all. Despite your youth, you have reached the threshold of cultivation." His eyes particularly lingered on Su Li, softening slightly. Especially you, Su Li. I have heard that your water-based techniques can be executed instantaneously. In my sect, such talent is indeed rare. Finally, his gaze returned to Chun Mo, proffering a genuine olive branch. You all are exceptionally gifted. Join me, become part of the Zhao family. I can offer you authentic cultivation practices, ample resources, and talismans to assist you. Furthermore, each of you would receive this monthly sum. He extended a single finger, indicating the remuneration for advisors. Zhao Tai smiled faintly, exuding tranquility. Surely, this is more beneficial than floundering here without guidance. Without a legacy, one risks falling into madness. 100,000 a month. Per person. Chinemo felt his heart skip a beat. This was his most vulnerable weakness. Were those ruffians also receiving this much? What fate awaited them? He absolutely could not acquiesce. Chun Mo forced himself to maintain his composure, his face alight with feigned excitement. Your offer is simply too generous. We may never earn such a salary in our lifetimes. He rubbed his hands together, feigning difficulty. However, we are but ordinary students, accustomed to a carefree existence. We may struggle to adapt to the rules of a grand family. Should we fail to meet your expectations, it would be quite embarrassing. Though Lin Xiao was straightforward, he understood the necessity of caution when dealing with adversaries and let out a heavy grunt. Su Li averted her gaze, avoiding the weighty scrutiny of Zhao Tai. Qin Xian adjusted his glasses, his expression impassive. Pan Yiming had not even lifted his head, still engrossed in his tinkering. Zhao Tai's smile finally waned. He rose slowly, adjusting the impeccably smooth cuffs of his shirt, the warmth of his demeanor vanishing, replaced by an air of authority. Chinemo, he spoke, his voice low yet imbued with a chill. In this era, some things cannot be safeguarded merely through cleverness and so-called dignity. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the five of them. Wealth? Sentiment? In the face of true power, they are utterly insignificant. This path, devoid of guidance from predecessors and lacking a foundation, is akin to traversing a tightrope over an abyss. One misstep, and it is irretrievable. His tone carried an undeniable threat, a warning to preserve talent and prevent its destruction. The atmosphere in the activity room seemed to freeze, the pressure mounting palpably. Chun Mo felt a chill run down his spine, yet he straightened his back, suppressing any falsehoods on his face, and met Zhao Tai's gaze. We appreciate your goodwill, young Master Zhao, but we wish to choose our own path. The negotiations had collapsed. Very well. You possess fortitude. Zhao Tai nodded, seemingly uninterested in further discourse, and turned to exit. Just as Chun Mo thought he was departing, Zhao Tai's hand paused on the doorknob, and without looking back, he casually remarked to Lin Xiao, Brother Lin, I am quite curious. Your father, Mr. Lin Long, once resided in Longke, did he not? Did he truly guard that old residence merely for nostalgia? Lin Xiao felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His head snapping up, his pupils dilating. Longke. He had never heard his mother mention his father's past codename. Zhao Tai slightly tilted his head, catching a glimpse of Lin Xiao's shocked expression, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Since gentle persuasion had proven futile, I must resort to vengeance for my junior. Here, protocol forbids physical confrontation. Before sunset tomorrow, at the abandoned auto salvage yard on the western outskirts of the city, I shall grant you time to prepare. I hope you all exercise caution. With that, he opened the door, his figure disappearing down the corridor. The door closed softly, enveloping the activity room in a deathly silence. Lin Xiao remained frozen in place, his mind consumed with questions about his father and Long Quebec. Su Li watched him with concern. Qin Xian's screen displayed a complex energy simulation graph. Chun Mo exhaled slowly, feeling sweat pooling in his palms. He approached the window, observing the black sedan silently merge into the flow of traffic, vanishing from sight. The western city's junkyard. There was no escaping this confrontation. Moreover, what secrets could Lin Uncle, that straightforward man, possibly harbor? Chapter 14. The Uncontrollable Hulk and the Composed Water Sphere. Zhao Tai had departed, yet he had ignited a fire within Lin Xiao. The young man appeared as though he had lost his soul, his gaze vacant, repeatedly murmuring, Long K, my father? His simplistic thought process could entertain but one possibility. His father's secret was so monumental that it had drawn the attention of cultivators, while he and his mother would forever remain ensnared in its shadow. Bang! The deafening noise startled everyone. The cabinet door was abruptly dented. Bearing a distinct imprint of a fist, the edges splintered. Lin Xiao? Su Li was the first to rush forward, her voice laced with urgency. She noticed Lin Xiao's hand. Knuckles reddened and trembling, not from pain, but from muscle spasms born of emotional turmoil. Leave. You all go first. Su Li grasped Lin Xiao's wrist, while Chun Mo and Qin Xian exchanged glances and silently lifted Pan Yiming, disregarding his protests as they dragged him outside. Lin Xiao gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, akin to an enraged beast. What is Long K? Why has my mother never mentioned it? What does Zhao Tai know? He prepared to strike the wall again. Calm down. Su Li firmly clutched Lin Zhao's wrist. Simultaneously, her left hand reached out into the air, gathering moisture rapidly to form a water sphere the size of a basketball, hovering above Lin Zhao's head. Splash! The water sphere cascaded down upon him, drenching Lin Zhao in a refreshing chill. He shuddered violently, the surge of agitation quelled by the sudden cold. He wiped his face, droplets cascading down from his hair, appearing somewhat disheveled and pitiable. I'm sorry, Lin Zhao's voice faltered, reminiscent of a child who had misbehaved. I understand. Su Li's tone softened as she offered him a dry towel, her mind racing with concern for his mother and the desire to uncover the truth about his uncle. Though this was not the time for confusion, she watched Lin Zhao dry his face, speaking gently. What he said was meant to disturb you, even to claim you. The more flustered you become, the more he revels in it. Do not forget, our adversary remains him. You must maintain your composure. As Chinemo entered, he observed Lin Zhao seated with his head bowed, feeling a sense of relief. Thank goodness for Su Li, otherwise they would owe a fortune for damages in this activity room. Chinemo, perhaps we should simply abstain from attending. I could relocate my mother to a hospital in Shanghai. It is not worth the risk. Enough with the melodrama. Do you believe we have any other choice? What kind of nonsense is this about not going if it risks everything? Chun Imo clapped Lin Zhao on the shoulder, jesting. Come on, gather around for a meeting. Yiming, lock the door. The five of them sat together, the atmosphere heavy with tension. First and foremost, we must clarify our objective, Chen Imo stated bluntly. Tomorrow is not a matter of life and death. We lack the capability for such a confrontation. Our goal is to display our strength. To make it known that we are not soft persimmons to be easily squeezed, at least not without caution. To put it simply, a draw is a victory. Qin Xian adjusted his glasses, continuing, according to the feedback from our phones, the energy fluctuations emanating from Zhao Tai were approximately equivalent to 23 Lin Zhao's. Possessing close combat skills, it is highly likely that he has mastered at least one offensive spell, undoubtedly possesses talismans, and is probably equipped with magical artifacts. Our only hope lies in his underestimation of us and his ignorance of our capabilities. Chen Mo's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed. Thus, our opportunity rests upon the disparity of information and asymmetric strikes. Pan Yiming interjected. Are magical artifacts akin to advanced circuit boards? What? Has our ultimate weapon undergone an upgrade? Chun Mo turned his gaze towards Pan Yiming, who produced two seemingly more refined green circuit boards, adorned with intricate silver patterns and soldered with several tiny chips and interfaces. The enhanced versions, Arc Talisman Board and Explosive Flame Talisman Board. Pan Yiming succinctly explained, utilizing superior substrates and conductive silver paste, resulting in improved stability. The activation method is a remote wireless trigger. He waved his phone. Wow. Lin Zhao's ability to find joy amidst hardship is not without reason. He leaned in with curiosity, wondering if this device could indeed unleash lightning and fireballs. Theoretically, the Arc Talisman Board induces paralysis combined with high temperatures, while the Explosive Flame Talisman Board can generate fireballs, concentrating initial power with an extensive splash radius. Lacking a directional solution, it can only be thrown near the target or pre-deployed. The activation incurs a delay of a fraction of a second. Qin Xian promptly connected, opening his laptop to display an aerial view of the junkyard. The environment is complex, conducive to concealment and flanking maneuvers. Lin Zhao, your primary role is to draw fire. Qin Xian directed his gaze at Lin Zhao, engaging directly to entangle Zhao Tai, thereby creating opportunities for the others. Remember, engage without risking your life. Utilize the remnants of the cars as cover. Su Li, Qin Xian turned towards her. The firewater tank and underground pipes in the junkyard may harbor standing water. Initially, assist Lin Zhao in defense. When opportunities arise, you must create a widespread aquatic environment or employ mist to obscure Zhao Tai's vision and perception. Yiming, you are responsible for controlling the battlefield and delivering the fatal blow. Qin Xian pointed to several vantage points on the map. You will conceal yourself here, manipulating the metallic debris, screws, car doors, hoods, whatever you can. Harass Zhao Tai from a distance, disrupting his spellcasting rhythm. Most importantly, at the opportune moment, precisely control the circuit board talismans to their designated positions and activate them remotely. Finally, Qin Xian turned to Chun Mo. Chen Mo, adopt the divine perspective. The mental link will share vision and perception throughout. Continuously monitor Zhao Tai's energy fluctuations. I will predict the moment of opportunity and deliver a mental shock. Chun Mo inhaled deeply. Understood. Indeed. Qin Xian nodded. Now we must engage in continuous practical exercises, focusing on practicing the tossing, receiving, and activation process of the talismans. They cleared away the clutter, delineating a makeshift area in the activity room. Aware that this simulation would differ significantly from actual combat, they still strive to cooperate diligently. The next day, as the sun dipped low in the west, the five stood at the school's back gate, ready to embark towards the outskirts junkyard. Lin Xiao was incessantly performing chest expansion exercises, while Su Li quietly checked the first aid supplies in her small backpack. Qin Xian conducted a final check on the drone's transmission signal, and Pan Yiming absent-mindedly fiddled with his circuit board talismans and metal items in his bag. Shun Mo breathed in the cool autumn breeze, suddenly grinning widely, attempting to maintain a casual tone. Hey, why the long faces? Let us not forget our grand blueprint. Once our app takes off, with user numbers soaring past 1 million, we'll be lounging back, counting our profits. At that point, today's endeavor will mark the dazzling prologue of our entrepreneurial saga. He patted Lin Xiao's sturdy back. If we win, I'll treat you. Hot pot to your heart's content. Order as much meat as you like. Until you burst. Lin Xiao paused momentarily, then laughed heartily. You said it. I'm going to eke you out of house and home. Su Li could not help but smile, while Qin Xian adjusted his glasses. Remaining silent, but with a softened jawline, Pan Yiming carefully stowed away the circuit boards. This light-hearted banter, akin to a ray of sunshine, slightly dispelled the looming gloom. The vehicle they summoned arrived. The five boarded, heading westward. The closer they approached the junkyard, the more desolate the surroundings became. The light dimmed perceptibly, the silhouettes of the factory buildings looming in the twilight like slumbering behemoths. The vehicle halted. The five disembarked, confronted by a vast area enclosed by barbed wire, filled with an endless expanse of car wrecks glistening with a cold metallic sheen under the sunset, eerily silent. As they approached a breach in the wire, a voice emerged from the shadows ahead, neither loud nor soft, yet distinctly resonating in each ear. Have you arrived? More punctual than I anticipated. Zhao Tai stood atop a pile of wrecked cars, the sunset framing his figure. Clad in a fitted black training outfit, his aura was dense, and his gaze sharp as he slowly scanned the five, prepared for battle. The surrounding air seemed to thicken, weighed down by his presence. The confrontation was imminent. Chapter 15. The fierce battle at the junkyard, the debut of the talisman boards. Zhao Tai stood atop the pile of wrecked cars, the sunset illuminating him. Complemented by his appropriate training attire and striking appearance, exuding an ethereal quality. Shun Mo felt as though his perception had collided with a wall, rendering him momentarily ineffective. He muttered under his breath, "This guy is impressively arrogant. I would give him full marks." Zhao Tai's gaze swept over the five, lingering a moment longer on Su Li before finally resting on Shun Mo, shaking his head slightly, his tone laced with pity. Young and inexperienced. It is not easy to reach this threshold. To choose the wrong path is truly unfortunate. As a reminder, you are practitioners as well. I am avenging my junior brother. So it is not against the rules. Emphasizing his superiority, Shin Mo internally scoffed, maintaining a stoic facade. Just as the words left Zhao Tai's lips, he sprang into action. Swiftly, incredibly swift, he propelled himself off the top of the wrecked car and pounced downward, targeting the slightly rearward Shin Mo. Grasping the essence of capture the leader first, he understood the strategy. Get lost. Lin Xiao roared, his entire body tensed, his right foot crashing down with a thunderous boom, causing the half-buried tire beneath him to sink deeper. Like a cannonball, he charged directly at Zhao Tai without flinching. Halt! His fist, the size of a cauldron, hurtled towards Zhao Tai's face. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Tai's eyes, seemingly taken aback by Lin Xiao's speed and strength. The hand that was initially aimed at Shun Mo redirected mid-flight, morphing from palm to fist, striking out to intercept Lin Xiao's blow. Bang! A muffled thud echoed, akin to a gong being struck. Lin Xiao staggered back 3 or 4 steps, leaving shallow impressions in the ground with each step, his right arm aching and tingling. Nearly unable to lift, Zhao Tai merely swayed slightly, landing lightly as if it were effortless. His expression bore astonishment. Interesting, considerable brute strength. Yet the disparity in techniques is vast. Lin Xiao shook out his arm and defiantly retorted, "Enough chatter. Strength is rationale. Come again." Despite the setback, his momentum remained unyielded. Shun Mo felt a slight sense of reassurance. It seemed Lin Xiao's physique could withstand a few hits. Zhao Tai evidently underestimated Lin Xiao. Chuckling lightly as he moved again, swift as a specter, aiming to bypass Lin Xiao and continue his pursuit of the core target, Chen Mo Su Li. Qin Xian called out within the mental link. Already prepared, Su Li gestured with her hands, conjuring several murky tendrils of water that coiled around Zhao Tai's feet like constricting serpents. Just a trivial trick. Zhao Tai didn't even glance. His foot trembled, and a surge of energy erupted, easily scattering the water tendrils into droplets. In that brief moment of hesitation, Lin Xiao lunged once more, his fists raining down like a torrential storm, forcing Zhao Tai to pivot and defend himself. Yiming. Distraction. Qin Xian's composed voice resonated within the link. Pan Yiming, who had stealthily concealed himself in the abandoned crane's driver-esque cabin, pushed up his glasses, his gaze focused. With both hands hovering in the air, a few dilapidated car doors and a pile of rusty screws scattered across the ground suddenly began to vibrate and buzz, before soaring upward and crashing down towards Zhao Tai. Zhao Tai furrowed his brow, visibly perturbed. A faint, almost imperceptible aura of white light enveloped him, causing the incoming metallic debris to collide with the halo, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. Most of the projectiles were deflected, yet a few managed to penetrate the barrier, striking him and causing his clothing to rustle with each impact. This is never-ending. Zhao Tai's irritation began to boil over. He realized that these youngsters, working in tandem, were proving quite troublesome. He needed to take one down first. Locking his gaze onto Lin Xiao, who charged at him again, he resolved to incapacitate the most bothersome one first. At that moment, Qin Xian's voice resonated in the minds of everyone present. Opportunity. Lin Xiao, 3 steps to the left. Force him to dodge right. Pan Yiming, prepare the arc. Chen Mo, ready the mental shockwave. Lin Xiao never hesitated in following orders. With a fierce roar, he feigned a punch, then lunged sharply to the left front, blocking Zhao Tai's escape route. As anticipated, Zhao Tai instinctively sidestepped to the right rear. Now's the time. Lin Xiao? Pan Yiming urged in the link, leaning out from the window, extending his hand as he directed a green circuit board, adorned with silver patterns, to spin and soar between Zhao Tai and Lin Xiao. This was a tactic developed during their training. The circuit board contained metal, and controlling the metal allowed them to manipulate the board for ranged attacks. Was there any issue? None. Lin Xiao understood intuitively, trusting his partner without a second thought. As the circuit board approached, he transformed his fist into an open palm, pushing with all his might against the edge of the board. Accelerate for me. Crack. The circuit board was propelled forward with tremendous force, shooting towards Zhao Tai's chest like a rocket with secondary propulsion. Just as Zhao Tai regained his balance, he spotted the peculiar, metallic glimmering circuit board hurtling towards him. Although it approached with speed, it appeared to be nothing more than a mundane object. He scoffed, a hint of disdain in his voice. What scrap from which vehicle is this? Casually, he raised his white glowing hand, intending to swat the metal plate away like a fly. At the very instant his palm was about to make contact with the circuit board, Pan Yiming, from a distance, pressed down hard on the virtual button on his phone screen. Zzzzz. The spiritual energy ignited in an instant. A blindingly bright white arc erupted violently from the circuit board. The shrill sound was enough to make one's teeth ache. The brilliance illuminated Zhao Tai's astonished face. Zhao Tai let out a brief, pained cry, his body convulsing violently, as if struck by high-voltage electricity. The arm he had raised to swat the circuit board was instantly charred, and waves of searing pain coursed through his skin. More terrifying was the intense sensation of paralysis that swept over half his body, causing the already thin layer of white light to flicker violently and disintegrate. He staggered back several steps, leaning against a wrecked vehicle to avoid falling, his right arm hanging limply, rendered temporarily useless. Looking up towards the direction where Pan Yiming was hiding, disbelief and horror etched across his face for the first time. What is this? A talisman? No, this is not a talisman at all. What kind of sorcery have you employed? Damn it. Yiming, you are a genius. Chen Mo shouted frantically in the link. This circuit board talisman is truly effective. A wounded beast is the most dangerous. The price of underestimating his opponents ignited Zhao Tai's fury. The excruciating pain in his right arm, coupled with the humiliation of being subjected to an unknown force, turned his eyes crimson with rage. Very well. Zhao Tai's voice turned icy and laced with murderous intent. To force me to use the sharp metal talisman, you all deserve to die. He flipped his left hand, revealing a talisman in his palm. This talisman was entirely different from the yellow paper ones previously used. It was silver white, crafted from a metallic-like material, with dark golden runes pulsating ominously, exuding a sharp aura that made one shiver. With a gentle toss, the talisman floated before him, seemingly activated in an instant, without affording any chance of interruption. Be careful. The energy response is extremely strong. Chen Mo's instincts screamed in alarm, and he shouted urgently. Without hesitation, Zhao Tai formed his left hand into a sword-like shape, tracing a swift motion across the silver talisman, and shouted, Sharp metal talisman, go. Buzz. The silver talisman ignited violently, transforming into a dazzling golden light, not flying in a straight line, but splitting into 3 crescent-shaped golden blades that screamed through the air as they tore apart the atmosphere. 2 aimed at Lin Xiao and 1 directed at the just-exposed Pan Yiming. The speed of these golden blades was astonishing, faster than Zhao Tai's own movements. They reached their targets in the blink of an eye. There was no escaping. Qin Xian's calculations reached a desperate conclusion. First in line was Pan Yiming. Just as he was reveling in the success of the talisman, he had no time to react, helplessly watching the deadly golden light magnify in his vision. Yiming. Lin Zhao's eyes widened in horror. He wanted to rush forward to shield him, but another blade was hurtling towards him, leaving him unable to protect himself. Su Li also paled in shock, her water shield appearing so frail before the golden blades. Su Li, maximize the water curtain. Qin Xian, track the trajectory. Chen Mo strained his mental energy to its limits, his eyes bloodshot, desperately attempting to track the blade's path, while sharing his perception with Qin Xian for final calculations. The golden blade of death was now upon Pan Yiming. In the next second, blood was about to spill. Chapter 16, what are you playing at? Here I come. As Pan Yiming was on the verge of being cleaved in two, Lin Zhao's eyes turned blood red as he prepared to leap forward to block. But the two blades were already hurtling towards him. Gritting his teeth, he abandoned all self-defense, unleashing his full speed towards Pan Yiming. For a moment, the blades couldn't catch up with him. Yiming, Lin Zhao shouted until his voice cracked. It was as if the discarded parts of the junkyard, broken stones, and shards of glass resonated with him, trembling and vibrating as he shattered his previous speed limits, moving like a fleeting shadow. In that fleeting moment, Su Li clenched her teeth, pushing forward with both hands, channeling the water towards Lin Zhao and Pan Yiming. Not far away, a broken fire hydrant exploded, sending accumulated sewage surging like an invisible hand grasping it, rushing towards Lin Zhao and Pan Yiming, instantly forming a thick, murky water curtain. In the mental link, Qin Xian remained as calm as possible, speaking rapidly. Can you see the marker? The water curtain needs to focus on that point. Su Li understood intuitively, directing the water flow to crash relentlessly at the marked location. The metal accompanied the water flow in the assault. Zzz. The golden blade sliced into the water curtain, tearing through it almost entirely. Water splashed everywhere, yet the speed and power visibly diminished. There was a glimmer of hope. Lin Zhao reacted with astonishing swiftness, using his momentum to shoulder barge into the stunned Pan Yiming, while he himself awkwardly turned, presenting his sturdy back to the now weakened blade. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as Lin Zhao's shirt ripped apart at the back, revealing a shallow gash that burned fiercely. But he merely grunted, swaying slightly before finding his balance, and reached back to touch the wound, grimacing. Damn, that stings. Meanwhile, one of the two blades pursuing Lin Zhao narrowly grazed Su Li's shoulder, severing a few strands of hair and penetrating a wrecked vehicle, leaving deep gashes in its wake. Silence. If one were to describe Zhao Tai, employing thugs for forced evictions was a clear indication of his petty nature, yet he had almost inadvertently spared Su Li. Now standing still, the composure on Zhao Tai's face had vanished entirely as he controlled the last blade, hesitating to strike. Enduring the sharp metal blade, manipulating water with such precision? Zhao Tai's voice trembled with shock and confusion. This is not the kind of technique a body refinement realm should possess. Nor is it a spell from the Qi condensation realm. What kind of monsters are you? This group of young individuals, their cooperation is exceedingly peculiar, and their abilities are truly unprecedented. With 5 of them emerging at once, how could he possibly dare to strike? You monstrous fool. It is precisely you, the pretentious one, that I am addressing. Lin Zhao spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. The pain in his back only served to ignite his ferocity. Brothers, let us unleash our wrath upon him. Zhao Tai's mind was shaken, revealing a flaw. Now's the moment. Chen Mo. Qin Xian roared within the link, his judgment never faltering. Chen Mo concentrated the last vestiges of his mental energy and fiercely charged toward Zhao Tai's head. In a state of uncertainty, Zhao Tai suddenly felt as if his skull had been struck by a blunt instrument, his control over the final wave of energy instantly faltering. Yiming. Explosive flame talisman. Pan Yiming's eyes glinted with determination as he retrieved a more intricately patterned green circuit board from his bag, the upgraded explosive flame talisman. Instead of throwing it, he seized a rusty metal pipe at his feet, wedged the circuit board into the end, and hurled it like a javelin with all his might toward Zhao Tai. Lin Zhao? Pan Yiming shouted, pushing the metallic ability to its limits, imparting maximum initial velocity to the pipe. Understood. Lin Zhao grasped the situation. In the moment the javelin flew past him, he struck the tail of the pipe forcefully with his uninjured left hand. A secondary acceleration. Whoosh. The metal pipe, emitting a deadly shriek, shot straight toward Zhao Tai's face. Attempting that trick again. How could I allow you to succeed in stealing twice? Just as Zhao Tai was recovering from the mental blow, he glimpsed the rusty pipe with the bizarre green board hurtling toward him, dismissive. Such an electric arc can be countered if I gather my power, he scoffed, his body enveloped in a radiant white light as he prepared to withstand it. He needed to demonstrate that even within the Qi gathering realm, there exist disparities. Boom. Just as the pipe was about to make contact with the white light, Pan Yiming fiercely pressed the screen of his phone. The resounding explosion that followed was far more profound than the electric arc, yet even more devastating. The circuit board instantaneously activated, unleashing not an electric arc, but a compacted fireball that erupted with immense force. The shockwave, enveloped in intense heat, struck the white light with tremendous force, overwhelming it in an instant. Zhao Tai, as if struck by a heavy blow, was sent sprawling like a severed kite, crashing into a heap of discarded car parts and kicking up a cloud of dust. Struggling to rise, his clothes torn, hair disheveled, and a trickle of crimson blood escaping his lips, he glared intently at Pan Yiming. That accursed green talisman bore too close a resemblance to mundane iron, leaving him utterly perplexed as to its true function. Should it be cast again, his demise would be inevitable. There is more than one individual in the Qi-gathering realm, a special talisman that conceals one's aura. Who, pray tell, are you disciples of some hidden sect that dares to disguise yourselves and challenge the Zhao family? He completely misjudged the situation, mistaking this group of unfamiliar faces for disciples of a deeply concealed sect. Clutching his chest, Zhao Tai's expression fluctuated, and with gritted teeth, he produced another talisman from his robe, a flicker of pain crossing his face. Chen Imo was taken aback. Another one. He fixated on the talisman in Zhao Tai's hand. This could be dire. No, his perception indicated that Zhao Tai was nearly depleted of energy. Even if he utilized the talisman, could he ensure his own safety? Within the mental link, Xianxian also assessed that Zhao Tai lacked the strength to continue. Today Zhao Tai conceded defeat. I never imagined I would encounter such hidden talents in Ning City. Zhao Tai gritted his teeth, placing particular emphasis on the words hidden sect, indicating that they were at least in the Qi-gathering realm, perhaps even under the tutelage of someone beyond the transformation realm. Today's events were my transgression, and I shall report accurately to my sect. However, his gaze swept disdainfully over the 5 individuals. The mountain may not move, but the water will flow. We shall meet again. With that, he crushed the talisman in his hand. Buzz. A flicker of light enveloped him as Zhao Tai's figure accelerated, executing several rapid jumps. In the next moment, only a faint trace of energy disturbance remained at his previous location. He fled? Lin Xiao could scarcely believe it, rubbing his eyes. An instant acceleration talisman? Qin Xian adjusted his glasses, kneeling to keenly sense the lingering energy fluctuations. Chen Imo collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The transformation realm. Qi gathering, and the transformation into the essence? He repeated Zhao Tai's parting words, a frown creasing his brow, as he realized he had misunderstood something. Did he mistake us for disciples of a hidden sect? Qin Xian rose, his expression more solemn than ever, not merely a misunderstanding. He mentioned reporting to his sect, and alluded to a future encounter. It seems we have inadvertently stirred a hornet's nest. Furthermore, he looked toward Chen Imo. The terms he used, transformation, Qi gathering, and transformation into the essence, likely represent clear distinctions within the realm of cultivation. The entry realm we speculated upon likely corresponds to the transformation realm. Meanwhile, Zhao Tai must be in the Qi gathering realm, which is why he deduced that we have entered that stage. The true world of cultivation had unveiled a mere glimpse of its depths in an unexpectedly profound manner. Beneath this surface lies both fortune and peril. Having defeated Zhao Tai, it appeared they had attracted an even greater trouble. With these evolved abilities, why did life seem to grow increasingly difficult? This expansion brought with it an overwhelming pressure. Chapter 17. The Awakened Ones officially named. Official attention. We actually won. Lin Xiao grinned, a mixture of pain and exhilaration coursing through him as he tugged at his aching back. Yes, we triumphed. Suli responded softly, moving to his side to retrieve iodine and gauze from her small backpack, assisting him in cleaning his wounds. Pan Yiming, ignoring his own condition, busied himself collecting the remnants of the circuit board. Even fragments, if found, could serve as valuable references. Chen Imo and Qin Xian exchanged glances, both recognizing the fatigue and concern etched on each other's faces. The group hurried back to their hideout, the activity room. Time to review. Chen Imo rubbed his still throbbing temples. The recent mental assault had indeed taken its toll, and it seemed he was suited for a supportive role. How did the data fare? Qin Xian had already pulled out his laptop, opening a screen that displayed the data stream relayed from their phones during the battle. Quickly extracting the pertinent information. Analyzing the energy intensity, Qin Xian adjusted his glasses, closing his eyes to summarize. Zhao Tai's energy fluctuations peaked at a stable 80 to 90 units, originating from within himself and remarkably refined. As for us, he opened his eyes and displayed the computer screen. It is indeed peculiar. We directly tapped into the spiritual energy, resulting in an energy field enveloping us. Under normal circumstances, Lin Zhao's energy response was the strongest, fluctuating around 30 units. while Su Li and I hovered around 25. And Chen Mo and Yi Ming were even lower at merely 20. However, he highlighted several data points from the late stages of the battle. At the critical moment, when Lin Xiao lunged toward Yi Ming, his energy field surged to 62, doubling with a curve. When Su Li manipulated the water curtain to intercept the energy blades, her energy response briefly leaped to around 51. Chen Mo, when executing the mental assault, also exhibited a sharp peak of 47. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao became animated, momentarily forgetting his pain. What curve? Is it akin to the narratives in novels? A breakthrough in the heat of battle? An upgrade? He chuckled. Does that mean I'm stronger than you all? Qin Xian shot him an impassive glance, his instinct to critique instantly activated, judging by the data. You indeed reached the highest energy peak, yet what truly warrants your amusement is the impact on your physical prowess. You have become more formidable. Why is it only you, Su Li, and Chen Mo who experienced such leaps, while Yi Ming and I did not? This merits further investigation. Chen Mo stroked his chin, contemplating. It seems our path diverges significantly from that of Zhao Tai and his ilk. If everyone were akin to mobile phones, their energy would be derived from absorbing spiritual essence, akin to upgrading their internal memory, with a defined capacity indicative of their realm. Conversely, we might be likened to having evolved a wireless module, lacking internal memory, yet capable of connecting to the network to perform functions. Superpowers could be interpreted as functionalities achieved through this connectivity. This metaphor is quite enlightening. Even Lin Xiao comprehends it. Qin Xian, uncharacteristically, affirmed this notion, noting that Zhao Tai cannot perceive our specific realms because he is accustomed to gauging the capacity of memory cards, while our signal strength escapes his recognition. I remarked. As Lin Xiao suddenly interjected, we frequently claim we have evolved, which sounds rather awkward, almost extraterrestrial. In novels, this phenomenon is termed awakening, much more evocative. We are the awakened ones. What do you think? The group paused, contemplating, and it dawned on them that this indeed sounds far more appealing than mere evolution. Awakened ones has a nice ring to it, Su Li nodded. It resonates well with users, fostering a sense of immersion, Chen Mo affirmed from a product perspective. The naming is settled, Qin Xian stated succinctly. Pan Yi Ming remained silent, merely jotting down the words awakened ones in his notebook. What level does this place us at? Lin Xiao inquired, invigorated. Did Zhao Tai not mention something about body refinement, energy condensation, and transformation? Chen Mo pondered, integrating the earlier data and combat analysis. According to Zhao Tai's standards, we were likely at the mid to late stages of body refinement before this battle. Our recent breakthrough should place us in a realm akin to energy condensation. However, our essence is fundamentally different, so their classifications cannot be directly applied. A spark of inspiration lit up his eyes. Since they mistakenly believe we are from some reclusive sect, why not lean into the misconception? From now on, we shall refer to ourselves as Lingxi, borrowing from an app's name. Internally, we shall be the awakened ones. Our initial awakening phase will be termed the awakened ones, corresponding to E level, akin to body refinement. Those who experience another breakthrough, like today, will be known as resonators, corresponding to D level, akin to energy condensation. What do you think? Lin Xiao mused. Lingxi awakened one's resonators. The more he repeated it, the more formidable it sounded. It settled. With Zhao Tai's departure, he would undoubtedly relay our secrets. Qin Xian's expression turned grave. We were certainly under scrutiny. Should we continue with the app? Absolutely. Chen Mo's stance was resolute. Currently, the app lacks the ability to promote awakening. However, once the algorithms are in place, it can facilitate awakening for suitable users. This not only accumulates data, but also gradually cultivates our own cadre. Qin Xian immediately supported the idea. Indeed, the data sample is too limited. We require more to refine the model. We can implement stricter encryption protocols and anonymity mechanisms. Su Li expressed concern. Could this be too perilous? What if the Zhao family or other factions discover us? Lin Xiao, however, remained unfazed. What is there to fear? We are now adept practitioners of Lingxi, who cannot feign bravado. Pan Yi Ming focused solely on the technical aspects. The data monitoring module for the user side requires an upgrade. I can manage that. At that moment, Qin Xian's computer suddenly displayed a notification. It was the result of a web crawler program he had previously set up. Qin Xian opened the report and scanned it quickly. Indeed, he had programmed the crawler to capture a significant increase in anonymous discussions and help requests regarding the supernatural and strange phenomena in Ningxi and surrounding areas. Although most were dismissed as rumors or coincidences, the frequency and descriptions closely aligned with the spiritual essence dissipation phenomena we encountered. This revelation left everyone momentarily stunned. As they processed this new information, Chen Mo's phone chimed with a text message, its sender a mysterious local number. The content was brief, yet striking. Mr. Chen Mo, greetings. Regarding the incident that occurred this evening at the abandoned vehicle disposal site in the western suburbs of Ningxi, we need to inquire about certain matters. Please keep your phone accessible and remain in Ningxi for subsequent questioning. Special Affairs Coordination Office of the Ningxi Public Security Bureau. There were no threats or accusations. Merely a straightforward bureaucratic communication, yet it emanated an overwhelming pressure. Public Security Bureau? Special Affairs? What on earth is that? Lin Xiao swallowed hard. Xian quickly searched for the office's name online, but found nothing. Chen Mo stared at the message, his mind a tumult of emotions. Feeling a sense of foreboding, he opened the ticket purchasing app on his phone, attempting to book a train ticket out of Ningxi. The system responded, "Your identity information is currently restricted, and the purchase cannot be completed." As expected, Chen Mo turned his phone screen toward the group, forcing a wry smile. It appears we are indeed in official territory. The path to wealth is fraught with challenges. They had yet to engage with this so-called official entity. So they were unaware that even the bureau managing special affairs in Ningxi would not operate with such efficiency. Of course, they also would not know how swiftly news of Chen Mo's foray into cultivation could spread. Chapter 18. The Official Visit. Special Affairs Coordination Office. Goodness. In the activity room, Chen Mo tossed his phone onto the table, screen up, the message akin to a hot potato no one dared to touch. Restricted identity information prevents ticket purchase. Chen Mo said, his voice dry. The atmosphere thickened with tension. Lin Xiao abruptly stood, then anxiously sat back down, tugging at his buzz cut. What does this mean? Are we under house arrest? Public security? Special affairs? The name alone is chilling. Su Li gently placed a hand on his arm, signaling him to remain calm, though her fingertips felt slightly cold as well. Xian's computer screen flashed with rapidly refreshing code, resembling a cascading waterfall. The number was virtual, untraceable. There was no public data on the Special Affairs Coordination Office. The authority was evidently high. He pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. What should we do? Lin Xiao turned to Chen Mo, his gaze filled with both trust and an inescapable anxiety. No matter how reckless one might usually be, being targeted by such an unseen and intangible bureaucratic force instills a sense of dread in anyone. Chen Mo remained silent, moving to the window to draw aside a sliver of the Venetian blinds and peer outside. In the distance, classrooms and dormitories glowed brightly, with a few students gathered below, everything appearing normal. Yet, he felt as if countless eyes were watching from the shadows, fixated on this window. This sensation was far more chilling than facing Zhao Tai's overt threats. He took a deep breath, forcing his racing heart to calm. His mind began to churn, analyze the situation, assess the risks, seek the optimal solution. Panic was futile. Chen Mo turned back, striving to maintain a calm tone. What is a blessing is not a curse. What is a curse cannot be evaded. Since they have come to us, there is no escaping this. Our only advantage lies in the information gap. They may not be fully aware of our background, especially the essence of our abilities and the circuit board talismans. He scanned his companions. Remember, we are of Lingxi. We are practitioners who have inexplicably embarked on this path. When the time comes, regardless of who arrives, act according to my lead. Speak less and listen more. Especially you, Lin Xiao, mind your tongue. Lin Xiao opened his mouth as if to retort, but upon meeting Chen Mo's serious gaze, he swallowed his words and nodded heavily. Xian, continue to probe for peripheral information. Leave no stone unturned. Yiming, secure our belongings. Pan Yiming silently swept the most critical revised circuit board talismans into a metal container that resembled a trash can, sealing it tightly and stowing it by his feet. His movements swift as a thief. Su Li, prepare some water. Let us all take a moment to compose ourselves. Just as the words left his mouth, a series of knocks echoed at the door. With a gentle yet firm knock, 3 raps echoed through the room, instantly silencing the bustling activity within. The 5 individuals exchanged glances, and ultimately, their gazes settled on Chen Mo. Taking a deep breath, he approached and opened the door. Standing outside were 3 figures, the foremost of whom was surprisingly a girl who appeared even younger than Chen Mo. With her neat ponytail and unadorned face, her bright eyes sparkled like a spring well. Clad in a simple white t-shirt and jeans, she resembled a neighborly sister. Yet, when she stood there, her posture was impeccably straight, and the intensity of her gaze carried an inexplicable aura. Flanking her were 2 men, both seemingly in their 30s, their expressions stoic and dressed in unremarkable jackets. Yet their stances betrayed a background of professional training. One held a foot-long, milky white jade ruler, while the other cradled a palm-sized, bronze circular mirror. These artifacts, though appearing antiquated, emitted a peculiar resonance that instinctively alerted Chen Mo's senses. Chen Mo, the girl at the door spoke, her voice clear and melodious. She flashed a black-covered identification card before Chen Mo, declaring, I am Zhou Yu from the Special Affairs Coordination Office of the Ning City Public Security Bureau. These two are my colleagues. The badge and the official title flickered briefly across the card, and Chun Mo's heart sank. This was indeed an official matter. He forcibly quelled his astonishment, managing to feign a semblance of surprise and confusion. Officer Zhou, you look quite young. Please come in. He stepped aside, gesturing for them to enter. Zhou Yu nodded, a subtle smile gracing her lips, seemingly pleased by Chun Mo's compliment as she ushered her colleagues into the activity room. Her gaze casually swept across the interior, glancing at tables cluttered with components, deflated sandbags, computer screens, and the visibly anxious four individuals standing or sitting nearby. Chun Mo's perception extended towards Zhou Yu like invisible tendrils, and upon contact, a wave of unease washed over him. She was unfathomable. The energy she harbored felt like an unseen undercurrent beneath a tranquil sea, subtle yet profound, surpassing even Zhao Tai. If Zhao Tai's energy resembled a mountain stream, Zhou Yu's presence felt like a mighty river. Instinctively, he glanced at Qin Xian, who subtly nodded in agreement, evidently having reached a similar conclusion through his equipment. Zhou Yu appeared oblivious to Chun Mo's scrutiny, her gaze lingering momentarily on the pendant around his neck, a nondescript wooden charm left by his grandfather, now exposed by his round-neck t-shirt. For a fleeting instant, a barely perceptible change flickered in Zhou Yu's eyes, as though she had confirmed something or sparked an interest. However, she swiftly averted her gaze, so quickly that it might have been mistaken for an illusion. Yet both Chun Mo and the ever-watchful Qin Xian seized upon that brief anomaly. We need to inquire about the incident that occurred this evening at the abandoned vehicle processing site in the west of the city, Zhou Yu stated directly, her tone still crisp, but laced with an undeniable authority. We hope you can cooperate with us and come back to the Bureau for a formal record. Lin Xiao, upon hearing this, grew anxious, ready to interject, but a sharp glance from Chun Mo silenced him, his face reddening. Officer Zhou, we did go there today, but it was for personal matters, Chun Mo said, donning a guileless smile that belied his youthful innocence. However, negotiations fell through, and a minor conflict ensued. We're just ordinary students, a bit impulsive, but we certainly did not engage in any illegal activities. Could there be some misunderstanding? As he spoke, he discreetly observed Zhou Yu's two colleagues. The man with the jade ruler began to casually sweep it over the five of them, while the one holding the bronzed mirror subtly directed its surface towards their direction. At that moment, as the ruler passed over him, Chun Mo felt an unsettling sensation, as if an unseen force were probing him, akin to an X-ray scan, leaving him quite uncomfortable. Instinctively, a faint repulsion emanated from his mental energy, forming a delicate, invisible barrier around him. Zhou Yu's gaze swept over the five once more, this time imbued with a more pronounced scrutiny. Her colleagues exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a hint of astonishment. If there is a misunderstanding, we can clarify it later. Zhou Yu's expression remained steady, though her tone grew slightly firmer. Please cooperate with our work. Chun Mo's mind raced. Defiance was futile, their strength was inscrutable, and their official status was undeniable. He resolved to acquiesce, keen to discern their intentions. Displaying just the right degree of hesitation and unease, he finally nodded decisively. All right, Officer Zhou, we will cooperate. However, we truly are just ordinary students. Could we possibly conclude this quickly? It's getting late, and we have classes tomorrow. Rest assured, this is merely a routine inquiry. Zhou Yu replied, her tone softening upon witnessing Chun Mo's compliance. She gestured for them to proceed. Chun Mo exchanged a glance with his companions, signaling them to follow and remain silent. The five followed Zhou Yu and her colleagues out of the activity room and down the stairs. Awaiting them below were two seemingly ordinary black sedans. Even their license plates bore no distinguishing marks. However, once inside, Chun Mo sensed something was amiss. The interior, though unremarkable in decoration, possessed an extraordinary level of comfort and soundproofing. The engine's hum almost imperceptible. Had it been modified? Lin Xiao, seated beside Chun Mo, was visibly anxious, his palms sweating as he whispered, Chun Mo, what's going on? Are we really going with them? My heart is racing. Chun Mo gazed out at the swiftly retreating streets, the vehicle heading toward a seemingly mundane government office district in Ning City. He replied softly, what is the rush? What is destined to be will be. Let's take it one step at a time. Just leave it to me. Internally, he too was a bundle of nerves. What exactly was this Special Affairs Coordination Office? Why had Zhou Yu shown interest in his pendant? And what were the jade ruler and the bronzed mirror? The vehicle descended into the underground parking of the office complex, navigating through dimly lit corridors before halting in front of a specialized elevator that required a card to access. Zhou Yu exited the vehicle, swiped her identification, and the elevator doors slid open silently. After you, Zhou Yu beckoned, stepping inside first. The five exchanged glances, took a deep breath, and followed her into the elevator. As the doors closed, They were whisked away to an entirely unknown and concealed world beneath the surface. Chapter 19. The Super Administration Bureau. A formal entry into a new realm. As the elevator doors opened, Chen was momentarily taken aback. What lay before him was far from the conventional government office he had envisioned. It resembled a bizarre amalgamation of a science fiction set and a historical drama backdrop. A colossal hall stretched out before them, soaring several stories high and illuminated brilliantly. The ceiling featured sleek, futuristic lighting strips, while the floor glimmered with an unknown material that reflected light coldly. Yet, the people bustling about presented a surreal tableau. To the left, a monk with a shiny bald head and a scar was engrossed in tapping away at the latest model of a tablet, his fingers moving with remarkable speed. To the right, a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe and sporting a bun engaged in hushed conversation through a Bluetooth headset, seemingly deliberating over some formation materials. Even more bizarrely, a group of individuals clad in modern tactical gear strode past, each adorned with military boots and vests. One of them jingled with a palm-sized bronze bell dangling from his belt. What on earth was this place? Lin Xiao gaped, his head swaying back and forth like a bobblehead, marveling at the novelty of everything around him. Are they filming a movie? Do extra actors earn a handsome wage? Su Li inhaled gently, instinctively inching closer to Lin Xiao, as the overwhelming environment struck her with considerable force. Xianxian adjusted his glasses, incessantly snapping photos with his phone to swiftly capture the surroundings, processing the data it provided to form conclusions, and murmured, "The architectural structure is unique, with a shielding layer. The personnel composition is intricate. Energy responses vary, yet all surpass the capabilities of an average individual. An estimated 57 are unregistered, 31 at the body refinement stage, with the remainder exceeding detection limits." Pan Yiming remained silent, fixated like a voyeur on the gentleman adorned with a bell at his lower back. The guide, Zhou Yu, appeared unfazed by the scene, continuing her stride while casually offering introductions in her melodious voice. This is the Extraordinary Phenomena Management Bureau of Ning City, commonly referred to as the Super Bureau. Its primary responsibility is to manage and coordinate all extraordinary events and related personnel within its jurisdiction, with the core mission of maintaining social stability and preventing panic among the general populace. Thus, our return here isn't for an investigation, but rather to be regulated. Chen Mo mused internally. Zhou Yu, seemingly attuned to his thoughts, added pointedly, "Before obtaining formal registration, individuals like you, who have begun cultivation yet remain in an unregistered state, may, in certain circumstances, be viewed as unstable factors by other registrants and could even be actively eliminated. For instance, there's Zhao Tai from the Zhao family." Her tone dripped with evident disdain. That fellow is merely a spoiled rich kid, relying on his family's wealth, looking down on others. The Zhao family, while touted as a clan of cultivators, is more accurately described as some individuals' white gloves in society, exchanging wealth for resources and trading points within the Bureau. They wouldn't lift a finger for any genuinely dangerous tasks requiring effort. The weight of this information was considerable, and Chen Mo quickly processed it. It seemed the Super Bureau was the official institution overseeing individuals like them. In their eyes, Zhao Tai was hardly a significant figure. Zhou Yu led them to a room marked as the Registration Bureau, where the process was rather swift, primarily involving form filling and the input of basic information. While the staff attended to their tasks, Zhou Yu imparted some fundamental knowledge. Within the Super Bureau's system, individuals like you primarily hold two identities: solitary cultivators and sect members. Individual registration denotes a solitary cultivator, while collective registration with a distinct name and lineage qualifies as a sect. She observed them. Solitary cultivators face limitations when accepting tasks, with ratings directly reflecting personal strength. In contrast, sects have team ratings, allowing for a broader range of task types, though initial ratings require assessment through a tiered competition. I personally suggest that since you are together and happen to be 5, registering as a sect would be advantageous. A sect? What shall we call it? Lin Xiao turned to Chen Mo. Without hesitation, Chen Mo replied, "Lingxi Sect. It's the name of an app. Why not use it?" Done. That sounds impressive. Lin Xiao felt a surge of pride. Upon completing the registration, each received a card resembling an identity card, emblazoned with their names, identification numbers, and a QR code. Concurrently, Zhou Yu operated the computer and displayed an interface. This is the internal network terminal of the Super Bureau. You may log in through a dedicated encrypted channel in the future. She turned the screen towards them, highlighting 2 crucial sections, a task system and a redemption list. As the redemption list unfolded, all 5, including the usually composed Xianxian, were left wide-eyed. The screen displayed a dizzying array of categories and entries. Techniques: Basic Qi Refining Method, Introduction to Qi Absorption, 50 points. Steel Sword Technique, First 3 moves, 800 points. Water barrier, defensive technique, 300 points. And a long list below. Talismans, swift movement talisman, increases speed, 15 points each. Diamond talisman, temporarily boosts defense, 20 points each. Fireball technique talisman, 25 points each. All sorts of dazzling functionalities. Magic artifacts, standard flying sword, Qing steel, 1500 points. Heartguard mirror, low tier protection, 800 points. Various artifact fragments, for research or reconstruction, ranging from 100 to 10,000 points. Pills, body strengthening pill, enhances physical attributes, 30 points each. Energy restoration powder, quick energy recovery, 25 points each. And even some with names they couldn't decipher. Wow, Lin Xiao exclaimed, nearly drooling at the sight of the flying sword. Can it really fly? And the body strengthening pill. If I eat it, will I turn into a super scion? Su Li also covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with amazement. Qin Xian's fingers began to dance in the air, as if calculating something. While Pan Yiming pressed his face against the screen, intensely scrutinizing the fragments of magic artifacts and their structural descriptions. Noticing their reactions, Zhou Yu chuckled and kindly advised. As a newly registered sect, you have a 20-point team novice gift package. I strongly recommend redeeming this spirit pattern compass. She clicked on an item, revealing the compass they had previously seized. At 20 points each, it's a bit pricey, but it will greatly assist you in detecting spiritual energy concentrations, tracking specific targets, and avoiding hazardous areas during your initial tasks. It's an essential tool for novices. However, Chun Mo, Qin Xian, and Pan Yiming simultaneously shifted their focus from the compass to the lower sections of talisman fragments and magic artifact fragments. Su Li also displayed an intense interest. Lin Xiao asked Su Li if he could borrow 10 points to purchase a body-strengthening pill to give it a try. Su Li shot him an exasperated glance. The four exchanged glances, instantly reaching a consensus to transfer points to the sect under Lin Xiao's name. Ultimately, with Zhou Yu observing them with a mix of confusion and a hint of approval, Chun Mo navigated the interface. Utilizing the precious 120 points from the novice gift package to redeem a small collection of what others might deem worthless talisman fragments and magic artifact shards. Pan Yiming eagerly snatched the small sealed bag from the staff, his eyes gleaming as if he beheld a treasure of unparalleled value. After all the formalities were completed, Zhou Yu escorted them out of the registration room to the elevator. She hesitated for a moment before retrieving a brand new spirit pattern compass from her tactical backpack. Here. She handed it to Qin Mo. I have a bit of surplus points, so consider this as a gift for you. I sincerely hope you operate with caution in the future and prioritize safety in any dangerous tasks. This gesture surprised the five of them, enhancing their impression of the seemingly youthful, yet formidable Officer Zhou. Thank you, Officer Zhou. Qin Mo quickly accepted the compass, his mind racing with calculations. This is a valuable item. Even if we don't use it ourselves, having Yiming reverse engineer it would be a fantastic gain. Simultaneously, Zhou Yu informed them of another crucial matter. Newly registered sects must participate in a tiered competition to determine their initial ranking. The ranking directly influences the difficulty of tasks they can undertake and the rewards they can earn, as well as their access to certain resources. She briefly outlined the rules, primarily two formats: defense of a position and team battles, where other registrants with greater seniority would assess them. Winning would elevate their rating and resources, while losing could mean starting from the bottom. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao rubbed his fists together, brimming with enthusiasm. A tiered competition? It sounds akin to ranking in a video game. This is my forte. Watch me obliterate them. Yet, Chun Mo felt a twinge of pessimism. He sensed an unusual air about the situation. An assessment? It likely wouldn't be so straightforward, more akin to a show of strength? Or perhaps, a common tactic employed by certain individuals to suppress newcomers? He glanced at the excited Lin Xiao beside him, along with the resolute-eyed Su Li, Qin Xian, and Pan Yiming. A new challenge was imminent, and this time, it would unfold on a wholly unfamiliar and complex stage. Let us proceed. Chun Mo inhaled deeply, pressing the elevator button, intending to return and thoroughly analyze their spoils in preparation for the ranking tournament. The elevator doors slowly closed, sealing off the bizarre hall from their sight. Yet, all five understood that their lives had irrevocably veered onto a path brimming with uncertainty and adventure. Chapter 20. Ranking Tournament. Provocation? 1 against 5. Who else? Wednesday afternoon, the ranking tournament. Before noon had even arrived, Qin Mo had gathered everyone, claiming it was to familiarize themselves with the environment and gather intelligence, when in truth, he simply sought to save on lunch expenses. I say, we have the ranking tournament this afternoon. You didn't let me eat breakfast. Are you planning not to send me up? Lin Xiao mumbled, shoveling the last morsel of free rice from the cafeteria. His audacity was remarkable. Having just witnessed a new world, he swiftly turned his focus to matters of sustenance. Are you not aware of your own appetite? Xianxiaaudiobooks shot him a disapproving glance. This cafeteria is free. We could even strategize to dine here daily. Fill your belly. Then get ready to fight. He rapped the table, lowering his voice. Think of the marvelous items on the exchange list. Flying swords, pills. If we secure a higher rank early on, we'll have a head start. Do you understand? These points are the currency of cultivators. At the mere mention of points and exchanges, Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes gleamed with a fervent desire. This obsession was beyond remedy. Su Li sighed softly, surveying the surroundings before handing Lin Xiao a tissue. Wipe your mouth. Since we've made a decision, let us prepare diligently. I've seen on the forum that the ranking tournament is no trivial matter. The cafeteria was peculiar, designed like a high-end mall food court. Yet the diners resembled a chaotic horde. There were elderly gentlemen in robes elegantly wielding chopsticks to savor steak. Bald monks with vegetarian dishes before them, yet sporting the latest smartwatches, and several young individuals clad in sleek black attire. Their sharp gazes suggesting they were not to be trifled with. The 5 newcomers gathered at one table, drawing attention. Indeed, it wasn't long before trouble arrived. A robust young man in a dull yellow training outfit, exuding an air of arrogance, swaggered over to their table, flanked by several similarly dressed subordinates. His gaze swept over the 5, ultimately resting on the seemingly most vulnerable, Su Li. With a smirk, he spoke in a tone dripping with disdain. You're the new arrivals? Which backwater did you crawl out from? I've never seen you before. With your kind, you dare to register for a sect? The Spirit Breath Sect? Quite an imposing name, but don't be surprised if you're knocked down with just a few punches and kicks, crying for your mothers. Lin Xiao sprang to his feet, fists clenched and cracking. Xianxiaaudiobooks swiftly kicked him under the table, with a smile that exuded a certain streetwise slickness. Xianxiaaudiobooks looked up. My esteemed senior, is there something you need? The burly youth scoffed. Nothing much, just wanted to put faces to names. So I won't accidentally injure you during the match later. Remember, we are from the Stone Puppet Sect, part of Ding Xiang's team. I suggest you concede gracefully and accept the Dingxia rating. It's not shameful. Otherwise, he deliberately elongated his voice, the threat unmistakable. Xianxiaaudiobooks silently cursed, yet maintained his genial facade. Ah, the Stone Puppet Sect, a pleasure to meet you. As for the competition, it's the experience that counts. We're here to learn. Seeing Xianxiaaudiobooks' meek response only fueled the youth's pride. He huffed and left, deliberately bumping into Lin Xiao's chair as he departed. Damn it, Xianxiaaudiobooks. Why did you stop me? Lin Xiao's face flushed with anger. Did you see his smug face? What are you going to do? Xianxiaaudiobooks lowered his voice, his eyes sharpening. Why stoop to such depths with this petty lackey? Will defeating him earn points? Will it elevate your rank? Stay composed. Once we're on stage, unleash your fury. Make him unrecognizable. That is how we earn points, you understand? Qin Xian interjected calmly, based on behavioral analysis. Such overt provocation typically stems from teams lacking strength and confidence, attempting to disrupt their opponent's psyche before the match. There's no need to concern yourself with it. Su Li gently tugged Lin Xiao's sleeve. Xianxiaaudiobooks is right. On the arena, let our strength do the talking. Lin Xiao huffed in frustration, but guzzled down a generous portion of free soup, his demeanor suggesting he intended to fuel up for the task ahead. Xianxiaaudiobooks observed the retreating figures, his mind calculating. Well then, he glanced at Lin Xiao, his fists eager for action, alongside the resolute Su Li, Qin Xian, and Pan Yiming. What better way to make a name for the Spirit Breath Sect than to sacrifice you for a grand debut? In the afternoon, the venue for the ranking tournament was not a lavish sports arena, but rather a facility akin to an indoor training hall, marked by several standard arena areas in the center. Surrounding them were makeshift stands already filled with spectators, mostly team members there to witness the spectacle or evaluate the newcomers. The atmosphere was tinged with intrigue, scrutiny, and a hint of schadenfreude. The referee, a middle-aged man clad in a Super Administration Bureau uniform, expressionless, announced the rules. The ranking tournament consists of either a defending match or a team battle. In a defending match, participants take turns entering the arena. The victor remains until one side has all 5 members defeated. In a team battle, all 5 participants compete simultaneously until they are all defeated. The Spirit Breath Sect, as a newly registered sect, will allow the challenging Stone Puppet Sect to select the match format. No wonder Zhou Yu mentioned that 5 was just right. The Super Administration Bureau defaults to a configuration of 5. That sturdy youth from the Stone Puppet Sect, their elder brother, was the first to leap onto the arena. Chin held high, calling out towards the Spirit Breath Sect, Stone Puppet Sect, defending match. My name is Luda. Who dares to challenge? Don't say we're bullying newcomers. I'll let you choose your opponent first. His tone brimmed with confidence, clearly aiming to showcase his mid-stage body refinement prowess in a 1-against-5 scenario, intending to establish dominance over the newcomers and simultaneously secure a team ranking. A murmur rippled through the stands. Luda? The one just sent out by the Stone Puppet Sect this year? I've heard his puppet technique is rather impressive. Sending out a mainstay right away? Is this meant to intimidate the newcomers? The Spirit Breath sect is in for a thrashing. Listening to the surrounding conversations, Xianxiaaudiobooks couldn't help but smile subtly. He patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder and whispered, "Did you hear? He wants us to choose our opponent. Go on, Hulk. It's your time to shine. Remember, be audacious. Strike with all your might. But don't exert full strength. We have tougher battles ahead." Lin Xiao, already brimming with pent-up rage, grinned widely, revealing a set of white teeth, his eyes flashing with danger and combativeness. "I've been waiting for this." He didn't bother with the steps. Instead, he leaped gracefully onto the 2-meter-high arena, landing silently, demonstrating exceptional bodily control. This display drew impressed murmurs from some discerning spectators in the stands. Upon recognizing Lin Xiao, the burly Lu Da, who had previously provoked him in the cafeteria, scoffed. "You sent a big oaf up here to die?" Lin Xiao cracked his neck, the sound echoing ominously, utterly disinterested in banter, beckoning with a finger, "Less talk. Let us get on with it. After you. I'm looking forward to taking on the next one." Seeking death, Ruda, incensed, uttered a low growl as his hands swiftly formed intricate seals. A flash of earthy yellow light enveloped him, and the ground beneath his feet began to writhe, rapidly coalescing into 2 hulking stone puppets, each towering at half his height. With a rush of wind, they lunged toward Lin Xiao. It was the earth puppet technique of the stone puppet sect. Quite intriguing. These puppets possess considerable strength, an observer in the stands remarked. Unfazed by the approaching stone puppets, Lin Xiao did not flinch. Rather, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Is this all? He inhaled deeply, a surging power coursing through him in an instant. Without any flamboyant moves, he executed the simplest and most direct of punches towards the left puppet. Bang! With a dull thud, a gaping hole was blasted through the chest of the stone puppet, fragments scattering everywhere, before it collapsed into a heap of rubble. Without so much as a glance, Lin Xiao unleashed his left leg like a steel whip, delivering a swift sweeping kick that severed the lower half of the right puppet. An instant kill. The entire sequence unfolded in less than 3 seconds. A momentary hush fell over the arena. Ruda's sinister grin froze, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. "No, it's impossible. What utter nonsense." Lin Xiao had effortlessly knocked him off the stage, shaking his wrist as if he had merely performed a trivial task. He beckoned to the remaining members of the stone puppet sect with a casual gesture. "Next, don't dawdle." The second disciple of the stone puppet sect, with a steely resolve, stepped onto the stage, encasing himself in a thick layer of rock armor for defense. Lin Xiao strode over, and, with a single punch, crack, the rock armor shattered, sending the man flying off the stage. The third disciple attempted to ensnare Lin Xiao with a sluggish spell, but Lin Xiao's speed remained unaffected. He merely stepped forward and swatted him away. The fourth and fifth disciples followed suit. In the face of Lin Xiao's overwhelming power and speed, they crumbled like paper, each being dispatched in rapid succession. 5 battles, in total, did not exceed 1 minute. Lin Xiao stood triumphantly in the center of the arena, having achieved a remarkable 1 versus 5 victory. Mimicking the champions he had seen on television, he raised his arms, surveying the stands, and bellowed with full vigor. "Is there anyone else?" His audacious demeanor, coupled with his dominating prowess, created a striking visual impact. The stands erupted in astonishment. "My goodness! 1 versus 5. How incredible! What kind of monstrous strength is this?" Though the stone puppet sect is not particularly formidable, they should not be so easily vanquished. Lingxi Gate. I've never heard of them. Where did they emerge from? That burly figure is undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm. He may even be on the cusp of reaching the chi condensation stage. This has become quite interesting. The faces of the stone puppet sect members turned ashen, especially Ruda, whose cheeks bore the stinging imprint of a slap, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Below the stage, Xianxiaaudiobooks was elated, though he feigned composure as he whispered to Xianxian, "Did you see that? This is what we call cost effectiveness, maximizing impact with minimal expenditure." Xianxian adjusted his glasses, quietly documenting the data. Lin Xiao's average combat power output exceeded estimates by 157. Opponent strength assessment requires revision. Arrogance index off the charts. Suli observed Lin Xiao, radiating brilliance on stage, a slight smile gracing her lips, but her gaze soon turned with concern towards other directions. Pan Yiming, on the other hand, remained engrossed in his fragments, seemingly indifferent to the commotion on stage. The judge, with an impassive expression, announced, "Lingxi Gate successfully defended the arena, earning 30 points for their initial victory and an additional 30 exchange points from the stone puppet sect." With this resounding triumph, especially in such a dominating manner, the name Lingxi Gate was preliminarily established. However, before they could revel in their victory, a chilling voice emerged from the opposite side of the stands. Cutting through the din, the Qianzhong sect, Muyuro, requests to challenge for the next round. The crowd turned to see a woman clad in a water blue outfit gracefully rising. She possessed a statuesque figure and striking features, yet her gaze was as cold as a frigid pool, emanating an aura that discouraged proximity. The members of her team instinctively maintained their distance from her. It was Muyuro of the Qianxiang sect, a master of the C-grade team. She was on the brink of achieving qi condensation and was a prodigy in water-based spells. She personally descended to the arena. It appears that Lingxi Gate's earlier performance has garnered attention. Now a thrilling contest awaits. Can Lingxi Gate continue their bravado? Muyuro's gaze traversed the crowd, landing squarely on Lin Xiao on the stage, devoid of any scorn, but instead reflecting a keen interest and scrutiny. A more formidable opponent has arrived. Lin Xiao sensed her icy stare and felt not an ounce of fear, but rather, his fighting spirit surged. He licked his lips and glanced toward Chun Imo below. Chun Imo felt a jolt of concern. Xianxiang sect, C-grade. Muyuro. He had encountered her name on the Bureau of Supervision's forum. She was indeed a formidable character. He glanced at the eager Lin Xiao, then at the solemn expressions of Su Li, Qin Xian, and finally, the now attentive Pan Yiming. The true test was only just beginning. What if she is C-grade? Do you think she can overcome strength with gentleness? Watch me use water to counter water. Chapter 21. Overcoming strength with gentleness? Using water to counter water. With Muyuro's emergence, the atmosphere in the venue shifted dramatically. The fervor and clamor that Lin Xiao's 1 versus 5 had ignited were abruptly doused, as though a bucket of ice water had been thrown over the crowd, silencing them. Many spectators now wore expressions tinged with anticipation for the unfolding spectacle. Muyuro of the Qianxiang sect, a master of the C-grade team, was said to be on the verge of entering the qi condensation realm, adept in water-based magic. Chen Mo extended his perception subtly. She moved gracefully in her water-blue attire, her posture straight and commanding as she made her way toward the stage. Though her pace was unhurried, her chilling presence compelled those in her path to instinctively part. The moisture in the air felt denser, clinging to the skin with an invigorating chill. Lin Xiao, standing on stage, felt the intensity of the confrontation. His primal instincts warned him that this woman was on an entirely different level than the previous novices from the Stone Puppet sect. He instinctively glanced toward Chun Imo below. The judge intended to inquire which member of Lingxi Gate would take the stage, with everyone anticipating Lin Xiao to once again face this challenge head-on. Unexpectedly, however, Chun Imo gently pressed down on Su Li's shoulder, his voice firm yet quiet. "Senior sister, you should take this match." "Huh, me?" Su Li was taken aback, glancing at Chun Imo in surprise. She typically played a supportive and healing role. This was her first time engaging in a direct duel. Lin Xiao, growing anxious, nearly leapt off the stage. "Chun Imo, you want Su Li to face her? She looks formidable. I can handle her." "You can handle what nonsense?" Chun Imo shot him an exasperated glare. "She specializes in water magic, currently at mid-qi condensation, not far from Zhao Tai's level. You, a landlubber, would only end up being toyed with and battered. Senior sister is also a water user. Let her go. This is a matter of professional alignment." He leaned closer to Su Li, lowering his voice. "Senior sister, do not clash with her spells directly. Go up there and show her what true control looks like." Qin Xian adjusted his glasses, adding, "Data supports Chun Mo's assessment. The opponent's energy fluctuations stabilize around 65 E, exceeding your norm, but their energy operation mode is fixed, with 13 predictable nodes. Your advantage lies in variability and precise micromanipulation." Su Li, meeting the trusting gazes of Chun Mo and Qin Xian, then glancing at the frigid Muyuro on stage, took a deep breath and nodded resolutely. She smoothed her attire and stepped forward onto the stage. Her stride lacked the oppressive force of Muyuro's, but possessed a tranquil strength of its own. "Lingxi Gate, Su Li." She stood firm and softly announced her name. Muyuru gazed at Su Li, her eyes devoid of disdain, instead filled with a hint of curiosity. "You are quite remarkable. Be cautious." Before her words could dissipate, Muyuru's hands were already raised, her fingertips shimmering with azure light. In an instant, 7 or 8 arrows formed from condensed water, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, shot towards Su Li with astonishing speed and precision. A murmur of awe arose from the spectators. This water arrow technique was far more formidable than the stone puppets from the Stone Puppet sect moments ago. Yet, Su Li remained unperturbed, displaying no significant movement. She merely extended her right hand and lightly swept it in front of her, as if brushing away dust. An astonishing phenomenon occurred. The rushing water arrows, upon nearing within 3 feet of Su Li, suddenly seemed to collide with an invisible, exceedingly viscous substance, their velocity drastically reducing. They then defied the laws of physics, hovering suspended in midair, trembling slightly, yet unable to advance a single inch. Muyuru's pupils constricted. Before she could alter her strategy, Su spread her fingers slightly and gently grasped the suspended water arrows. With a whoosh, the water arrows instantly disintegrated, transforming into a denser mist that, as if imbued with life, enveloped Mu Yuru. The mist was thick, swiftly obscuring Mu Yuru's line of sight. How could this be possible? Trivial skills, Mu Yuru exclaimed, forming seals with her hands, blue light radiating around her, summoning a water vortex. The air before her trembled violently as the moisture on the ground wildly converged, rapidly forming a small yet swiftly rotating whirlpool, emitting a low hum, poised to engulf the mist and Su within. Condensing Qi realm. How could she have ascended so quickly? Truly a genius. The speed at which she formed seals was astounding. This water vortex could essentially conclude the match. Silence. This move was evidently far more powerful, causing those knowledgeable in the audience to hold their breath. Su regarded the roaring water vortex with unwavering calmness. She even took a step forward, extending her hands in a gesture reminiscent of an embrace, then gently brought them together. An unfathomable scene unfolded. The ferocious water vortex. Upon encountering the invisible force field guided by Su Li's hands, visibly slowed in its rotation. It was as if a once mighty beast, tamed, struggled yet could not resist that gentle yet resolute power. The turbulent waters became docile, ultimately transforming before Su into a tranquil, swirling ring of water. Su cradled this ring with her hands, gazing at Mu Yuru, whose complexion had turned pale, and offered a gentle smile. She then softly pushed her hands forward. The water ring, like a compliant ribbon of liquid, gracefully floated toward Mu Yuru, encircling her waist before a gentle yet irresistible force propelled her backward. Mu Yuru gasped, instinctively retreating 7 or 8 steps, her foot slipping into empty space, leading her to tumble off the arena. Although she landed on her feet, the shock and disbelief etched on her face were undeniable. She stared blankly at the still composed Su on the stage, then glanced down at the residual water droplets adorning her body. A profound silence enveloped the arena. If Lin Zhao's victory was a brutal display of force, Su Li's triumph was an exquisite exhibition of control that sent shivers down their spines. This had transcended their understanding of water-based sorcery. Moments later, an uproar erupted, threatening to blow the roof off. What kind of maneuver was that? The water vortex was subdued. The Qi of the Thousand Rivers sect was defeated in its own domain. By such means, what is the origin of the Lingxi sect? Each one more extraordinary than the last. Standing atop the stage, Su felt the mixture of shock, admiration, and curiosity directed at her from the audience, and exhaled softly. She suddenly understood why Lin Zhao had been so exhilarated earlier. The sensation of securing victory through one's own capabilities was indeed delightful. Her gaze swept across the crowd, landing on Lin Zhao, whose mouth hung agape, eyes wide as saucers, staring at her in a daze. She couldn't help but smile slightly, mimicking his earlier tone with a rare playful lilt, softly inquiring, "Is there anyone else?" Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the arena. Wow! Lin Zhao was utterly astonished. The first to recover, he exuberantly patted Chun Mo's back, more thrilled than if he himself had won, exclaiming, "Su, you're amazing. Quickly, let's rally for Su." Chun Mo stumbled slightly under the enthusiastic pat, leaping up to shower Lin Zhao with a playful reprimand. Qin Xian, with both hands clutching his phone, furiously tapped his thumbs, clearly intent on documenting the event. Pan Yiming, rarely lifting his gaze, adjusted his glasses and gave Su a thumbs up. On the sidelines, Mu Yuru's expression shifted several times, ultimately settling into a complex sigh. She bowed respectfully to the referee, and Su, the Lingxi sect lives up to its reputation. I concede, and I do so willingly. With that, she shook her head at her team, signaling not to send anyone else into the fray. The embarrassment was substantial enough. Sending another would only invite further humiliation. The referee, momentarily taken aback, paused for several seconds before announcing, Lingxi sect wins another match. Cumulative points. 2 consecutive victories, both in such a striking manner. The name Lingxi sect had truly ignited a fervor within the Supervision Bureau. However, before Chun Mo and the others could revel in their triumph, a languid sigh echoed like thunder, laced with disdain. I thought I'd only be passing through, but it seems you're quite resilient? Everyone turned towards the voice, revealing a tall, slender man dressed in a fiery red training outfit, appearing as if he had just awakened, leaping onto the arena and swaying slightly. Yinwu sect, Gu Xin. His voice was low, and he stifled a yawn before addressing the referee. I wish to challenge in the guarding match. Let us see if your water can extinguish fire. Yinwu sect, another Class C team. The crowd murmured, noting his peculiar demeanor, primarily focused on fire, yet lacking the typical volatility associated with it. The spectators buzzed with speculation. It's Gu Xian, the senior disciple of the Yinwu sect. He is quite the oddity, and there are rumors of backing. This is dire. After 2 matches, can the Lingxi sect withstand this? Gu Xian's fire-based talismans were renowned, and he had even created his own spells, making him a formidable opponent. Xianxiaaudiobooks felt a weight in his heart. This is troublesome. The Yinwu sect, with fire abilities, is comparable to Zhao Tai, and he seems rather eccentric. He glanced at Lin Xiao, who was eager and clenching his fists, and resolutely declared, Hulk, you'll take this one. Be wary of his fire and talismans. Avoid direct confrontation. Wear him down. Lin Xiao could hardly contain his excitement, shouting, got it, as he prepared to leap onto the arena. Wait. Xianxiaaudiobooks halted him, handing him some items and whispering a few words. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up, nodding eagerly. Once more, he bounded onto the arena, positioning himself before Su Li, signaling her to rest. He beckoned to Gu Xian. Hey, fire wielder, your opponent is me. Gu Xian chuckled, unperturbed. It matters not who steps forward. They all must face me. With a flourish, he revealed 4 crimson talismans gripped between his fingers, flames flickering to life upon them. The battle ignited once more. This time, it was a clash between ferocious fire and an unyielding shield of flesh. Gu Xian raked his fingers through his tousled crimson hair. His tone languid, yet his fingers deftly agile. Come on, Fireblade Meteor, warm up. As soon as he finished speaking, he rubbed his hands together and thrust them upwards. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen fire blades, each about the length of a hand, crackled ominously, resembling a swarm of agitated hornets as they hurtled towards Lin Xiao with ferocity. These fireballs were not aimless. They subtly formed an encirclement, sealing off Lin Xiao's escape routes. Damn, he's going all out right from the start. Someone exclaimed from the crowd below. Gu Xian's signature move, a modified fireball technique. Though it appeared diminutive, its temperature was exceedingly high. A mere touch would strip the skin. The hulking body cultivator had no choice but to endure. Lin Xiao cursed under his breath, exerting force beneath his feet as he propelled himself backward like a cannonball. His speed so swift that he left behind a series of afterimages on the arena. The fireballs grazed his back, the heat wave scorching his skin. Running? Not slow at all. Gu Xian chuckled lazily, gesturing with his fingers, and the fire blades, as if possessed of their own volition, arced with precision in pursuit. Lin Xiao felt a surge of frustration. He had strength to spare, yet he was reduced to evading the fireballs like a monkey. He yearned to charge in and land a punch on the red-haired brat, but the dense barrage of fire blades made it impossible to get close. Damn it. This is infuriating. While dodging, Lin Xiao exchanged glances with Xianxiaaudiobooks below. Xianxiaaudiobooks' brow furrowed, his senses fully attuned. He could perceive that although Gu Xian's fiery energy was wild, its core remained stable, and it seemed the brat was toying with Lin Xiao, not yet unleashing his full power. Stay calm. Xianxiaaudiobooks established a mental link, biding his time for the real deal. The hard, peculiar pattern cards he had secretly slipped to Lin Xiao before the match were still unusable. What were they for? At that time, Xianxiaaudiobooks had gravely instructed, 1 shield, 2 speed, 3 electricity, don't mix them up. If they don't use talismans, we won't either. We are civilized people. We don't even know if using talismans is against the rules. Civilize my foot. You're just afraid of breaking the rules and losing points. Lin Xiao internally scoffed. But he dared not pause, executing a clumsy roll to evade 2 fire blades that skimmed close to the ground, scorching 2 black marks into the arena floor. Observing Lin Xiao's disheveled state, Gu Xian seemed to grow bored, yawning slightly. Warm-up's over. It appears that's all you've got. He leisurely extended his right hand into his robe, and, when he withdrew it, 4 talismans with red characters on a yellow background were nestled between his fingers. Upon the appearance of the talismans, the temperature around surged dramatically. The flames swirling upon them were incomparably more solid than the fireballs that had come before. It's the Burning Wood Talisman from the Flame Martial Sect. A knowledgeable voice from the crowd exclaimed. It's over, he's getting serious. The power of these talismans far surpassed that of the earlier fire blades. Gu Xian smirked disdainfully, flicking his fingers, and the top talisman ignited spontaneously. Go. Whoosh. The talisman transformed into a dazzling streak of fire, swiftly expanding into a massive fireball over 0.5 meter in diameter. Not only was this fireball colossal, but it also radiated an intensely blinding white light, carrying with it an aura of destruction as it hurtled towards Lin Xiao. Its speed far exceeded that of the previous smaller fireballs. As the enormous fireball threatened to engulf Lin Xiao, many in the audience instinctively shut their eyes. In that critical moment, Lin Xiao, who had been waiting for his opponent to unleash his full power, suddenly sparkled with determination in his eyes. Having been on the defensive, he abruptly came to a halt, pivoting. Faced with the colossal fireball that could reduce him to ashes, he did not retreat. Instead, He forcefully stomped his left foot onto the ground. Boom. The arena trembled thrice. Simultaneously, his left hand swiftly pressed down on the circuit board marked with the number 2 on his chest. Internally chanting, "Speed. Breakthrough." Lin Xiao let out a fierce roar as his right fist, muscles taut, surged forth at a speed more than double that of his earlier evasions, hurtling towards the glaring white fireball with a piercing shriek that tore through the air, devoid of any embellishment. Has he lost his mind? Is he really going to meet the burning with talisman head-on with his fist? The crowd erupted in disbelief. Gu Xian was also taken aback. Was this fellow seeking his own demise? Everyone was engaged in a friendly competition, yet he was risking it all. Boom. The fist collided violently with the fireball, producing a thunderous explosion. The anticipated scene of Lin Xiao being sent flying did not materialize. The massive fireball was astonishingly obliterated by his punch. Countless sparks scattered like fireworks. Lin Xiao, however, merely bore slight burns on his knuckles, his body swaying momentarily before he steadied himself. Roaring with exhilaration, Lin Xiao shook his slightly numbed fist and directed a triumphant bellow at Gu Xian. Is that it? Haven't you eaten today? Silence. An eerie quiet enveloped the arena. Everyone stared, dumbfounded, at the figure on the stage, reminiscent of a war god. To confront a talismanic spell with sheer physicality. What manner of monster is this? The nonchalance on Gu Xian's face vanished entirely, replaced by profound astonishment and a hint of seriousness. Impossible. How could you? He steadied his mind, commanding the fire blades to disperse chaotically while simultaneously launching an attack toward Lin Xiao's blind spots, preparing to activate the remaining 3 talismans before Lin Xiao could eliminate the fire blades. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao revealed a broad grin, his teeth gleaming white, as he stood firm, seemingly oblivious to the impending onslaught of fire blades. With a seemingly casual flick of his right hand, a small inconspicuous green iron piece, about the size of a palm, traced a low arc and silently landed at Gu Xian's feet. 1 shield, 3 electricity. Buzz. A faint, nearly invisible golden halo instantly radiated from his chest, forming a gossamer thin energy shield around his body. The fire blades collided with the pale golden shield surrounding Lin Xiao, emitting a series of muffled thuds, yet failing to inflict any harm. Zzz. A jarring crackle of electricity erupted. The small iron piece that had fallen by Gu Xian's feet, the electric arc talisman plus version, unleashed a blinding blue-white arc. Electric serpents danced wildly, and the air filled with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Gu Xian had never anticipated such an attack. Caught off guard, he was seized by violent convulsions, his hair standing on end and smoking, his spell forcibly interrupted, causing the remaining 3 talismans to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. He felt half his body go numb and, with a thud, sank to one knee, unable to rise for a moment. Lin Xiao approached, grasping Gu Xian's arm and escorting him to the edge of the arena, gently placing him down as if he were a fragile object. Once again, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. Everyone stood dumbfounded. What on earth was that? A hidden weapon? No, that couldn't be right. What kind of hidden weapon would discharge electricity? A spell? Yet he hadn't uttered any incantations or gestures. He won. The Lingxi sect triumphed again. My heavens, what on earth did they employ? I couldn't see. I only saw something thrown, and then Gu Xian was electrocuted. The referee remained stunned for several seconds before regaining composure and announcing loudly, the Lingxi sect successfully defends their position. The Flame Martial sect may send another challenger. Aru. Lin Xiao raised his arms in excitement, roaring at the sky in exhilaration, reveling in the thrill of winning 3 consecutive battles. Who else is there? This boastful declaration, at that moment, seemed far from exaggerated. Winning 3 matches in a row, each more bizarre and shocking than the last. The name Lingxi sect swept through the arena like a tempest. The faces of the Flame Martial sect members darkened, hastily moving to assist the still smoldering and twitching Gu Xian down from the arena, not daring to utter a word, nor send forth another challenger. However, before Chun Mo could revel in his joy, a deep, metallic voice resonated, overpowering the clamor of the crowd and penetrating the ears of every individual present. Lingxi Gate truly lives up to its reputation. The spectators turned in the direction of the sound, where they beheld a 5-member squad that had remained silent throughout the contest. Now standing in unison, clad in matching dark gray combat uniforms, they exhibited a stature as upright as that of pine trees and gazes as sharp as eagles, exuding an aura forged through the crucible of battle. The foremost among them, though not particularly tall, stood like an ancient boulder weathered by the elements, steadfast and indomitable. The elite frontline operational team of the Super Administration Bureau, the B-grade rock team. Team leader Gang calmly surveyed Lin Xiao on the stage and Chun Mo's quartet in the audience, his voice unwavering. in this defending match. It appears no one can hinder you, as we, the Rock team, stand united. He paused, stepping forward. Rock team battle. Prepare to experience. At his declaration, the previously animated arena was suddenly cloaked in an air of tension. All gazes converged upon the two teams. The underdog Lingxi Gate, having achieved 3 consecutive victories, now faced the seasoned elite Rock team of the Super Administration Bureau. A true test of strength was upon them. Chapter 23, Team Battle. Whose coordination will prove more exquisite? Dressed uniformly in dark gray combat attire, the fabric appeared robust, and their tactical boots anchored them firmly in place like 5 unyielding nails. Their expressions were devoid of emotion, cold and imbued with the lethal energy of warriors fresh from the battlefield, instilling a sense of unease in onlookers. The murmurs of the audience dwindled, many instinctively straightening in their seats. It was the Rock team, the pride of the Ningxi division. Were they not perpetually deployed on missions? How had they returned? Lingxi Gate had now encountered an insurmountable challenge. 3 mid-stage body refinement practitioners, 2 in the early stage, coupled with a collaboration honed through real-world combat. The towering figure from Lingxi and the girl adept at manipulating water were likely at the chi condensation stage, but Rock team's collective strength was formidable. It seemed they were about to be brought back to reality. The referee, evidently familiar with the Rock team, adopted a markedly serious tone. In team battles, the rules remain as stated. The match continues until one side is completely defeated or withdraws. Begin. Formation. Shigang's succinct command initiated the Rock team's synchronized movement. Akin to a finely tuned machine, 2 members positioned slightly ahead swiftly thrust short rods into the ground, squatting and pressing against them. An invisible wave of energy surged forth. Xianxiaaudiobooks felt a jolt in his heart. He extended his senses, attempting to gauge the situation, but as his mental energy reached out, it collided with an indistinct barrier, accompanied by a low-frequency buzzing that caused his head to throb. Something was amiss. Xianxiaaudiobooks whispered to his companions, "I cannot expand my perception." Xianxian adjusted his glasses, the lens reflecting the stage's light. "I see it. Those 2 rods are peculiar, likely sonic interference devices. They seem designed to counteract concentrated mental focus. Practitioners will experience delays in casting under this disturbance." Lin Xiao cracked his neck, a sound echoing, his face betraying no fear, instead brimming with excitement. "Now, this feels right. Those previous opponents were nothing but a joke. This is worthy of my challenge." Su Li inhaled softly, her gaze fixed intently upon the opposing formation, her hands tightening slightly. Pan Yiming remained silent, merely adjusting his backpack strap, his fingers unconsciously fidgeting as if already simulating a disassembly. Meanwhile, the agile Shigang lunged forward with the grace of a leopard. His movements were uncanny, revealing him as a master of combat, targeting the seemingly most threatening Lin Xiao. To the left and right, 2 members formed hand seals. One conjured a searing fireball, while the other summoned jagged stone spikes from the ground, evidently aiming to disrupt. The assault was fierce, their synergy impeccable. "Yiming, take out those 2 rods first," Xianxian commanded. Pan Yiming's eyes narrowed, and without hesitation, he reached out with both hands, targeting not the rods themselves, but the delicate metal fragments surrounding their points of contact with the ground. Buzz. The fragments vibrated at a high frequency. To onlookers, it seemed inconsequential, but the Rock team members controlling the rods suddenly changed expressions. They felt their rods resonate with an excruciatingly precise vibration, as if invisible files were relentlessly grinding their internal structures. Crack, crack. The 2 costly interference rods instantly developed surface fissures, their disruptive waves abruptly ceasing. Without a moment's pause, the 2 swiftly retreated to the rear of their formation. Interference source neutralized. The mental perception surged forth like a wild stallion, establishing a mental link. Commander Xian activated. Opponent formation, frontline fighters, target A, left-wing fire mage, target B, right-wing earth mage, target C, rear 2, former interference handlers, now wielding non-lethal weapons, taser and capture net. Targets D and E. Yiming, continue to disrupt D and E, prevent their long-range support. Buzz. Pan Yiming did not respond verbally. His hands danced as scattered screws and fractured metal pieces at the arena's edge flew towards the 2 members who had just drawn tasers and nets. He targeted not the individuals, but their wrists, guns, and net-launching devices. The clattering of metal rang out, forcing them into disarray and rendering them incapable of aiming effectively. The energy flows, muscle tensions, and even the intent in the opponent's gazes were transmitted back to him, relayed to Xianxian for strategic processing. "Lin Xiao, A is yours. Entangle him. Su Li, prepare the water shield." "Understood," Lin Xiao bellowed, charging directly at the martial artist without flinching or dodging. The opponent unleashed a swift kick, and Lin Xiao braced himself with his arm. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Lin Xiao staggered slightly, his arm tingling, yet he grinned. Not bad. Bring it on. A glimmer of surprise flickered in the martial artist's eyes. His leg strikes could bend steel, yet this large fellow had withstood the blow. Simultaneously, the fireball and stone spikes descended. Su Li had been ready. She drew her hands, summoning moisture from the air. And two thin yet resilient water shields materialized at Lin Xiao's flanks. Poof! Sizzle! The fireball struck the water shield, billowing clouds of steam, significantly diminishing its force. The stone spikes collided with the shield, their speed drastically reduced, allowing Lin Xiao to swat them aside effortlessly. Water shield strength remaining at 70. Su Li reported calmly. B and C spell cooldown estimated at 3 seconds. Qin Xian immediately added. A is engaged in close combat with Lin Xiao. There's an opening on his right flank. Lin Xiao, feint with a right hook, then strike low. Lin Xiao placed complete trust in Qin Xian's assessment, executing the command without hesitation. A punch seemed aimed at the opponent's face, prompting a block, while his feet silently swept low. The martial artist was caught off guard, his lower body swept, causing him to stagger. A prime opportunity. Chen Mo sensed the sudden disarray in the opponent's formation. Yimming. Metal fragments on B and C interrupt their next spell casting. Su Li, let the mist cover the field. Pan Yiming understood the cue, manipulating the swirling metal fragments to swarm towards the two practitioners. While they wouldn't inflict severe injury, the pain from the impacts would be significant, severely distracting them. Su Li waved her hands, thickening the mist that enveloped the arena, quickly obscuring half of it. The rock team found themselves in a precarious position. The front line was entangled by Lin Xiao, the rear was unable to provide support due to disruptions, and the two mages in the center were hindered both visually and physically. Defend. The martial artist, likely the captain, remained composed amidst the turmoil, issuing a low command as the five attempted to regroup into a circular formation. In that instant of formation transition, a brief defensive vacuum appeared between D and E. Qin Xian spoke rapidly. Lin Xiao, charge at A with all your might, pushing him towards D and E. Su Li, ensnare A's movements with the water flow. Yiming, prepare a little surprise. The commands flowed seamlessly, like a well-rehearsed symphony. Lin Xiao unleashed his full strength, crashing into the combat expert like a raging bull. Su Li manipulated the water, weaving it like an invisible rope to entangle the opponent's feet. Pan Yiming retrieved a small, metallic disc from his bag, shimmering with a silvery gleam. Mini electric arc talisman, activate. The combat expert, struck by Lin Xiao's tremendous force and constrained by the water, found himself retreating helplessly, colliding with team member D, who had approached with an electric shotgun. Now, Pan Yiming swiped his finger across his phone screen. Zing! A delicate yet precise electric arc sprang forth from the metallic disc, striking perfectly between the combat expert and team member D. Both froze, their bodies momentarily paralyzed. Now, everyone, press forward. Chen Mo concentrated his mental energy, unleashing a powerful psychic shock aimed primarily at the temporarily incapacitated Gang and the flustered flank team members. The formation of the rock team fell into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao delivered a punch that shattered the rigid Gang, creating an opening. Su Li's water flowed like a spirit serpent, ensnaring the ankles of the flank team member. Qin Xian accurately predicted the escape routes of the remaining two. While Pan Yiming's metallic fragments sealed off their paths, the five of them moved as one cohesive unit, steadily forcing the rock team towards the edge of the arena. Down you go, Lin Xiao bellowed, colliding with full force. The members of the rock team could no longer maintain their balance, one after another being knocked off the stage. Though they managed to stand their ground, they were clearly out of bounds. A moment of silence enveloped the arena. Then, an eruption of cheers and applause erupted, more fervent than ever before. We won. Did we really win? My goodness. They knocked the rock team off. What a brilliant collaboration. How did that interference get neutralized? I could hardly see. Metal control, water assistance, and the brute strength of that giant. This Lingxi sect is truly remarkable. They seem to communicate without even speaking. The referee, momentarily stunned, quickly blew the whistle and announced loudly, in the team competition, the Lingxi sect emerges victorious. With a flawless record in the segment competition, the Lingxi sect's initial rating is set at mid-level C. Mid-level C. A newly registered sect leaping straight past the D level to a mid-tier C rating. This is likely unprecedented in the history of the Super Administration Bureau's Ningcheng branch. Lin Xiao, bursting with excitement, grabbed Chen Mo in a tight embrace. Ha! We won. Mid-level C. Did you see that? Our points just skyrocketed. Chen Mo, nearly gasping for breath, managed to smile. Yes, I see it. Let go, or I won't be able to breathe. Su Li looked at the playful duo. unable to suppress a smile. Xianxian adjusted his glasses, quickly jotting down the battle data. Pan Yiming quietly approached the edge of the arena, picking up the metallic fragments. At that moment, Zhou Yu appeared, her gaze lingering on the gleaming eyes of the five, especially on Chen Mo, her expression complex. Congratulations. Her voice remained crisp but tinged with an undertone of seriousness. Your tactics are quite intriguing. She paused, her tone growing more grave. However, a mid-level rating means the tasks you encounter will be more perilous, and the forces you'll face will be more intricate. The more resources you acquire, the greater the responsibilities and risks you must shoulder. Her gaze swept over the five before finally resting on Chen Mo, imparting a weighty significance. Do take care. With that, she turned and departed, leaving behind an enigmatic silhouette. A higher platform signifies a broader sky, but also heralds more intense storms. The greater the storm, the more precious the fish. To success, for the grand fortune. Chapter 24, The Exciting Blueprint and Vision. We've struck gold. This time we truly have. In the activity room, Chen Mo cradled his phone, his eyes wide with astonishment, his grin nearly stretching to his ears, looking like a mouse that had just pilfered some cheese. On the built-in app provided by the Super Administration Bureau, the column representing sect points had just been updated. The rewards for winning all 4 matches in the segment competition, along with sponsorships from several teams, totaled an astonishing 240 points. How many? Let me see. Lin Zhao's fluffy head immediately leaned in, and upon seeing the number, he gasped. Wow, so much. Didn't Zhou Yu mention that some people prefer to buy points? If this were all converted into cash, how many hot pot meals could we have? How much protein powder could we buy? Forget about that. Chen Mo pushed away his drooling face. This is strategic resources, much more valuable than mere money. He counted on his fingers, his eyes glinting with shrewdness as he murmured, these are all resources. Others trade for elixirs, techniques, and magical artifacts. We can exchange these for fragments to construct an unlimited supply of mid-level C resources. Our task starting point will also be elevated, and we'll need even more points. Xianxian adjusted his glasses and coolly added, according to the exchange list, 240 points can be traded for 4 complete teleportation talismans, or 2 body refining pills, or 80 talisman fragments. Considering cost-effectiveness and our needs, the optimal solution is, of course, to exchange for materials. Chen Mo and Pan Yiming exclaimed in unison. Pan Yiming, rarely speaking up, gazed fervently at the sections for artifact fragments and talisman fragments on the screen, his speech quickening. Samples. We need more samples. Different schools and functions. The existing data is too sparse to establish an effective comparison model. The patterns of the burning wood talisman and the explosive flame talisman must share commonalities. If we could obtain more fire type, or even other elemental samples. This tech enthusiast radiated enthusiasm when discussing his expertise. Lin Xiao watched the trio suddenly enter research mode, scratching his head. Didn't we just finish a fight and win the competition? Shouldn't we celebrate first? I'm starving. Suli couldn't help but chuckle, handing him a bottle of water. All right, I know you contributed the most. We definitely need to celebrate, but... She turned to Chen Mo. Let us hear Chen Mo's plans first. Indeed, we must celebrate, but we cannot neglect our responsibilities. Chen Mo clapped his thighs to gather everyone's attention. Come. Let us hold a meeting, reflect on the past, and envision the future. He cleared his throat, adopting an authoritative demeanor. First, let us review this segment competition. Our Lingxi sect has triumphed in our first battle, making a resounding debut. We showcased our prowess and secured valuable initial resources and ratings. This proves we are no less than those traditional cultivators. He emphasized a special commendation for Lin Xiao, who has shown courage, capability, and strategy, making significant contributions to the team. Lin Xiao puffed out his chest, beaming with pride. However, Chen Mo shifted his tone, his expression serious. We all heard Officer Zhou Yu's final words. A mid-level rating means we are officially entering deeper waters, encountering more formidable characters and more intricate situations. The likes of the Zhao family may merely be an appetizer. Therefore, we cannot be complacent. We must accelerate our development. He raised 3 fingers. Next, our core strategy consists of 3 points. First, prioritize technology and pursue rapid iterations. Chen Mo pointed at Pan Yiming and Xianxian. All points will be primarily allocated to you two. Focus on exchanging various talismans and artifact fragments, particularly from different schools. Yiming, your task is to thoroughly understand the technical principles of these artifacts, optimizing our circuit board talismans, aiming for smaller, more stable, and more powerful designs. That mini version in combat was a brilliant idea. Pan Yiming nodded emphatically, eyes alight with fervor. Xianxian. Chen Mo glanced again at the Data Emperor. Your responsibilities are even more substantial. I have a bold idea, he whispered, a hint of excitement in his voice. If the essence of talismans lies in energy patterns, could it be that different patterns function like functions or modules in programming? For instance, the fireball spell is one module, while the acceleration spell is another. Might we establish a runic database? Then, we could utilize your algorithms to analyze, optimize, and even innovate through combinations. Xianxia's eyes sparkled behind his glasses, his fingers unconsciously drumming in the air. The theories of wind aiding fire and electrolysis are theoretically feasible. This is akin to creating spells through algorithms. The only prerequisite is a sufficiently large sample size. Exactly. So, let's accumulate points and exchange them for samples. Xianxiaaudiobooks declared firmly. This idea invigorated everyone. Secondly, information gathering. Know thyself and thy enemy. Xianxiaaudiobooks continued. With our newly acquired Class B permissions, we should conduct limited searches within the Super Administration's internal database for 2 keywords, Dragon Sparrow and my grandfather, Chen Bailey. Transfer this terminal to our own devices. You can search directly. As for Lin Zhao's father and my grandfather's past, it likely isn't as simple as it seems. This pertains to our roots. Lin Zhao's expression grew serious as he nodded emphatically. Thirdly, an upgrade to the app strategy, a covert maneuver. Xianxiaaudiobooks suddenly lowered his voice. Currently, the Spirit app serves merely as a health tool, which is excellent, a perfect disguise. We must leverage this facade to swiftly complete the precise guiding algorithm envisioned by Qin Xian and Yi Ming. Once the algorithm matures, this app will become our ultimate weapon for screening and nurturing potential awakeners. Just imagine, when we need it, we could activate an army of awakeners hidden among ordinary people at any moment. This grand blueprint left everyone breathless. Naturally, the prerequisite is absolute confidentiality. Advancing steadily within the framework of the super administration. Xianxiaaudiobooks emphasized that quietly accumulating wealth is the hard truth. After his speech, thoughts were clear and objectives were defined. Everyone was captivated by the future Xianxiaaudiobooks depicted. Even Lin Zhao grasped the significant implications of these points and research. Let us do it your way, Lin Zhao declared, shaking his fist. Agreed, Qin Xian succinctly affirmed. Su Li and Pan Yiming also nodded in support. As the meeting concluded, everyone relaxed and began discussing where to celebrate that evening. Pan Yiming and Qin Xian huddled together, pointing at the exchange list, planning how to spend their first points. However, Lin Zhao walked to the window, watching the darkening sky outside, his excitement gradually fading into a pensive gloom. Xianxiaaudiobooks noticed his unusual demeanor and approached, offering him a can of cola. What's wrong? Still thinking about the arena? Lin Zhao shook his head, taking the cola and crumpling the can in his grip. He fell silent for a few seconds, turned his head, his gaze unusually earnest and yearning. Xianxiaaudiobooks, I can't wait any longer. Xianxiaaudiobooks raised an eyebrow. The old residence, Lin Zhao's voice lowered. Zhao Tai's words pierce my heart like a thorn. What has my father, the Dragon Sparrow, concealed from us? Is there truly something there in that old house? I always feel that the answer lies there. He looked at Xianxiaaudiobooks, his eyes ablaze. Once we're adequately prepared, will you accompany me back? I can't focus on my training or fighting without understanding this. Xianxiaaudiobooks observed the fervor for truth in his brother's eyes and recalled his own mysterious pendant and his grandfather's past. He took a deep breath and firmly patted Lin Zhao's shoulder. Do not hesitate to go where you wish, nor suppress what you long to uncover. Give me 2 days. Once the points are exchanged for tangible assets, we'll investigate the necessary materials, and I'll accompany you back. Together, we will unearth the secrets of your family's old residence. At that moment, in the capital, Zhou Yu arrived in a special vehicle at a grand building. Swiping her card, the elevator doors slowly opened, and as she stepped out into the elevator hall, a long corridor led to a remarkably heavy wooden door. Knock, knock, knock. 3 muffled sounds echoed, and the door opened silently. She entered, and it closed soundlessly behind her. Not right, Director. I'm back. Zhou Yu's voice resonated. Please, take a seat. How is the situation? A gentle, deep voice inquired. After a round of reporting, the voice came again. Interesting. Chapter 25. The Old Residence, Secrets, and a Suddenly Released Mission. After the segment competition gained considerable attention, time seemed to slow down again. In class, they gathered in the activity room, pondering how to optimize the ever-deepening app while watching Pan Yiming create treasures with his bare hands. On the surface, they appeared no different from typical university students. However, only Xianxiaaudiobooks knew better. Things had changed. He felt as if a rabbit were trapped within him, his thoughts racing. Lin Zhao's dilemma and Zhou Yu's meaningful gaze troubled him repeatedly. Should he use his privileges to investigate? Surely, the diligent would become aware. Could there be absolute confidentiality in the system? If he refrained from investigating, the nagging thoughts would remain. The words grandfather and dragon sparrow clawed at him, igniting his impatience. Seizing the moment when there were no classes, he activated the provided terminal and logged in with his permissions. Taking a deep breath, he entered Dragon Sparrow into the search box. Enter. The screen transitioned, revealing a blank page. No results found. Please verify your search keywords. A chill gripped Chin Mo's heart. Not possible. Let's try another. He typed Chin Bailey. This time there was a result, but it was dishearteningly sparse. Name, Chin Bailey. Affiliated institution, Observation Institute, now defunct. Status, deceased, under suspicion, file sealed. Remarks, no further information available. Deceased under suspicion? File sealed. Chun Mo stared at the line, his fingers growing cold. What was this Observation Institute? He vividly remembered his grandfather passing away. He had personally handled the paperwork, and as he was still a minor, he had even asked Aunt Lu to accompany him to obtain the death certificate. How could the file of an ordinary old man appear in the super administration? Why was it sealed? Why was he under suspicion of being deceased? What on earth was happening? Refusing to give up, he tried searching for Lin Long, Lin Zhao's father. The result was even more straightforward. No results found. Please verify your search keywords. It was as if this individual had never existed in the official system. A wave of cold swept up from his feet. Leaning back in his chair, Chun Mo stared at the cold text on the screen, feeling for the first time that he had never truly understood his own family. What kind of secrets compelled them to live out their lives so mundanely? Chun Mo, why have you been so distracted these past few days? Did you have a fight with Qin Xian? If you signal, I'll go beat him up for you. Lin Xiao nudged Chun Mo with his elbow, sporting a jealous expression that suggested only he was a true brother, while others were untrustworthy. Remarkably, Lin Xiao, who had been feeling down the day before, had completely moved on today. Chun Mo shot him an exasperated glance. You resemble a desperate mistress eager to gain favor. Forgetting the important matters? What important matters? Is there anything more crucial than making money? Regarding your family, we should visit this afternoon. Chun Mo lowered his voice. Let's not expose ourselves. I feel unsafe. It should just be us two. Lin Zhao's playful demeanor faded slightly as he scratched his head. I've been pondering that too. My dad is very tight-lipped. Whenever I asked him about his military service, he would say he was raising pigs. Now, it seems he was hiding something. And my mom doesn't know either. Lin Xiao slapped his thigh. All right. I also feel that house is sinister. It's in the middle of nowhere. So why is the Zhao family so fixated on it? The two planned their covert operation quite well. However, as they stealthily approached the old residence, they turned around to find, astonishingly, Qin Xian standing under a crooked tree in the distance, pushing up his glasses with an impassive expression. Su Li and Pan Yiming peeked out from behind him, with Su Li carrying a small thermos and Pan Yiming shouldering his battered, treasure-laden backpack. Chen Mo inquired, how did you two arrive? Lin Xiao added, what brings you here? Qin Xian adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting light. Little Hulk, someone has been feverishly gathering information. With no classes this afternoon, and based on the data model, you both have an 873 probability of taking action today. Su Li smiled slightly. Qin Xian is just being cautious. Strength lies in numbers. Pan Yiming succinctly replied, equipment, we brought it. Chun Mo covered his face. Great. The secret mission had swiftly morphed into a team outing. Lin Xiao chuckled. Haha, it's good to have more people. Today, I'm treating everyone to a tour of my family's ancestral, wild plant garden. The old residence remained unchanged, overgrown with wild grass, exuding an eerie stillness. Well, since they were already here, Chun Mo sighed in resignation, focusing his mind. Old routine, I will conduct a perception scan. Yiming, check the walls and floor for any hidden layers or unusual metallic responses. Su Li, sense if there are any anomalies in the water flow around us. Qin Xian, calculate from which corner we should start our search for the best fortune. A mental web silently unfurled as Chun Mo's perception seeped through the cracks of the old house, like mercury. He could discern the mottled markings within the walls and hear the faint scuttling of insects beneath the ground. However, contrary to expectations, there were no secret chambers, no hidden compartments, and certainly no heirlooms exuding an air of supremacy. Pan Yiming conducted a scan with his abilities and shook his head. The structure is normal. The metal components are merely ordinary rebar and nails. No anomalous energy residue detected. Su Li closed her eyes for a moment, then opened them. The moisture flow is quite natural, devoid of any signs of human manipulation or obstruction. Qin Xian closed his eyes to receive the rough structural map shared by Chen Mo. Quickly analyzing, the building structure conforms to the suburban residential standards of the 1980s, with a staggering 921 probability of no hidden spaces. After a busy morning, they had not uncovered a single clue. Lin Xiao plopped down on the doorstep, somewhat deflated. What is going on? I thought my father left some treasure behind. But it turns out there is nothing. Chun Mo furrowed his brows. This shouldn't be the case. The Zhao family was so persistent. And Zhou Yu had hinted that the secret must be hidden within the house. Just as he pondered this, the periphery of his mental perception suddenly caught a faint, approaching energy fluctuation. It felt remarkably familiar. He abruptly lifted his head, gazing towards the narrow path outside the courtyard. The others sensed his sudden change and immediately grew vigilant. A few minutes later, a figure appeared at the end of the overgrown path. With a ponytail, clad in simple athletic wear, she held a familiar bronze circular mirror. It was Zhou. Upon spotting the five in the courtyard, she paused momentarily, her expression revealing a flicker of just as I thought. Oh, it's quite lively here today, Zhou remarked as she stepped into the courtyard, her gaze sweeping over the group before ultimately landing on Xianxiao. What a coincidence. I was just assigned to patrol this area, Lin Xiao muttered under his breath. As far as I remember, my family's old residence hasn't had so many visitors at once in decades. Xianxiao quickly interrupted him, forcing a smile as he approached. Officer Zhou. What a coincidence. We merely came to have a look. After all, it's Lin Xiao's family home. Zhou did not respond directly, but merely waved the bronze mirror in her hand, scanning the old residence. Her brow furrowed imperceptibly before returning to calm. She stowed the mirror, turned to Xianxiao, and spoke with a tone that was no longer merely official but laced with deeper significance. Xianxiao, your Lingxi gate has certainly made quite the stir. This is both a blessing and a burden. Her tone grew serious. The Supervision Bureau isn't a monolith. Various factions are intricately intertwined within it. Some are eager to welcome new blood, while others are less enthusiastic. Xianxiao understood the warning clear as day. Officer Zhou, we are just a few students hoping to carry out tasks steadily and earn some points. Xianxiao began to feign ignorance. Zhou interrupted him with a knowing smile. Steady? From the moment you registered with Lingxi Gate, you should abandon any hope of tranquility. Remember, in the Supervision Bureau, mere ability is insufficient for survival. One must also possess intellect and connections. Especially you, Xianxiao. Her gaze swept over the pendant hanging around Xianxiao's neck. And lowering her voice to a volume only they could hear, she cautioned, do not pursue your grandfather's affairs any further. At least not until you possess enough strength for self-preservation. It would be better for you and those around you. Xianxiao felt a jolt of shock. She indeed knew. Moreover, it seemed his grandfather's matters were deeply entangled. Zhou paused, glancing at Lin Xiao, who was eavesdropping nearby, her tone softening. Lin Xiao, your father, Lin Long, is a man worthy of respect. He kept the secret, not revealing it even to his closest ones. That is no small feat. Lin Xiao opened his mouth as if to inquire, but was silenced by a gesture from Zhou. As for your father and the Dragon Sparrow, you will naturally be entitled to learn more once your team reaches a B rank. For now, knowing too much could be detrimental. Zhou's tone brooked no argument. After speaking, she retrieved a device resembling a thicker tablet from her bag, operated it briefly, and said to Xianxiao, there is a D-rank task, not too difficult. Conveniently within Ning City's vicinity. I've sent the details to your terminal. Zhou spoke in an official manner. Yet her eyes conveyed another message regarding the task's details and risk level for them to assess themselves. Just like the rock-solid team. They give their all in every task. It's a matter of responsibility towards oneself and one's comrades. Xianxiao opened the device assigned to him. The screen displaying the task briefing. Zhou cast him one last glance and cryptically remarked, perhaps in the future, there will be an opportunity for us to discuss your grandfather's matters. With that, she turned decisively, her figure swiftly vanishing into the underbrush. In the courtyard, the five exchanged glances, the light-hearted atmosphere evaporating. Lin Xiao scratched his head. What was that all about? The more I listen, the more confused I become. Xian adjusted his glasses. The volume of information is immense. Internal factions of the Supervision Bureau, the secrets surrounding Qin's grandfather, Lin Uncle's past. And a seemingly simple, yet conveniently presented C-rank task. The past of grandfather, the mystery of Lin Zhao's father, the undercurrents within the Supervision Bureau. And this sudden practice task in hand. He knew that a greater storm was about to unfold. This C-rank task was indeed not so easy to tackle. Chapter 26, D-rank task, equipment, unknown biological footprints. In the activity room, Lin Xiao was brimming with a sudden excitement, akin to having consumed spurious liquor. Zhou's words had entirely quelled his doubts, and now all he could think about was racking up points. Xianxiao fixated on the freshly updated task details on his terminal, feeling a mix of confusion and caution. D-rank task, eliminate the suspected E-rank, body refinement realm, anomalous creature. Nightmare beast, within the abandoned elementary school in the eastern mountainous area of Ning City. Characteristics, resembles a black cat, feeds on fear, and mutates upon contact with spiritual energy. Warning, proficient in mental interference and concealment. E-rank, just this? Lin Xiao cracked his knuckles, brimming with bravado. Let's go, let us go. I can take down 10 of these little furballs. Quick, quick. After we finish, I can still make it to the cafeteria for a late-night snack. Xian lifted his gaze from behind the computer screen, his lenses glinting coldly. There exists a 37 uncertainty variable in the task description. It suggests that the target S level may fluctuate. Proficiency in mental interference implies the potential presence of area control capabilities. It is advisable to conduct thorough pre-battle preparations and risk assessments to avoid unforeseen mishaps due to insufficient information. Mishaps? Lin Xiao, indignant, retorted, "It's just an E-rank monster. How tough can it be?" Chen Mo ignored the bickering duo, his mind calculating rapidly. Task D, though the points may be few, every bit counts. The crucial aspect is that this is the first official mission undertaken by the Lingxi sect, and we must make a resounding start. Everyone, quiet down. With a thump on the table, Xian asserted, "He is right. Caution is the mother of safety. We are no longer amateurs. We must employ some strategy." Strategy? What strategy? Lin Xiao scratched his head. Pan Yiming quietly retrieved an assortment of items from his seemingly bottomless backpack. Among them were several objects resembling sports wristbands, a palm-sized drone, and a few metal blocks the size of matchboxes. Wow. Yiming, when did you acquire all these treasures? Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled as he reached out to touch them. Pan Yiming swatted his hand away, adjusting his thick glasses, and for once, spoke a bit more. This is an optimized energy detector. The wristband version, one for each of us, monitors our energy fluctuations and the surrounding spiritual energy concentration in real time. He handed one of the wristbands to Lin Xiao. Put it on, but be careful. The materials were quite expensive. Upon hearing the word expensive, Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily inquired, "How expensive?" Pan Yiming ignored him. Continuing his explanation, the drone version conducts aerial reconnaissance and scans for anomalies in spiritual energy over a wide area. He powered on the small drone, which whirred softly and hovered steadily in the air, its camera flickering with a faint light. Xian cooperatively opened his laptop, and the screen instantly displayed a real-time overhead view of the activity room, along with energy flow trajectories of varying colors, as clear as thermal imaging. Impressive. Lin Xiao gaped in awe. Isn't this akin to having a full map hack? Theoretically, through multi-point positioning and algorithmic analysis, we can accurately pinpoint hidden targets' coordinates and energy levels, Xian explained expressionlessly, tapping a few keys, transforming the screen's image into a 3D model that even marked the path of cockroaches scuttling across the floor. Su Li also donned a wristband, softly stating, "This is good. It allows us to review everyone's status." And this, Pan Yiming produced several verdant circuit boards, their silver patterns far more intricate than before, arcane symbol boards. Explosive symbol boards, upgraded versions. They activate faster, consume less energy, and include a time trigger module. He paused briefly, adding, "However, the material costs have exceeded by 135. Chen Mo felt a pang of heartache, forcing a calm facade. "No worries. It's an investment. All of this is a necessary investment. Once we accumulate more points, we can procure better materials." Next came the tactical deployment. Chen Mo, integrating the new equipment, began assigning tasks. The drone will first fly in to scan the area, while Xian analyzes the data in real time for anomalies. Everyone should wear their wristbands. Any unusual energy fluctuations will trigger an alarm. "Lin Xiao, you're tough. Draw the fire on the front lines, but remember not to be reckless. Listen to commands. Su Li, you'll handle crowd control. Look for opportunities to use mist for disruption or defense. Yiming, you're responsible for long-range support. Wait for the right moment to utilize the symbol boards, and see if there's any scrap metal we can manipulate. I'll maintain global perception and mental link. Notify the group immediately of any developments." He turned to Xian, your data support and alerts will be crucial. If anything seems amiss, call for a halt." Xian adjusted his glasses, understood. "I will establish real-time data flow monitoring, with the anomaly threshold set to a standard value of 15. Lin Xiao was left bewildered but nonetheless exhilarated. "Got it. The drone clears the way, the wristbands monitor personal status. I'll take the hits up front. Su Li provides a shield, Yiming throws bombs, and Chen Mo, you shout 666. While Xian calculates our escape route, right?" The group collectively sighed at his comprehension skills. Chen Mo retorted sharply, "Enough of that. Everyone focus. This is the Lingxi sect's first battle. We must win spectacularly." Before departing, Chen Mo contemplated and tucked the ancient compass given to him by Zhou Yu into his pocket. Xian glanced at it, remaining silent, but his eyes conveyed a clear message. "What, do you not trust our science?" Chen Mo chuckled, "Better safe than sorry. Besides, it's an opportunity for a comprehensive comparative test to see whether our ancestral techniques or our advanced technology prevail." The night was as thick as ink, and the 5-member team stealthily approached the abandoned primary school in the Eastern District. The walls were crumbling, the railings were rusted beyond recognition, and inside, It was a pitch-black abyss, eerily silent, with not even a chirp of insects. "Drone go," Xianxiaaudiobooks whispered. Pan Yiming maneuvered the drone silently inside, and the camera transmitted real-time footage. The dilapidated playground, empty classrooms, and shards of glass reflected faint glimmers. Everything looked like a scene straight out of a horror film. Xianxian focused intently on the computer screen as data streams scrolled rapidly. No signs of life detected. The background spiritual energy concentration is slightly above the urban average, but it is evenly distributed with no violent fluctuation points. Xianxiaaudiobooks retrieved the compass. Its needle trembled slightly before settling toward the direction of the teaching building. Though the movement was minimal, the compass indicated a faint response consistent with an E-level description. Lin Xiao, growing impatient, exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Let us just charge in. What could a little cat possibly do?" However, Xianxian suddenly frowned. "Wait, something's off." He pointed at a subtle data curve on the screen. The background spiritual energy disturbance frequency is approximately 83 higher than the theoretical value for standard E-level anomalous beings. While it hasn't reached D-level thresholds, it's still quite abnormal. Xianxiaaudiobooks pulled Pan Yiming over and retrieved a sports camera from his bag, securing it to his chest to capture the compass's operational state, and powered it on. A faint, almost imperceptible tremor flickered through his senses, akin to a needle gently pricking at his nerve endings. It wasn't painful, but it evoked a sense of inexplicable unease. "Everyone, be cautious." Xianxiaaudiobooks lowered his voice, transmitting vigilance through their mental link. "I sense an unsettling stillness. It's too quiet." Lin Xiao, unfazed, took a couple of running steps and effortlessly vaulted over the low wall, landing soundlessly. He turned back, flashing a grin that revealed a set of white teeth, which stood out starkly against the darkness. "What's there to fear? Watch me take the lead. Keep up." Afterward, he noted the incredulous expressions on his companions' faces and felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing they couldn't jump that high. He prepared to pull aside the railing to let them in. Pan Yiming, exasperated, handed the remote to Xianxian to guide the drone back, then deftly removed the barrier, stacking it beside his feet, allowing the others to enter the campus. Once everyone was inside, Lin Xiao crouched low and stealthily made his way toward the shadow of the teaching building. Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others hurried to catch up. As they approached the teaching building, they found Lin Xiao squatting beside a half-collapsed flower bed, scratching his head in confusion as he pointed to the ground. "Hey, what do you think this is?" The group gathered around, illuminated by the flashlight, revealing several indistinct tracks in the mud, resembling those of a feline creature. However, these paw prints were unusually large, and strangely, as the flashlight beam swept over them, a faint, nearly invisible dark mist seemed to coil around the edges of the prints. Suli instinctively gripped her flashlight tightly. Xianxian's gaze sharpened behind his lenses, quickly inputting commands on his computer. Xianxiaaudiobooks' heart sank gradually. This E-level anomaly was likely not as simple as it appeared. Chapter 27. Fear Unleashed. Life and death crisis for the team. These paw prints are awfully suspicious. Lin Xiao squatted by the flower bed, scratching his buzz cut as he poked at the indistinct impressions in the mud. What happened to the little black cat? These prints are more like a small leopard. Xianxiaaudiobooks' heart skipped a beat as he crouched down to examine them. The paw prints were deeply embedded, edged with an unnatural charred blackness, and more bizarrely, the almost imperceptible dark mist coiled around the prints, undulating like a living entity, sending chills down one's spine. The sports camera affixed to his chest faithfully chronicled the chaotic scenes captured by the compass, spinning erratically as if every direction were a target, trembling like it had been seized by a fit. Anomalous data confirmed. Xianxian adjusted his glasses, the glow of the computer screen casting a pallor upon his face, while the background's spiritual energy disturbance frequency exceeded permissible levels. The residual energy analysis of the claw marks indicated that the energy fluctuations surpassed the background spiritual concentration by 210. The residual energy alone exceeded level E, suggesting that the target had undergone an unknown mutation or that the intelligence was gravely flawed. Xianxiaaudiobooks remained silent, extending a finger to lightly touch the edge of the residual energy, his perception weaving towards the claw marks like a spider's web. His brow furrowing in a knot, the energy residue exhibited corrosive properties. It was no ordinary creature. Suli instinctively moved closer to Lin Xiao, her left hand unknowingly forming a sphere of water, softly murmuring, "It's too quiet. Even the wind seems to have ceased." Indeed, the entire abandoned elementary school was eerily silent, the commotion from their earlier wall scaling seemingly swallowed by the darkness. Only the deep hum of the drone and the slightly labored breaths of the group punctuated the stillness. "Damn it, we've come this far." Lin Xiao abruptly stood, his confusion replaced by eager anticipation, dismissing whether it was a mutation or a blunder. A good beating would clarify it. An E-grade monster could hardly stir up D-grade waves. Could it? Mo inhaled deeply, suppressing his unease, refraining from voicing his deductions. Everyone, stay alert. The situation has changed. Prepare for the worst. Yiming. Lower the drone's altitude, gliding close to the corridor ceiling, he instructed. Lin Xiao, follow the drone, maintain a 5-meter distance, and don't rush in. Su Li, keep the water shield ready. Qin Xian, focus on monitoring the data from Lin Xiao and the drone. Alert us immediately if there are any anomalies. Understood. Came the chorus of affirmations. The 5 resumed their movements, this time with even greater caution. Lin Xiao led the way, crouched low like a poised leopard, trailing behind the silently gliding drone as they inched toward the darkened entrance of the classroom building. The dilapidated porch resembled a gaping maw, shrouded in impenetrable darkness within. Inside the classroom building, the gloom deepened, the air thick with the musty scent of mildew and dust. The faint beam of the flashlight illuminated only a small patch beneath their feet, while the distance faded into an abyss of shadow. The footage relayed by the drone was displayed in split screen on Qin Xian's computer, revealing the tattered classroom doors flanking the corridor, most of the glass shattered, resembling hollow eyes. Turn left, proceed straight for approximately 20 meters. The second classroom door on the right exhibits significant residual energy. Qin Xian's voice resonated calmly in the oppressive darkness, echoing from afar. Lin Xiao signaled his understanding, pressing against the wall, muscles taut, advancing step by step. Mo heightened his perception, scanning the area like a radar, the prickling sensation of unease intensifying. Suddenly, Qin Xian's voice quickened. Warning. Energy peak sharply rising around the upcoming corner. Exceeding D-grade threshold. Approaching late-stage D-grade levels. Not E-grade. Repeat, not E-grade. Almost simultaneously with Qin Xian's warning, Mo sensed a powerful surge of black energy erupting from around the corner, accompanied by a nauseating wave of psychic pollution. Be cautious. Lin Xiao. Shield Su Li and retreat. Su Li, erect the shield. Mo bellowed. It was too late. As the drone rounded the corner, the footage sent shivers down everyone's spine. This was not the nightmare beast resembling a black cat, as described in the data. It crouched at the corridor's end, its size nearly that of a young calf. Its sleek black fur glistened, eyes blood red as if ready to bleed, mouth agape revealing dagger-like fangs, and its claws shimmered ominously, sharp enough to easily tear through steel. Enveloped in a thick, tangible black mist that swirled like an unknown flame, it exuded a repugnant aura. A roar erupted. Not a meow, but rather a low growl reminiscent of a ferocious beast. The mutated nightmare beast lunged, leaping against the classroom wall, swiftly closing in on the drone, its claws striking like lightning without a moment's notice. Crack. The drone's footage instantly transformed into static, a window on Qin Xian's computer going dark. Damn it. The drone is ruined. Pan Yiming exclaimed, his heart aching. Forget the drone. Retreat first. Mo was entirely unconcerned about the drone's cost at this moment, prioritizing everyone's safety. Target confirmed. Late-stage D-grade mutation. Highly dangerous. Qin Xian's voice remained composed, yet his speed of speech was astonishingly rapid. Lin Xiao. Retreat. It's coming. After shattering the drone, the mutated nightmare beast's crimson eyes instantly fixated on the 5 individuals around the corner. It did not immediately pounce, but instead opened its gaping maw, emitting a silent scream. The black mist extended like tendrils, rapidly encircling Lin Xiao and Su Li, while it surged menacingly towards the remaining 3. Buzz. Mo felt as though his head had been struck by a hammer, darkness encroaching upon his vision. A chilling, viscous sense of dread washed over him like a tidal wave, only to be repelled by an invisible barrier. The black mist retreated swiftly, failing to make contact. Psychic attack? Ugh. Lin Xiao, the first to be struck, emitted a muffled groan, freezing in place. His eyes widened in terror, pupils dilated, color draining from his face as he murmured, Mom, Dad. Zhao Tai's most harrowing fears, conjured as the most vivid nightmare, played out before him. His fist, as large as a cooking pot, hung suspended in the air, unable to strike down, instinctively retreating a step, his body trembling slightly. Lin Xiao, Su Li, nearest to him, noticed his distress and cried out, but she too was affected. The water shield she had conjured flickered violently before shattering, spilling across the ground. It's a psychic attack. A strong illusion of fear. Mo steadied his mind, attempting to forge a mental link with his teammates to help Lin Xiao and Su Li regain their composure. Don't let it pull you in. But the illusion of fear was overwhelmingly potent. The black mist, following the invisible strands of spiritual connection, seemed to find a clear route, swiftly ensnaring even Qin Xian and Pan Yiming, who were linked mentally. Qin Xian's fingers slowed on the keyboard, a momentary look of confusion clouding his eyes. Pan Yiming's control over his metal manipulation faltered. In that instant of collective paralysis, whoosh, the mutated nightmare beast sprang into action. It transformed into a bolt of black lightning, racing towards Lin Xiao and Su Li, who were closest and mentally compromised. The stench of blood wafted through the air. Its glimmering claws aimed directly for Lin Xiao's throat. A successful strike would surely prove fatal. Lin Xiao, dodge. Chun Mo's eyes widened with desperation, desperately urging him to awaken. But Lin Xiao, engulfed in fear, moved as if trapped in slow motion. In the nick of time. Though Lin Xiao was consumed by terror, his instincts and protective urge for Su Li momentarily overrode his fear. Almost reflexively, he lunged to embrace Su Li, instinctively positioning his broad back towards the oncoming creature, simultaneously pushing off with his feet to roll to the side. Rip! The sickening sound of tearing leather echoed. Though Lin Xiao's reaction was nearly at its limit, the claws of the mutated nightmare beast still carved a gash into his back. Blood spurted forth, splattering Su Li, whom he shielded, across the face. Ugh! Lin Xiao grunted in pain, crashing to the ground with Su Li, raising a cloud of dust. His body, strengthened by the secondary awakening, had saved him from a lethal blow. Otherwise, that strike would have surely cleaved him in two. Yet the excruciating pain helped him regain a semblance of clarity from the illusion of fear. Warm blood splattered across her face, jolting Su Li back to reality. Upon seeing the horrific wound on Lin Xiao's back and his distorted expression from the agony, yet still fiercely protecting her, her heart felt as though it had been violently squeezed, and she gasped in shock. Lin Xiao? Su Li? Chen Mo's eyes turned red with anguish. He endeavored to stabilize the mental link once more, yet it was inundated with Lin Xiao's excruciating pain, Su Li's panic, and the lingering stupor that still enveloped Qin Xian and Pan Yiming. The fear emanating from the mutated nightmare beast enveloped him like a quagmire, and his teammates' negative emotions threatened to rebound upon him through the link. His head throbbed as if it might explode. The creature struck with precision, landing nearby, a cruel mockery flickering in its crimson eyes, seemingly relishing the terror and agony of its prey. It licked the blood of Lin Xiao from its claws, its body crouching slightly, clearly preparing to unleash a second, more lethal assault. The targets remained Lin Xiao and Su Li, who lay incapacitated on the ground. Qin Xian struggled to concentrate, his voice laced with an unusual urgency. Chen Mo, the link is unstable and the data flow chaotic. Effective predictions are impossible. Pan Yiming shook his head, attempting to manipulate the metallic fragments on the ground to attack, but his fingers trembled, causing several pieces of metal to fly awkwardly before crashing down. It was over. Annihilation was imminent, as he beheld the shadow of the beast lunging forward once again. Witnessing the chaos and fear of his companions through the link, Chun Mo felt a surge of rage erupting within him. To hell with caution. To hell with tactics. Damn it all. He cursed vehemently and abruptly severed the mental link. No more hesitation. He concentrated all his mental energy, along with that fierce determination. No longer dispersed or directed, but coalescing into a colossal hammer, driving all his willpower recklessly towards the core of the monster that radiated the most profound darkness and fear. Awaken, damn it. Chapter 28. Counterattack. The Wrath of Lin Xiao. Damn it. Get away from me. This singular thought consumed Chun Mo's mind. What tactics? What caution? None of it mattered. He envisioned himself as a nail, twisting all his mental strength into a single force, thrusting it fiercely towards the core that exuded the most intense darkness and terror. The impact was extraordinary. The mutated nightmare beast, poised to pounce on the fallen Lin Xiao and Su Li, let out a piercing shriek as if its tail had been stepped on, recoiling instinctively, its crimson eyes betraying a flicker of uncertainty for the first time. Chun Mo himself was not unscathed. His head throbbed as if struck by a battering ram, buzzing incessantly, and his vision blurred, nearly causing him to collapse. Yet he persevered, staggering 2 steps to Lin Xiao and Su Li's side. Wake up. For the love of all that's holy, wake up, he shouted while attempting to re-establish the mental link. This time, it was different. The previous link had primarily served to convey information, but under the extreme pressure and the intense will to protect his companions, a new element infused his mental energy, a thin, yet remarkably resilient layer of intent, like a transparent film, forcibly encasing the consciousness of Lin Xiao and Su Li, which was on the verge of being consumed by fear. Qin Xian and Pan Yiming also regained their composure. Although their faces remained pale, clarity returned to their eyes, and they rushed to assist. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Xiao suddenly erupted in a fit of coughs, his once dilated pupils refocusing. The searing pain radiating from his back jolted him fully awake. Lowering his gaze, he saw Su Li, bloodied and cradled in his arms. The blood was his, Yet he was blissfully unaware, his mind clouded by the panic of Su Li's assault. Su Li too regained her senses, trembling fingers brushing against her warm face. Upon witnessing the gaping, bone-deep wound on Lin Xiao's back, tears flooded her eyes. Lin Xiao, you're back. I'm fine. I won't die? Lin Xiao grinned through gritted teeth, attempting to muster a smile that was more grotesque than reassuring. Yet, seeing Su Li awake replaced his panic with a fiercer emotion, rage. Link, quickly, Chun Mo rasped, and the new mental link was established in an instant. This time, an additional layer of solid undercurrent permeated the link, a mental barrier forcefully erected by Chun Mo, which, although faint, effectively shielded against the majority of the residual waves of fear. You bastard! How dare you harm Su Li? I will tear you apart. As the link established, Lin Xiao's roar reverberated through everyone's minds. He disregarded the blood gushing from his back and leaped up from the ground. In that moment, his muscles bulged, veins protruding, radiating an aura more terrifying than before, akin to an ancient beast roused to fury. The wound tore further, blood spilling onto the ground. Yet he seemed impervious to the pain. Strangely, under Lin Xiao's wrath, the bleeding from his wound eerily ceased, and his skin took on a metallic sheen. The mutated nightmare beast appeared momentarily daunted by Lin Xiao's reckless ferocity, instinctively taking a step back. Lin Xiao, wait for me to create an opportunity. Follow my lead. Su Li, contain it. Xianxian commanded promptly. Su Li wiped her tears away, her gaze transforming into a cold, focused intensity. Her hands moved rapidly, and countless tiny droplets of water in the air crystallized, morphing into numerous sharp, icy projectiles, slicing through the air like a torrential storm, targeting the beast's eyes and vulnerable joints. The nightmare beast swiped its claws to scatter the majority of the water projectiles, but its speed was evidently hindered. Xianxian, route. Predict the target's trajectory. 7 o'clock to the left, evasion probability 78. Yiming, the abandoned podium on the right. Xianxian's voice was swift and steady, his memory and analytical abilities fully engaged. Pan Yiming said nothing, his gaze sharp as a blade, suddenly thrusting his hands forward. The rusty iron podium in the right classroom was instantaneously crushed by immense force, emitting a grating sound, lifted by an invisible power, and propelled like a colossal iron plate towards the predicted landing point of the nightmare beast. Just as the beast dodged the water projectiles, it was met with the massive iron panel. It shrieked and twisted to evade the direct impact, narrowly avoiding a collision. Yet its claws were still grazed by the edge of the iron panel, sparks flying. Now, Lin Xiao, go. Lin Xiao could no longer contain himself, like a cannonball. He propelled himself off the ground, leaving a shallow crater in his wake. Seizing the moment while the nightmare beast was off balance, his fist, as large as a cooking pot, howled through the air, smashing into its abdomen with devastating force. Boom! A muffled sound echoed, akin to a strike on a leather drum. The nightmare beast emitted a pained howl, launched into the air before crashing heavily against the wall, debris scattering. It struggled to rise, its crimson eyes filled with ferocity and a hint of fear. But it was not over. Chen Mo's expression hardened. Yiming, gift. With a flick of his fingers, the circuit board that had been floating behind Pan Yiming surged forward. ZZZT. The circuit board zipped and halted abruptly. A bolt of blue-white electricity, thicker and more dazzling than before, erupted from the detonator circuit board plus, precisely where the nightmare beast would land. Aru! The nightmare beast was jolted, its fur standing on end, convulsing violently, its movements rendered completely rigid. How could Lin Xiao let such an opportunity slip? He bellowed and charged once more, this time targeting its head. His fist descended. Crack! The sickening sound of bones fracturing resonated. The world fell silent. The nauseating black mist dissipated rapidly, like a punctured balloon. The mutated nightmare beast collapsed to the ground, twitching twice before falling still. The battle ended abruptly. Of the 5, only Chun Mo remained barely standing. The other 4 were slumped on the ground, gasping for breath as though they had just emerged from water. Blood continued to flow from Lin Xiao's back. Yet he seemed to have forgotten the pain, merely gazing foolishly at Su Li, who was hurriedly trying to staunch his bleeding. I'm fine, really. I'm fine, he insisted, trying to appear strong. Su Li shot him a glance, her eyes tinged with red. Yet her hands moved with greater delicacy as she carefully cleansed the wound with pure water. Xianxian adjusted his misaligned glasses, gazing at the data curve on the computer screen when he suddenly exclaimed, What's the matter? Chen Mo inquired, rubbing his aching temples. Xianxian pointed at the screen. In the final phase of the battle, look here at the energy fluctuations between Yiming and me, and here as well. On the screen, the energy curves representing Xianxian and Pan Yiming displayed a markedly steep ascent just before the nightmare beast was vanquished. stabilizing at a significantly elevated level compared to before. Pan Yiming, momentarily taken aback, instinctively raised his hand. A small metal shard zipping into his palm with a speed that left a blur in its wake. As he manipulated it, he found it felt even more intuitive, as if it were an extension of himself. Qin Xian closed his eyes, swiftly recalling the details of the recent battle, with a torrent of data flowing through his mind, reorganizing and optimizing at an astonishing pace, accompanied by an ineffable sense of clarity. He opened his eyes and turned to Chinemo, his gaze behind the lenses shimmering with disbelief. Chinemo, it seems that Yiming and I have broken through some kind of bottleneck in our energy peaks? Pan Yiming nodded vigorously, his face alight with barely contained excitement. Chinemo observed his upgraded companions, then glanced at the heavily injured Lin Xiao. Reflecting on the harrowing experience with the D-class mutated entity, a myriad of frustrations racing through his mind. He let out a wry laugh, exclaiming, "Is this truly a D-class mission? It's the epitome of D-class chaos. Once we report back, I must have a serious talk with Zhou Yu. This intelligence discrepancy is utterly outrageous." According to the mission guidelines, they needed to bring back the claws and teeth of the target, record the coordinates, and wait for Pan Yiming to retrieve the remnants of their equipment before they exited the campus. On their way home, silence enveloped them. Lin Xiao chuckled to himself. Clad in a spare coat, while Su Li pressed down on his wound throughout the journey, providing him with some relief. Upon entering the vehicle, Qin Xian furiously typed on his keyboard, his newly acquired abilities seemingly aiding him in solving significant problems, a smile steadily widening at the corners of his mouth. The last time he felt this exhilarated was when he resolved the enigma of talisman reverse engineering. What surprises might this new Qin Xian hold? Chapter 29. This is all about money. The business battle, simple yet profound. The door to the activity room slammed shut with a resounding thud, isolating them from the outside world. The adrenaline from their earlier harrowing experience in the abandoned elementary school lingered in their bones. "Easy now, Su Li." Lin Xiao grimaced as he lay across two merged tables, shirtless, anxious about the urgent treatment of his injury. The moment they returned to the activity room, he insisted on an inspection. The gash on his back, inflicted by the mutated nightmare beast, was alarmingly gruesome. Su Li paid him no mind, her brow furrowed, as she meticulously cleaned the surrounding dirt from the wound with a cotton swab dipped in clean water. Her fingertips shimmered slightly, a gentle mist of cool water enveloping the injury, alleviating Lin Xiao's searing pain considerably, prompting a soft hum of relief from him. "Huh," Su Li suddenly gasped. "Isn't your wound healing a bit too rapidly?" After clearing away the dried blood, she realized that the bleeding had long ceased, and the edges had begun to develop delicate granulation tissue, forming a thin, glossy scab. Lin Xiao turned his head, attempting to glimpse his back, but the angle was too awkward. "Really? I knew it. Second awakening. It must grant rapid healing. Aren't I impressive, Su Li?" Chen Imo leaned in for a closer look. Stroking his chin, there are two possibilities. Either Lin Xiao's physique has evolved to possess a self-healing buff, or, he turned his gaze to Su Li, your water may not only be controllable, but also possess some healing properties. Me? Healing? Su Li looked at her hands with a hint of confusion. Lin Xiao perked up, sitting up abruptly. Is that true? Su Li, do you have that capability? Come on, let us test it. Use a small knife to make a cut for me. Su Li, exasperated by his foolish suggestion, shot him an incredulous glare and flicked her finger, sending a water sphere the size of a ping-pong ball crashing into Lin Xiao's forehead, leaving him momentarily dazed. If I truly had healing abilities, the first thing I would do is cure your brain, she chided, her tone laced with playful reproach. Lin Xiao rubbed his damp forehead, gazing at Su Li's slightly flushed cheeks, grinning foolishly, and the pain faded from his mind. The atmosphere lightened considerably. Chen Imo tossed the malfunctioning spiritual compass, which had spun aimlessly since the battle began, onto the table with a clatter. Look at this. It failed us at a crucial moment. This piece of junk still costs 20 points? What a scam. No wonder Zhou Yu offered it for free. It's useless in safe situations and fails in dangerous ones. Fortunately, we had Yiming's detection device. His eyes suddenly lit up with inspiration. Wait, that's it. We can include this in the mission report. We can highlight how impressive our self-developed detection equipment was in providing early warnings for the target's mutation. Could this not be marketed as a product? Sold to other teams in the Super Management Bureau? Our points would flood in. The spirit of making money ignited once more. Countless coins and points were ready to rain down upon me. Without hesitation, they began drafting the report. Qin Xian had withdrawn to a corner, clutching his laptop, his fingers darting across the touchpad. Streams of data and waveforms scrolled rapidly across the screen. The preliminary data analysis was complete. He adjusted his glasses, the lenses glinting, confirming the second awakening. All eyes turned to him. Xian displayed several energy fluctuation graphs, clearly illustrating that during the battle, Chen Mo, Lin Xiao, and Su Li's energy peaks had approached, even briefly surpassing the levels they had achieved against Zhao Tai. More crucially, in the latter stages of the battle, both he and Pan Yiming's energy levels had undergone a leap, stabilizing at a new height after the battle concluded. Even more importantly, Xian's tone carried a rare excitement, his speech quickening. Post-battle, my computational capabilities seem to have been upgraded. An intuitive ability, akin to data association, has emerged, directly aiding me in resolving user awakening challenges. He swiftly brought up another set of comparative data. Look here. This is the physiological baseline data of the 5 of us prior to awakening, the data after practicing fundamental breathing techniques, data from our first awakenings, and the current data. I have a hypothesis. Xian's gaze swept over the group. The essence of awakening likely involves a precise resonance between individual life and external spiritual energy. Chen Mo's perception and guidance function as a unique tuning tool. He pointed at Chen Mo during our initial awakening. He unconsciously assisted each of us in discovering our unique frequencies that resonate optimally with spiritual energy. This also explains why each person's awakening direction differs. It is determined by the distinctive traits that define our humanity. Lin Xiao, bewildered, scratched his head. Can you explain that resonance frequency in simpler terms? Xian shot him a sidelong glance. To put it simply, while Chen Mo was guiding your breathing techniques, he was continuously directing you towards a suitable rhythm. The correct duration, tempo, and depth of inhalation, exhalation, and pauses are essential for achieving awakening. Oh, if you had said it like that from the start, Lin Xiao exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, but then pondered, but why haven't the users of our app awakened? Is it merely for wellness? Here lies the problem, Xian pinpointed. The app only provides a basic breathing rhythm, a standard tempo. However, each user's physical foundation varies, necessitating fine-tuning to discover their unique resonance point. This fine-tuning process could only be accomplished by Chen Mo, our living metronome. Pan Yiming suddenly interjected, his eyes gleaming with excitement. So, if we can quantify Chen Mo's perceptual data during adjustments and establish a model, we could utilize algorithms to provide each user with a personalized breathing parameter adjustment plan? This is feasible. Xian nodded emphatically, stating, based on our fundamental data, along with the foundational data from 50 beta testers, I have eliminated the interference factors, retaining only the commonalities and key variables. I have preliminarily constructed an awakening algorithm model. If it proves viable post-beta testing, we can subsequently complete the resonance algorithm model. The next step is for any one of us to achieve a third awakening, thereby acquiring higher-level data, which would enable us to iterate to a third generation or even higher algorithm. At that point, the app may indeed be capable of implementing batch-targeted awakening guidance, perhaps even a more advanced guide for resonators. Lin Xiao stroked his chin, wearing an expression of deep understanding. So, we are the first to prosper before helping others? We upgrade first, the algorithms follow, and the users learn in tandem? Our app is rather intelligent, offering 1,000 personalized customizations. Chen Mo felt a surge of excitement. Yes, this is the right path. Driven by technology, algorithms reign supreme. After a brief moment of exhilaration, the work before them needed to continue. Chen Mo organized the task report, attaching the combat data recorded by Pan Yiming's equipment, appropriately processed to obscure critical details, along with photographs and videos of certain monster samples, and the coordinates of the monster corpses, which he submitted to the Supervision Bureau through the terminal. He emphasized the malfunction of the compass circulated by the Supervision Bureau, crediting their self-developed equipment for its success. Soon, 3 internal staff members from the Supervision Bureau arrived to collect the monster samples, entering the task review phase. However, it wasn't long before Xian coldly turned his laptop screen toward everyone. The vibrant page of the internal forum of the Supervision Bureau was ablaze with several prominently marked and bolded posts. Breaking news. The recent surge in the cultivation level of the Lingxi sect's new B-level team raises suspicions. Is it innate talent or the result of practicing dark arts? Discussion on why the objectives of E-level tasks have bizarrely mutated to late D-level. Is it mere coincidence or a self-directed point scam? Elder Luo Tianming of the traditional artifact refining sect speaks out, condemning certain sects for maligning orthodox artifacts with cunning tricks, thereby disrupting the market. Beneath the posts, numerous comments followed, ranging from skepticism to mere spectatorship, with some evidently attempting to stir the pot. With a smirk, Xian adjusted his glasses, remarking with scorn, "What swift action! It seems we've obstructed certain individuals or drawn their attention." Chen Mo gazed at the screen filled with malicious words, his eyes narrowing slowly. Rather than feeling anger, a sly smile crept onto his lips, preventing Lin Xiao, who was on the verge of indignation, from reacting. "This is perfectly normal," he declared, tapping the table. "What does this signify?" "It indicates that we've encroached upon someone else's territory. In business competition, slandering and tarnishing your opponent is a standard tactic." He turned to his companions, his gaze sharp. "However, I never expected that the business warfare among cultivators could be so unembellished. Xianxian, deal with them." Chapter 30, Astonishment. The truth about the mission. The forums section for lively discussions within the Supervision Bureau had, in recent days, transformed into a veritable den of denunciation for the Lingxi sect. The earlier posts questioning their credibility had yet to cool down when new controversies emerged. An ID under the moniker Senior Observer published an in-depth article, articulating a compelling argument with a singular core message. The cultivation levels of these individuals in the Lingxi sect have surged too suspiciously. How long has it been since their registration to the segment competition that they could confront a late-stage D-level mutant? This defies logic. The implication was that they may have employed some method to overdraw their potential or resorted to unethical practices, or perhaps it was a self-directed performance, deliberately capturing a nightmarish beast to artificially inflate task difficulty for points. The chorus of agreement grew louder below. Indeed, where is the instant success in cultivation? They must have taken a crooked path. Perhaps that monster was cultivated by them. Suggestions for a thorough investigation were made, calling for the revocation of their points and ratings. Even more outrageous was Elder Luo Tianming of the Artifact Refining Sect, who, in collaboration with the Technical Division of the Supervision Bureau, issued a joint statement. In essence, it emphasized the importance of maintaining stability in the artifact market, announcing a brand new upgraded version of the Lingxi Compass, utilizing new techniques with enhanced precision, stability, and interference resistance, all while keeping the price unchanged at 20 points, claiming it to be fair to all. A discerning eye would immediately recognize the target of this move. Isn't it true that the Lingxi sect has disparaged our compass? Well, here's our upgraded version. This was an official endorsement aimed at undermining the validity of their self-developed equipment. In the activity room, Lin Xiao scrolled through the forum on his terminal, fuming. Are these people so idle? If they can't compete, they resort to slander? And as for that compass, why upgrade now, after we criticized its performance? Chun Mo remained silent, his fingers tapping on the table, his gaze icy. Obstructing Chun Mo's opportunity to profit was a matter of life and death. Xianxian adjusted his glasses, expressionless as he commented, a typical tactic in commercial competition. First, they tarnish our reputation in the media, then they take an official stance, attempting to define us as an unreasonable entity, thereby undermining the value of our technology. It's lowbrow, yet effective, particularly against ordinary loose cultivators who are easily swayed. Suli looked at everyone with concern. If this continues, it will be quite detrimental for us in accepting tasks and exchanging resources, right? Meanwhile, Pan Yiming remained engrossed in tinkering with his treasure bag, indifferent to the external clamor. Effective? They simply haven't encountered a tough opponent. Chun Mo suddenly chuckled, revealing a set of white teeth, infused with a hint of ferocity. They enjoy playing with public opinion. Do they? Very well, let us show them some real substance. He turned to Xianxian. The combat videos and data recordings I asked you to capture from multiple angles. Are they all organized? A subtle, almost mischievous smile graced Xianxian's lips. Of course. High definition. Multi-angle footage, including close-ups of the spiraling chaos of the Lingwen compass, a side-by-side comparison with the stable data flow from our self-developed detector, and a portrayal of the mutated nightmarish beast, alongside the podium crushed by Yiming, with the walls serving as environmental references. Timestamps, energy fluctuation records, everything is accounted for. Excellent. Chun Mo clapped his thigh. Don't release it all. Edit a highlight reel. Emphasize information errors, the official compass malfunction. Make that a close-up. Show the monstrous ferocity with a few terrifying shots. Highlight our grueling battle, focusing on Lin Zhao's injuries, Su Li's water shield, and the electrical arc effects from our circuit board. The data charts must be clear. We must strike back decisively. Understood. Xianxian's fingers danced across the keyboard. And soon a sensational, expertly edited video post was ready. The post's title read, Astonishment. Full record of the Lingxi sect's task in the Eastern District. How we survived against a late-stage D-level mutant, including a comparison of the official compass and our self-developed equipment. The moment the video was released, the forum erupted. The imagined secret methods and scams conjured by the trolls appeared painfully feeble and laughable in the face of ironclad video evidence. In the footage, the pointer of the Lingwen compass spun chaotically, like a headless fly. In stark contrast, the screen of the self-developed detector displayed a steadily rising data curve, clearly marking the progression of energy levels from E-level to late D-level. The grotesque form of the mutated nightmarish beast, its lightning-fast attacks, and the terrifying psychic shockwaves were showcased through the black mist surrounding the creature and the reactions of Lin Xiao and others, sending chills down viewers' spines. The 5 members of the Lingxi sect fought valiantly, the gaping wound on Lin Xiao's back, Su Li's desperate maintenance of the water shield, and Pan Yiming's exquisite metal cage, each scene brimming with palpable power and danger. Wow, that monster is terrifying. It truly is a late-stage D level. Damn it. The compass has truly malfunctioned, utterly useless at a critical moment. The coordination of the Lingxi sect is astonishing. What is that circuit board? A secret talisman? Where are those critics now? Care to step forward? Does your face still hurt? Senior observer, come, elucidate this. Is this what you call point fraud? Elder Luo from the artifact refining sect, can your upgraded compass withstand the interference from such aberrations? The public opinion has suddenly done a complete about-face. Those who were most vocal before have instantly gone silent, and the comment section has turned into a scene of extensive flailing and apologies. Numerous independent cultivators and minor sects have begun to frantically message the ID Lingxi Xianxian, inquiring whether that device capable of early warning for mutations and providing stable data is for sale, or if a collaboration could be arranged. Before long, a representative from a rogue cultivators alliance named the New Wind Alliance contacted Chun Mo through official channels. The other party was exceedingly sincere, expressing admiration for the strength and technology of the Lingxi sect, and hoped to explore collaboration in the area of detection equipment, whether through purchasing finished products or technical exchanges. Chun Mo glanced at the communication request, his mind racing. Selling equipment? Too conspicuous and easily replicable. Technical exchange? Even more impossible. That is a core advantage. He replied with great finesse. Friends from the New Wind Alliance, thank you for your kind interest. The equipment is currently for our team's personal use, and there are no plans for sale at this time. However, if your alliance has suitable tasks, we might consider limited cooperation, such as information sharing or joint operations. This preserved the secrecy of their technology while also hinting at potential collaboration, leaving room for future possibilities. Just as Chun Mo and the others believed the storm had temporarily subsided and were preparing to discuss their next steps, a knock sounded at the activity room door. Upon opening it, they were met by Zhou Yu. However, this time, the ease she previously exhibited was absent. Her expression was grave. Even more concerning was the elder who accompanied her. Dressed in a simple, gray Taoist robe, the old man had a head of white hair and a gaunt face. His eyes clear as a tranquil pool, exuding a serene yet unfathomable aura. Zhou Yu entered, her gaze sweeping over the 5, before finally settling on Chun Mo. Her tone formal. Chun Mo, and esteemed members of the Lingxi sect, regarding the task report you submitted for Dongshan District, as well as the extensive discussions it has ignited on the forum, the Bureau deems it necessary to further verify the situation and conduct a formal inquiry. Stepping aside to reveal the old Taoist, she continued, this is Taoist Qing Su, a specially appointed consultant by the Bureau. He will employ the art of true words to ensure the authenticity and fairness of the inquiry process. We ask for your cooperation in this investigation. Taoist Qing Su nodded slightly, his gaze calm as it settled on the 5, as if he could see through their very souls. The atmosphere in the activity room plummeted to a chilling low. The art of true words? This did not sound like a mere casual question. Just as they had managed to navigate the external threats, now came the official scrutiny. This time, it seemed far from easy to evade. Chun Mo cursed inwardly, yet forced a smile onto his face. Cooperation? Of course, we will fully cooperate. Officer Zhou, Taoist Qing Su, please, come in. What on earth was that art of true words anyway? Chapter 31. The official endorsement of the art of true words, mysterious messages. Taoist Qing Su stood at the center of the activity room, and the air felt as though it had solidified. His eyes, startlingly bright, scanned the room, akin to an X-ray, making one feel as though every aspect of their being was laid bare. Without uttering a word, he merely waved his feathered duster gently, and a palpable force enveloped the room, signifying the activation of the spell. The art of true words? Lin Xiao instinctively shrank back, muttering softly, what is this? A lie detector for cultivators. He felt an uncomfortable pressure, as if invisible ropes were gently binding him, preventing him from speaking out of turn. Su Li and Pan Yiming also sensed an intangible constraint, their faces paling slightly. Chun Mo felt a jolt within, but at the moment the binding force descended, his internal cool spiritual energy activated automatically, forming a thin membrane that shielded him from most of the external influence. He merely felt a slight heaviness, but it was manageable. He quietly urged his spiritual energy and attempted to connect with the nearest Xianxian. As his mental tendrils reached out, he discovered that despite Xianxian's outward calm, there was a subtle stiffness in his gaze, clearly affected by the art of true words. An idea struck him. He tried to introduce a background noise into their mental link. Qin Xian's body gave an almost imperceptible shudder, adjusting his glasses, his expression suddenly regaining its usual composure. Even displaying a hint of cunning as he subtly winked at Chen Mo, Zhou Yu began her questioning, her inquiries piercing to the core. Chen Mo, from where does the cultivation method you practice originate? Instantly, everyone felt a weight pressing down upon them, compelling them to speak the truth. Chen Mo took a deep breath. Adopting an exceptionally earnest expression, he spoke fluidly. Officer Zhou, it is a family tradition. My grandfather, Chen Bailey, taught it to me. It consists of a 32-character mantra. When I was a child and in poor health, my grandfather insisted I recite it daily, claiming it would strengthen my body. I practiced diligently for 10 years. And only recently did it seem to yield results. Under the influence of the art of true words, his words flowed naturally, devoid of hesitation, each syllable resonating with authenticity. Daoist Qing soon nodded slightly, and Zhou Yu's expression softened somewhat as she continued. Regarding the task at the abandoned elementary school in Dongshan District, were you aware in advance that the target would undergo mutation? Or was there any human interference that led to the mutation of the target? This time, before Chen Mo could respond, Qin Xian adjusted his glasses and interjected, his tone as flat, as if reporting experimental data. Absolutely not. The task description we received was for an E-class target, the Nightmare Beast. It was only after our self-developed detection equipment entered the scene that we discovered the energy anomaly. The data fluctuation curve clearly indicated that the target's energy surged from E-class to late D-class in a short time. The entire process is thoroughly documented and can be reviewed at any time. We are also victims, having encountered severe intelligence errors. His words were coherent. And under the art of true words, he appeared all the more wronged and helpless. Zhou Yu glanced at Daoist Qing Su, who remained with his eyes closed. Not sensing any powerful mental escape, he gently nodded. With her final question, Zhou Yu's gaze sharpened. There are rumors circulating that you have practiced techniques detrimental to your foundation or employed forbidden methods to stimulate the target's mutation and upgrade. Is there any truth to this? Utter nonsense. Lin Xiao could no longer contain himself, shouting vehemently. Under the art of true words, this was clearly a truth spoken in anger. His face flushed with indignation. We were nearly obliterated by that ghastly thing. Would raising that abomination bring trouble upon ourselves? The wound on my back is still healing. Suli, please testify for me. He instinctively attempted to lift his shirt to display his scar, only to be firmly restrained by a blushing Suli. Suli quickly interjected, her voice soft yet resolute. Yes, I can attest to that. Lin Xiao was gravely injured while protecting me. Our enhancements have come gradually through repeated battles and mutual assistance. We have never strayed down any nefarious path. Chen Mo quickly added, his demeanor earnest, even tinged with a hint of grievance. Officer Zhou, Daoist, we are merely a few students who, through fortunate circumstances, acquired some abilities. We simply wish to complete our tasks honestly, earn some points, in exchange for resources. How could we dare to dabble in any dark arts? These rumors are truly harmful. Throughout the inquiry process, Chen Mo and Qin Xian complemented each other seamlessly. One emphasizing emotional sincerity and authenticity, the other presenting logical and precise data, while Lin Xiao and Su Li's heartfelt expressions added to the narrative. Under the irrefutable evidence of the art of true words, they convincingly demonstrated the legitimacy of their method's origins, the authenticity of their task process, and the innocence of their power enhancement. Daoist Qing Su maintained an impassive expression, yet Zhou Yu's demeanor grew increasingly relaxed. She recognized that while these individuals might harbor their own small secrets, they had indeed not lied in the grand scheme of things. After a while, Daoist Qing Shu waved his whisk once more, and the invisible pressure that enveloped the entire room suddenly dissipated. It is done, the elderly priest spoke with a calm voice. His words devoid of pretense. Zhou Yu exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile finally gracing her face. All right, the inquiry is over. We have grasped the situation, and there are no issues from your end. The Bureau will promptly issue an official statement to clarify this matter. I extend my apologies on behalf of the Bureau for any disturbances caused. Daoist Qing Shu and Zhou Yu did not linger and swiftly departed. Once the door closed, the activity room came alive with chatter. Goodness, I was suffocating. Lin Xiao gasped, realizing just how intimidating the old priest's gaze had been. He nearly blurted out that our awakeners were advancing at an alarming pace. Do you wish to be laid upon the cold, experimental table for dissection? Qin Xian's sharp tongue was back in action as he hurriedly operated on the computer. Indeed, it was not long before the official forum of the Supervision Bureau displayed a prominently bolded and red statement. Official investigation results regarding the rumors of Lingxi Gate. The notice explicitly stated that, after thorough verification, the source of the Lingxi Gate techniques was clear, the mission processes in Dongshan District were genuine and effective. and claims of practicing dark arts or fabricating tasks were unequivocally false and thus clarified. An official endorsement. The effect was instantaneous. The forum's atmosphere shifted dramatically. Previously snide posts sank like stones, replaced by an influx of apologies and expressions of astonishment. Xianxiaaudiobooks grinned and promptly commented beneath the official statement with a tone that was almost taunting. "Thank you, officials, for restoring our reputation. Bose, by the way. Here is a link to our previous debunking video post. Link. The truth will always withstand scrutiny. Also, regarding the performance of a certain compass, ahem. This was not intended to undermine. Purely collateral damage, you understand. Dog emoji, dog emoji, dog emoji." This further escalated the excitement. Countless individuals flocked to the video post Xianxian had previously shared, with the comments section buzzing with inquiries. Lingxi Gate friends. Is your detector for sale? We can negotiate points. Seeking collaboration. How about taking our team on your next mission? Can we invest in technology? We have money and resources. Watching the flurry of messages scrolling across the screen, Shenmo's eyes narrowed into slits, grinning like a fox that had pilfered a hen. See that? He pointed to the screen, addressing the gathered friends. This is the true voice of the market. The people's will. Lin Xiao leaned in. So can we start selling now? Let us make a hefty profit. Patience, Chen Mo replied, shaking his head with a sage demeanor. Good things must be savored. Otherwise, they lose their value. Selling now would be far too cheap. The CN market requires considerable manpower. Just then, his phone in his pocket vibrated suddenly, not the terminal issued by the Supervision Bureau. Chen Mo puzzledly pulled it out. It was an encrypted message from an entirely unfamiliar number. The content was exceedingly brief, yet it made him squint. Well done. Interested in discussing broader cooperation? Lei Qing. Lei Qing? The name had a hard, imposing quality to it. Chen Mo's heart raced. Who could this be? A broader scope? The military? Or perhaps an even higher echelon? Qin Xian took the phone, his pupils dilating in shock. Chapter 32, Super Big Shot, 3 Breakthroughs. Qin Xian had been typing on the keyboard when he heard the name, and his movements abruptly halted. He snatched the phone back, his eyes glued to the screen, pupils narrowing sharply. He swiftly returned to his seat, fingers flying over the computer, diving into the internal network of the Supervision Bureau to retrieve information. Moments later, Lei Qing's profile popped up on the screen. Lei Qing, Deputy Director of the External Affairs Division of the Supervision Bureau, concurrently the Director of the East China Branch. Qin Xian's voice turned dry. Our Ningxing branch falls under the jurisdiction of the East China Branch. This is indeed a direct superior, a true big shot. The activity room fell into an immediate hush. In the vast cities governed by the main bureau, Lei Qing's position was undoubtedly high-ranking. For someone of such caliber to privately reach out to these fledgling newcomers was strange. Something's off, Chen Mo mused, stroking his chin. Is this big shot so free? Or have we stirred up enough commotion to catch his attention? Seriously? Is this real? Lin Xiao peered over. Is this big shot really that idle? It's like receiving one of those scam messages asking for money. Qin Xian continued his search, quickly tracing the source of the message. The number was untraceable. The IP address was encrypted with multiple layers, making it impossible to track. Yet, judging by the encryption methods, it was consistent with a high level of cybersecurity or military police tactics, confirming its authenticity. Should we reply? Qin Xian inquired. Chen Mo pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes, but we must be strategic. We cannot appear overly eager, nor too aloof. He took the phone, carefully considering his words, and replied, Hello, Director Lei. Thank you for your attention. Lingxi Gate is still new and has much to learn. We are eager to discuss cooperation in detail. The big shot's message landed like a stone thrown into water, creating ripples but no echoes. Life must go on. The essential research must continue without interruption. Qin Xian's previous concept of a runic database and modular spells was indeed realized by the tech-savvy Pan Yiming. Seizing the calm days ahead, Pan Yiming nestled in a corner of the activity room, surrounded by a plethora of newly acquired talisman fragments and magical relic shards, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Holding the upgraded explosion talisman board, he disassembled the energy circuitry of a simple breeze talisman, murmuring incantations under his breath. Integrate the energy input interface of the universal breeze talisman S acceleration fluid module to replace the redundant heat aggregation structure in the explosion talisman. He picked up a delicate soldering iron, dipped it in specially formulated conductive silver paste, and meticulously modified the circuitry on the green circuit board. Once completed, several of them stealthily made their way to the old gymnasium. This time, the circuit board consisted solely of the PCB substrate and silver wires. Devoid of any additional power source, testing commenced. Pan Yiming effortlessly tossed the precious object into the air. The circuit board swiftly completed the first half of its parabolic trajectory. Hovering momentarily, seemingly sensing that the distance was insufficient, He controlled the circuit board to fly forward a bit more. As he stepped into the resonator level, the spiritual energy delicately split into two streams, converging at a point on the talisman board. Buzz. The silver lines on the talisman board emitted a faint glow. Immediately after, whoosh, a powerful air current materialized out of thin air, swirling the dust scattered across the old gymnasium. However, instead of dispersing, the airflow was manipulated by an unseen force, rapidly compressing and converging into the core of the talisman board. The talisman board stood upright. In the next moment, boom, the originally fist-sized fireball, under the compression and propulsion of the wind, instantaneously transformed into a remarkably condensed scarlet fire pillar, shooting straight towards its target. The temperature was alarmingly high, causing even the thick iron plate to glow red. Success. Pan Yiming rarely celebrated, pumping his fist in the air, unable to suppress his excitement. The wind fuels the fire. The module replacement was successful. The power has conservatively increased by 40%. Chun Mo watched, exhilarated. Incredible, Yiming. If we can develop various functional modules, with just a simple combination, we could become a mobile artillery platform. Theoretically, yes. Xianxian adjusted his glasses, his eyes shining with excitement. Just like programming. With a foundational function library, infinite applications can be written. Moreover, the talisman board can be powered by batteries, spiritual energy, or even magical power. This allows for further lightweight and miniaturization. The technological breakthrough was thrilling, while on another front, feelings were quietly blossoming. Lin Zhao's back injury had healed considerably, yet Su Li still insisted on helping him change the dressing every day. In the activity room, Lin Zhao grimaced as he lay on the table, while Su Li carefully gathered a stream of clear water at her fingertips, gently cleansing the area around his wound. Be gentle, Su Li, he winced. You deserve it. Who told you to be so reckless? Su Li grumbled, though her hands became more delicate in their ministrations. As she gazed at the gruesome scar, a flicker of trepidation lingered in her eyes. Lin Zhao turned his head, chuckling foolishly. That simply won't do. I can't just stand by while that thing hurts you. After a moment of contemplation, he added, Thank you, Su Li, for changing my bandages every day. Su Li remained silent, her focus unwavering on the wound as a blush crept up her ears. Nearby, Chen Mo and Xianxian exchanged knowing glances, stifling their laughter. This fool has finally begun to grasp a few things. During the recovery period, the awakening algorithm led by Xianxian made significant progress. They brought the upgraded app to visit Aunt Lu. This time, Chen Mo deliberately refrained from guiding her, allowing Aunt Lu to follow the app's voice prompts and animations to practice her breathing techniques. After several cycles, an astonishing scene unfolded. Aunt Lu, who had been somewhat swollen from prolonged illness and intravenous therapy, visibly slimmed down, her complexion brightening considerably. She even felt invigorated enough to rise from her bed, performing a set of military exercises that Lin Zhao's father had taught her. Though her movements were somewhat clumsy, her flexibility was remarkable, defying the image of a patient who needed to remain bedridden. Mom, how are you feeling? Lin Zhao exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. Great. I've never felt this good. Aunt Lu's breathing was steady, and her eyes sparkled with vitality. This software was truly miraculous. Chun Mo and Xianxian confirmed the energy response, their hearts swelling with joy. The algorithm was effective. The app could indeed guide ordinary individuals through the most fundamental awakening process. This indicated that they held a potential key to ushering in a new era. Upon returning from the hospital, the group was quite exhilarated. Yet, the message from the big shot loomed overhead like a dark cloud. Still no reply? Xianxian suddenly inquired. Patience, Chen Mo replied, putting down his phone. Dealing with such prominent figures could not be rushed. Furthermore, securing investments did not necessitate fixation on a single investor, even if he were from the national team. After consulting with Xianxian, he reached out via an encrypted channel to the head of the New Wind Alliance, who had previously expressed a willingness to collaborate, hinting at a desire for limited technical support as a contingency. Xianxian, meanwhile, kept a vigilant watch on various online developments. He suddenly furrowed his brow. Something seems off. What is it? Chen Mo asked. In recent days, discussions about unusual incidents across various regions have been gradually increasing in intensity. Although they remain vague and dismissed as rumors, the volume has surged compared to before. Xianxian pulled up the data trend chart, and further, in an inconspicuous corner of the Super Management Bureau's intranet, an announcement was posted regarding a joint investigation task for a B-level team, targeting the abandoned Red Star Machinery Factory on the outskirts of the city, marked with a high-risk energy surge incident. The Red Star Machinery Factory? Chun Mo felt a spark of recognition. The place seemed somewhat familiar. Xianxian continued, expressionless. The task level is B-class, which doesn't concern us. We lack the necessary authorization to take it on. That's why I hadn't paid it much attention before. However, with the uptick in online discussions, I can't shake the feeling that something significant is about to transpire. As he spoke, he closed his eyes, activating his resonator-level computational abilities, witnessing a multitude of data streams interweaving, forming a nebulous model. My intuition tells me that Ning's city, or perhaps an even broader area, is becoming increasingly unstable. At that moment, Chun Mo's regular phone vibrated again. It was the same encrypted number. A reply had arrived, succinct. Tomorrow at 3 p.m., Ning City, Guanlan Tea House. Awaiting your arrival. No extraneous words. Chun Mo took a deep breath. Chapter 33. There are no true secrets. The Guanlan Tea House appeared quite ordinary from the outside. A three-story building exuding an antique charm. However, as soon as Chun Mo and his companions stepped inside, a sense of unease washed over them. Something was decidedly amiss. The first floor was filled with patrons, some savoring tea, others engrossed in their phones or engaged in conversation, all seemingly clad in casual attire. At first glance, it appeared entirely mundane, but as soon as Chun Mo's perceptive awareness expanded, he was taken aback. Every single person in the room emanated energy fluctuations, varying in intensity. But undeniably, all were cultivators. The density of such energy was unparalleled, rivaling only the Ning City branch of the Super Management Bureau. What was even more disconcerting was that from the moment they entered, the seemingly casual glances directed at them felt orchestrated, purposefully scanning their group without hostility. Yet the scrutinizing nature of those gazes was akin to being scanned at a security checkpoint, leaving them all feeling uncomfortable. My goodness, Lin Xiao swallowed hard, instinctively positioning himself closer to Su Li, as if to shield her, a clear indication that even his brash demeanor was overshadowed by an innate sense of danger. What kind of place is this? A den of dragons and tigers? It feels like walking into a lion's den. Why is it that such a large group has gathered here? Chun Mo muttered under his breath, his apprehension rising. Qin Xian analyzed the environment. Qin Xian adjusted his glasses, his eyes losing focus as his fingers trembled, speaking rapidly. The seating arrangement has been meticulously calculated. The booths on either side cover the entrance, leaving no blind spots. The scattered seating in the center is arranged in a fan shape, ensuring visibility of anyone entering from any angle. The table at the stairway, appearing to enjoy tea, is oriented directly toward the door. This isn't just a tea house, it's a facade for an observation post or a safe house. Pan Yiming remained silent, yet his fingers subtly slipped into his pocket, where he kept his latest modified playing cards. Lin Zhao's anxiety intensified with Qin Xian's analysis, and he pushed Su Li behind him. What if we just say we took a wrong turn? Can we back out of this investment? He felt as though they might be pressed to the ground at any moment. Though Su Li harbored her own trepidation, Lin Zhao's cowardice ignited a fire within her. She stepped past his arm, whispering firmly, "Don't frighten yourself. If they truly meant us harm, would they even wait for us to walk in? Stand firm." Just then, a middle-aged man dressed in a simple, open-fronted jacket, with a friendly countenance, approached them with a warm smile, his tone exceedingly polite. "You all seem unfamiliar. Do you have a reservation, or are you here simply for tea?" Chun Mo quickly donned a standard sociable smile and stepped forward. "Hello, we have an appointment with Mr. Lei at 3 p.m. Oh, Mr. Lei's guests. Right this way, please. Mr. Lei is already waiting in the private room." The middle-aged man maintained his smile and gestured for them to follow. However, in Chun Mo's perception, the man's emotions were incredibly complex. On the surface, he appeared courteous. Yet beneath that facade lay a sense of satisfaction and a profound scrutiny. It was akin to an elder observing a younger relative bringing home a friend, both pleased and compelled to assess their companion's worth. This gaze made Chun Mo, who had few family ties, feel particularly uncomfortable. What startled him further was that the middle-aged man's gaze seemed to linger for a fleeting moment on the unassuming black wooden pendant resting against his chest. Damn it! Chun Mo cursed inwardly. Old man, what is the origin of this pendant? Why does it seem that even those in the know recognize it? How many secrets have you kept from me? With a heart full of doubts, the five followed the middle-aged man up to the second floor. The corridor was quiet, lined with thick carpets, rendering their footsteps nearly inaudible, elongating each moment. Upon reaching a solid wooden door at the end of the hall, Chun Mo keenly noticed the middle-aged man's posture, which had subtly straightened, revealing a hint of military bearing, even if only for an instant. The middle-aged man gently knocked on the door, then opened it, stepping aside. "Mr. Lei, your guests have arrived." As the door swung open, the sight within left all five individuals momentarily stunned, their jaws nearly grazing the floor. The elegant decor of the private room was suffused with the fragrance of sandalwood, and at its heart stood a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in tailored training attire, exuding an air of authority that clearly indicated his long tenure in power, none other than Lei Qing, as depicted in the dossier. At that moment, Lei Qing rolled up his sleeves before an expansive desk adorned with rice paper, and with a flourish, began to ink his calligraphy. The incongruity of this scene was jarring. The envisioned figure of a high-ranking official from the Supervision Bureau, capable of moving mountains and commanding vast armies, was at odds with the reality of Lei Qing, who was instead indulging in incense, savoring tea, and practicing calligraphy. Why not play the guqin instead, if he found it unappealing? Upon hearing the commotion, Lei Qing lifted his gaze, his penetrating eyes sweeping across the 5 individuals before finally settling on Chun Mo's face. He remained silent, continuing to complete his masterpiece. Chun Mo inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself, readying himself to offer a greeting. His eyes involuntarily followed the bold strokes of the brush. Upon closer inspection, his blood ran cold. A chill coursed through him, as if ice shards were surging from his feet. On the rice paper, a series of intricate characters flowed like dragons and phoenixes, inscribing a familiar incantation. Each word resonated within him, deeply etched in the very fabric of his soul. Sit quietly, tongue against the palate. Inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth. With a slow and steady rhythm, draw the breath to the dantian, inflating the abdomen. Exhale, creating a harmonious response. Inhale thrice, pausing between each. Exhale 6-fold, expelling the turbid air. Maintain a rhythm of 12 breaths, steady and consistent. The signs of the method converge at the biwi point. Not a single word was amiss. This was his greatest secret. Passed down from his grandfather, he had recited it silently for a decade. And not even Lin Xiao had heard the complete version of the incantation. His grandfather had instructed him to memorize it when he was very young and had never mentioned it again. When teaching Lin Xiao and the others the breathing technique, he had only provided the rhythm, never the words of the incantation. How could Lei Qing possibly know, and so casually inscribe it before him? Chun Mo abruptly raised his head, locking eyes with Lei Qing, whose gaze seemed to penetrate all facades. The chilling aura emanating from him spread from Chun Mo's feet to the crown of his head. The room fell into a haunting silence, broken only by the faint crackling of the burning sandalwood. Chun Mo felt his throat dry, yearning to speak, yet unable to produce a sound. His gaze fixated on Lei Qing, then darted back to the calligraphy, his mind a blank slate, overwhelmed by shock and a torrent of unanswered questions. His grandfather, Lei Qing, the Supervision Bureau, this incantation, his greatest reliance, a secret he believed to be solely his own, had evidently been known by another. Observing the sudden shift in Chun Mo's expression, Lei Qing revealed a hint of an inscrutable complexity in his demeanor. He slowly spoke, his voice deep and resonant, each word striking Chun Mo's heart like a hammer. Mr. Bai Li, has no one informed you of the origins of this Zhou Tian Tuanaju? Chapter 34, The Fierce Tiger Seal, Annihilating Spiritual Breath with Momentum. In the elegant room of the Guanlan tea house, the seemingly casual remark detonated like a bomb in Chun Mo's mind. The tone was not loud, yet it bore an indescribable weight that struck deep into Chun Mo's heart. Before he could organize his thoughts, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. Lei Qing's gaze sharpened abruptly, and his aura erupted dramatically. Buzz, an unimaginable pressure, akin to an immense mountain, descended without warning. The air behind Lei Qing distorted, and a blurred yet menacing tiger seal flickered into existence. This tiger seemed more than a mere illusion. It resembled a living creature, its fierce eyes selecting its prey. Damn! Chun Mo cursed internally, every hair on his body standing on end. Almost instinctively, he severed the web of perception, retracting all his mental energy as invisible threads swiftly formed a bridge among the 5, trembling gently. This tremor carried inaudible sounds, a low hum. This skill had previously withstood the mental assault of mutated nightmare beasts. Yet, before this overwhelming pressure, it felt as fragile as parchment. Qin Xian's complexion turned deathly pale, and he emitted a muffled groan, his body swaying. Strangely, it seemed as if an invisible giant hand was gripping him, rendering him unable to fall, his eyes behind his glasses wide with terror. Su Li and Pan Yiming followed suit, struggling to breathe, their chests tightening painfully. Unable to utter a single word, only Lin Xiao remained, veins bulging on his forehead, emitting a growl like a cornered beast, his teeth grinding audibly. Defying the terrifying pressure that could crush an ordinary person, he stood resolutely beside Chun Mo, using his back to shield Su Li and the others, his wounds reopening anew. His eyes rapidly filled with blood, resembling an injured wolf, fiercely glaring at Lei Qing, filled with a defiant determination that threatened, if you harm them, I will fight you. Chun Mo fought to suppress his dizziness, forcing words through clenched teeth. Director Lei, the incantation is mine. They have no knowledge of it. Direct your wrath at me. Lin Xiao struggled to find his voice, clenching his fists. Even if Chun Mo was buying them time, he had no intention of abandoning him for his own survival. Su Li's face was as pale as a sheet, her eyes filled with defiance, yet devoid of any plea. Qin Xian's knuckles turned white as he focused, his gaze darting rapidly, clearly analyzing the unfolding scenario. Pan Yiming, since the onset of the anomaly, had attempted to draw playing cards from his pocket. If he could just retrieve one, there might be a chance. Time dragged on, each second stretching like an eternity. Just as Chun Mo's mental barrier and connection reached their limit and began to fracture, whoosh. The overwhelming pressure, akin to a mountain, suddenly receded like a tidal wave, vanishing without a trace, as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. All that remained were the heavy, rapid breaths of the 5 individuals. In that brief minute, each felt as though they had just emerged from the water, their backs drenched in cold sweat. Lei Qing's gaze slowly swept over the 5, lingering momentarily on Lin Xiao, whose muscles were still taut and bloodshot, and on Chun Mo, who was barely managing to stand upright, his face pale. A complex emotion flickered in the depths of his eyes, as if he were peering through them into a distant past filled with memories. The authority he exuded diminished considerably as he casually gestured toward the opposite chair. "Sit," he commanded, his tone flat yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "Time is of the essence. Questions can be posed now, but I have other matters to attend to." Chun Mo mentally scoffed. Is this a show of force? Absolutely a show of force. A cat-and-mouse game? Has it come to this? He quickly forced a smile that mingled fear with a hint of timidity, restraining Lin Xiao, who still seemed ready to clash, and sweetly remarked, "Thank you, Director Lei, for personally conducting this evaluation. Your presence truly embodies the might of a tiger roaring and a dragon singing, exuding an overwhelming grandeur." At that moment, Qin Xian, utilizing the pretense of supporting Chun Mo to sit, subtly pinched his fingertip. The mental connection was instantaneously restored. Qin Xian's voice, calm to the point of being devoid of emotion, flowed directly into Chun Mo's mind. Testing, pressure assessment, high-level recruitment. The titles are friendly, and the safety coefficient is relatively high. Lower your posture, give Lin Xiao a way out, and sit down to discuss. Chun Mo discreetly exchanged glances with Su Li, both understanding, as he gently pressed down on Lin Xiao's shoulder, urging him to sit. He decided to strike straight to the point, appealing to emotions. "Director Lei, I will endeavor to sound as composed as possible. Might you elaborate on the esteemed Mr. Bai Li, my grandfather? We are immensely curious and perplexed about our elders' pasts." Lei Qing did not respond immediately. He picked up the celadone teacup on the table, gently blowing away the foam, his gaze seemingly penetrating the rising mist. Gazing into a distant past, the connection of minds. How many years had it been since he had encountered this? He suddenly sighed, his gaze lingering between Chun Mo and Qin Xian, infused with an indescribable reminiscence. Mr. Bai Li's skill could be deemed unparalleled. While ordinary communication is typically one-directional and can be discerned by experts, this was a genuine intertwining of thoughts with boundless applications. To his astonishment, he had even passed this on to you. Chun Mo's heart jolted sharply. The mental link was something they had painstakingly discovered amidst life and death. Had his grandfather already mastered it? He mumbled a vague acknowledgement, neither confirming nor denying, firmly suppressing this question deep within. Lei Qing set down his teacup, his eyes sharpening once more, his tone growing grave. "Given your current authority, there are limitations to what I can disclose." He paused, his voice low yet clear. "The current Supervision Bureau has been reorganized from the Observation Institute and the special forces known as Long Quebec East Bai Li, West Zhou He. Your grandfather, Mr. Bai Li, is considered my mentor. This Zhou Tian Tu Na Ju is a unique technique he devoted himself to creating." His gaze held a mixture of inquiry and barely concealed disbelief. "However, this technique is exceptionally peculiar. Apart from Mr. Bai Li himself, no one within the Observation Institute, the entire Long K military, or even in that place, has managed to cultivate it to the Qi condensation realm. I am most curious as to how you all came together and managed to cross that threshold." He then turned his attention to Lin Xiao, whose vigilance was palpable, his neck taut, his tone rife with unabashed admiration, even bordering on nostalgia. "Ah, your father, Lin Long, when he first arrived at Long K, boasted about wanting to challenge me single-handedly. Such audacity. The same glint of wolfish defiance was in your eyes when I knocked him down. You are indeed bold." He withdrew from his reminiscence, gazing out the window, bearing a weighty sense of mission. They, along with those downstairs, are all devoted to a belief, guarding a secret capable of overturning understanding, silently paying an unimaginable price, even sacrificing themselves. The room fell silent once more. Lin Xiao recalled the ferocity that had faded from his father's gaze, while Su Li offered him comfort, a wisp of mist gently curling around Lin Xiao's back. trickling down the wound. Chun Mo and Qin Xian were deeply shaken, while Pan Yiming finally pulled out a deck of cards, idly toying with them. Chapter 35. I represent the official side to discuss investment. Within the mental link, Chun Mo and Qin Xian engaged in a fervent discussion, unrestrained. What merit does an ordinary old man possess to be compared with Zhou He, reputed as the foremost expert in the nation? What sort of unit is Long K? Lei Qing did not afford them much time to digest this information, for that astute lad, who had remained silent, was far too perceptive. Continuing the conversation would breach the confidentiality boundaries. The questioning concluded. Lei Qing abruptly shifted gears. His tone reverted to the cold, businesslike demeanor. Some core secrets are beyond your current clearance. My probing was, on one hand, a directive from Director Zhou. On the other, those who falter cannot be privy to what follows. As it stands, he gently tapped his fingers on the table, producing a soft echo. His gaze sweeping over the five. You all are quite capable. Before they could exhale in relief, Lei Qing dropped an even heavier bombshell. He raised his hand, pointing to the ground beneath them, his tone as casual as commenting on the pleasant weather. This Guanlan tea house appears to be a venue for tea and discussions. But in reality, it serves as one of the Supervision Bureau's offices in Ning City, responsible for monitoring, gathering, and analyzing all unusual occurrences and energy fluctuations in Ning City and its surrounding areas. Behind the tea house lies a small support and analysis facility, adequately equipped. Chun Mo's heart sank. The main event was upon them. He instinctively straightened his posture. Lei Qing's gaze was like a spotlight, focusing squarely on Chun Mo as he proposed a shocking initiative. After comprehensive assessment and background investigations, as well as current needs, the Bureau has tentatively decided to hand over the entire Guanlan Tea House base, along with the associated facilities, to your Lingxi men for complete management and operation. What? Hand it over to us? Chun Mo could no longer contain himself, nearly leaping from his chair. Such a large tea house, what kind of revenue would that generate? He pressed down his wildly beating heart, and the nearly escaped exclamation of disbelief, his face contorting into a complex expression of shock, anxiety, and trepidation. Shaking his head vigorously, Director Lei, please, do not jest with us. How could this be possible? Those seniors downstairs, each exuding a calm aura, were clearly seasoned veterans. What qualifications do we mere students possess to take over such a significant stronghold? No, we truly cannot shoulder this. The test you just conducted has left my legs cramping. He acted with heartfelt sincerity, yet his mind raced with calculations. If everyone were to withdraw, then perhaps taking over would not be so daunting. But now it felt more like a full surveillance operation. Who would dare enter? Lei Qing scoffed at his words, mercilessly exposing Chun Mo's theatrics. Spare me, kid. Are you trying to play dumb with me? You've grasped the mental connection. Can't you discern the true state of those downstairs? They're all veterans who sustained injuries in the past. How much strength do they still possess? His gaze shifted to Qin Xian, this lad to your right. A smirk playing at the corner of his mouth, noted that when I released my pressure, the shock in his eyes lasted less than a second, followed entirely by analysis and judgment. This level of composure and intellect is not something an ordinary student possesses. He then glanced at the somewhat dazed Lin Xiao and his companions, Su Li and Pan Yiming, alongside the fearless little wolf cub from the Lin family, and that meticulous young lady skilled in water magic, as well as the taciturn fellow who had effortlessly obliterated the sonic baton during the team competition. You five could easily manage this tea house. Chun Mo inwardly cursed the sharpness of Lei Qing's observation, realizing that continuing to feign ignorance would only seem insincere. Uncle Lei, let us speak plainly. Chun Mo reined in his exaggerated expressions, his tone turning serious. Such a substantial responsibility could hardly be handed to us without a price. Right? There's no such thing as a free lunch, especially not from the Supervision Bureau. You certainly know how to seize an opportunity. Lei Qing leaned forward, not correcting Chun Mo's address, tacitly acknowledging it. This is a transaction, utilizing Ning City as a pilot project. Leveraging your detection methodology based on mobile device sensors and self-developed equipment, with priority on resource allocation. You are to construct a complete, efficient, and discrete real-time monitoring system for supernatural phenomena and energy fluctuations covering the entire city. Should the Ning City pilot succeed, the system may be considered for implementation in major cities nationwide. He paused. Regarding the Lingxi App you are developing, the Bureau is equally interested. We are investing. Chun Mo screamed internally, unwilling to relinquish Lingxi. That represents revenue. Lei Qing seemed oblivious to Chun Mo's unease, continuing. Mr. Bai Li's Zhou Tian Tu Na Ju can be safely and controllably promoted through your app, aiding more individuals in solidifying their foundations, improving their physiques, and even identifying potential talents among your disciples. This is a commendable endeavor for the nation and its people. The Bureau is, in principle, supportive. We will provide resources, data interfaces, and policies, and we promise not to interfere in your operations or decision-making direction, granting you maximum autonomy. This temptation is undeniably substantial. But immediately after, Lei Qing's gaze sharpened. There is, however, one core condition that must be met. The app's expansion must progress in tandem with the city's energy detection system. User data can be anonymized, but those who enter the cultivation realm must be subjected to regulation. You should understand the chaos that unchecked expansion can bring, and recognize the risks that rogue cultivators pose to themselves and society. To accept or not to accept, Xianxiaaudiobooks found himself in a quandary. Accepting would bring resources and support, yet also unprecedented responsibilities and constraints, with the number of awakenings potentially far exceeding the Bureau's expectations. Refusing might preserve their independence for the time being, but one day, the awakening algorithm's push would inevitably conflict with the Supervision Bureau. Xianxiaaudiobooks did not nod immediately. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why such a splendid opportunity warranted hesitation. Su Li's eyes sparkled with clarity, while Qin Xian gave a slight nod, suggesting that he could contemplate the matter from a strategic perspective. Pan Yiming remained silent, choosing not to engage in the discussion. Yet his fingers ceased to fidget with the playing cards in his hands. Uncle Lei and Chun Mo dared not employ the mental resonance skill on Lei Qing, maintaining a demeanor that was neither submissive nor arrogant. The gravity of this matter far surpassed any previous decision we had made. We require time to deliberate and weigh the pros and cons. Lei Qing seemed to have anticipated this response, standing up with swift precision to adjust his crisp military uniform. Very well, I shall grant you a day to ponder. He approached the door of the private room, grasping the handle and pausing momentarily without turning back, his voice resonating with a hushed intensity. Remember, the waters are deep and the waves are fierce, far surpassing any trivial skirmishes you have encountered before. Tread carefully. With that, he opened the door and vanished down the corridor. Chun Mo rose and signaled to his companions not to rush, indicating they could discuss it later. Chapter 36, On Investment. The National Team's Magnificence. Mental link. The five individuals exchanged silent glances, their feet moving with urgency as they descended the stairs, almost as if fleeing. The tea patrons below remained, yet their gazes had shifted entirely. Previously scrutinizing, they now regarded the newcomers with the same affectionate curiosity as an elderly man observing his child returning home with friends from the chessboard at the community gate. Oh, Qin Xian remarked coolly in the mental link. Chen Mo, your grandfather's reputation is far more substantial than we anticipated. Chen Mo felt a surge of confusion. He strained to recall his grandfather, an ordinary old man who would haggle for mere cents with vegetable vendors and be overjoyed at his perfect exam scores, revealing his toothy grin. A life of simplicity and humility. Even his passing was marked by silence. How had he suddenly become associated with illustrious names like Mr. Bailey and Long K? The twist felt utterly surreal. But now was not the time for such distractions. Chen Mo shook his head and glanced at the time. Stop dawdling. We're going to be late for the next investment committee meeting, he called out, and the group hurriedly exited the tea house, flagging down a vehicle, racing towards the location agreed upon with the New Wind Alliance. The urgency felt akin to rushing from one venue to another, having just met with the national team investors. Now they were off to meet private capital. Stay sharp. Our strategy with the New Wind Alliance is to assess the situation further. We must avoid closing off any avenues. He instructed. Understood. It's akin to comparing prices at multiple stores, Lin Xiao muttered, rubbing his slightly uncomfortable chest. Surely the New Wind Alliance can't be hiding some major player? Qin Xian adjusted his glasses, his expression becoming inscrutable as he spoke rapidly without fluctuation. The New Wind Alliance is the largest loose cultivator alliance within the Supervision Bureau system, with an undetermined number of members and a loose structure. Its strength lies in the loose cultivator market it leads, offering a relatively secure platform for the exchange of goods and information. The contact person for this meeting is the leader's son, Deng Guoqing, age 20, who cannot cultivate but possesses exceptional business acumen. The market has flourished under his management, making him the financial benefactor of the New Wind Alliance. The loose cultivator market? Lin Xiao blinked. ISNT that's similar to the second-hand market behind the school? A cultivation-themed flea market? That's one of the rare instances where you're close to the truth, Qin Xian conceded, refraining from his usual mockery. The vehicle halted at a location that indeed resembled an old wholesale market. There was no respectable sign at the entrance. But once they passed security and ascended to the second floor, a hidden world unfolded before them. Stalls were lined up, selling an assortment of wares. Some displayed bottles claiming to contain elixirs. Others showcased battered relics labeled as ancient artifacts, and there were also stalls offering unknown beast bones, herbs, and even some yellowed stitched books. The bustling crowd engaged in lively bargaining, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. A young man clad in casual sports attire, not particularly tall, yet exuding vitality, approached them with a smile, none other than Dang Guoqing. You must be friends from Lingxi sect. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I'm Dang Guoqing. Please call me Brother Guoqing. He gestured animatedly. Come in, let us converse while we browse. Chen Mo instantly shifted into social mode, his face alight with enthusiasm as he stepped forward to shake Dang Guoqing's hand. Brother Guoqing, what a delight to meet you in person. Running the market so successfully at such a young age. Truly impressive. As he spoke, he subtly activated his mental energy, establishing a mental resonance. Dang Guoqing immediately felt a kinship with him, and their conversation flowed effortlessly. Leading them deeper into the market, he enthusiastically detailed, everyone has been supportive. Look over here. These are the basic elixirs and materials, while over there are broken relics, a bit of a gamble. Further in, there's an information exchange area. Chen Mo nodded vigorously, responding with and exactly, while occasionally praising Dang Guoqing's insights. Your perspective is truly remarkable. Simultaneously, he directed within the mental link, Xianxian, document the environment, foot traffic, and characteristics of the goods. Lin Xiao, find an opportunity to showcase your skills, but don't overdo it. Arriving at a stall selling or materials. Dang Guoqing picked up a fist-sized block of black iron. This is Xian iron ore. It has an extremely high hardness. Generally, even someone at the condensation realm would struggle to break it. Before he finished, Lin Xiao leaned in curiously, taking the block and casually exclaiming, Let me see. Let me see. He seemingly absent-mindedly squeezed it. Crack. With a light sound. The block of Xian iron, claimed to be difficult to break even for those at the condensation realm, was effortlessly chipped by Lin Xiao, as if it were a biscuit. Dang Guoqing. His eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced between the chunk of iron missing a piece in Lin Xiao's hand and Lin Xiao's innocent expression, nearly dropping his jaw. Brother Lin Xiao, your strength is absolutely astonishing. Dang Guoqing's tone shifted dramatically. After a moment of shock, he slapped his thigh, his demeanor transforming into exuberant enthusiasm. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. My father is just a simple martial artist, following the path of pure physical cultivation. Brother Lin Xiao, your talent is clearly tailored for inheriting his legacy. Chen Mo stifled a laugh internally but quickly intervened. Oh, Brother Guoqing, please don't take offense. My brother is just strong-handed and a bit reckless. We'll cover the cost of this Xian iron. Dang Guoqing waved his hands dismissively. What are you talking about? Just put it on my tab. This is genuine skill. Today, I've truly broadened my horizons. Following this little incident, the atmosphere grew even more cordial. As their conversation deepened, the proposed collaboration conditions were quite generous, offering funding and channel support in exchange for priority purchasing rights and technical cooperation regarding their detection equipment. To be fair, the conditions were decent. However, when compared to the resource platform and policy support provided by the Supervision Bureau, they seemed somewhat lacking. Chen Mo recognized this clearly. The New Wind Alliance represented a viable fallback, but the Supervision Bureau was the true wind beneath their wings for genuine advancement. He subtly conveyed the need for time to contemplate the offer. Dang Guoqing, perceptive as he was, expressed understanding of his sentiments, displaying no insistence despite his disappointment. As they parted, he thoughtfully presented each of them with a small gift, tailored to their individual characteristics. A considerate gesture indeed. Upon returning to the familiar activity room at school, the group finally felt they could relax completely. Wow, the information we gathered today exceeds anything from the past 20 years. Lin Xiao slumped into a chair, rubbing his temples. Rather than dwell on it, they should contemplate how to emerge with dignity while maximizing their benefits. Chen Mo's greatest strength lay in his ability to prioritize effectively. In that moment, it seemed as though the entire world had softened, evoking an unsettling sensation within him. Sooner or later, the secrets long buried along with the past of his loved ones would inevitably be revealed. For now, the optimal course of action was to contemplate how to hasten the arrival of that day. Chapter 37. The Smooth Handover and Unexpected Venue. In the activity room, a contemplative silence enveloped the group. Lin Xiao, who had been slouched, straightened his posture, while even Pan Yiming appeared somewhat animated, busily packing his bag with the intention of moving in that very night. The atmosphere was decidedly nuanced. So, does this mean we have been recruited? Lin Xiao scratched his buzz cut, his expression reflecting bewilderment. He felt that Chen Mo resembled Song Jiang, exuding an air of impatience. Recruitment, my foot. Chen Mo shot him an exasperated glance. This is a strategic partnership. Do you understand the concept of technical equity? We provide the technology and personnel, while the Supervision Bureau offers resources and policies. It's collaboration, not servitude. He rapped the table, emphasizing the importance of maintaining composure. We must strike the right balance. We cannot appear overly eager as if we cannot survive without them. Yet, we must not be too aloof, lest we frighten away our benefactor. This equilibrium is crucial. Xianxian adjusted his glasses, the lenses glinting, agreed. Within the framework of collaboration, we must preserve our autonomy in research and operations. The server architecture and network security are paramount. The data center at the new base must be under our complete control. Lin Xiao's focus remained steadfastly pragmatic. I don't care about the rest. I just want to know, is the training ground at the new base sufficiently spacious? Is the equipment robust enough? Otherwise, my muscles are going to start turning to flab. Su Li couldn't suppress a light laugh. Rest assured. It's definitely better than the activity room. Chun Mo waved his hand grandly, exuding enthusiasm. Let us first indulge in a hot pot feast. No matter how urgent it is, we must wait until after 3 tomorrow. Put your bag down. Pan Yiming had already packed his backpack, though Pan Yiming remained silent. His eyes gleamed with intensity, his fingers unconsciously sketching in the air as he began to design his production line. At 3 in the afternoon, at the Guanlan tea house, the same unpretentious middle-aged man awaited at the entrance. Upon seeing them, his face immediately broke into a warm smile, far more genuine than last time. You've arrived. Please, come in. You've truly shown remarkable patience, young man. He eagerly approached them, especially regarding Chun Mo, his gaze radiating kindness, even tinged with the pride of a mentor. Director Li Jianjun of the Intelligence Department of the Supervision Bureau, stationed in Ning City. He was the contact person they had received after Lei Qing's departure yesterday. Chun Mo felt slightly uneasy under the excessive warmth, thinking to himself, why does Director Li look at me as if I were a long-lost son? Something feels off. Very off. Director Li, you are too kind. Chun Mo quickly donned a social smile and extended his hand. Oh, don't call me Director. Just call me Uncle Li. Uncle Li patted Chun Mo's shoulder with considerable force, adding, from now on, this will be your home. Don't stand on ceremony with me. He led the group inside. The tea house was filled with the same patrons, yet this time their gazes were imbued with goodwill, and some even nodded in greeting. There was no hint of condescension towards these newcomers. Passing through the back door of the tea house, the view opened up dramatically. What lay beyond was a small park. Several brand-new buildings stood tall, nestled in a serene environment. Uncle Li produced a hefty bunch of keys and cheerfully placed them in Chun Mo's hands. Here you go. All the keys are yours. From now on, this place belongs to Lingxi Gate. He began to introduce each building with pride. This one is the office building, with the tea house's reception area inside, serving as the facade. This one houses the newly equipped data center, with servers of the highest configuration, still unopened. You can tinker with them as you please. If you need anything, just let me know. This building is a high-standard factory, soundproof, shock-resistant, and ventilated to the highest specifications, perfect for research and experimentation. Over there is the training ground, fully equipped with apparatus, including body-metric testing equipment. Lastly, that building is the living quarters, complete with dormitories, a kitchen, and activity rooms. You'll be residing here directly. The leasing contracts for the buildings are already prepared. Just sign. Upon hearing about the training ground, Lin Xiao let out a triumphant shout and rushed over. Through the glass window, he beheld an array of equipment. Nearly drooling, wow, professional. So professional. This squat rack, this bench press. We can train together from now on. Su Li shot him a disapproving glare. Feeling slightly embarrassed by his enthusiasm, yet her eyes sparkled with curiosity about the living quarters. Pan Yiming had a clear objective, heading straight for the high-standard factory. He touched the smooth floor and examined various reserved interfaces, adjusting his glasses and murmuring, this is sufficient. We can definitely install a small CNC machine here. Xianxian, meanwhile, dove into the data center, gazing at row upon row of brand-new server cabinets, his fingers already beginning to unconsciously type code in the air. The two were expressions of bliss unique to tech enthusiasts. Chun Mo's heart swelled with joy. The configuration exceeded his expectations. Rubbing his hands together, he turned to Uncle Li, displaying a clever and calculating smile. Uncle Li, our office is not far from the school, but public transportation is inconvenient. Could you possibly provide us with a few vehicles? Nothing extravagant, just practical. Director Li waved his hand grandly. No problem. We have a few SUVs in the storage. No. Chun Mo quickly interrupted. SUVs are too conspicuous. We need electric bikes. Yes, electric bikes would be perfect. Convenient and unobtrusive, ideal for attending classes and delivering takeout. Uncle Li paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. You've got a point. Electric bikes it is. Practicality is key. The handover process proceeded far more smoothly than anticipated. After Director Li outlined the essential details and provided the channels for requesting supplies, he prepared to depart. As he was leaving, He intentionally approached Chen Mo, lowering his voice with an unspoken sense of gravity. Young man, do your best. This will be your foundation from now on. He will surely be proud of you. He mentioned him. Grandpa. Chen Mo's heart tightened. But Director Li had already patted his shoulder and turned to leave, leaving behind an enigmatic silhouette. The five of them excitedly began to explore their new base in its entirety. Every corner brimmed with surprises. Lin Xiao had already begun shouting in the training ground, enthusiastically lifting weights. Su Li inspected the facilities in the living area, planning how to arrange them for greater comfort. Even contemplating discussing with Chen Mo about inviting Aunt Lu to live with them, yet hesitating to bring it up. Qin Xian and Pan Yiming immersed themselves in the data center and factory, engaging in fervent technical discussions. They indulged in their excitement for a full half hour. In the spacious high-standard factory, Chen Mo and Qin Xian stood at the center. Chen Mo spread his arms wide, exuding exuberance. Look at this place. Qin Xian. This is the true starting point for Lingxi. A research center, a training base. In the future, we will transform it into the best of its kind. Before he could finish, Qin Xian adjusted his glasses, calmly pointing to a particularly reinforced section of the factory. First, we need to convert that area into Pan Yiming's exclusive explosion-proof experimental zone. Based on his previous experimental records and the latest material performance data, the probability of an energy control failure leading to an explosion is 89. Chen Mo's smile instantly froze. Oh no, I completely overlooked that. The first major project at the new base, constructing an explosion laboratory. Chapter 38, The Emergence of the Spiritual Energy Heat Map. Why Haven T the seed users exploded. In the data center of the new base, the lights shone as brightly as day. Qin Xian sat before an entire row of humming servers. The lenses of his glasses reflecting a torrent of data streams, his fingers dancing across the keyboard at lightning speed. For him, this scaled-up array of servers and monitors unleashed his full potential. With a final flourish, he concluded his work. Suddenly, he stopped, stretched languidly, and let out a satisfied yawn. Chen Mo and the others immediately gathered around. On the central screen, an electronic map of Ning City materialized in its entirety, adorned with patches of varying hues, crimson, amber, and emerald, evoking a sense of mystery akin to a weather forecast. What is this phenomenon? A meteorological report? A traffic condition map? Lin Xiao craned his neck, utterly bewildered. This is the distribution map of spiritual energy. Qin Xian adjusted his glasses, pointing to several particularly dark red spots, which were derived from the sporadic observational data provided by the Supervision Bureau, combined with the coordinates of urban signal base stations. Task coordinates from the Bureau over the past 2 years, and our preliminary calculations using our own algorithms, through diffusion algorithms and dynamic models. Noticing Lin Xiao's increasingly perplexed expression, he abandoned further explanation. Never mind. The deeper the spiritual energy, the darker the color. Look, Lin Xiao, your hometown is a glaringly vibrant red zone. Chen Mo's eyes instantly lit up, akin to a searchlight. Impressive, Qin Xian. Isn't this our early warning map? It clearly indicates potential mutation points and suitable areas for users to practice with the app. Lin Xiao scratched his head. But this map seems a bit blurry. It looks pixelated. Qin Xian replied impassively. Of course, the existing data is too coarse. Much of it relies on conjecture. We need more precise nodes for calibration. Calibration? Isn't that just what we've been waiting for? Chen Mo rubbed his hands, excitedly looking at Qin Xian. Isn't it time to get our app moving? Already prepared. Qin Xian switched screens, bringing up a list. This was the second batch of 500 individuals filtered through algorithms from both internal testers and recent applicants. The criteria were good health baseline, high potential for social influence, and strong receptivity to novel ideas. As the list unfurled, the group expressed their amazement. There was a recently retired sprinter with a massive fan base, a well-known balding programmer, a deity in the geek community, and even a prominent local traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Goodness gracious, Chen Mo chuckled. Qin Xian, did you select these based on a spokesperson template? Health representative, tech representative, authority representative, all accounted for. Qin Xian adjusted his glasses, targeted deployment, maximizing efficiency. Without further ado, the Lingxi app discreetly pushed an update. There was no grand announcement, but it optimized the breathing guidance animations, making them smoother. Most crucially, hidden beneath deeply buried clauses in the user agreement, it began collecting desensitized sensor data from those high-potential users' phones in the background. This primarily involved the camera capturing the rise and fall of the chest, surrounding ambient sounds, and the subtle fluctuations of the phone's magnetometer according to Pan Yiming's theory. This data could enhance the spiritual energy distribution map, subsequently providing users with optimal locations for using the app. Once desensitized, this data flowed back to the server relentlessly, Xian and Pan Yiming monitored these data streams like two seasoned miners sifting for gold. Here, at East City Park, the user running snail was the feedback data from the retired athlete, showing that the spiritual energy activity was 15 higher than the algorithm's predictions. Xian pointed to a pulsating dot on the screen. We have collected sufficient parameters. Calibrate the parameters, adjust the weight model of the phone's built-in magnetometer, and synchronize it with the heat map model. Pan Yiming, rarely speaking, typed a few commands on the keyboard. Before long, based on the already upgraded user data online, the heat map parameters were recalibrated. The previously blurry edges of the color patches began to sharpen, and previously unmarked subtle spiritual energy fluctuation points were gradually recognized. The entire spiritual energy network of Ning City was being depicted with unprecedented precision. Effective, Xianxiaaudiobooks exclaimed, slapping his thigh. This is akin to an old, blurry map becoming vividly detailed with real-time reports from countless volunteers about navigable routes and deep waters. Map accuracy soaring. Even more remarkably, the app would provide personalized suggestions to users in different areas based on the preliminary heat map. For instance, in regions where spiritual energy was relatively dense, it would suggest that the current environment was suitable for practice, enhancing the effectiveness. This subtly guided users to become mobile spiritual energy detectors, creating a virtuous cycle of enhanced detection and recommendations. Within a few days, the spiritual energy heat map of Ning City became clear and vibrant at a visible pace. No longer merely blurred patches of color, it now exhibited intricate details and dynamic changes. The results were immediate. The retired athlete user flooded the group chat with rave reviews. Incredible. Following the app's suggestions and practicing in the park for a few days, I feel the stagnation in my fitness since retirement is finally loosening. This software is phenomenal, accompanied by a flurry of envious emojis. The traditional Chinese medicine practitioner also privately reported, this breathing technique has astonishing effects on regulating qi and blood. It's unbelievable. Looking at these responses and the increasingly refined weather forecast graphics on the screen, the hall of the base was filled with an atmosphere of joy. Suli dashed between the training grounds and the data center, brimming with energy. Pan Yiming, who had long been absorbed in circuit boards, wore a slight smile on his lips. In the dead of night, the data center was left with the low hum of server operations. Xian rubbed his sore eyes, gazing at the now well-formed dynamic spiritual energy network diagram on the screen. Data streams twinkled like a galaxy, yet certain areas still appeared sparse. The network skeleton was established. Xian's voice resonated clearly in the silence. However, the node density is insufficient. Many details remain uncaptured. There are still too many coverage blind spots. We require a genuine trigger point to cause a surge in user numbers, enabling comprehensive coverage. Xianxiaaudiobooks remained silent, engrossed in his phone. The screen displayed the latest video from the retired athlete, showcasing his training routine, captioned, discovered an incredible app that reignites my athletic career's second spring. Dog emoji, the comments and likes had exploded. Xianxiaaudiobooks, glancing at the latest update, then back at the blank areas on the screen, suddenly broke into a smile, his eyes gleaming with a cunning glint. I sense that our endeavor is building momentum, but let us not find ourselves overwhelmed later. Good things come to those who wait. Lin Xiao cheerfully nudged Xian, offering rare words of comfort. Just as his words fell, Xian's computer suddenly popped up a new alert. The retired athlete's public sentiment monitoring alarm indicated that the heat was rapidly rising. Chapter 39, Trending Explosion. Envy of Ning City residents. In the new base's data center, the screen displayed the colorful patches of the Ning City spiritual energy heat map, resembling a breathing abstract painting. A prominent alert box appeared on the right. Lin Xiao, lifting a dumbbell, pretended to console Xian, puffing and puffing as he gestured to Suli. Suli, do you think my lines look sharp? Suli ignored him entirely, concentrating on the alert box. Xianxiaaudiobooks shot him an exasperated glance. Xian, what does the public sentiment monitoring say about the snail? Without lifting his gaze, Xian's fingers danced across the keyboard, leaving trails of input. User ID Running Snail has posted new content on their personal social media platform. Linked to the topic Lingxi App changes life in 7 days, and the heat is climbing exponentially. Xianxiaaudiobooks immediately leaned in to take a look. It turned out to be a response to the previous video's comments, showcasing 2 comparative health check reports with a rather hardcore caption after retirement. My condition has been declining. I almost thought my athletic career was over. My old teammate recommended this Lingxi app, and after training for 7 days, I present my health reports as proof. Thank you, Lingxi, for showing me new possibilities. Lingxi app changes life in 7 days. Hands together, go for it. The comments section erupted with excitement. No way. Is this real? The snail has come out to endorse it? This data comparison is more shocking than my year-end summary. Please, what is the app's name? Right now? Immediately. Wait a moment. This software icon looks somewhat familiar. Isn't it that breathing guide which gained a bit of popularity previously? Xianxiaaudiobooks gazed at the rapidly increasing shares and comments, his eyes widening in astonishment, his mouth nearly stretching to the back of his head. Organic growth? Incredible. I anticipated he would promote it, but I never expected it to become this popular. A windfall from the heavens. Lin Xiao, having put down his dumbbells, approached as well. What windfall? Are we being treated to a meal? Eat your own head. Xianxiaaudiobooks excitedly patted Xianxia's shoulder. Did you see? This is the power of word of mouth. Organic growth. It's 1,000 times more effective than our paid promotions. Suli emerged from outside, carrying several cups, which gradually filled with clear water as she moved. She smiled at the screen. Our direction is indeed correct. Pan Yiming raised his head from a pile of circuit boards, pushing up his thick glasses, and offered a rare remark. User engagement is quite good. Just 10 minutes into their celebration, Xianxian suddenly exclaimed. His tone slightly peculiar. The spread of interest is exceeding expectations. The topic has already climbed to the tail end of the trending charts. However, the public sentiment has taken a turn. On the trending list, the entry Lingxi App, changing lives in 7 days, was closely followed by a new phrase. Envying the people of Ningxi. Upon clicking in, the tone shifted dramatically. Downloaded. Why does it prompt me that it's only available for users in Ningxi? What the hell? Regional discrimination? Are the people of Ningxi superior? Crying. Do outsiders not deserve health? Envying the people of Ningxi. Does anyone from Ningxi have an account to lend me? I'll pay. Got it. I'll buy a ticket to Ningxi for a trip and conveniently download the app. Dog emoji. The comments section completely derailed, shifting from awe at the software's effects to condemnation of regional restrictions and playful banter. Discussions about Ningxi exclusivity, mysterious apps, and regional privileges proliferated, inadvertently cloaking the Lingxi app in an even greater veil of intrigue, drawing in more curious onlookers. Xianxiaaudiobooks observed this bizarre turn of events. Bemused. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Xianxian calmly analyzed. From a communication perspective, controversy and mystery often garner heightened attention. Currently, the proportion of negative sentiment is low, curiosity and a desire for accessibility prevail. However, we must remain vigilant against those with ulterior motives. Indeed, it wasn't long before posts under the guise of scientific inquiry began to emerge, dripping with sarcasm. What a magical app that imposes regional restrictions. It must be something shady, right? Probably one of those schemes to rope in users from Ningxi first. I checked. This company was registered not long ago, and its background is shrouded in mystery. Everyone be cautious. Lin Xiao fumed. What nonsense are these people spouting? I'll knock them out one by one. Suli gently restrained him. Don't be impulsive. That's just how it is online. Are you going to punch them through the internet? Xianxiaaudiobooks took a deep breath. The mind of a product manager racing. Xianxian, keep a close watch on public sentiment. Mark any signs of organized smear campaigns immediately. How is the server pressure? Peak access surged by 700, registration requests skyrocketed, with regional restrictions intercepting most. The server is currently stable, but we need a contingency plan for expansion. Expand. We must expand. Xianxiaaudiobooks slapped his thigh. Additionally, the official account should issue a brief statement, in a sincere tone, explaining that we are currently in a limited testing phase to ensure service quality, and that we will gradually open up more regions. We shouldn't confront the netizens about regional discrimination. That would only deepen the issue. He rubbed his hands together, pacing in the data center, his eyes sparkling. However, we cannot let this wave of interest go to waste. Have you noticed? Because of this ridiculous regional restriction, our app has suddenly gained a premium status in the minds of netizens. It's as if it has become some rare gem. Xianxian nodded. The unintended effects of scarcity marketing. The search index and discussion volume for Lingxi app have now surpassed those of local lifestyle apps in Ningxi. As the group continued their discussion, Xianxian suddenly frowned, switching to the internal forum interface of the Super Administrator Bureau. This was a communication section established for internal use, typically utilized by smaller sects and independent practitioners for casual exchanges. At this moment, several posts quietly surfaced. What is the deal with that Lingxi sect that gained traction through hype? Breathing can improve physical condition? Have we, after years of painstaking practice, become a joke? According to insider information, this app collects user data with ambiguous intentions. Use it with caution. The IDs of the posters were unfamiliar, yet the content carried a distinctly sour undertone, with the points of contention shifting towards the legitimacy of cultivation practices and data security, topics far more sensitive. Xianxian scoffed. Here they come, swift as ever. Xianxiaaudiobooks leaned in to look, his expression darkening. Given the forum's unique nature, discussions were pointed, tinged with an air of industry rivalry. The tree wishes to be still, but the wind does not cease. Xianxiaaudiobooks sighed, then broke into a cunning smile, revealing his characteristic charm, but it's good. It allows us to see which so-called experts are feeling uneasy. He approached the large screen, observing the increasingly detailed and vibrant energy heat map of Lingxi due to the influx of user data, while also glancing at the fervent discussions online. Brothers, did you see? Our little flame has just begun to flicker, and already there are those eager to douse it with cold water. Lin Xiao clenched his fists. Are we afraid of them? Let us just do it. Su Li's eyes sparkled with determination, a wisp of vapor swirling around her. I've been ready for this. Xian adjusted his glasses. Leave the battleground of public opinion to me. Pan Yiming silently picked up a circuit board and began to clean it. Chun Imo nodded, his gaze sharp. Xian, keep a close watch on those IDs stirring the pot. Dig into their backgrounds. The rest of you, continue with your tasks. Our product is hard currency. We have nothing to fear from their slander. He paused, looking out at the dark night sky, his tone laced with intrigue. However, I suspect that by the time some individuals truly grasp what we are doing, it will likely transcend mere online postings. Adults, the times have changed. Perhaps it's time to open your eyes to the world outside. You've even got Xian excited. Chapter 40. Are you capable of challenging me? On the large screen, alongside the increasingly refined energy heat map of Ningxi, several small windows were opened. Continuously scrolling through comments from social platforms and the internal forum of the Super Administrator Bureau. TSK, are these people like stubborn adhesive? They just want to quit, will they? Lin Xiao had just finished his workout, sweat still on his brow, fixated on the screen filled with sarcastic posts, his fists cracking with tension. Look at this. A famous athlete cashing in, fabricating data to deceive the public? Seriously? Who are they calling out? Brother Snail is genuinely enhancing physical quality. Lin Xiao was so incensed he wanted to snatch the keyboard and jump into the fray. And this one claims our app secretly collects privacy for profit. What even is this nonsense? Chun Imo slumped in his chair, waving his hand wearily. Can you keep it down, my dear little Hulk? Aren't there enough trolls online? Don't disrupt Xian's focus. Step back. But we can't let them spread such falsehoods. Lin Xiao retorted. I say they deserve a good thrashing. Su Li, don't hold me back. I have to reason with them. Su Li shot him an exasperated glance, conjuring a small stream of water that accurately flicked his forehead. Reasoning? You plan to debate with hundreds, if not thousands, of keyboard warriors using your little finger technique? Sit down. Lin Xiao shivered with indignation, reluctantly sitting back down, muttering, I'm just so frustrated. Xian, who had been silently smiling, adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. On his screen, data sources and posting patterns of those rational analyses scrolled rapidly. His tone remained unperturbed, just a bunch of clowns. The focal points of the attack lay in survivor bias, the placebo effect, and the dubious practices of the so-called Snail Brother. The tactics employed, though crude, were adept at misleading those lacking discernment. Outrage rippled through the community, even reaching Pan Yiming, who remained relatively composed, engrossed in operating his high-precision 3D printer. Just as Chun Imo pondered how to respond elegantly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The retired athlete behind the ID running Snail had evidently caught wind of the defamatory comments questioning his integrity. With a fiery temperament, he promptly retweeted the most egregious comment, adding a charged caption. With all due respect, given the achievements I garnered before my retirement and my current income level, I would not jeopardize my lifetime of honor and conscience over trifles. The efficacy, whether genuine or not, is for users to determine. Keep it up, Lingxi App. Accompanying this was a grid of images showcasing an impressive array of national and world competition medals and trophies. This robust rebuttal instantly attracted a multitude of onlookers and supporters. His fans, along with numerous bystanders, began to spontaneously defend the Lingxi App, inundating the relevant discussion threads with screenshots of authentic user reviews. Support Snail. I've used it for a week, and my sleep quality has improved significantly. Have the detractors even tried it? If not, spare us the baseless chatter. The regional limitations are indeed frustrating, but the effectiveness cannot be denied. A tug-of-war ensued in the public discourse, with trolls disparaging posts intertwining with users' favorable testimonials. A golden opportunity presented itself. Chun Mo's eyes gleamed with determination. Xian, it's time to serve these folks a hearty dish. A faint, almost sardonic smile curled at the corners of Xian's lips as his fingers poised over the keyboard. Instead of engaging in a verbal spat with the detractors, he logged into the official Lingxi App account and posted an exceptionally succinct Weibo update addressing various allegations. Attached was a real-time data dashboard, updated every 30 seconds. A link directed users to a dynamically updated data visualization page. Upon entering, everyone was astounded. At the center of the page lay a map of Ningxi, dotted with countless luminous points, each representing an anonymized active user. To the left, a dynamic graph illustrated trends such as average respiratory depth improvement, heart rate variability enhancement, and a distribution of users' self-reported mental state scores. All data derived from a vast pool of users presented in a desensitized, rolling format, continuously updated in real time. To the right, an even more striking feature appeared, a dynamic bar chart titled Types of Doubts versus Data Refutation. Whenever a new disparaging post surfaced, the algorithm automatically identified its core points of contention, prompting the adjacent graph to instantaneously display corresponding long-term tracking data or multidimensional comparative analyses, obliterating the criticisms with unequivocally objective curves and bar charts. The entire page exuded a chilling technological aura, silently proclaiming, emotional outbursts are futile, data reigns supreme. The moment this Weibo post went live, it exploded across the internet. Wow, the official response is on fire. I see the luminous points representing my parents and me, dog emoji, indicating its real-time, thumbs up emoji. This response is incredibly robust. They're confronting the critics with data visualization? What academic-level mockery? Minimal damage, yet deeply insulting. Ha ha ha, the trolls must be dumbfounded. Your speculations are mere trifles before big data. The technological sophistication, the transparency. Lingxi App is phenomenal. I've become a fan. The tide of public opinion shifted dramatically. Those previously rational critiques now appeared feeble and absurd. Many bystanders, initially ambivalent, found themselves drawn to this overwhelming form of rebuttal, hastily downloading the app to experience it for themselves. Lin Xiao watched in astonishment, vigorously patting Xianxian on the back, nearly toppling him into the keyboard. Wow, Xianxian, you're impressive. This move landed squarely on the trolls' faces. Delightful. Su Li also exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile gracing her face. They have nothing left to say. Chun Mo beamed with delight, tightly embracing Xianxian. Well done. You've used magic to counteract magic. Xianxian, devoid of expression, adjusted his slightly askew glasses and replied coolly, it's merely the efficient presentation of facts. Calmly closing his laptop, he acted as if he had merely responded to a message. Lin Xiao scratched his head, a look of dawning realization crossing his face. Wait a minute. Why do I feel like it's more than just online trolls? It seems someone is deliberately targeting us. Xianxian and Chun Mo exchanged glances, both sighing in unison. Chun Mo put his arm around Lin Xiao's neck. At last, you're coming around. With our app demonstrating such remarkable efficacy, it's akin to our Lingxi sect openly recruiting disciples online. It threatens the livelihoods of certain individuals. Wouldn't they be anxious? Su Li approached, her gaze clear and resolute. Since what we're doing is right and can help more people, we need not fear. We should persist. Pan Yiming lifted his head from a pile of circuit boards, muttering, yes, the server upgrades are complete. Chen Mo regarded his companions, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Indeed, aren't they worried about us attracting disciples? Leaning closer, his eyes gleaming with mischief, he added, imagine if we inadvertently cultivate a few high-quality users who can swiftly integrate into their ranks. Wouldn't that send them into a frenzy? Chapter 41. The Awakening of Beta Users, Underlying Concerns. In the testing area, the atmosphere was so still one could hear the heartbeat. 5 seed users stood somewhat awkwardly in the center, facing Chun Mo's quintet. The ambience was as serious as a job interview. Even the typically exuberant Lin Xiao wore a stern expression, arms crossed, his gaze scanning the room like a searchlight. Clearing his throat, Chun Mo spoke in a calm tone, activating the mental synchronization. Unquestionably, thank you for your trust, everyone. Before we commence, certain clarifications must be made. He surveyed the 5 faces before him, marked by anticipation and anxiety. What you are about to engage with is not merely an ordinary health regimen. It delves into a world concealed beneath conventional society, involving a form of energy known as spiritual energy. Through specific methods, there exists a probability of unlocking human potential, which is referred to as cultivation. At this declaration, the 5 users' breathing quickened, their expressions igniting with fervor. However, Chun Mo's tone shifted, becoming more grave. Taking this step means you will no longer be ordinary individuals. According to relevant regulations, after successfully awakening, you must undergo official registration and accept supervision. This is the rule, and it is for your safety and that of society. He paused, feeling the perceptive web gently brush against him, observing their reactions before continuing. Moreover, the entire process and related information must remain strictly confidential. Any unauthorized disclosure could lead to complications, even peril. Therefore now, Chun Mo inhaled deeply, his gaze sharp. If anyone wishes to withdraw, this is your last opportunity. The choice is yours. No one will be coerced. The factory fell silent, the only sound being the low hum of the air conditioning system. Moments later, a sturdy middle-aged man spoke first, his voice steady. I, old Zhang, have lived for over 40 years. With this opportunity at hand, I see no reason to retreat. I accept. He was a retired soldier. The other four exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, their expressions resolute. Excellent. Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded, feeling a sense of relief while maintaining a tense composure. He signaled Xianxian. Xianxian adjusted his glasses, stepping forward with several specially designed, non-network tablets in hand. We have crafted algorithms specifically for you. Concentrate, follow the guidance, and attempt to perceive. The test commenced. The factory resonated only with the rhythmic sound of deep, measured breaths. Chunmo's perceptive web unfurled silently, closely monitoring each individual's state. Lin Xiao stood by, muscles taut, ready to respond to any unforeseen incidents. As the delicate mist enveloped Su Li's fingertips, Pan Yiming silently scrutinized the surrounding metallic structures. Qin Xian fixated on the screen of a makeshift monitoring device nearby, where 5 fluctuating curves represented the physiological data and energy waves of the users. Time ticked away, and suddenly, an energy curve corresponding to Old Zhang surged upwards, surpassing a certain threshold. Almost simultaneously, Old Zhang abruptly opened his eyes, letting out a low growl as he struck the soft pad of the force gauge with a fist. Bang! A muffled thud resonated, and the needle instantaneously reached a value he had never attained before. My strength. Old Zhang gazed incredulously at his fist, his face transforming with overwhelming ecstasy. It's truly possible. A triumphant first battle. Next, programmer Xiao Wang experienced a slight tremor in his body, muttering incomprehensible lines of code, before suddenly slapping his thigh. It's working. The algorithm bottleneck that had stalled last week, has it auto-optimized? His cognitive speed had evidently accelerated. The third to succeed was Chef Dashin, who beamed with excitement as he flicked open a lighter. With a snap of his fingers, flames danced like spirited sprites. I wasn't mistaken. I can control fire. The fourth was a seemingly demure girl, Xiaoya. Upon awakening, the light around her appeared to subtly distort, and she gazed at her hand in astonishment. It seems I can slightly bend the light, although faint. Is this some form of visual-related concealment or camouflage ability? The consecutive successes of 4 individuals instantly ignited the atmosphere within the factory. Lin Xiao excitedly raised his fist. Su Li wore a gratifying smile, and Qin Xian swiftly recorded the data, while even Pan Yiming focused intently on his modified tablet. Chun Mo felt a surge of joy within him. It's done. It has truly succeeded. Qin Xian is incredible. A milestone breakthrough. Countless points and vast prospects beckon him. However, at the moment the last user, the reclusive Xiao He, completed his awakening, Chun Mo's senses abruptly detected an anomaly. As the boy's energy peaked, his emotional fluctuations surged violently, like a tsunami. A wave of intense suppression, grievance, and even a fleeting trace of hostility pricked Chun Mo's perception like a needle. Although this emotion was quickly subdued by his newfound ability to control emotions, he wore an expression of relief mixed with confusion. That momentary negative emotion was too sharp. The testing concluded amidst the jubilation of success. After Qin Xian filed their records and reiterated the regulations of the Supervision Bureau, the group gradually departed. Only their own remained in the factory. And Lin Xiao was the first to leap up, exclaiming, "Awesome. Absolutely fantastic. Did you see that? Everyone succeeded. Our algorithm is divine." Qin Xian adjusted his glasses, maintaining an impassive demeanor, yet a hint of excitement laced his tone. Data correlation at 978. The awakening algorithm has been validated. The awakening path has been confirmed. Su Li chimed in with a smile. That's wonderful. It means users can safely cross this threshold in the future. Pan Yiming quietly tidied the equipment, offering a rare compliment. I'm very efficient. Chun Mo smiled outwardly, yet a sense of unease lingered within. He approached Qin Xian and Su Li, lowering his voice. The results are impressive, but did you notice anything about that last boy? Qin Xian operated the computer, pulling up the final moments data and monitoring footage, magnifying the boy's subtle facial expressions, his gaze growing serious. I captured it. At the moment of awakening, his facial muscles exhibited a fleeting distortion, indicative of extreme emotional fluctuations. Heart rate and electrodermal response data also displayed abnormal peaks. Su Li reflected for a moment, nodding gently. His awakened ability seems to be emotion control, but in that instant, it appeared as though his own emotions spiraled out of control. Chun Mo rubbed his temples. The algorithm is precise. It can find the frequency that suits them. Yet, the human heart is something an algorithm cannot fully comprehend. Possessing power but being swayed by emotions leads to catastrophe. A child wielding a large knife is bound to injure themselves or others. A faint shadow fell over the jubilant atmosphere. Qin Xian fell silent for a moment before adjusting his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. Are you suggesting that subsequent guidance and constraints must keep pace? Indeed. Chun Mo gazed towards the distant city, its lights brilliant, murmuring. It seems that merely having the technology to ignite the spark is insufficient. We must contemplate how to ensure that this flame illuminates the path ahead without igniting a catastrophe. We need to find a suitable task to test the waters. Chapter 42. The User's Team Task. Danger Approaches. In the base's data center, a corner of the map of Ning City glimmered with a faint yellow light. A stark contrast to the adjacent crimson high-energy zones, resembling a malnourished little star. Ding-dong. The shrill alarm shattered the morning tranquility. Xianxian adjusted his glasses. Typing a few commands on the keyboard to retrieve detailed information. West City People's Park, southeast corner shrubbery, weak energy, anomaly detected. The fluctuation frequency matches the earlier plan activation cases with a correlation of 893. The target is in the early stages, with an energy level approximately equivalent to 0. 5 of Lin Zhao's pre-awakening state. Lin Zhao, who had just taken a large gulp of protein powder, nearly choked. Cough. What is this? 0.5 of me. Doesn't that mean they're just an ordinary person? Theoretically, if your ordinary version's combat power is quantified at 250, then the target is currently around 125, Xianxian stated expressionlessly, secretly adding more context. However, for ordinary visitors and the small animals in the park, it already posed a significant threat. Chen Mo stroked his chin, his eyes shining like searchlights. Don't rush to report. First, open the task terminal. Discover anomalies, report anomalies, issue tasks, take on tasks, and create a closed-loop task. Generate points for ourselves, and then claim points. What's the problem? No problem. The newly awakened individuals were bewildered, unable to grasp how such tasks could simply arise. They also couldn't fathom why Chen Mo could trust them to handle it themselves. All they remembered was Chen Mo detailing the task and distributing a uniquely designed wristband. A mysterious founder of a training technique. Why was he smiling like a wealthy landowner? In the afternoon sun of the park, everything was tranquil. Elderly men played chess, while older women danced in harmony. The southeast shrubbery, usually listless, appeared particularly animated today, swaying autonomously, emanating a subtle restlessness. Old Zhang led the charge, his stature still erect from military training, whispering to the squad, the target is directly ahead at 10 o'clock. The energy response is intensifying. Xiaoya subtly moved her hands, causing the surrounding light to appear distorted. The 5 figures became almost ethereal, blending better into the environment. Visual interference was in place. Programmer Xiao Wang clutched his phone, utterly tense. The task arrangement is to eliminate the target's energy core. Old Zhang will take the lead. Dashin's fire should be useful. Xiaoya, maintain concealment, and I'll provide support. He paused, adding, Xiaohei, be vigilant for any signs of mental interference capabilities from the target, and be ready to counter. Xiaohei nodded silently, his palms growing slightly sweaty. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Suddenly, several seemingly ordinary branches of the shrubbery sprang up like venomous snakes, lightning fast as they coiled around Old Zhang, who was at the forefront. Here it comes, Old Zhang shouted, unflinching, channeling the surge of power gained from his awakening into his right arm, and he smashed his fist toward the encroaching vines. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the vines snapped. Yet more branches surged from all directions. Sizzle! Dashin swiftly ignited a finely crafted lighter, flames leaping forth and swelling. A fist-sized fireball roared forth, accurately igniting the vines attempting to ensnare his teammates, producing a hissing sound as they burned. Xiaoya continuously adjusted the lighting, ensuring that the team members maintained a slight visual distortion to evade attacks. Meanwhile, Xiaowang focused intently on the data displayed on his phone, swiftly relaying information. Although the 5 of them were somewhat uncoordinated and a bit flustered, under clear division of roles and Xiaowang's on-the-spot direction, they managed to steadily suppress the animated shrubbery. Old Zhang's fists were like the wind, and Dashin expertly controlled the flames, ensuring they burned only the plants and did not ignite the park. Xiaoya's stealth made the attackers' attempts repeatedly miss their mark. As they watched their target being gradually pushed back, the energy response dwindled, and expressions of relief and ease spread across the 5 faces. Well done. Lin Zhao, hidden at a distance, excitedly waved his fist. The coordination may be lacking, but each of you has your strengths. Su Li nodded slightly in agreement. Old Zhang is experienced. Dashin has fine control of fire, and Xiaoya and Xiaowang's support is on point. Even Xianxian adjusted his glasses and remarked, the tactical execution, being our first collaboration, is satisfactory. However, Chen Mo remained silent, his perception fixated on Xiaohei. From the initial tension to the focus during battle, and now, as the target was being suppressed, there was a subtle emotional fluctuation from Xiaohei that felt amiss. As the battle approached its conclusion, with the animated shrubbery reduced to a wreck and the energy core shattered by Old Zhang's punch, the 5 gathered together, slightly out of breath, but filled predominantly with excitement. Amazing, Old Zhang. Your punch is as powerful as a hammer. Dashin clapped Old Zhang on the shoulder. Your fire is impressive, hitting precisely where you aim. Old Zhang chuckled modestly. With your invisibility technique, we'll rely on you to sneak past park tolls next time. Xiaowang joked. You did well directing, Xiaoya, she replied. Feeling a bit bashful, they exchanged compliments, and the atmosphere was light and jovial. Yet, in a corner, Xiaohe observed the warm camaraderie unfolding before him, his gaze gradually becoming vacant. His emotional control ability subconsciously absorbed the lingering aggression from the recent battle, coupled with a long-suppressed sense of isolation that felt discordant with his surroundings. The more he attempted to control it, the more agitated that dark emotion became. The stability indicator on his wristband began to show slight fluctuations. Hey, without Xiaohe, perhaps we could have managed some mental impact on the target. Thankfully, Captain Qin arranged for Xiaohe to join us, Xiaowang thought, sensing deeper implications. What was meant to be a compliment, however, twisted in Xiaohe's distorted perception, making him feel mocked for not contributing more. Breathing grew slightly rapid, and he struggled to conjure a smile, which appeared stiff. The air surrounding him seemed to thicken with an oppressive, invisible wave of negativity. The previously buoyant atmosphere began to sour. Old Zhang furrowed his brow, an inexplicable irritation rising within him. All right, enough with the flattery. Let us clean up quickly and avoid drawing attention. Dashan sensed something was off, but couldn't contain his temper. What is the rush? We're still in the midst of things. Xiaoya whispered in complaint. I'm still here, what is the matter? Xiaowang's expression turned cold. Everyone is still reflecting on the experience. Why the urgency? The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The comrades who had fought side by side moments ago were now at each other's throats over trivial matters, their words laced with tension. Xiaohe lowered his head further, his body slightly trembling, the suppressed negativity bubbling like water on the verge of boiling. Not good. Su Li's expression changed as he instinctively prepared to condense vapor for intervention. Lin Xiao rolled up his sleeves. Damn it. Are we about to have an internal conflict? I'll go separate them. Don't move. Chen Imo firmly restrained the two, his gaze sharp and meaningful, urging them to observe further. He took a deep breath, his voice deep yet clear, reaching each teammate's ears. Do you see? Awakening is not merely a blessing, it can also be a curse. Merely possessing the skill to ignite a spark is far from sufficient. If one cannot master the accompanying inner demons, power may instead become the fuse for destruction. We must establish a more comprehensive system. Below, Xiaohe's emotions seemed to reach a critical point as he abruptly raised his head, a flicker of chaotic red light flashing in his eyes. Lin Xiao, anxious, stomped his foot. What are we waiting for? If we don't act now, a fight will truly break out. Su Li looked worriedly at Chen Imo. However, Chen Imo shook his head, a cryptic smile crossing his face. No rush. The mountain man has his clever schemes. He paused. Didn't you notice how calm Qin Xian and Yiming are? Timing is crucial. Chapter 43. Miniature Tranquility Talisman. Secured. The Great Wall Project. They must realize this is spiraling out of control. Otherwise, mediation holds no meaning. The air around Xiaohe thickened and turned cold, an invisible wave of negativity quietly spreading, affecting everyone. The stability indicator on his wristband transitioned from green to yellow, flickering ominously close to red. Chen Imo and the others slowly moved closer to their new companion. Don't rush. Wait a bit longer. The moment isn't right. With heightened perception, they awaited the critical point where emotions would peak. Ready to explode, yet most susceptible to external influence. Just as old Zhang, provoked by Xiaowang's taunts, instinctively clenched his fists, his shoulder muscles coiling, preparing to strike. Now, Chen Imo urged through their mental link. Su Li, separate them. Lin Xiao, restrain old Zhang. Qin Xian, prepare the tranquility spell. Xiaohe is mine. The commands shot through like lightning. Below, Su Li waved his hands vigorously. The park's ornamental pool, eager to unleash its pent-up energy, surged forth, instantly erecting a curtain of water between the soon-to-collide figures. Simultaneously, a stream of water deftly wrapped around the flickering flame at Dashan's fingertips, extinguishing it with a soft hiss. Lin Xiao, like a leopard, landed silently, and in the next moment, he was beside old Zhang, his broad hand gently resting on old Zhang's tense shoulder. With little force, that steady, mountain-like presence instantaneously quelled old Zhang's surging anger, miraculously calming his boiling blood. Zhanggu, stay calm, Lin Xiao smiled, revealing his white teeth. Almost simultaneously, the inconspicuous wristbands on the five friends emitted a faint, almost inaudible hum. The specially crafted miniature tranquility talisman was activated remotely. A refreshing, peaceful aura flowed through their wrist veins like a summer spring, instantly dousing their anxiety and unwarranted fury. At that moment, Xiaohe was on the brink of collapse. The chaotic red light in his eyes intensifying, and the negative emotions surged like a flood about to break its dam. Xiaohe. Chen Mo's voice resounded like a mighty bell, infused with his concentrated mental force, striking hard against Xiaohei's chaotic consciousness. Awaken. Buzz. Xiaohei trembled violently. The torrent of negativity flooding his mind receding like a tide, and clarity returned to his gaze in an instant. He stared blankly at the teammates separated by the water curtain, glanced at his slightly trembling hands, and noticed the indicator on his wristband shift from flickering red back to stable green, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. His voice was hoarse, filled with fear. A potential internal conflict, on the verge of eruption, dissipated into nothingness under the precise intervention of the Lingxi team. In the new base's conference room, the atmosphere was tenfold more tense than in the park. The 5 individuals who had just ridden the emotional roller coaster had departed, leaving only Chun Mo and the others. The large screen replayed the entire mission, particularly focusing on the final conflict and intervention segment. Lin Xiao, unusually silent, crossed his arms, his brow furrowed. Damn. That was truly precarious. Had I not been present, these individuals would have incapacitated themselves beforehand. Su Li sighed softly, her fingertips coalescing a droplet of water before dispersing it. Power amplifies emotions. This is particularly true for Xiaohei, whose abilities are intrinsically linked to his emotions, making him more prone to losing control. If left unchecked, the repercussions could be dire. Xianxian adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a chilling stream of data. According to the records from the wristbands and on-site monitoring, Xiaohei is on the brink of losing control, emitting a negative emotional field that could affect those around him with a coefficient as high as 0.73, sufficient to provoke quarrels or even brawls among ordinary individuals. We require a more comprehensive system that encompasses the entire process of screening, nurturing, and supervision. Pan Yiming remained silent, quietly contemplating some form of device. Indeed, Chun Mo slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet, his gaze sweeping across each companion. We cannot merely ignite the fire. We must also tend to it. Today's incident serves as both a warning and an opportunity. He inhaled deeply, his expression becoming resolutely determined. I propose we formally initiate our internal Great Wall Project. The Great Wall Project? Several individuals turned to him. Yes. Chun Mo approached the whiteboard, grasping a marker, as the name suggests. We aim to construct a bastion that safeguards order and repels chaos. The core of this initiative is to establish a complete system for the cultivation, management, and support of awakened individuals. He swiftly inscribed several keywords on the whiteboard. First, rigorous screening. Future qualifications for awakening must not solely rely on physical data and potential scores. A more comprehensive assessment of character and psychological evaluation must be integrated. For individuals like Xiaohei, who bear excessive internal repression, immediate psychological counseling is imperative. Second, classification and archiving. Xianxian, you will take the lead in establishing our archive of awakened abilities. Categorize them based on their characteristics. For instance, Lin Xiao and Old Zhang belong to the enhancement category. Su Li is elemental, water. Xiaohei is mental, emotion. Deshan is elemental, fire. And Xiaoya is special, optical refraction. Understanding these patterns will facilitate tailored education and future team collaboration. Third, tiered cultivation. We cannot throw newly awakened individuals into tasks immediately. A novice period must be established, progressing from theoretical education, psychological counseling, to simulated training and practical exercises in lower-level tasks. We must proceed gradually. Only upon passing assessments shall they be entrusted with official duties. Fourth, oversight and mutual assistance. Clearly define the code of conduct for awakened individuals. Red lines must not be crossed. Establish our internal Great Wall community for sharing experiences and alleviating pressure. Incorporate tasks and mutual aid into a points exchange system. The ultimate goal is to transform every awakened individual into a cornerstone for safeguarding societal tranquility, collaboratively erecting a great wall that faces the future, rather than a potential source of instability. This grand vision rendered the conference room silent for a few seconds, before erupting into fervent discussion. Incredible. This perspective has opened up entirely. Lin Xiao was the first to express excitement. I'll take charge of the enhancement practical training package. I guarantee they will be trained to be both disciplined and proficient. Su Li's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I can oversee part of the psychological support module, combining my abilities. I might develop some techniques for soothing emotions and uniting the team. Xianxian's fingers flew across the keyboard. The abilities archive and data model will be my responsibility. Based on existing data, I can preliminarily construct algorithms for risk assessment and growth prediction. Pan Yiming raised his head, shaking his tablet, which displayed a draft for an improved wristband. I can optimize the constraint and assistance device, incorporating more precise biological signal monitoring and emergency calming functions. As the meeting concluded, individuals dispersed, invigorated by purpose. Xianxiaaudiobooks approached the massive floor-to-ceiling window of the base, gazing out at the dazzling lights of Ning City. He inhaled the cool night breeze. Speaking softly to himself, a whisper only he could hear. "Grandpa, what secret did you protect all those years ago? Now, we must construct a great wall that differs from the past, one that belongs to a new era." He retrieved his phone, the screen displaying the steadily increasing user count for the Lingxi app. Returning to his workstation, he began planning, the cursor dancing across the screen. The Great Wall Community Charter marks the inception of a grand chapter at this moment. Chapter 44, Lingxi Go, the mysterious Great Wall. Wow, it's launched. This time it's truly launched. In the base data center, Xianxiaaudiobooks fixated on the soaring data curve, his grin stretching from ear to ear. The vast number of paying users left him awestruck. The super administration had never mentioned these trifling matters, for they were their own. The Lingxi app had just released a new version, with 2 new features igniting the entire internet. The first is a treasure point search available to all users. The Lingxi development team utilized algorithms to randomly refresh light points on the map. Users could mark treasures by approaching specific areas and completing breathing exercises, earning points, or even cash rewards. This feature instantly ignited a nationwide frenzy. Streets and alleys of Ning City were filled with people wandering with their phones, heads down searching for treasures, as netizens humorously dubbed it Lingxi Go, with topics like "Lingxi Go, have you searched for treasures today?" and hidden maps of Ning City flooding social media. Short video platforms were inundated with users showcasing their humorous videos of practicing in parks, by rivers, and even in their own community gardens, all guided by the app. Did you see? This is the power of the masses. Xianxiaaudiobooks gleefully wiggled his feet. Our heat map is skyrocketing like a rocket. "Ha! Look at this!" Lin Xiao exclaimed, doubling over with laughter as he held up his phone. On the screen was a video of a user who had argued with a group exercise Annie over a treasure point by the river, ultimately managing to mark it through agile footwork without getting scratched, proudly sharing his reward screenshot. These people are incredibly creative. This is far more thrilling than delivering takeout. Suli glanced at the pedestrians occasionally checking their phones outside, slightly furrowing her brow. "Xianxiaaudiobooks, isn't this a bit too conspicuous? With everyone searching for treasure points, it's obvious to anyone what they're doing. Won't it attract too much attention? Attention? That's precisely the effect we desire." Xianxiaaudiobooks lounged nonchalantly in his chair, crossing his legs. This is the essence of great concealment within plain sight. Just think. Why was that Zhao Tai so fixated on Lin Xiao? Because areas rich in spiritual energy are akin to concealed gold. Every treasure is a fortune. Now, I'm pulling the entire city to dig for gold. The streets are filled with miners. Let us see how he quietly amasses wealth. The true core lies within the second feature. All of this serves as our moat, a smokescreen. Qin Xian adjusted his glasses and calmly added, "The data substantiates Xianxiaaudiobooks' strategy. The participation of the entire populace has significantly diluted the focus on individual spiritual energy points. Moreover, the data flow from the treasure point distribution has enhanced our spiritual energy heat map's accuracy by 300, covering vast previously undetectable blind spots. This is a flawless crowdsourced data collection." Pan Yiming, rarely engaging in discussions, grumbled, "The server has been expanded 3 times. The efficiency of user-driven dissemination is remarkably high." At that moment, another notification popped up in the background. A user, having accurately marked 3 high-value treasure points consecutively, received a cumulative cash reward exceeding 1,000. Promptly sharing the receipt screenshot online with the caption, "Lingxi Go, strolling while earning money is the best of both worlds. Thanks to the official team." This screenshot created ripples akin to a stone thrown into a pond. Holy cow, they really pay. Brothers, charge. For the little money. I'm doing nothing today, just wandering around. The enthusiasm for the nationwide treasure hunt was entirely ignited, transforming Ning City into a colossal outdoor playground. In the park, by the river, and even in some old neighborhoods, an influx of individuals engaged in jogging, leisurely strolls, or striking peculiar breathing postures while fixated on their mobile devices has emerged. Although strangers to one another, they exchange knowing nods upon encountering each other, as if they have become members of a clandestine new organization. The second feature is the true centerpiece for Xianxiaaudiobooks. A section named the Great Wall Community has discreetly launched. Accessible solely to users who have received a mysterious invitation link and have passed a rigorous vetting process. The Lingxi official has hinted that the invitation links were sent out in abundance. Yet only 30 users would ultimately be approved to join the initial batch of the Great Wall Community, under the guise of the Lingxi Go craze. These enigmatic invitation links have silently trickled into the hands of seed users, meticulously selected through complex algorithms. The interface of the Great Wall Community is starkly minimalist, divided into several sections: newcomer guidance, ability profiles, task hall, and mutual assistance exchange. The rules are clearly delineated. This is not a lawless domain. All actions are governed by the relevant regulations of the Supervision Bureau and the Community Charter, with strict confidentiality protocols in place. Before new users can undergo the approval process, the 10 initial users make their presence known within the Great Wall community. The first to speak up is the retired athlete, Old Zhang. Jianshi, Old Zhang reporting. This place is rather intriguing. So, all future tasks and resource exchanges will be conducted here? Administrator Q, Qin Xian indeed. Tasks will be matched and issued by the system according to individual abilities and growth stages. The points redemption list has been updated, including fragmented manuals, personalized guidance, and rare materials. Logic Wang, programmer Xiao Wang Wow. What is this points exchange for a calming algorithm optimization package? Can it be directly infused into the brain? Administrator Q, Qin Xian. It can be understood as a special audio frequency guide, assisting you in entering a deep state of contemplation more swiftly. It requires specific equipment for use. Chef Dashin, Fire Husband. Can I exchange points for some rare seasonings? Perhaps something like fiery peppers? Administrator Q, Qin Xian. These materials must be redeemed from the Supervision Bureau's list. Currently, Community points and Supervision Bureau points are at a ratio of 1,001. It will take nearly a year to accumulate enough for a redemption. Keep it up. The group responds with murmurs of contemplation, observing the promising situation. Chen Mo envisions himself savoring a bowl of soy milk tomorrow. Qin Xian, while busily engaging in community discussions, continues to refine the Lingxi detection algorithm, maximizing the resonator-level computational abilities. Suddenly, he pauses, furrowing his brow slightly as he speaks. Chen Mo, there's a minor issue. What is it? Chen Mo inquires, leaning closer. Qin Xian points to 2 highlighted accounts on the screen. The tracking data shows that the IP addresses of the 2 accounts we sent the Great Wall community invitation links to coincide with one of the locations in Ningxi with the highest concentration of Lingxi. The behavioral pattern analysis has triggered a yellow alert in the risk algorithm. They do not appear to be ordinary seed users. Chen Mo squints his eyes, a cunning smile creeping onto his face. Oh? It seems we have little mice attempting to infiltrate. He strokes his chin, calculating the implications. Keep a close watch on them. Do not alert them. I wish to see if they are merely fishing in troubled waters, or if someone is orchestrating them from behind the scenes. Hee hee. Keep your pockets open. We're ready to welcome guests. Chapter 45, Triple Verification. A peculiar interview experience. The Great Wall community has been bustling with activity lately, akin to a festive celebration. The 30 available slots filled up in the blink of an eye, including the early batch of Old Zhang and Dashin. The total number of participants reached 35, saturating this secretive enclave. The agreement was meticulously drafted, with concerns about even a single word escaping. Upon completion of the agreement, an upgraded awakening algorithm will be synchronized and pushed, dubbed the Personalized Cultivation Guidance Algorithm, which essentially allows these seed users to gradually adjust their breathing rhythms based on the algorithm, progressively aligning with the ultimate awakening frequency to avoid losing control through a sudden awakening. The results vary. Some users rejoice in the community, particularly Jianshi and Fire Husband, who flood the forum daily with excitement. Others gradually evolve, reporting a newfound vigor and a brightness in their eyes. Some remain in a state of bewilderment, pondering what they have practiced. Yet, the atmosphere is undeniably harmonious. Administrator Lid, Lin Xiao, frequently emerges to share his insights, cautioning to conserve one's strength lest it cause havoc at home. Meanwhile, Administrator Su Li, adopts a gentler approach, patiently addressing inquiries on achieving smoother breathing, sensing the ambient energy, and revealing treasure troves of tips for more effective cultivation. As Chen Mo reclines in his chair, contentedly sipping his cola, he muses, behold, have we not established a solid foundation for our Great Wall? Without lifting his gaze, Qin Xian types away. User activity remains high, and the frequency of information exchange meets expectations. The preliminary community ecosystem has been successfully constructed. The sample data is minimal, residing in the initial honeymoon phase, and we cannot dismiss the possibility of a subsequent decline. Established? I see it as the calm before the storm. Lin Xiao scratches his head, pondering the reliability of such a large influx of participants. Chen Mo chuckles. Hulk, sometimes I find you inscrutable, unsure if you are astute or naive. Before long, Lin Xiao can no longer contain himself. He leans closer to Chen Mo, lowering his voice. Chen Mo, why do I constantly feel a sense of unease? With so many people, can you truly trust them? What if someone like the Zhao family has infiltrated? Has the brute finally begun to think? Has the protein powder been reformulated? Added DHA and ARA. Qin Xian interjects, adjusting his glasses, promoting brain development. What a conscientious enterprise. Get lost. What DNA? Lin Xiao retorts. Exasperated, I'm discussing serious matters. Chen Mo sets his cola down, straightening in his seat, displaying an expression that suggests Lin Xiao has struck a chord. Worry? Of course. I worry. He snaps his fingers. Qin Xian, illuminate our Hulk classmate on our mechanisms. With a stoic expression, Qin Xian taps on the computer, and a complex flowchart appears on the large screen, divided into 3 tiers, resembling a level in a video game. See that? This is our triple screening mechanism. The first tier is qualifications. He clicks on the top layer, where the algorithm monitors users' physical conditions, assessing their foundational capabilities and potential resonance levels. These are hard indicators. Otherwise, it would be futile. This tier eliminates a small fraction of applicants. The second tier is background. Chen Mo switches to the next layer, discreetly checking the official data interface provided by the Supervision Bureau, examining social relationships, any criminal records, and online footprints to ensure the integrity of their backgrounds. This further narrows the pool. Lin Xiao blinks. So those who receive the invitation links have passed these 2 tiers? My heavens. Does that mean there are tens of thousands of candidates? How long will it take us to sift through them? Chen Mo grins, having seized upon a crucial point. The most vital third tier is the video interview. He clicks on the final layer, revealing a series of small windows, reminiscent of a surveillance room. While it appears to be a standard video chat, the cameras conceal an analysis system for micro-expressions and eye movement developed by Qin Xian and Yi Ming. Lying, emotional fluctuations, guilty consciences. In the face of data, there is no escape. Just then, Qin Xian opens a post in the community from an ID called Code Dog Has Spring. My goodness, how did you all fare in the interview? By the time I arrived, there were already over 20 people. The Lingxi interview system is phenomenal. The post exudes astonishment, stating that the questions are not posed by humans at all. It's all AI. The inquiries are not only challenging, but even the slightest shift in gaze or acceleration of heartbeat seems to be detected. Attempting to boast gets you exposed. Who is the genius behind this algorithm? I am in awe. A flurry of replies follows. I concur. I emerged from the interview drenched in sweat. It felt as though my soul was being scanned. Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. Do you understand now? With AI around, who needs to work? Unstable factors are simply crushed at the door. Lin Xiao suddenly realized. So those chattering individuals before couldn't even touch the door? Clever. Chen Mo patted his shoulder. Those who can enter our Great Wall are not necessarily saints, but at the very least, they have passed the tests and have sound character. Su Li gently added, moreover, the community charter and point system itself serve as a continuous guide and constraint. Pan Yiming rarely lifted his head, shaking an improved prototype wristband in his hand. Yes. Subsequent monitoring is also keeping pace. Just as everyone felt this system was flawless, Qin Xian suddenly chuckled, his fingers dancing across the keyboard, pulling up 2 other interview recordings. Chen Mo, come take a look at these 2. On the screen appeared the faces of 2 men. The interview process seemed perfectly normal. They answered fluently, their expressions natural. And when asked why they wished to join the community, their grandiose reasons of seeking strength and protection seemed impeccable. On the surface, there were no flaws. What's wrong? Lin Xiao leaned in. Aren't these 2 doing quite well? They passed the interview, so they must have succeeded. He didn't understand the technology, but if it was produced by Qin Xian, Chen Mo surely approved of it. Qin Xian adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the cold data streams, and smiled wryly. Their disguise is quite sophisticated. He pointed at the accompanying physiological data curves that were rolling beside them. However, during their responses to key questions, such as their views on the Supervision Bureau and what they intend to do with their newfound powers, their heart rates and galvanic skin responses exhibited extremely subtle, anomalous spikes. Although quickly suppressed, the algorithm flagged them as highly suspicious of disguise. The smile on Chen Mo's face faded, his gaze sharpening. We initially targeted them because their active IPs highly overlapped with some of the most spiritually vibrant spots in Ningxi, correct? Indeed, Qin Xian nodded. Their behavioral patterns also deviate from ordinary users, resembling those intentionally gathering information. Chen Mo scoffed, leaning back in his chair, gently tapping his fingers on the table. As expected, once they catch the scent of blood, the rats approach the door. He turned to Qin Xian, a dangerous smile curving his lips. Since they have gone to such lengths to infiltrate, we must nurture them through special talent channels. We cannot let this opportunity slip away. Is the training plan ready? Chen Mo inquired with a smile, embodying the role of a diligent principal. Chapter 46, A Gathering of Minds, Core Secrets Stolen. On a Saturday afternoon, Uncle Li found an outdoor training base for the Lingxi sect's team-building event. Frankly speaking, had he not known their foundation was shallow, Director Li would have genuinely thought this sect was both impoverished and lowly. The first offline gathering of the Great Wall community was organized here, bringing together over 30 individuals. Familiar faces like Old Zhang and Deshan were present, and even Xiao He showed up. There were also many newcomers who had only interacted within the community. Excitement and curiosity adorned everyone's faces as they sized each other up, mixed with the novelty of recognizing each other. You know, some people are entirely different without their keyboards. The 5-member team, including Chun Mo, assumed the role of the community operations team, primarily responsible for coordination and security, concealing their true strength. Except for Old Zhang and a few others, no one knew that this was the Lingxi team. Chun Mo wore a professional fake smile, wandering around, nodding at this one and shaking hands with that one, resembling an insurance salesman. Lin Xiao felt uncomfortable, whispering to Su Li, "Wow, this feels so awkward. I could easily take down all of them, yet here I am pretending to be a waiter." Su Li shot him a gentle glare. "Stop complaining and observe closely." Chun Mo said to focus on those 2 special talents today. Qin Xian, meanwhile, hid in a corner with a tablet, appearing to record the event process while actually monitoring everyone's micro-expressions and physiological data feedback. Pan Yiming was even more dedicated, tucked away in the equipment room, using the sensors scattered throughout the base to monitor energy fluctuations, a perfect opportunity for calibration. To liven up the atmosphere, Chun Mo took the microphone and stepped into the center of the venue, beginning to rally the crowd. "Dear community family, welcome. This is our Great Wall's first offline gathering. Let's not hold back. To enhance our understanding, how about we have a demonstration of abilities? It's all voluntary, just for fun." No sooner had he finished speaking than a bespectacled gentleman, looking like a programmer, timidly raised his hand. "I'll go first." He walked to the edge of the venue and whistled at a few stray cats basking in the sun. Amazingly, the cats lifted their heads, tilting them at him. He made a few gestures, and a ginger cat leisurely approached, pawing a dropped keychain to his feet. "Wow, beast mastery." Gasps erupted from the crowd. The gentleman, awkwardly adjusting his glasses, replied, "It's not that impressive. I can vaguely understand them, like when they're hungry or warning me not to bother them. It's just simple guidance." "Impressive. Soon the cats in the community will become spies." Lin Zhao's eyes sparkled, almost rushing to learn from him, but was pulled back by Su Li. Next, a flower-loving girl stepped forward, cradling a slightly wilted succulent in her hands. She took a deep breath and placed her hands above the pot. To everyone's astonishment, the succulent's leaves visibly plumped up, and even new sprouts began to emerge. "Oh my, plant growth technique. If this were in a greenhouse, wouldn't she make a fortune?" someone exclaimed. The girl smiled, explaining, "It only works on small plants and is very draining. Growing vegetables would be quite challenging." Another seemingly socially anxious boy demonstrated his ability. He could make his skin temporarily as elastic as rubber. He pulled on his face, stretching it comically, which elicited peals of laughter from the audience. "Haha, I know this one. Like Luffy from One Piece. Devil fruit." Lin Xiao laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. Su Li couldn't help but stifle a smile, whispering to Chun Mo, "This is quite a diverse bunch." As Chun Mo chuckled along, he kept his peripheral vision locked on the 2 target individuals, known as Black Mouse and Wasp. They blended into the crowd, exhibiting an unusual enthusiasm, showing great interest in various abilities, constantly trying to engage others in conversation. "Bro, how did you develop this ability? Any tips?" "Sister, did you feel anything special while cultivating? Like seeing any light or something?" Their inquiries, seemingly curious, often attempted to extract more core training methods or details on their practices. Qin Xian's data monitoring on the tablet indicated that during others' ability demonstrations, these 2 exhibited abnormal spikes in heart rate and metabolic rates, clearly in a heightened state of excitement and focus while gathering information. Unbeknownst to them, a hooded figure, Xiaohe, seemed to float nearby, as if to assist him. "Oh, truly dedicated," Chun Mo thought to himself with a cold smile. The ability demonstration turned into a lively showcase of unique talents, where one individual could make their scent disappear temporarily, jokingly dubbed the human air freshener, and another could accurately determine the temperature of a cup of water, with a deviation of no more than 0.1 degrees. Claiming the title of human thermometer, the scene was bustling with energy. As the gathering neared its conclusion, attendees began to mingle freely, chatting in small groups. In a moment of carelessness, Pan Yiming dropped an old-looking notebook with Lingxi Sec's symbol crafting notes inscribed on the cover, scattering several pages filled with intricate patterns across the floor. He hastily bent down to pick it up, yet seemed oblivious to the 2 sheets of paper that floated behind the equipment in the corner. As the gathering concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed. The Black Mouse and the Hornet lingered at the end, with Old Zhang incessantly chatting with them, thoroughly exasperating them. At last, seizing an opportunity while Old Zhang was distracted, they deftly snatched up the 2 inadvertently lost papers. A look of uncontainable ecstasy illuminated their faces as they hurriedly tucked the precious finds into their bosoms and made a hasty exit. After their departure, Xiaohe and Xiaoyu appeared on the surveillance footage. In the base's control room, Chun Mo observed the monitor, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth like a cunning fox. Qin Xian adjusted his glasses and remarked mildly, "They've taken the bait." Lin Xiao scratched his head in confusion. "Is that it? Do they really believe it?" Chun Imo stretched lazily, his grin growing ever more mischievous. "Of course they do. The line between reality and illusion is blurred, one truth among 9 lies. Qin Xian personally scripted this play, and I was there to guide it through a mental link. How could it possibly falter?" Yiming's task was to inadvertently drop those 2 sheets laced with silver threads. Xiaohei's role was to amplify their emotions. Old Zhang's responsibility was to engage them warmly, while Xiaoya provided cover for Xiaohei. People tend to trust that which they have toiled for. They perceive the acquisition of these 2 sheets as a significant challenge, and the emotional roller coaster of anxiety followed by elation will undoubtedly become their greatest flaw. Speaking of which, Xiaohei has shown tremendous improvement. His control has been commendable. Moreover, the contents of those blueprints are strikingly genuine. The potential is immense. Just imagine the consequences of a powerful handgun misfiring. Let us go back and await the unfolding drama. Our finest students have already obtained the specially crafted course materials. Chapter 47. Word has it someone has fallen on hard times. On the base's large screen, after the Black Mouse and the Hornet logged off, their IP addresses lingered near an abandoned factory in the western part of the city, a location rich in spiritual energy, clearly engaged in secluded study. Their active records within the community were displayed on the right side of the screen. Uffed. Lin Xiao couldn't contain himself and burst into laughter. Huh? Those 2 fools. Do they truly believe they stumbled upon top-secret course materials? They're not far from misfortune. Chen Mo, gleefully shaking his leg, replied, "No kidding. This script was penned by Qin Xian himself, with my mental guidance during the live performance, and the master talisman maker Yiming poured his heart into crafting those talisman blueprints." Old Zhang kept them occupied to stir anxiety, while Xiaohei and Xiaoya amplified their emotions. If they don't take the bait, that would be quite the miracle. Qin Xian adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting cold light, and coldly added, their emotions shifted from anxiety to euphoria. It's comparable to Lin Xiao's brainwave activity upon seeing senior sister Su Li. Lin Xiao exploded, "Shut up. Qin Xian, don't slander me." Su Li shot them a disapproving glare, though her ears betrayed a hint of blush. In a rare moment of appearance, Pan Yiming, discussing his area of expertise, stated, "Easter egg. The patterns appear complete, yet minute disconnections have been designed in several key circuits, significantly increasing the difficulty of the drawing. Once activated, energy will accumulate at the breakpoints, leading to chaos." His tone brimmed with the excitement of a tech enthusiast, and then, boom. A mild electric shock combined with energy backlash will be enough to leave them in a bind. He clapped his hands together and then spread them apart, mimicking an explosion effect. Lin Xiao scratched his head, but won't they be suspicious if they can't replicate it themselves? Qin Xian smirked derisively. The weakness of human nature. Continuous positive feedback suggests they will self-optimize, believing they simply haven't exerted enough effort or grasped the correct method. This is a fundamental application of the sunk cost effect and Stockholm syndrome. Their practice of our specially designed breathing technique has become increasingly frequent, with the system kindly prompting them with messages like, "Congratulations. You are nearing a breakthrough. Please keep up the good work." Impressive, Lin Xiao suddenly realized. So their calculations were all flawed. Days later, at the Guanlan tea house, Old Zhang, Dashan, Xiaoya, Xiaohei, and programmer Xiao Wang, the 5 core users who had awakened earliest, gathered once more. After last time's team building and the chatter within the community, they had grown as familiar as old friends. "Hey, I say, brothers," Old Zhang flexed his wrists, casting a glance around before lowering his voice. "Those 2 called the Black Mouse and Hornet. They haven't been seen since, right? Has the admin mentioned anything?" Dashan, manipulating a small flame dancing at his fingertips as he practiced control, grinned. "What has to say?" The admin seemed quite composed. "Those 2 don't look like good people at all, shifty-eyed and sneaky. They've been quiet these past few days." Xiaoya gently adjusted the light, making herself seem somewhat ethereal, and whispered, "The admins must have had arrangements in place. I was trailing behind Xiaohei near them. Was it meant for you to take action?" She glanced at Xiaohei. Xiaohei nodded, now better at controlling his abilities. "Yes. El instructed me to follow his directives to disrupt those 2, making them more susceptible to belief." Programmer Xiao Wang adjusted his glasses, awe evident in his expression. "Incredible. I knew it. Our community's review process is so strict. Those who manage to infiltrate must either be true big shots, or, mere bait. QS data analysis skills are simply out of this world." Old Zhang patted Xiao Wang's shoulder with a sense of camaraderie. "So, in the future, let us follow the admin's lead. It's a surefire path. I, Old Zhang, have the utmost respect for those with skill and cunning." "Absolutely." They exchanged smiles. An invisible bond of trust and unity silently burgeoning. The sense of being valued and incorporated into a circle was far more comforting than merely gaining power. While they stood watch at the tea house, Xianxiao and his companions were also busy. The training grounds echoed with the pained whimpers of sandbags. In the mimicry lab, water flowed ceaselessly in chaotic torrents. In the explosion-proof factory, clanging sounds accompanied the modification of new equipment, and the base's screens monitored community data and online activities. Xianxiao lounged on the sofa, pondering how to ingeniously integrate the points system of the Great Wall community with the Super Admin Bureau's task system to generate more value, not just to reap benefits. Suddenly, his personal phone rang. It was Party Zhang and hello, Brother Zhang and what's the matter? Xianxiao answered the call. On the other end, Party Zhang and S voice brimmed with a hint of schadenfreude. Xianxiao, have you heard? I've caught wind that a small sect called Shixiaozong in Ningxi has recently encountered a streak of bad luck. Oh, Xianxiao perked up. Shixiaozong? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Weren't they the first to be taken down by Lin Xiao during the qualifying rounds? Party Zhang and continued. I heard they had 2 disciples who somehow acquired a few supposedly exquisite talisman-making manuals, which thrilled them to no end. Guess what? Last night, the freshly made talismans went haywire and exploded. The elder testing the talismans was left charred like coal, nearly ruining his cultivation. Now he is furious, yet too embarrassed to speak out, fearing ridicule for his disciples' mismanagement and for coveting dubious items. As Xianxiao listened, he couldn't help but grin broadly, struggling to contain his laughter. Oh dear, how careless. Thank you for the heads up, Brother Zhang. We must be vigilant about production safety. After some more pleasantries, Xianxiao hung up the phone, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. Brothers, our specially crafted course materials have taken effect. Those 2 infiltrators have managed to blow themselves up. Lin Xiao, Su Li, and Pan Yiming, who were training, quickly gathered around. Did it really explode? Ha! Serves them right. Let them experience the might of our Lingxi sect. Lin Xiao exclaimed, gleefully slapping his thigh. Su Li couldn't help but chuckle. You're all too wicked. But indeed, one must not show mercy to such individuals. Pan Yiming adjusted his glasses, his expression impassive as he added, yes, the blast yield met expectations. The pattern verification is just right. At that moment, Qin Xian also lifted his head from the computer, the lenses glinting with reflected light. Surveillance confirmed. The target account, Black Mouse, and Hornet were last logged in yesterday evening and have since remained offline. Xianxiao approached the large screen, gazing at the increasingly vivid spiritual energy network map of Ningxi that belonged to them, his spirits soaring. It seemed that the 2 students would have to suspend their studies due to family reasons. He snapped his fingers, locking their accounts, which should provide a period of tranquility. However, the smile on his face gradually faded, and his expression turned pensive. It was time to commence genuine community activities. Chapter 48. Mutual Assistance in the Community. Each showcasing their talents. Within the Great Wall community, the atmosphere had significantly brightened since the expulsion of the 2 infiltrators. Xianxiao reclined on the base's sofa, nonchalantly crossing his legs while perusing back-end data, reveling in the splendid figures. Look at this user retention, this daily activity. It surpasses that of certain major corporate applications. He playfully swung his feet, acknowledging that mere order was insufficient. There must be motivation. Were our exciting initiatives ready to roll out? Qin Xian, without lifting his gaze, typed swiftly on the keyboard. Based on behavioral economics models, the introduction of competition and reward mechanisms can indeed enhance group activity effectively. The contribution point system and leaderboard framework have been successfully deployed. Speak plainly, Lin Xiao interjected, having just finished a workout and approaching, exuding the scent of effort. What leaderboard? It's simple, work and earn, or accumulate points. Xianxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Tasks performed for the community, mentoring newcomers, and completing designated monitoring assignments could all earn contribution points. Amass enough points, and one could exchange them for money or post personal requests for assistance, settling transactions with points. He snapped his fingers. Let us display the top earners on a leaderboard, monthly top 10, with small rewards. Let's get everyone motivated. Su Li, watering the succulents on the windowsill, chuckled. Sounds promising. Everyone will be more proactive. Pan Yiming raised his head from a pile of circuit boards, grumbling. Can the little gadgets I make be included in the exchange list? He waved a peculiar metal piece in his hand. Lin Xiao blinked. Isn't this akin to completing daily quests in games to climb the combat power leaderboard? I'm quite familiar with that. Once the contribution point leaderboard and mutual assistance section launched, the community erupted with enthusiasm. What had previously felt like a somewhat nebulous experience-sharing platform instantly transformed into a bustling online marketplace for part-time gigs. The user ID Green Thumb, a girl capable of nurturing plants, was the first to ascend the leaderboard, taking charge of the greenery at the Guanlan Tea House, where she meticulously cared for dozens of ornamental plants, resulting in a vibrant display. She also assisted several members in optimizing their home-potted plants, swiftly rising to the top 3 on the leaderboard. She posted in the mutual assistance section, skill rental, professional plant care, reviving nearly deceased flora, 5 points per session. Bulk discounts available. Below, a line of appointments followed. The cat whisperer, who could vaguely communicate with small animals, also stepped up, becoming an unofficial safety officer for the community. He would stroll around the tea house every few days, conversing with stray cats and dogs, successfully identifying suspicious strangers on 2 occasions, promptly issuing alerts within the community. The accumulation of contribution points, coupled with gratitude from others, fueled his motivation. His assistant's post read, safety consultation, behavioral guidance for your pets, no complex cases. Or identifying safety hazards near your residence, price negotiable. The most humorous entry came from Luffy, who could transform his skin into rubber. He posted, physical labor, need help moving heavy objects or retrieving items from high places. Arm extension service, you deserve it. 3 points per session, fair pricing. The first to respond was old Zhang, who sought help retrieving a kite stuck in a tree for his niece. The ensuing antics were comical, but the outcome was superb, resulting in a flurry of laughter and likes beneath the post. Even the previously socially anxious Xiaohei gradually began posting in the section, using his emotional perception abilities to anonymously provide simple psychological counseling to 2 members struggling with cultivation-related anxiety. Although he did not charge, he received special appreciation points from the community, quietly climbing the ranks. Lin Xiao observed the vibrant community interface and scratched his head, turning to Chun Mo, Mosey. Does this mean we VE turned cultivation into an internet phenomenon? Task completion, ranking, skill trading. It feels just like the mobile games I play. Chun Mo, with a sense of pride, scrolled through the back-end revenue. This is called keeping pace with the times. Cultivation cannot be done in isolation. Everyone exchanges knowledge, progresses together, and can even earn a little pocket money. How wonderful. Just look at who is slacking off now. Everyone is more energized than if they'd been injected with adrenaline. Suli pointed at a new post on the screen, chuckling. Look at this one from Dashi. In his post, Chef Dashi used his fire control abilities to help a member bake a batch of particularly tricky handmade cookies without damaging them. The cookies in the photos were golden and enticing. The comments were filled with requests for him to bake for others. The master is impressive. Qin Xian adjusted his glasses and coolly reported the data. The community's overall task completion rate has increased by 182, and the frequency of interaction among members has risen by 345. The accuracy of the spiritual energy monitoring network has improved by approximately 15 due to proactive reporting by members. The model is operating smoothly. Pan Yiming, uncharacteristically satisfied, pointed to a few small talismans he had crafted in the exchange list. Ah, someone has exchanged for them. Heh, good taste. The feedback is positive. It seems my eccentric inventions have found their niche. This positive atmosphere even spilled over into reality. During offline treasure hunting activities, members of the community were often seen greeting one another and even teaming up for cultivation, fostering closer relationships. Old Zhang and Dashi had become the elder brother duo of the community, frequently guiding newcomers. The entire Great Wall community radiated a vibrant, thriving energy. That night, Chun Mo routinely glanced at the contribution point leaderboard, preparing to shut down his computer for the night. Suddenly, his finger paused. He rubbed his eyes and leaned closer to the screen. The 7th position on the leaderboard belonged to an unfamiliar ID, Shadow Dancer. This individual's points were rising rapidly, almost seeming to leap into the top 10 overnight. Chun Mo clicked on their records and discovered that they had completed extremely challenging remote monitoring tasks, such as precisely locating faint spiritual energy fluctuations in remote areas and monitoring energy changes in complex regions for extended periods, with frighteningly high completion rates and efficiency. Strangely, this shadow dancer was practically mute within the community. They had never posted, participated in discussions, nor sought assistance or offered help in the mutual assistance section, remaining as inconspicuous as a ghost. Qin Xian, Chun Mo called out, investigate this shadow dancer. What's their background? How can their points surge so rapidly without any activity? Qin Xian operated the computer for a moment and pulled up the data. The registration information is highly encrypted and appears clean. The interview video has no anomalies, and the task completion data is flawless. The IP address shows significant jumps, making precise location impossible. There are 0 social records within the community. Qin Xian adjusted his glasses, the lenses glinting. Either they are a true lone wolf expert, or they are exceptionally well disguised. Chun Mo stroked his chin, observing the silent ID. A flicker of curiosity igniting within him. It was true that experts often emerged from the masses, yet such a low-profile, yet capable individual was indeed rare. He grinned, intrigued. This could be interesting. I must find an opportunity to connect with the shadow dancer and uncover their true identity. Chapter 49. Alarm? Digging pits. Those who wish to jump. Jump. The Great Wall community was operating smoothly, with the Titans on the contribution point leaderboard fiercely competing and the mutual assistance section bustling like a vibrant marketplace. Xianxiaaudiobooks walked with a spring in his step these days, as back-end data seemed to beckon him with promises of small fortunes and points. Xianxian, without looking up, typed rapidly. We preliminarily figured out the details of Shadow Dancer. Xianxiaaudiobooks jolted upright. What is the verdict? Are they a true expert or another infiltrator? The background is pristine, and the interview data appear normal, with a completion rate of 100. Xianxian adjusted his glasses and pointed at the screen. However, analyzing the behavioral patterns reveals a consistent online presence, a preference for reconnaissance and surveillance tasks, and a display of professional techniques. It is highly probable that this individual is affiliated with the establishment, with a stronger likelihood of being a police officer, as military personnel do not possess such freedom. Xianxiaaudiobooks stroked his chin. A lone wolf, with the ability to traverse shadows, sounds rather impressive, as long as they are not sent by anyone. Such a skilled individual could indeed be cultivated into an external ally. In the future, for some arduous tasks, important missions, it would be beneficial to have an assistant. On another note, to demonstrate respect for the Supervision Bureau, Xianxiaaudiobooks promptly reported Old Zhang, Deshawn, and 12 other awakened individuals who have gained substantial control over their powers as disciples of the body refinement stage. The remaining users were all noted as unregistered. This is called concealing one's talents, you understand? Xianxiaaudiobooks proudly boasted to Lin Xiao. How could one reveal all their cards at once? Lin Xiao scratched his head. Oh, so it's like playing cards, and starting with the lower ones? Just as life had become somewhat comfortable. An alarm was triggered on Xianxian's, and once again. Xianxiaaudiobooks, come and take a look. Xianxian's voice was somewhat cold. In the internal forum of the Supervision Bureau, the section for diverse opinions suddenly erupted with several alarming posts, each title more shocking than the last. Beware. The Spirit Breath Sect's unrestricted expansion. Is it challenging the management's bottom line? Is it a boon for the public, or does it serve ulterior motives? A discussion on the potential risks of the Spirit Breath app guiding ordinary individuals to gather in areas rich in spiritual energy. False reports of disciples and fabricated events. Can the source of points for the Spirit Breath sect withstand scrutiny? These posts were incisive, directly targeting the core operational model of the Spirit Breath app and the Spirit Breath sect. They accused them of masquerading under the guise of promoting health while, in actuality, they were recklessly expanding, disrupting the traditional order of the cultivation world. They criticized the app's treasure point feature for enticing a multitude of ordinary people to pay attention to, or even visit, energy points, which could easily lead to uncontrollable chaos, thus skirting the regulations of the Supervision Bureau. More insidiously, they alleged that the Spirit Breath sect was inflating the number of its disciples and fabricating extraordinary events to accumulate points for personal gain. Damn it, here we go again. Lin Xiao was instantly infuriated, his fists cracking ominously. These people must be akin to toads. Do they not bite, yet are still bothersome? Suli frowned. This time, the angle is more cunning, involving management regulations and public safety, which is likely to attract the attention of higher authorities. Xianxian rapidly typed on the keyboard, bringing up another interface. It isn't merely an attack on public opinion. Our monitoring network indicates that several previously tranquil areas surrounding Ning City, the abandoned mine in the western suburbs, the old forest to the north, and the wetland park to the south, are simultaneously exhibiting abnormal energy fluctuations. On the screen, several areas that were originally displayed in light yellow are rapidly deepening in color, transforming into orange, even tinged with an ominous dark red. The energy fluctuation curves have also become extremely erratic, sharp, reminiscent of the fluctuations encountered with the nightmarish beasts. The fluctuation patterns are abnormal, highly irregular, and pulse frequently. Xianxian's tone turned grave. The energy levels are rising rapidly, and it is anticipated that they will soon reach a threshold requiring intervention, with both internal and external troubles piling up before them. The orchestrated smear campaign on the forum was clearly premeditated, attempting to influence them. The simultaneous eruption of energy anomalies in reality, occurring at such a coincidental juncture, makes it hard not to suspect that it was instigated by the opposition, aimed at exhausting them, or even leading them to a significant downfall. Damn. Are they trying to increase the pressure because they see us living too comfortably? Xianxiaaudiobooks cursed, his mind racing. Lin Xiao jumped up, shouting, I'm not afraid of them. Xianxiaaudiobooks, we are strong and well-equipped. I'll rally the community. Old Zhang, Deshawn, and the others can fight. Let us go together and quell these troublesome locations. Let us see what they have to say. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to issue a group announcement. Stop right there. Chun Mo shouted irritably, grabbing a magazine nearby and rolling it into a tube, striking it against Lin Xiao's head. You fool. Are you just going to leap into the pit? Are you some kind of jumping tiger? Lin Xiao covered his head, looking aggrieved. What should we do then? We can't just sit back and do nothing, right? What if something truly happens? Su Li supported Lin Xiao, hesitantly stating, Chun Mo, Lin Xiao has a point. If these are indeed anomaly points, neglecting them could endanger ordinary people. Qin Xian adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. According to the data model, the energy ascent curves of these 3 points are steep, expected to reach a critical point within 48 hours. The risk factor of inaction is indeed quite high. Chun Mo glanced at his companions and suddenly broke into a grin, a hint of cunning and determination in his smile. Manage? Of course, we must manage. What are we here for? To maintain stability and monitor anomalies. This is our duty. We've been given the building, are we not to work? He shifted his tone. However, who stipulated that this task must be executed solely by us? He approached Qin Xian's computer, pointing at the Supervision Bureau's task system interface. What are we right now? We are the Supervision Bureau's certified Grade C team, the Spirit Breath Sect. We are also undertaking tasks from the Supervision Bureau's monitoring network. Discovering anomalies, what is the first step? It is to report. Brothers. His fingers flew across the keyboard as he spoke, his tone carrying a sense of innocent adherence to the rules. Come on, Qin Xian, help me phrase this rigorously. Just report the coordinates of these 3 anomaly points, the energy fluctuation data, and the preliminary risk assessment, word for word, without omission, to the Supervision Bureau. Apply yes. Apply for Grade B team handling. Ensure the reasoning is thorough, stating that it is suspected to be a high-energy anomaly event with multiple connections, and it is recommended that an experienced Grade B team take the lead in handling it. Qin Xian instantly grasped Chun Mo's intent. A rare smile gracing his lips. Understood. The data is detailed, the risk assessment objective, and the application reasoning is solid. It completely adheres to the process. Lin Xiao was still a bit confused. Huh? Report? What if the Supervision Bureau sends someone else, and the credit isn't ours? Credit? Chun Mo looked at him as if he were foolish. My dear Lin Xiao, do you prefer chocolate-flavored excrement or excrement-flavored chocolate? Lin Xiao immediately began to agonize, seemingly unable to accept either option. Chun Mo chuckled, a glint of mischief in his eyes. If possible, I hope you can enjoy some normal chocolate. This enormous pit. Isn't it obvious they know we like to monitor, report, and casually take on tasks? This time, we shall not follow that route. He walked to the large screen, pointing at the increasingly darkened and violently fluctuating anomaly points. This time, we shall adhere to the rules. Let us diligently write a report, meticulously describe the abnormal situation, assess the risk level, and then submit it to the Supervision Bureau, urging them to expedite the task release. He turned to his companions, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Since we've been reprimanded for guarding our food, it seems they are genuinely hungry. Let us leave a morsel for them. I am eager to see who the Supervision Bureau will first confront upon receiving this delightful gift. Chapter 50, Great Wall Team Building. The Hidden Hand. What the heck? The task has been issued? All 3 are Grade C. Lin Xiao refreshed the Supervision Bureau Task Hall interface, his eyes bulging wide. He turned to Chun Mo, who was sprawled on the sofa, appearing indifferent while scrolling through his phone's background earnings, anxiously pulling at his hair. Hey. Qin Xian's automatic task acceptance feature has malfunctioned. We need to grab it quickly. If we delay any longer, we won't even get a sip of soup. The review feedback from the Supervision Bureau was astonishingly swift. After receiving the intelligence, it only took 2 hours to classify the 3 energy anomaly points in the western suburbs, the old forest to the north, and the wetland park to the south as Grade C tasks. This speed clearly did not allow the schemers any time to react. Chun Mo leisurely set down his phone, casting Lin Xiao a disdainful glance. What's the rush? Did you not hear a single word I just said? Qin Xian adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold glimmer, and interjected. The opposing party anticipates that we would seize the task immediately due to our informational advantage. By remaining still, we have instead disrupted their rhythm. Currently, the missions in the western suburbs and the north have been taken up by the Rock Team and another Class C group. The only remaining task is in the southern wetland park. Do you see? Chun Mo said, crossing his legs with a smug expression. Do they really think the super administration is merely ornamental? The world does not depend solely on us to maintain peace. Su Li frowned slightly. However, if the remaining point, as Qin Xian predicts, continues to see a rapid escalation of energy and we neglect it. Who said we would neglect it? Chun Mo chuckled, finally springing up from the sofa, a glint of cunning in his eyes. How could we possibly not take it? We can take it now. Lin Xiao, make the call. With that, he approached the large screen, his fingers deftly navigating the management backend of the Great Wall community. Let's organize a team-building event for our family. Soon, a bold red task notification appeared on the Great Wall community bulletin board. Joint Operation Recruitment Notice. Assisting the Super Administration's Class C task. Objective. Assist in investigating the anomalous events at the Southern Wetland Park. Task ID. C109. Requirements. Members with tracking, detection, and field combat abilities are preferred. Note, the task is hazardous, but the rewards are substantial. All participants will earn points based on their contributions, which can be exchanged at a ratio of 100, 1 for community contribution points. The administrator will lead the operation. Sign up quickly. Wow, a joint operation? And it's an official task from the Super Administration? Points shared equally? A big shot leading the way. It would be foolish not to go. Sign me up. My tracking skills are top-notch. In less than half an hour, the number of applicants exceeded 20. Core members like Lao Zhang and Deshan naturally joined. And even the elusive shadow dancer, who was rarely seen, took on the task. That evening, on the outskirts of the Southern Wetland Park, nearly 20 individuals clad in civilian attire gathered in small clusters. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the shared glances and subtle coordination among them. A palpable mix of excitement and tension in the air. Among them was a man in a hooded sweatshirt, standing quietly in a corner, nearly merging with the shadows. As the overall commander, Chen Mo established a mental link, connecting everyone's consciousness. Qin Xian's calm voice resonated in their minds, eliciting a sense of wonder among them. The energy source lies beneath the abandoned observation deck at the park center. The fluctuation pattern is chaotic, accompanied by intense geomagnetic interference, suggesting some form of mineral radiation causing biological mutations. The predicted targets possess formidable physical defenses and offensive capabilities. Proceed with caution. I will provide data support from the rear. C. S. P. You will assist, while L leads the front. Shadow Dancer, please scout ahead. Understood. A calm voice responded through the link. The Shadow Dancer's form shifted, melting away like ice cream, vanishing silently into the nearby reeds, disappearing from sight in a few quick flashes, outpacing the link. Wow, what agility! Lin Xiao marveled. Stay sharp. Maintain vigilance. Qin Xian's low command interrupted, the atmosphere tense yet orderly. As they drew closer to the center, the surrounding mist thickened, light distorted, and the air began to fill with an indistinct rumble and the distant roars of beasts. The Shadow Dancer returned, undetected even by Chun Mo's web of awareness. It was only when he spoke calmly that Chun Mo realized he had re-entered the link's range. 3 o'clock direction, among the reeds, multiple life forms approaching at high speed. Barely had he finished speaking when several massive wild boars, their tusks bared and eyes glowing red, suddenly materialized within Chun Mo's perception. Their bodies were encased in a hard, rocky shell, clearly indicating mutations. The ground trembled under their charge. Prepare for battle. Lin Xiao roared, charging forward, his muscles taut, like a human tank. Jianshi, left flank. Horfu, fire suppression. The rest, provide ranged harassment, and watch your positions. Qin Xian swiftly issued commands. The battle erupted instantaneously. Lin Xiao, with sheer strength and defense, withstood the boar's charge, his fist striking the creatures' bodies with resounding thuds. Deshan deftly controlled fireballs, accurately targeting the boar's eyes and joints, causing them to wail in agony. Lao Zhang and other melee fighters seized the opportunity to surround them. The Shadow Dancer was a phantom, seamlessly coordinating with tactical knives, each appearance precisely breaching the rocky defenses. Severing tendons. The terror of an elite military officer activating assassin skills was evident. While the community members were somewhat uncoordinated, each exhibited unique abilities. Some could temporarily harden their skin to withstand impacts, others emitted piercing sound waves to disorient the boars, and some could summon vines to entangle the beast's movements. Chen Mo, Su Li, and Pan Yiming provided support from the rear. Chen Mo continuously disrupted the most threatening targets with mental shocks. Su Li formed water shields to protect teammates, while Pan Yiming manipulated a torrent of steel pellets, whirling and targeting the boar's eyes to distract them. Most astonishingly, the community members wore Pan Yiming's specially crafted protective wristbands. In critical moments, some activated the diamond rune plates, shimmering with a faint golden glow to withstand the boar's charges. Others triggered the swift action rune plates, dramatically increasing their speed to evade lethal strikes. Even amidst confusion, some activated the palm thunder rune plates, emitting subtle arcs of electricity to immobilize the beasts, creating opportunities for their comrades. With their numerical, ability, and equipment advantages, the mutated wild boars were swiftly subdued and defeated. Ultimately, the team discovered a bare, black mineral glimmering with an eerie light. Pan Yiming approached and carefully stored it in a specially designed metal container, as the surrounding anomalous energy fluctuations gradually subsided. Mission accomplished. Only a few suffered minor injuries and quickly recovered under the healing of a member with the ID sorcerer. That evening, the Great Wall base was filled with a jubilant atmosphere. The first joint operation was a resounding success, and the community members involved eagerly exchanged combat experiences. Their points and contribution credits secured, each of them beaming with joy. Even the shadow dancer rarely spoke, acknowledging the community's cooperation and the administrator's strength. Lin Xiao playfully draped his arms around Lao Zhang and Deshan, boasting about his earlier valor. Su Li smiled as she distributed drinks to everyone. Meanwhile, Qin Xian and Pan Yiming were engrossed in analyzing the mineral samples they had retrieved. This operation not only resolved the crisis perfectly, but also honed the team's skills. No one lagged behind, and no one faltered in battle. This is what the Great Wall stands for. After a lively time, everyone returned home, leaving only the 5 members of Lingxi. Chen Mo's phone vibrated in his pocket. It was a message from Lei Qing. Chen Mo opened it, his smile gradually fading. The message was lengthy, but the core idea was singular. Someone had accused Lingxi Gate of inflating the number of disciples, fabricating low-level tasks to deceive for points. A serious offense. 3 days later, he would personally lead a verification team composed of representatives from various sects to evaluate the disciples reported by Lingxi Gate and reassess the authenticity of recent task reports. Lei Qing's tone was businesslike yet hinted at someone wanting to undermine them, assuring that with him around, they need only retaliate. Chen Mo set down his phone. Glancing at the analysis report Qin Xian had handed him, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth, a blend of coldness and excitement. Assessment? Reassessment? He murmured, his gaze sharp as a knife. 2 missions, both aimed at a death sentence. Who are you? Chapter 51, The Anticipated Malice. Chen Mo contemplated for a moment. Brothers, toss your phones on the table and kick back. It seems someone has taken a disliking to us at Lingxi Gate and is planning to come and challenge us. The news has spread that we have been falsely reporting our disciples, deceiving the point system, and in 3 days, Director Lei himself will lead a team to conduct an evaluation. Lin Xiao was diligently lifting weights when he heard this, and he exploded in fury. Damn it. Which bastard dares to come and expose us? I'll knock out anyone who tries to undermine our credibility. Wanting to extort protection fees? Hiss. Before he could finish his outburst, Su Li swiftly launched an ice-water projectile, which struck Lin Xiao precisely on the back of his neck, leaving him shivering. Shut up and let Chen Mo finish speaking. A resonator-level water manipulation technique, condensing water to lower temperatures, taming the uncontrollable beast of hot blood. Qin Xian adjusted his glasses. As the data on the screen rapidly scrolled, the timing is too coincidental. Just as we resolve the anomalies at the wetland park, the inspection arrives. I just reported the mineral data to you, and the energy waveform similarity to the severed limb of the mutated nightmare beast we encountered previously is 873. It's reasonable to suspect that they originate from the same force. Chen Mo squinted, tapping his fingers on the table. Old man, just how many traps have you laid for me? Uncle Lei's message serves as both a warning and a tacit approval. Chen Mo grinned, revealing his bright teeth. It was clear that they intended to corner us. He paused, a familiar, cunning smile creeping across his face. They want to shut the door and control us? Not a chance. Let us open the door and invite more people to witness. I have an idea. You know, a smile like Chen Mo's usually signifies that someone is about to face misfortune. Live streaming. Lin Zhao's eyes widened like saucers. Akin to a gaming streamer chatting while playing? Something like that, but we'll be broadcasting the sect evaluation. Chen Mo slapped his thigh. Aren't they trying to investigate our disciple numbers and the authenticity of our missions? Well then, let us open the training ground to our friends from the New Wind Alliance. Let our fellow practitioners from the Supervision Bureau come observe. And even invite the families from the Great Wall community to join in. Qin Xian quickly grasped the concept. Transparency will turn the tide against them. Under the cameras, our small maneuvers will be magnified infinitely. Technically, it's feasible. Multiple camera angles, real-time comments, data displayed simultaneously. I'll handle it. This is my forte. Let those old fogies see our prowess. Lin Xiao, catching on, excitedly rubbed his hands together. With integrity on our side, we fear no shadows. It's the perfect opportunity to showcase the new ways of us young people. Live streaming the evaluation. How exhilarating. Su Li expressed her concerns. Isn't this a bit too aggressive? It might completely sever ties. Sever ties? Chen Mo scoffed. They're already attacking us openly. A closed-door evaluation is just a pretext for fabricating whatever they want. This is what we call a blatant strategy. Otherwise, everyone will want to take a bite out of us. The more open we are, the more discomfort they will feel. It's also a chance for onlookers to see that the Lingxi sect operates with integrity, unafraid of scrutiny. Pan Yiming silently raised a modified live-streaming drone. Stabilization, ultra-clear resolution. Night vision, interference resistance. Added a few enhancements. Let us get to work, Yiming, the true master. Lin Xiao perked up. Does it have a beauty filter? I want to make sure I look good while I'm at it. He started picturing himself unleashing powerful punches while the live comments flooded with 666. Qin Xian ruthlessly interrupted his daydream. Your task is to assist with the evaluation, not to showcase yourself. You 1T need to step into the spotlight. You'll be responsible for leading the training exercises. Everyone in the Lingxi sect sprang into action. Qin Xian took charge of the technical setup and stirred public interest, posting a provocative announcement on forums and communities. In 3 days, the inspection team from the East China Bureau of the Supervision Bureau will arrive at the Lingxi sect for guidance. The Lingxi sect eagerly awaits the arrival of our esteemed seniors for work guidance, with the entire process live-streamed for public observation. This ignited a fervent discussion. Lin Xiao led the Great Wall training, while Qin Xian and Yiming set up a whimsical tool workshop, and Su Li checked all potential equipment and medical supplies. Chen Mo busied himself communicating with party leader and from the New Wind Alliance, inviting them to serve as witness guests. A palpable tension and excitement filled the entire base. Everyone understood that this was not merely an evaluation, but a battle for establishing authority. On the morning of the evaluation day, the training ground behind the Guanlan Tea House was transformed into a makeshift martial arts arena. Several cameras were positioned at various angles, and Qin Xian sat at the control center, ready for action. Party leader and from the New Wind Alliance arrived with a few others, nodding towards Chen Mo and the rest. Surrounding the venue were many active users from the community. Today they were disciples of Lingxi sect, also serving as staff, and the contributions promised were substantial. Shortly, several black sedans came to a halt. Leading the group was Lei Qing, followed by several solemn-faced elders clad in various training outfits. The inspection team had arrived. The foremost elder, dressed in black robes, had a sinister gaze, indicating he was not to be trifled with. As they disembarked, they were taken aback by the spectacle, especially the cameras flashing red lights and the drones intermittently taking off and landing, their expressions shifting dramatically. The black-robed elder furrowed his brow, about to reprimand them for such an outrageous display. But Chen Mo approached with a beaming smile, his voice booming to ensure all could hear. Director Lei, esteemed seniors, please come in. Given that this evaluation pertains to the Lingxi sect's integrity, to ensure absolute fairness and transparency, we have specially invited friends from the New Wind Alliance and certain community members to witness this event, and we have initiated an internal encrypted live stream, allowing those unable to attend to supervise alongside us. We will conduct everything according to the rules, under the sunlight. Esteemed seniors, with your esteemed reputations, it's a perfect opportunity for the younger generation to learn from your grace. The live stream screen erupted with comments. Wow, this is truly a live evaluation. Lingxi sect is amazing. Direct confrontation. The old man's face turned green. Ha ha ha. Public execution. The front row was stocked with sunflower seeds and bottled water. The inspection team found themselves in a bind, walking toward the center of the training ground, their faces grim under the scrutiny of countless eyes and cameras. The numerous difficult tactics they had prepared were rendered useless in this glaring spotlight. Lei Qing's expression remained impassive, though a faint glint of amusement flickered in his eyes. At that moment, Chen Mo heard the urgent voice of the little black figure in his mind. Mo, go. Be wary of that elder in the gray robe, standing at the back and saying nothing. His emotions carry a murderous intent. Chen Mo's heart tightened, his gaze sweeping over the inconspicuous gray-robed elder at the end of the inspection team. The elder happened to glance up, meeting Chen Mo's eyes, and gave a slight nod, seemingly just an additional presence. Chen Mo maintained his smile, sarcastically remarking, it seems this is not merely about exposing falsehoods. Come. In front of the big shots from the Supervision Bureau and all cultivators of the world. You think you can kill me here? Who exactly are you, old man? Chapter 52. The fear of being dominated by the Lingxi sect's body cultivation. The inspection team had barely settled into their seats when they began to create trouble. The lead black-robed elder wore a long face, watching Lei Qing with narrowed eyes. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over. Lingxi sect, established for barely a month. Yet you report having 12 disciples in the body refinement realm? Humph, such rapid development is unprecedented. Surely, you are inflating numbers to deceive the Bureau for points. His voice was low, but it carried a palpable sense of superiority, clearly looking for a fight. The training ground fell silent instantly. Party leader Un and his companions frowned, while the community members who had come to assist clenched their fists. The livestream comments sped up. Lin Xiao was about to explode, but was restrained by Su Li's hand. Cold water warning. Chen Mo plastered on that familiar, somewhat slick yet sincere smile. Stepping forward. Oh dear, esteemed elder, you've wronged us. Our Lingxi sect is a small establishment, just getting started. Everything is conducted by the rules. How could we dare deceive the point system? As he spoke, he deftly retrieved his phone and projected a list onto the large screen. Behold, this is the roster of our disciples who have reached the threshold. It is all here. Absolutely authentic. Feel free to verify. Instantly, a series of IDs scrolled across the screen. Jin Shi, Horfu, Luo Ji Wang, Green Thumb, Luffy Ben Fei, Shadow Dancer, Xiao He. The peculiar list of IDs elicited an immediate and animated reaction from the stern faces of the review committee. The old man in the black robe twitched at the corners of his mouth, his finger trembling as it pointed at the screen. What kind of absurdity is this? Green Thumb, Luffy Ben Fei? This is nothing short of child's play. Is this a sect roster or merely a whimsical jest at my expense? The live broadcast comments erupted in laughter. Ha! What the hell, Luffy Ben Fei? I've had that Green Thumb before. It's absolutely delicious. No, the one above. You had Green Tongue, the naming genius of Lingxi sect. Chun Mo feigned innocence, hastily explaining, "Oh dear, esteemed elder, please forgive our oversight. We have only just established ourselves, and our official roster is yet to be finalized. Kindly bear with us. How about you select 3 names from the list for a live examination? We will fully cooperate." Xiao He, stop dawdling. Pour tea for the elder. The old man in the black robe snorted coldly, suppressing his anger. As his gaze flickered with the movements on the screen, Chun Mo discreetly employed mental synchronization, nudging him as several notable IDs appeared. The elder pointed decisively, "This Jin Shi, and that Shadow Dancer," and his gaze swept the area, landing on Xiao He, who was quietly pouring tea with minimal presence. A sly smile crept across his lips. "You Xiao He, is it? I shall see how competent your hastily trained disciple truly is. Very well. Lao Zhang, please step forward and demonstrate for our esteemed elders." Chun Mo signaled to Lao Zhang. Lao Zhang, known by the ID Jin Shi, nodded with composure and stepped into the center of the arena. Who will come to spar? The review committee exchanged glances before dispatching a young disciple. This disciple, possessing a solid foundation and an enduring aura, was evidently skilled in martial arts. "Begin," the old man in the black robe intoned blandly. The disciple clasped his fists in greeting and then shouted, a faint yellow light emanating from his body. With a swift shift of his foot, he launched a fierce punch toward Lao Zhang's face. This was a martial technique driven by earth element powers, powerful and well defended, with a formidable fist. The onlookers held their breath. Lin Xiao felt a flutter of anxiety, while Suli conjured a wisp of vapor at her fingertips, poised to intervene if necessary. The camera closely followed the motions of the two combatants. However, in the face of this rapid onslaught, Lao Zhang remained unperturbed. He neither formed seals nor invoked any extravagant technique. Instead, he firmly planted his feet, slowly raising his hands to execute what appeared to be the initial movement of Tai Chi. No, it was even more unadorned, a preparatory position reminiscent of simple calisthenics. A flicker of disdain crossed the eyes of the reviewing disciple, intensifying his punch. Just as the fist was about to make contact, Lao Zhang moved. His actions, seemingly slow, were executed with precision as he turned his body, raising his arm to deflect the opponent's wrist with the outer side of his forearm. The motion was as smooth and instinctive as if he had practiced it 1,000 times. Damn! The disciple faltered, momentarily stunned, and quickly altered his attack, sweeping his leg like a steel whip toward Lao Zhang's lower body. Yet Lao Zhang remained steadfast, merely lowering his center of gravity slightly, stepping forward with his right leg, and cleverly thrusting his knee down to meet the point of the opponent's attack. A muffled thud rang out, and the disciple felt a wave of soreness and numbness in his calf, his offensive thwarted once more. What style is this? Someone from the review committee could not help but exclaim. Lao Zhang's technique was utterly peculiar, devoid of any martial glow, lacking in complex maneuvers. It was simply a series of basic blocks, evasions, and counterattacks, yet each was impeccably timed, as though he could anticipate every move of his opponent. Lao Zhang was fully aware that this was not some profound martial art. Rather, it was the lethal skills he had honed during his years in the military, enhanced now by heightened reflexes and bodily control. Against such predictable attacks, it was almost alarmingly easy. The disciple, growing increasingly frantic, unleashed a flurry of techniques. Yet he couldn't even graze the hem of Lao Zhang's garment, instead finding himself thrown off balance, panting heavily. Seizing an opportunity, Lao Zhang advanced decisively, and as the disciple's protective yellow light flickered, leaving his center wide open, he executed a seemingly casual shoulder check. Iron Mountain push. Lin Zhao's eyes gleamed from the sidelines. Recognizing the move, Lao Zhang had used this technique in practice to send others sprawling. Surely, no one could withstand it. Bang! The disciple felt an overwhelming force surge through him, and he stumbled backward uncontrollably, eventually landing on the ground, his face a mixture of disbelief and humiliation. Lao Zhang retracted his stance, clasped his fists, and spoke calmly. Thank you for the lesson. The arena fell into silence. Then, the live broadcast comments exploded. What? Calisthenics defeated a martial artist as punch? Xianxia is incredible. That physical strength is outrageous. Recalling the terror of being dominated by Lin Xiao. This must undoubtedly be a technique he taught. Ha ha ha. The review committee members were left in stunned silence. Lingxi Sect's specialty, pure physical cultivation. Lingxi Sect's approach to physical training is quite remarkable. Party leader and excitedly slammed his thigh, proclaiming, yes, this is true physical cultivation. Having absorbed the atmosphere, he gazed at Lao Zhang with admiration. Meanwhile, the old man in the black robe wore a look as dark as the bottom of a pot. The elders behind him exchanged glances, their expressions rife with uncertainty. They could sense that while Xianxia's magical power was feeble, his physical strength and reaction speed were undeniably up to the standards of body refinement, marking a qualitative difference in mastery. This is heretical. The old man in the black robe slammed his hand down on the armrest of his chair, bellowing, relying solely on brute strength, resorting to underhanded tactics. What sort of skill is that? A true practitioner should demonstrate their prowess through techniques and spells. Next, that shadow dancer. I wish to see what other tricks you possess. Xianxiaaudiobooks cleared his ears, adopting an expression that conveyed agreement with the elder's words, all while internally reveling in the irony of his role as a tool. He glanced at the next name on the list, Shadow Dancer. This individual had remained concealed in the shadows of the crowd since his arrival, unnoticed by anyone except Xianxiaaudiobooks, who had been keenly focused on him. Suddenly, the audience witnessed a blur, and in the center of the arena stood a figure cloaked in a hooded sweatshirt, the Shadow Dancer. He seemed to merge seamlessly with the surrounding shadows. His presence ethereal and unpredictable. The eyes of the review committee widened. This agility was anything but ordinary. The live comments flooded in. Here it comes. A duel of spells. Go, Shadow Dancer. Lingxi Sect, hold your ground. Wow, that agility is insane. Xianxiaaudiobooks observed the tense atmosphere in the arena, a subtle smile curving at the corners of his lips. He fancied himself the architect of this assessment. Yet it was indeed the Shadow Dancer who had been chosen as the result of his influence. Shadows, the fiercest brother of the Great Wall. Chapter 53. A touch and go, the stealthy assassin. All eyes converged sharply. In the shadowy center of the arena, the hooded figure inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement, exuding an aura of aloofness. It seemed that no one had noticed that, right after the selection of names, the vast training hall had dimmed a fourth of its lights, likely to enhance the atmosphere. After all, when challenging a sect, one must not shy away from utilizing the advantages of the home ground. Xianxiaaudiobooks had prepared well, applying a touch of finesse to position the Shadow Dancer on stage. It was bound to leave a lasting impression. Members of the Great Wall community erupted in cheers. For all members of the Great Wall, he was indeed a true powerhouse, the strongest after the administrators. In the review committee, a disciple clad in a tight-fitting outfit, known for his swiftness, was eagerly poised to take the stage and impart some lessons, just as he was about to propel himself off the ground. The spectators were momentarily blinded, as if the lens of reality had stuttered. The figure within the arena seemed to dissolve into shadows, only to coalesce back into the center of the stage. This flicker was so uncanny that not just the audience, but even the elders of the committee found their pupils constricting in surprise. Enough of this trickery, the disciple scoffed, preparing to launch himself forward. Wait, Xianxiaaudiobooks interjected, his face adorned with an innocuous smile, brandishing a whiteboard marker in his hand. Since this is an assessment, there's no need for bloodshed. Let us engage in a game of precision instead, shall we? We can use this to mark our opponent. The one who leaves the most marks wins, thus avoiding any discord. With that, he tossed the marker to the eager disciple ready to enter the fray. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the man in the arena had also acquired a whiteboard marker, having just retrieved it. The elder in the black robe's countenance darkened. He had hoped to rely on his apprentice's speed to incapacitate an opponent and then claim that the other was unworthy. Yet, he had been outmaneuvered. With a forced resolve, he declared, "Very well, let it commence." As his words fell, Xianxiao activated his marker, his figure once again blurring, as if blending into ink dissolving in water, and he vanished from his original position. Where did he go? The speedster disciple had barely adopted his stance when his target had seemingly vanished. Alert, he scanned the surroundings, his spiritual energy surging as he heightened his senses. In the next instant, he felt a chill at the nape of his neck. Xianxiao appeared behind him as if conjured by specters, the tip of the whiteboard marker lightly touching the back of his neck, leaving a distinct first. Xianxiao's voice remained calm as his figure dissipated once more. Curse it! The disciple was both startled and enraged, twisting around as his hands trailed behind him, leaving a flurry of afterimages in an attempt to capture Xianxiao's elusive path. Yet, Yin Tao's movements defied logic. He did not merely move quickly, he blinked. Jumping through shadows, he appeared without warning and vanished just as swiftly. Dots from the whiteboard marker began to rain down upon his left shoulder, right rib, back, and thigh. The disciple flailed like a headless fly, spinning frantically in the arena, but he couldn't even graze Yin Tao's hem. His once prized speed had become a mockery in the face of Yin Tao's nearly spatial leaps. 17th, 23rd, 31st. With each appearance, Yin Tao calmly counted, each declaration darkening the expressions of the review committee members. The live stream chat erupted in laughter. Ha! A large-scale, human outline scene. Is this guy playing whack-a-mole? Too bad he's the mole. Is this a joke? And they dare call it an assessment? The Lingxi sect is incredible. I'm tired of saying it. The shadow dancer is amazing. This technique is invincible. Does the review committee feel any embarrassment? When Yin Tao announced the 37th mark and finally solidified his form, retreating to the edge of the arena, he remarked, boring, before turning in a circle, indicating that not a speck of his attire had been sullied as he exited the battlefield. The speedster disciple stood frozen in place, his body adorned with the marks of the whiteboard pen, resembling a canvas marred by unsightly blemishes. His face flushed crimson, his chest heaving with rage and embarrassment, wishing he could sink into the ground. Enough. The elder in black robes rose with a start, his beard trembling with indignation. This is not legitimate technique. You must be employing some form of concealed movement and interference. How else could your energy fluctuations be so faint and elusive? In his haste, he resorted to unfounded accusations. Concealed techniques? Xianxiaaudiobooks rubbed his stiff face, wearing an expression that suggested disbelief. Xianxian, please show the esteemed seniors the data. The shadow dancer is our top disciple in internal competitions. We cannot let them dismiss it. The shadow dancer interjected, I have lost once. I can only be considered second. Against someone like Xianxia, capable of controlling light, I was forced out of the shadows and conceded. Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled, ignoring his protest. Xianxian adjusted his glasses, fingers tapping on the keyboard. The large screen beside them immediately switched to display the real-time energy monitoring graph from their recent duel. Yin Tao's line exhibited a uniquely sharp and brief peak, each peak corresponding to a blink, with a regular and efficient energy waveform. In stark contrast, the disciple's line was a chaotic mess, showcasing a woefully low energy utilization rate. Simultaneously, the video replay began, clearly illustrating how each of Yin Tao's appearances and markings targeted critical points on the body, joints and pressure points that could incapacitate an opponent, albeit with a marker instead of a dagger. The data indicates, Xianxian's voice was cold, laced with scholarly sarcasm. The shadow dancer's energy efficiency is 47 times that of his opponent. His movement style is an efficient short-distance blink technique. The subtle energy fluctuations stem from exceptional skill, not deceit. Conversely, your disciple exhibits severe energy dissipation with a disordered waveform. I suggest a return to foundational training. This data-driven rebuttal, paired with the slow-motion video, was akin to rubbing the opponent's face in the dirt. The chat exploded again. Wow, is this the Lingxi official account? I've been a fan since the last announcement. Such a pleasant voice, just like the one in my dreams. Face slapped. Delightful. The real fool was you all along. This analysis is impressive. Well-reasoned. Old Elder Luo, enough. Don't tarnish your legacy. You are a master of artifact forging. Do not engage in deceit. The elder in black robes was left speechless, his face shifting from green to white as he realized some in the chat had recognized him. The elders behind him were also restless, whispering among themselves with expressions of uncertainty. Their pride had taken a severe blow. The elder's gaze turned malicious, fixating on the seemingly inconspicuous Xianxiauan, known as Xiaohe, who stood quietly in the corner, pouring tea. It seemed he had grasped at a final lifeline, his voice laced with fury and arrogance. Humph. Sharp-toned. The previous matches were mere tricks. Even if I lose, I shan't hold it against you. But this Xianxiauan, the one known as Xiaohe, I observed his weak aura. He is clearly an outer sect disciple who has yet to enter the realm. Your Lingxi sect has included him in the body refinement ranks. And I did not expose this, which has emboldened you to engage in deceit. Enough of this charade. This ends now. He abruptly waved his hand, tearing off the mask of civility. In consideration of your fledgling status, our disciples have refrained from using talismans and magical artifacts in the previous matches. I have shown clemency. This final match shall be a true contest. Talismans and artifacts may all be employed. Do you dare accept the challenge? Allow me to demonstrate what true orthodox heritage entails. From behind him, a disciple stepped forward with pride, clutching a handful of talismans, his gaze contemptuously fixed on Xiaohe. Playing with talismans and artifacts? Xianxiaaudiobooks exchanged glances with Pan Yiming, both corners of their mouths curving into barely perceptible smiles. Xianxiaaudiobooks yawned lazily, glancing at Pan Yiming. Yiming, has Xiaohe finished his credits from the last course? Full marks. He even received an extra set of new items. Chapter 54, Playing Cards. This device truly packs a punch. The third match. Xiaohe go? Chen Mo's voice rang out, drawing the attention of everyone in the training ground to the frail boy in the corner who had been quietly pouring tea, exuding almost zero presence. Xiaohe, or He Siyuan, appeared momentarily startled, nearly losing his grip on the kettle. He seemed a bit anxious, instinctively adjusting his glasses. In the examination committee, the venerable elder in black robes, known as Xiaohe, spoke solemnly. Alas, the aura is feeble and the footsteps unsteady. You are clearly but an uninitiated servant disciple. It is not your fault, for you have been manipulated. Step forward and identify me, and I shall ensure your safety. You need not participate. Otherwise, do not risk your life to weave garments for another. Behind him, a disciple stepped forward with an air of arrogance, clutching several pieces of yellow paper adorned with vermilion runes, casting a disdainful glance at Xiaohe, reinforcing the elder's words to instill a sense of intimidation in their opponent. Talisman, Chen Mo and Pan Yiming exchanged knowing glances, a subtle smirk curling at the corners of their lips. Chen Mo even yawned languidly and called out to Xiaohe. Xiaohe, stop dawdling. The seniors wish to guide you, no holds barred. Hurry and take in their high-level techniques. Put down the kettle. No more tea. He paused, seemingly recalling something. Oh, and do be mindful of the surroundings. Don't damage the arena, or your contributions will hardly suffice for compensation. Xiaohe inhaled deeply, silently setting down the kettle as he approached the center of the arena. He lowered his head, adjusting his spectacles, too timid to meet his opponent's gaze. Standing in stark contrast to the imposing disciple before him, the live chat began to erupt. What the hell? Is there no one left in the Spirit Breath sect? Sending out such a frail scholar? That's the committee's choice. What a disgrace to pick the weakest. Not quite. This is also the Spirit Breath sect's list. He merely needs to prove his entry. Alas, is this going to backfire? Xiaohe, you can do it. Don't fear them. The duel commenced. The disciple from the examination committee shouted, simultaneously drawing forth talismans, his fingers brimming with spiritual energy, ready to activate the formidable fire crow talismans in his grasp. However, just as he began to chant his incantation, the moment the talismans flickered to life, Xiaohe, standing opposite him, merely lifted his eyelids, his gaze meeting his opponent's. Emotional control, activate. A wave of inexplicable despondency and dread washed over him like icy water. The battle fervor and magical energy he had summoned instantly dissipated, and a wave of pessimism surged forth. Why fight? It's exhausting, and what is the point of winning? Utterly meaningless. The talismans extinguished. The disciple's head drooped slightly, embodying a sense of existential despair. A commotion erupted at the sidelines. What is happening? The talismans have malfunctioned? What did Xiaohe do? Did he just give a glance? Is he playing mind games? Is Xiaohe's black a reference to illicit dealings? The examination committee's expressions soured as if they had swallowed something foul. Illusions? Does the Spirit Breath sect possess such capabilities? The elder in black robe's expression shifted, and he barked, steady your minds. Do not fall prey to illusions. Strike with talismans directly. The disciple bit his tongue sharply, attempting to dispel the illusion, and once more summoned his magical energy. Yet, the moment he concentrated, that feeling of dejection returned. After several futile attempts, he realized that as long as he focused, he felt despondent, without the will to fight. It was as if nothing mattered, truly bizarre. Panic coursed through him, sweat beading on his brow, his face flushed. Wretched sorcery. The elder in black robes stomped in frustration. At that moment, Xiaohe made his move. He did not form seals or chant spells. He calmly retrieved a stack of playing cards from the pocket of his seemingly ordinary coat. Yes, thin as gossamer, shimmering with metallic luster. The green cards were adorned with intricate silver patterns, prominently displaying the suits and numbers of playing cards. What in the world? Someone from the examination committee could no longer contain their astonishment. Party leader and S eyes gleamed. Talismans? Redesigned talismans? How marketable would that be? What a cunning talisman. Casting cards to unleash talismans. This is truly explosive, my friends. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Xiaohe dexterously flicked the stack of playing cards. His focus unwavering. Seemingly at random, he drew one, pinching it between his index and middle fingers, his wrist giving a gentle flick. Whoosh. The green card spiraled toward his adversary, its speed unremarkable, yet its trajectory was rather peculiar. The disciple from the examination committee, caught in the throes of emotional turmoil and the failure of his talismans, reacted slowly, instinctively trying to dodge, without any hope that the flying card would strike true. Just as the card neared his opponent, about half a meter away, Xiaohe subtly activated the card's preset triggering mechanism. This was the spiritual energy activation mode specifically designed by Pan Yiming, accessible to all members of the Spirit Breath sect, except for Old Zhang and Lin Xiao. Zing. A flash of silver light erupted from the card, and a slender yet brilliantly dazzling blue arc of electricity burst forth, resembling an electric serpent, striking the ground before his opponent with a resounding crack, sending sparks flying and a whiff of charred smell into the air. Ow! The disciple recoiled in shock, stumbling backward. Before he could regain his footing, Xiaohe had already launched the second and third cards in rapid succession. Fuel the flames, he murmured. One card activated midair, transforming into a sudden whirlwind, stirring up the dust on the ground. Simultaneously, another card detonated along the whirlwind's path, erupting into a fist-sized fireball that, propelled by the wind, surged forward, narrowly grazing his opponent's ear and singeing several strands of hair. Electrocution, Xiaohe called out again, flicking his fingers. One card released a gentle mist, while another exploded within the fog, unleashing a flurry of electric sparks. Although the power was deliberately restrained at the lowest E level, the mist erupted with an expansive electric arc. Crack, crack, zing. Like an elegant magician, Xiaohe stood firm, his fingers dancing as a series of specially crafted circuit board talismans flew forth at various cunning angles and combinations, activating wind blades, fireballs, water bullets, electric arcs, individually modest in power, but together, they formed a lethal zone around his opponent. Despite possessing a far more solid cultivation and a set of expensive talismans, the disciple could only flail helplessly in the arena, hindered by emotional interference, resembling a monkey in distress. His robe bore several scorch marks, his face singed black from electricity. And he finally cried out, "Enough! I concede! I concede!" He could no longer endure, his voice trembling as he shouted, fearful of being utterly humiliated, and began to retreat from the arena. Upon hearing this, Xiaohe immediately ceased his assault, taking a slight breath, adjusting his glasses, and glancing towards the referee. Silence. A deathly hush. Then, the live chat erupted into chaos. What on earth? What kind of celestial battle is this? A playing card magician? Xiaohe is incredible. Playing cards as talismans. The designer of such talismans is diabolical. A dimensional suppression. The examination committee was left reeling. How many more surprises does the Spirit Breath sect hold that I am unaware of? Now, is there a chance to join the Spirit Breath sect and obtain a deck of cards? I mainly enjoy playing Landlord. Illusion Control Foundational Talisman Combination Bombardment. This combination technique is invincible. Party leader exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. Will this talisman set be sold by the Spirit Breath sect? Their once proud techniques and the cultivation of their juniors paled in comparison, as their sect's wealth appeared paltry before the Spirit Breath sect. Clutching a few talismans as if they could dominate the match, while the latter casually wielded an entire deck of talismans, all previously unseen. 3 consecutive defeats, and each loss more humiliating than the last, shattering all preconceived notions. In the training ground, the cacophony of boos, cheers, and discussions erupted. They had chosen a servant disciple to face off against, and lost so disgracefully. At this juncture, Lei Qing rose, his expression grave as he walked to the center of the arena. He first cast a sweeping glance around the vicinity, his formidable presence gradually silencing the cacophony. Ahem. Clearing his throat, his voice resonated steadily throughout the training ground. Following this on-site inspection, the disciples reported by Lingxi sect have successfully passed the random checks. Their prowess evident for all to see. He paused, his gaze settling on Chun Mo and his companions, his tone imbued with a formal gravitas, yet laced with an almost imperceptible depth of meaning. The Supervision Administration has decided to officially appoint the Lingxi sect team as the specially appointed technical consultants for the East China Bureau. Special consultants. An official endorsement. Status elevated. With that, he departed without a backward glance. Kid, the road ahead is long, but alas, time is of the essence. Chapter 55. How much? No charge. How generous am I? As the inspection team scurried away, the training ground nearly erupted with cheers that could have lifted the roof. Incredible. The Lingxi sect is invincible. Did you see that? The old man in the black robe looked as grim as a soot-covered pot. The livestream's comments exploded. We've truly made a name for ourselves. Today, every Great Wall user who had a moment to spare was present, not only to contribute some service points, but also in eager anticipation of the inspection. Ecstatic and flushed, they embraced each other, cheering loudly, buzzing with excitement as they surrounded Chun Mo, chattering animatedly. Incredible. That soft approach was so satisfying. Hugh's data analysis was a resounding slap in the face. Refreshing. The shadow dancer's agility is otherworldly. Lin Xiao was especially exuberant, shaking his fist. Did you see that? This is strength. Who would dare to challenge us now? Su Li observed the crowd, a smile tugging at her lips, subtly conjuring a few droplets of water to flick against Lin Zhao's neck, cooling down the exuberant gorilla. Chun Mo too wore a smile, his mind racing with calculations. With their newfound fame, securing missions, attracting investments, and promoting their app would surely be a breeze, wouldn't it? Amidst his reverie, Lei Qing watched the inspection team and the so-called elites scurry away, returning leisurely with a contemplative expression, akin to that of a family elder observing a younger generation making their mark. Chun Mo, come here for a moment. Chun Mo's heart skipped a beat. What now? Are we not allowed to celebrate our victory? Another reprimand? The two retreated to a corner. Lei Qing wasted no time, his voice low. The inspection was merely a formality. Mr. Bai Li's grandson, bringing a few people across the border, what difficulty could there be? Chun Mo was taken aback. Wait, this tone seems off. Is he not here to lecture me? Lei Qing's gaze held a deeper intensity. The real advantage lies in the title of special consultant. Do you know what special appointment signifies? Within the entire supervision administration, only one person has the authority to grant such a title. Chun Mo's thoughts raced. Wait. No way. Lei Qing seemed to sense his astonishment, nodding slightly, his tone growing more serious. Huiyin Chong, Zhou He. Do you know how this name came to be? Once, for the sake of a comrade, he single-handedly toppled 7 unseeing clans in a single night with just one gun. That battle shaped the current extraordinary landscape of our nation. Chun Mo inhaled sharply. Wow, such ferocity. With him backing us, Lei Qing cast a meaningful glance. As long as you don't overstep, on the surface, no one would dare confront you as they did today. Unless they wish to test whether Zhou Ju's gun still holds its edge. Chun Mo instantly comprehended. Ding. Your protective talisman is activated. Immunity to physical harm. Reflection of lethal damage. Thank you, Uncle Lei. He quickly expressed, his heart brimming with joy. Lei Qing waved his hand, his expression turning even more serious. I'm here primarily for another matter. It's somewhat personal, yet also official. His gaze swept over the boisterous Lin Xiao and the others. His voice lowering. Our frontline operatives are all carefully selected talents, well equipped with skills and resources. However, only a fraction truly makes it across the border. In key core teams like the Pantsir Squad, out of 5 members, only 3 can enter. You should have some understanding of the dangers faced by our external operatives. Each mission carries the risk of life and death. The more strength one possesses, the greater the chance of survival. Moreover, time is running short. He turned to Chun Mo, his eyes filled with a weighty expectation. When Mr. Bai Li was still around, he successfully led several individuals across the border. It seems you have fully inherited his legacy. I suspected as much last time. Thus, I have no concerns about any deceit. I'm here to find a suitable opportunity to ask your opinion. Would you be willing to serve as an instructor for our external personnel? This was neither an order nor a trade. You could refuse. If you agree, the Bureau can allocate training funds at the highest standard. Everyone perked up, pondering this revelation. Given Chun Mo's known penchant for wealth, would he not seize the opportunity for substantial fees for technical guidance? Lin Xiao had already begun calculating how much protein powder and gym memberships he could acquire. Yet, Chun Mo remained silent for a few seconds. He glanced at his companions. Noting Lin Zhao's muscular build, recalling his father, he observed old Zhang's straight posture. He saw Yin Tao's silent, yet resolute profile. Taking a deep breath. When he lifted his gaze again, the slickness and calculation had vanished, replaced by a profound seriousness. Director Lei, his voice was measured yet clear, let's bypass the financial aspect. Lin Xiao nearly bit his tongue. Su Li and Qin Xian turned in surprise. Chun Mo chuckled. A hint of bashfulness in his demeanor, the frontline brothers risked their lives. Discussing money feels too mundane and disheartening. He paused, his tone growing more resolute. As long as they trust us at Lingxi sect, they are always welcome. I can't promise guidance, but we can explore together and progress collectively. The room fell silent for a moment. Lin Xiao gaped at Chun Mo as if beholding an extraterrestrial. What? Is this the Chun Mo I know? Has he been possessed? Su Li regarded Chun Mo with eyes full of affirmation. Qin Xian adjusted his glasses, the reflection obscuring his gaze. Though the corners of his mouth seemed to curve slightly, Lei Qing regarded Chun Mo intently, studying him for several seconds before giving his shoulder a firm pat. Saying nothing further, but the weight of his gaze conveyed more than 1,000 words. Once he departed, Lin Xiao enveloped Chun Mo in a bear hug, exclaiming, Quick! Tell me, where did you hide my brother? Spill it. The Chun Mo who is obsessed with money could never be this generous. Chun Mo immediately reverted to his true self, clutching his chest in anguish. Damn. Stop it. My heart is bleeding. I feel like I've lost millions. Quick, Qin Xian. Check how much we earned in tips and payments from the app today. I need to recuperate. Otherwise, I won't sleep tonight. Ha ha. Laughter erupted. The earlier poignant moment dissipating in an instant. Still the same old flavor. Amidst the commotion, Xian, seated before the computer, suddenly exclaimed, his brow furrowing. Xianmo, come take a look. What's wrong? Revenue plummeting? Xianmo's face turned pale. Clutching his heart, he leaned closer. Xian pointed at a complex energy monitoring graph on the screen, where one point was flashing wildly, emitting blinding red light. Remember that B-grade mission at the Red Star Mechanical Factory? Xian's tone turned grave. The energy readings have surged again, and the fluctuation pattern is extremely abnormal. There are no matching records in the database. He switched screens, pulling up a blurry image reminiscent of thermal imaging. Moreover, according to feedback from the detection network, a small-scale aura vortex has just formed above that area. The image on the screen warped, an indescribable sense of oppression permeating through the display. According to the principle of territorial allocation, we first needed to assess whether we would accept this task. Wait a moment. Xian, have you lost your mind in your eagerness to seize this mission? We are merely at the sea level. What do we have to consider about this task? Lin Xiao finally found an opportunity to express his disdain, triumphantly mocking Xian, only to be swiftly reprimanded by a water balloon. We have leveled up. Chapter 56. B-level mission, the old silver coins machination. Clang. In the data center of the base, Lin Xiao, exhilarated and lifting weights, was startled into dropping them as he caught a glimpse of the content projected onto the large screen, which bore Xian's cold expression. 2 pages were displayed side by side, glaringly bright. On the left was the Supervision Bureau's task system interface, under the ominous Scarlet B-level designation, detailing an energy anomaly incident at the Red Star Machinery Factory that sent shivers down one's spine. The energy curve graph danced erratically like a seizure, with annotations indicating anomalous fluctuation patterns and no database match. The most frightening detail in the accompanying illustration was a small line of text, suspected formation of a localized spiritual energy vortex. On the right side was the freshly updated information from the Lingxi sect, revealing their current status, B-level, lower tier. What the hell? We're B-level now. Lin Xiao erupted first, pointing at the screen. We just slapped those old geezers in the face this morning, and we're upgraded to B-level by this afternoon? This pace is akin to riding a rocket. And this mission is clearly a massive pitfall. We've just had a moment of peace. There's no way we're going. Absolutely not. Whoever wants to go can go. Su Li scrutinized the bizarre energy curve. Her brow furrowed. The energy response is far too chaotic, even more so than at the wetland park. Pan Yiming emerged from the design plans. Adjusting his glasses while fixating on the spiritual energy vortex cloud map, his fingers absent-mindedly tracing patterns in the air, calculating something. Xianmo remained silent. His gaze fixated on the name Red Star Machinery Factory, a sudden pang of recognition striking him. He recalled that Xian had mentioned it while sorting through Ningxing's anomalous data, but at that time, the team's level was too low, and he had dismissed it as irrelevant. Something felt amiss, very amiss. Wait. Xianmo suddenly raised his hand, interrupting Lin Xiao's tirade. Xian, pull up all monitoring records and associated task information regarding this factory. I want the most comprehensive data. Xian closed his eyes, then opened them again. His gaze distant as his fingers danced across the keyboard, producing a blur of motion, his speech rapid, retrieving associated information for display. Approximately 3 weeks prior, a faint energy anomaly was first recorded in that area, rated D level. Following our submission of the nightmarish beasts remained sample about 48 hours later. The energy level in that area surged to B level, and a C level preliminary joint exploration task was artificially released. C level? A preliminary task? Su Li seized on the crucial point. This hazardous area, this danger level. How could the preliminary task be rated so low? That was the crux of the issue. Xian's glasses glinted as he continued. This preliminary task was cancelled less than 2 hours after being generated. The cancellation record is encrypted at a level too high to be read directly, but the timing coincides closely with Director Lei Qing's first meeting with Xianmo silence. The activity room instantly fell quiet, with only the faint hum of the servers echoing. Lin Xiao gaped, struggling to comprehend. What does that mean? Director Lei. It's not that Uncle Lei wants to harm us. Xianmo interjected, taking a deep breath to cut through Lin Xiao's wild speculations. His gaze sharpened. He is protecting us. He cancelled the task because he knew that this preliminary task was a mere bait. A mission deceptively low in rank, seemingly safe, yet leading directly into a trap. He abruptly stood, pacing the room, his thoughts racing. That old man from the review team in the gray robe, who barely spoke. I felt something was off about the way he looked at me. Xiao He even warned me he bore ill intent. Now it's clear, the review was a facade. He was utterly confident we would pass. His true objective was to fast-track us to a level where we could undertake B-level missions. If it weren't for the push from public opinion and the review, our Lingxi sect would never have had the opportunity to take on this task. Xianmo slammed his fist on the table, connecting the dots from the nightmarish beast to the wetland park, and now to the Red Star Machinery Factory. One link led to another. We had been ensnared in someone else's scheme all along. Lin Xiao, fuming with anger, clenched his fists until they cracked. Damn, that's so insidious. We absolutely cannot go. Let them calculate in vain. Not going. Chen Mo let out a cold laugh, turning to Qin Xian. Qin Xian, please enlighten our dear Lin Xiao on what will transpire if we choose not to accept this mission, based on the current data model. Qin Xian removed his glasses, closed his eyes, and spoke in a chilling tone. Probability 1, 73. In the short term, new, more urgent, or seemingly more rewarding B-level tasks will emerge, continuously luring us to engage until we step into the preordained trap. Probability 2, 19. The opposing party may adopt more aggressive measures, such as instigating incidents or threatening the general populace, forcing the Supervision Bureau to compel us or most of our team to participate. Probability 3, 8. There may be a temporary lull, but we will remain in a passive defensive state, with our development hampered. Did you hear that? Chen Mo turned to Lin Xiao. There's no escaping this. They've set the stage, just waiting for us to take the bait. This is a conspiracy. If we take it, we are knowingly walking into the tiger's den. If we don't, we are merely sitting idly, awaiting harsher tactics. He approached the large screen, pointing at the glaring task title, a steely glint in his eyes. Since evasion is not an option, let us not only leap into this pit, but dance upon it. Let us show those old silver coins that we, Lingxi, are not easily chewed bones. Brothers. Chen Mo turned, his gaze fierce. This battle is not for points, nor for rankings, but to convey to all those lurking in the shadows that Lingxi is not a pawn. Lin Zhao's chest puffed up as he shouted. Then let us do it. Su Li nodded resolutely. We are in this together. Qin Xian adjusted his glasses. Data support is ready, and the tactical analysis module is on standby. Pan Yiming silently retrieved several gleaming metal plates from his toolbox. Clearly fresh stock. Good. Chen Mo nodded firmly, his finger hovering over the task acceptance button. Then, his finger pressed down. The notification of successful task acceptance echoed through the silent hall, resonating with clarity. He lifted his head to meet the equally astonished gazes of his companions. A complex smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This murky water runs deeper than we imagined. As he observed his busy comrades, Chen Mo pondered the necessary strategies and mobilization, his heart surging. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. We are not lacking in firepower. Ding dong. His personal phone on the table suddenly lit up, a message from an unknown number flashing across the screen. The content was exceedingly brief, yet it caused Chen Mo's pupils to constrict. Beware of the MO iron at the Red Star Factory's mechanisms. The sender's number, instantly retrieved by Qin Xian, matched the encryption characteristics of a backup contact previously used by Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu, we just accepted the mission, brother. How could it be only a few minutes? Mechanisms? Does it refer to the monsters within the factory? Or some sort of device? What is MO iron? A special material? A code name? Or the name of an organization or an individual? Old man, what exactly have you left for me? Chapter 57. The Upgrading of Magical Artifacts. Clang. Chen Mo stepped onto a wooden crate in the center of the training ground, hands on his hips, his gaze sweeping over the sea of faces before him. Nearly every member from the Great Wall community capable of being summoned in Ningxi had gathered. With eyes ablaze, they gazed at him, reminiscent of ravenous wolf cubs awaiting their share of flesh. Brothers, sisters, family. Chen Mo summoned the resonance of spirit, amplifying emotions and saturating the atmosphere. Enough with the pleasantries. A grand endeavor lies ahead. A tough nut to crack. If we conquer this, the reputation of our Lingxi sect shall be firmly established. If we fail to overcome it. He deliberately paused, flashing a grin that revealed a row of pearly whites. Fail? Not a chance. We must prevail. Victory means a villa by the sea. Abundant points. Equipment upgrades. Let those old-timers at the Supervision Bureau witness what the new era of cultivation truly entails. He waved his hand grandly, and the large screen behind him blazed to life. The glaring crimson emblem of the B-grade mission from the Red Star Machinery Factory, piercing the air. Are you afraid? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. Afraid of what? Lin Xiao was the first to roar, pounding his chest with his fist. Let's do it. Instantly, the crowd erupted. Do it. Lingxi's sect is formidable. Chen Mo was quite pleased with this outcome. This was the morale he sought. Excellent. Then let us not dawdle. Let us get to training. All groups, follow the plan. Let us rally. We must show those old silver coins lurking in the shadows what it means to launch a full-scale assault. I will lead the way, sensing the path for you. All administrators will be in front of you. The entire base instantly boiled over like a pot of dumplings reaching a rolling boil. In the makeshift command center at the corner, Qin Xian, accompanied by programmer Logic Wang and another data fanatic, Algorithm Lamp, had 3 computer screens flickering with rapidly scrolling code, various 3D models, and energy curve graphs. Adjusting his glasses, Qin Xian spoke rapidly. Based on the existing data model, the probability of encountering high physical defense, energy-absorbing mechanical beasts is 735. Encountering area-based spells, the mental probability is 189. Encountering high-speed assault types has a probability of 76. Logic Wang's fingers twitched. Q. The third branch of the simulation is stuck. The computational power is insufficient. Qin Xian didn't even look up. Use the servers. They have the highest priority. I'll rely on my intellect. I want to see 3 main paths and at least 5 key nodes with optimal solutions and contingency plans within half an hour. Sync this with everyone's AR combat system. Algorithm lamp wailed. Q brother, are you trying to kill me? Qin Xian replied coldly. If you can't figure it out, you'll substitute for Lin Xiao at the next team-building event and eat Su Li's special fitness meal. In the melee training area, the roar was deafening. Lin Xiao, bare-chested and glistening with muscle, led old Zhang and several melee brutes in practicing their coordination. Left, feint, right. Damn it, old Zhang, you blocked my way. Taishan, charge him. Lu Fei's arms stretched like rubber, aiming to entangle an imagined enemy, but inadvertently ensnared a lurking shadow nearby, provoking the shadow to retaliate with a few swift strikes. Lin Xiao, infuriated, shouted, damn. Coordination. Do you understand? This isn't a solo show. Do you think you're really Lu Fei? Listen to commands. Old Zhang, gasping for breath, chuckled. Lin Xiao, your command might as well be non-existent. Should we get a real commander? Lin Xiao glared. Stop wasting words. Again, if we don't get it right, none of you will eat tonight. Oh well. In the elemental control group, Su Li remarked, you see, only with sufficient control can one skillfully manage abilities, such as covering half the field. With a gentle smile, she retracted her finger, leaving the elemental group members in awe, astonished that she could control her skills at such a distance. Su Li's demeanor was much softer here, yet her demands were stricter. She guided Deshan, Green Finger Girl, and Little Ya, who could control light. Deshan, concentrate the temperature of the flames. Don't waste energy like it's a fireworks display. Try compressing it, then release it instantaneously. Little Ya, minimize the light's range, attempting to cover others. Green Finger, try directing the vines. Don't let them scatter. Su Li's voice was gentle, yet her requirements were firm. Deshan's face flushed as he finally conjured a concentrated flame, nearly jumping for joy. Little Ya's light continuously shrank, evoking gasps of wonder. In a relatively quiet corner, Chen Mo personally oversaw the special training of Xiaohe. Sitting cross-legged, Xiaohe was sweating profusely. Focus. Expand your perception. Don't just sense emotions. Try to capture the more subtle currents. Imagine you are a spider feeling the vibrations of its web. Close your eyes, sense Lin Xiao. Chen Mo guided softly. With his eyes shut, Xiaohe trembled slightly before speaking. Brother Xiao is very excited right now, a bit smug. Did Sister Su Li just hit him? He recoiled so quickly. Chen Mo smiled. Good. The emotions are becoming more nuanced. With analysis, that's progress. Keep it up. You are the most crucial radar and emotional interference source aside from me. You could save lives in critical moments. Xiaohe's face flushed as he nodded vigorously. In the arms development group, the most extravagant was Pan Yiming. The workstation was cluttered with bizarrely shaped circuit boards, talismans, and modified equipment, gleaming with a dangerous metallic sheen, resembling an iron throne. During a break, Lin Xiao wandered around, picking up an exaggerated silver metal tube that resembled a rocket launcher. Pan Yiming introduced ArcNet Launcher. Prototype number 1, coverage radius of 15 meters, equipped with arc talisman boards for sustained paralysis. He then picked up a stack of green metal pieces that looked like playing cards, continuing. High-frequency oscillation talismans, codenamed King Bomb, affixed for activation, causes internal destruction. Getting excited, Pan Yiming grabbed a few palm-sized black drones with propellers, self-destruct spiders, remote-triggered, use with caution. Lin Xiao almost drooled. Yiming, my bro, can I use these? Pan Yiming silently shifted the rocket launcher back, handing him an incredibly thick metal shield. This is for you. It's been enhanced with the Diamond Talisman and Bell Talisman. It automatically triggers a shockwave upon receiving a heavy blow. Use it sparingly. The materials are quite expensive. Lin Xiao cradled the shield, reluctant to part with it, his grin stretching from ear to ear. The entire base was abuzz with activity, a symphony of lights, sounds, and cheers intertwining, filled with vibrant energy and a fierce eagerness. Everyone was giving their all, for the team and to prove themselves. The high-intensity preparations continued throughout the day, with initial adjustments to new equipment completed, and each group's cooperation resembling a well-rehearsed performance. Though exhausted, everyone wore expressions of excitement and anticipation. Just as Chun Mo contemplated whether to let everyone take a break and replenish their strength, Qin Xian suddenly lifted his head, a rare look of seriousness crossing his typically expressionless face, his complexion slightly pale. He rapidly typed a few commands, sending a new data report to the main screen. The simulation data refreshed violently, red warning signs popping up incessantly. Everyone was drawn by the commotion, halting their actions to look over. The training ground fell silent. Qin Xian adjusted his glasses, his voice clear and calm as it resonated through the amplification system, reaching every corner of the base. A significant update to the simulation results. Remodeling based on the latest intercepted faint energy signal characteristics. High probability indicates that the target mechanical beasts may possess evolutionary capabilities, and the threat level is about to escalate. Action now. Chapter 58, Sci-Fi, the Science of Science, the Fantasy of Fantasy. No more waiting. That monstrous entity is developing wildly within. Delaying any further could lead to dire consequences. Outside the Red Star Machinery Factory, the overgrown weeds towered higher than a person, and the rusted iron gate hung askew, creaking eerily with the wind. A peculiar odor, a blend of rust and oil mingled with mildew, hung heavily in the air, rendering the atmosphere eerily silent. Devoid of even the faintest sound of insects. Drones ascend. Activate all sensors. At Chen Mo's command, his voice resonated with remarkable clarity amidst the stillness. The drones, modified by Pan Yiming, surged into the sky like a swarm of mechanical hummingbirds, silently dispersing while their various sensors flickered with a faint glow, initiating their scans. Pan Yiming crouched on the ground, cradling a tablet in his hands, where data streamed rapidly. Without lifting his gaze, he reported, the external energy field is stable, below threshold. No signs of biological heat sources detected. Chun Mo closed his eyes, his perception unfolding like an invisible spider's web, delicately sensing the fluctuations of every inch of air. The perimeter is clear, devoid of any energy fluctuations or life forms. Everyone, check your AR glasses. Synchronize data. Qin Xian's voice resonated through the earpiece, calm and composed. Akin to a digital assistant. With a swift motion, the AR glasses of each team member illuminated instantaneously. Chun Mo's mental link temporarily devoted itself entirely to providing computational support to Qin Xian, compensating for any gaps in sensor coverage. The structural overview of the factory materialized, with several highlighted anomalies of energy fluctuations alongside potential traps and optimal routes meticulously marked. Lin Zhao's eyes widened as he beheld the interface before him. Reminiscent of a science fiction blockbuster, unable to suppress an exclamation. What a realistic game. It's like we activated a wall hack. Incredible. Less chatter, keep up. Chun Mo chided playfully. These gadgets were his source of confidence. The team commenced their careful advance into the factory's interior, with Qin Xian, the human supercomputer, directing from behind, and Chun Mo employing the super detectors along with Pan Yiming's array of advanced technology. Their progress was astonishingly smooth. 2 weak energy sources detected at 11 o'clock. Adopting a stealth posture, Qin Xian's voice echoed in their earpieces, unwavering. Got it. Watch this. Lin Zhao chuckled, raising the exaggeratedly designed ArcNet launcher. With a soft thud, a metallic mesh was propelled forth. A second later, 9 metal weights at the edges of the mesh emitted arcs of electricity, crackling as they accurately enveloped the corner. With a sizzling sound, a series of electrical explosions erupted, followed by the clattering of metal cabinets collapsing behind the corner. The energy source signal vanished instantaneously. Target eliminated. Qin Xian confirmed. Left passage detected, low-intensity energy barrier suspected to be a remnant of the target, structural points marked. Suli stepped forward, raising her hands. Moisture in the air swiftly coalesced into a high-pressure water blade, emitting a hissing sound as it sliced through. With a flick of her wrist, the water blade precisely penetrated the barrier's weak point, creating an opening for passage. Barrier breached. Their advance was akin to a dimensional descent. Pan Yiming's circuit symbols and compact modified equipment made their appearances in succession. Encountering a heavy iron door, Lin Zhao's arms elongated, rubberizing as he affixed a high-frequency oscillation talisman, causing the door lock structure to shatter from within with a series of muffled thuds. Need aerial deployment? The self-destructing mini-spider drones buzzed forth, striking precisely where directed. Occasionally, they faced mutated metallic constructs, eroded by energy, but they could hardly approach. Old Zhang dispatched them with a single punch. Deshan casually conjured a fireball that melted them down. The shadow dancer flickered like a phantom, deftly severing energy conduits with a dagger. Even as metallic abominations lunged simultaneously, Lin Zhao, grinning, expertly deflected them with a shield, while Pan Yiming crushed them effortlessly. Qin Xian's commands were precise, dictating every individual's movements and the timing of skill executions. Each team member merely needed to count down in their minds before executing, their coordination seamless, as if rehearsed countless times. The support team responsible for logistics and data transmission, stationed in the command vehicle, watched the transmitted visuals, their eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Is this combat too effortless? My goodness, this firepower, this coordination. I would believe it if you told me they were a special forces unit. These gadgets are top-notch, a fusion of science fiction and fantasy. It feels less like battling monsters and more like a demolition project. Were it not for the communication restrictions during the mission, they would have eagerly initiated a live broadcast, complete with a catchy title, Live Coverage of the Lingxi Gate Grade B Mission, the correct approach to technological immortality. Even the typically composed Xianxian couldn't help but reveal a subtle smile at the fluidity of the advancing data stream. However, as they delved deeper into the core factory area, Xianxian's demeanor grew increasingly serious. Caution, energy interference within the internal environment is intensifying. Data streams are beginning to fluctuate and delay. Initiate Backup Plan 1, Shadow, prioritize the installation of energy suppressors to diminish environmental interference. Targets have been marked. Understood. The shadow dancer's voice remained succinct as they reached into their lower back, merging seamlessly with the shadows, swiftly traversing forward. Upon receiving the cue, they affixed Pan Yiming's specially crafted silver devices to each target. The devices activated, emitting low-frequency sound waves. The surrounding tumultuous energy fields visibly stabilized, and data transmission improved significantly. Interference diminished, continue advancing. Condense formation, avoid recklessness, Xianxian urged. The team pressed onward, their vigilance heightened. They all understood that the true core area lay just ahead. As they passed through the final damaged factory door, the expansive space before them opened up dramatically. It was an immensely vast and enclosed area, reminiscent of the former main workshop. Gazing upward revealed a towering dome, riddled with rusted steel frames, shrouded in dim light. At the center of the workshop loomed a colossal, unfathomable entrance to an abandoned furnace, its diameter easily exceeding 10 meters, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast. A powerful, heart-pounding energy fluctuation emanated rhythmically from the unfathomable depths of the furnace entrance. When it radiated outward, it resembled a volcanic eruption. When it retracted, the energy formed a vortex, devouring all perception in its wake. Concentrate on the target. Xianxian's voice carried an edge of urgency. The interference is too strong. The drones cannot approach, and all conditions remain unknown. Chun Mo furrowed his brow, attempting to delve deeper with his perception, only to be overwhelmed by a chaotic and violent surge of energy that left him dizzy. His perceptive web shattered, unable to transmit any information. Attempting to approach, he began, but before he could finish his thought, a thunderous, penetrating roar of twisted metal erupted from the depths of the furnace. The entire massive workshop shook violently, rust and dust cascading from above. Then, before the astonished gazes of everyone present, an enormous, terrifying claw, constructed entirely of rusted steel, twisted pipes, and haphazardly assembled discarded parts, suddenly emerged from the inky depths of the furnace, viciously clawing at its edge. The claw shimmered with an ominous, dark glow and an overwhelming sense of dread. Far more terrifying than any previous adversary, instantly engulfed the entire space. Chapter 59, Danger. Infinite Regeneration. What the Lin Xiao gasped, his mouth agape, staring up at the monstrosity, momentarily forgetting to raise his shield. Not just him, everyone felt a chill surge from their feet straight to the crown of their heads. That creature was clawing its way out of the enormous furnace. Towering at least 3 stories high, it was a grotesque amalgamation of rusty machinery, thick iron chains, shattered gears, and contorted steel pipes, a nightmarish creature cobbled together from discarded remnants. 2 eyes, positioned ominously, flickered with ethereal blue flames as they scanned the crowd. A palpable sense of violence and chaos, tinged with the metallic sense of rust and oil, descended upon them with overwhelming force. Chun Mo emitted a muffled groan, his complexion paling. As his perceptive web extended, it collided with an invisible wall of jagged metal, instantly disintegrating into fragments. Pain pierced his mind like 1,000 needles. The electronic interference was intense. The drones spiraled into chaos. The sensor data became a jumbled mess. Xianxian's voice crackled with static, his words tumbling out in a rapid-fire torrent. Visual capture analysis indicates extreme structural instability. Sensor detection has failed. Perceptive web penetration unsuccessful. Mental link. Chun Mo immediately retracted his senses, linking with his teammates. Pan Yiming fixated intently on the creature, his thick glasses magnifying his piercing gaze. Breath quickening. I can sense the metallic core nestled just below its chest, behind that thickest armor plate. Almost simultaneously, Xianxian highlighted the core's location. along with several visibly unstable joints haphazardly riveted together, sharing the information within their mental visualization. Is this scrapyard come to life? Lin Xiao finally regained his composure and cursed, swiftly raising his shield to the forefront. The iron behemoth, indifferent to their mockery, unleashed a metallic roar that reverberated painfully in their ears. Swinging a fist the size of a small car, crafted from a collection of gears, downward with a piercing shriek that split the air. Scatter! Qin Xian commanded as the monster commenced its assault. Boom! The ground erupted into a massive crater, debris scattering wildly, shaking the entire workshop. How do we fight this thing? It's like scratching an itch. Lin Xiao braced himself against the splattering impact, shaking off his arm. His earlier tentative punch had felt like striking an ancient wall, leaving only a pale imprint. Don't engage head-on. Strike at the marked points. Firepower coverage. Shampoo. Qin Xian directed calmly. Chun Mo gritted his teeth, establishing a mental link. Baseline. Synchronization. Little Black immediately understood and joined in, forcefully stabilizing everyone's emotions, reminding them. We are here to demolish. Let us take it down. Understood. Watch me. Lin Xiao cackled, thrusting his shield into the ground and hefting the exaggerated arc net launcher onto his shoulder, declaring, let me give you a hair-raising treatment. Bang. Zzz. A massive arc net enveloped the beast's face, electric blue serpents darting chaotically, causing the components on its head to emit wisps of smoke, its movements noticeably faltering. Excellent. Interference successful. Qin Xian quickly reported, Shadow. Target the joints. Unleash the big guns. Received. The shadow dancer, like a wraith, flickered to the beast's supporting leg, raising a hand as several green metallic playing cards, inscribed with high-frequency oscillation runes, adhered precisely to the riveted joints. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous explosions erupted from within, cracks splitting the thick leg, scattering parts as the creature swayed dangerously, nearly toppling. Fire. Burn it. Mark the points. Heat it up. They had been waiting for this. Deshawn, gathering his strength, thrust both hands forward, unleashing a brilliantly compressed white fireball that hurtled towards the core area marked by Qin Xian. Sizzle. The excruciating sound rang out as the metal turned a furious red. Now's the time. Su Li. Xiaoya. Su Li's gaze sharpened, the moisture in the air coalescing into a high-pressure water arrow, nearly invisible under Xiaoya's refracted light, precisely striking the searing armor. Hiss. The high-temperature metal rapidly cooled upon contact with water, becoming brittle and fracturing dramatically, revealing a flickering, ethereal blue light within. The core is exposed. Lin Xiao shouted with exhilaration, Cannon. Hand me the cannon. He snatched a hefty weapon from a nearby teammate, hoisting it onto his shoulder, aiming. Grandpa's treating you to spicy hot pot. Boom. The specially designed explosive rune board ignited, sending a scorching fireball crashing into the exposed core. The blue light flickered wildly, and the beast let out a tormented roar, its colossal form retreating, demolishing half the workshop in its wake. Self-destructing spider. Get inside and blow it up. Pan Yiming immediately responded, remotely controlling several small drones, attempting to infiltrate through the crevice. However, the interference was too strong, causing the drones to veer erratically. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully clenched his fingers. Crack, crack, crack. Several drones disintegrated midair, but he skillfully pressed the palm thunder talismans into the breach, igniting them from within. Boom, boom, boom. The muffled sounds from inside were evidently more effective. The beast shuddered violently, its movements slowing, the core's glow flickering desperately, as if on the verge of extinguishing. It can't hold on. Final strike. Shin Mo's eyes gleamed. Cover me. Lin Xiao seized the opportunity, charging forward amidst the swirling debris, muscles taut and veins bulging. I'll break it. He swung the reinforced shield like a battle axe, crashing it down on the previously blasted fissure. Creak. A deafening sound of metal snapping reverberated. The massive leg, constructed from countless steel pipes and parts, was brutally severed by Lin Xiao's sheer force. Losing balance, the colossal creature collapsed like a mountain, sending clouds of dust swirling. We won. Did we take it down? The crowd erupted in cheers at the sight of the fallen, smoke-covered beast. Yet, before the cheers could dissipate, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The prostrate behemoth suddenly fell utterly still. In the next moment, its dimly glowing blue core erupted with an unparalleled, blinding radiance. Like a voracious black hole. Whoosh. All the scattered metal debris, parts, and even its own severed limbs were drawn towards it as if by an unseen magnetic force, crashing together with a cacophony. Its injuries visibly healed at a breakneck pace. The shattered leg was enveloped in new metal, being reformed. Its body swelled further, energy fluctuations spiking exponentially, suffocating those present. Energy reaction is uncontrollably escalating. Qin Xian's voice conveyed an unprecedented urgency. It's absorbing metal to repair itself. Its physical defense is rapidly restoring. Our hard-won gains are fading, and it's regenerating endlessly. What a cheat. Lin Xiao stared in disbelief. The steel giant abruptly tilted its head back, the core's blue glow condensing to a terrifying intensity, emitting a chilling, resonant hum, clearly preparing something dreadful. Chun Mo's face turned ashen, his scalp prickling as he shouted through the link, "Yiming, Pan Yiming, do you have anything stronger? Bring it out, quickly." In the communicator, there was no response from the usually composed voice. Only a series of strained, heavy breaths interspersed with faint sounds resembling droplets of blood. "Yiming, what is wrong?" Su Li inquired anxiously. Pan Yiming's voice came through, strained and intermittent, laced with agonizing effort, trying to seize the metal. "I can barely hold on." Everyone's hearts plummeted to the depths of despair. Their technological trump card had been breached. The colossal steel behemoth knelt upon the ground, its surroundings littered with scattered components, scrap metal, and even its own severed limb, all seemingly magnetically drawn to it with a cacophony of clattering sounds that sent shivers down one's spine. As the wounds upon its form rapidly healed, twisted metal surged forth from the site of its amputated leg, propelling it to an even larger stature than before. The oppressive aura emanating from it was nearly suffocating. Su Li was the first to sense something amiss and rushed to support Pan Yiming. Pan Yiming's complexion was ashen, blood trickling from his nose as he gritted his teeth, his fingers involuntarily twitching. "I can't compete. The pull is too strong." Before he could finish, he faltered and collapsed. He exerted every ounce of strength in a futile attempt to wrest control of the metal from the creature, akin to an ant attempting to shake a mighty tree, resulting in a backlash that drained his mental fortitude. Chun Mo's eyes instantly reddened, his fists clenched tightly, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing in the tense air. A wave of overwhelming guilt consumed him like a relentless tide. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on taking this mission, if I hadn't misjudged the situation, how could my comrades find themselves in such dire straits? We must go." Chen Mo abruptly turned, his voice hoarse as he shouted to Su Li and the other members of the Great Wall team, "Take Yiming and get out. I will hold it off for as long as I can." Lin Xiao instantly erupted, his neck straining as he stepped in front of Chen Mo. "What nonsense are you spouting? If we're to die, we die together. Am I the kind of person who abandons my brothers to save myself? You all go on. Don't forget my mother." "Lin Xiao?" Su Li's voice broke, tears brimming in her eyes as she cried out for the first time, her tone tinged with desperation. "You idiot. Do you want everyone to perish here? Go. I'm begging you." She clutched Lin Xiao's arm tightly, her nails nearly piercing his flesh. The shadowy figure of Yin Tao remained silent, his form melting into the corner's darkness, a dagger gripped in reverse, signifying his stance. An atmosphere of despair hung heavily, like a frigid web ensnaring everyone. Just then, a light, airy laugh resonated, as if emanating from an immeasurable distance, yet ringing clearly in each person's ears, even echoing in their minds. The sound carried a lazy timbre, yet it possessed an enchanting quality that instantaneously dispelled the suffocating dread. In the next moment, the heavy, rusted iron sheet of the workshop's ceiling was effortlessly torn open, akin to fragile paper. A brilliant crimson streak, resembling a glowing iron brand, descended from above, accompanied by a scorching wave and a piercing shriek. It landed with precision on the ground less than a meter in front of Chen Mo, producing a resounding thud that shook the very earth. As the dust settled, everyone beheld an ancient long spear, its dark red shaft seemingly soaked in blood, the tassels flickering like dancing flames, radiating an alarming heat and sharpness. Before anyone could fully grasp the situation, a figure gracefully descended, positioning themselves beside the long spear. The newcomer appeared to be in their early 40s, dressed in standard tactical attire, standing tall with an impassive expression. However, when his electrifying gaze swept over them, it bore down like two beams of heavenly light, rendering them unable to meet his eyes. The red spear. The Super Administration Bureau possessed scan information on Zhou He. Save for this emblematic weapon, he has arrived, not even glancing at the frantically repairing, increasingly formidable steel behemoth, which seemed trivial in comparison. His gaze first swept over Chun Mo and the others, lingering for a moment on the exhausted Pan Yiming and the resolute Chen Mo, a flicker of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Then, as if dismissing refuse, he turned his attention to the monstrous entity. Just as the creature completed its repairs, emitting a more ferocious roar, its eerie blue core radiated with overwhelming light, preparing to pounce. Zhou He merely raised his hand, making a casual grasping motion towards the core. An astonishing spectacle unfolded. The violent, energy-laden azure core, as if caught in an invisible hand, was instantaneously wrenched from the creature's body and floated effortlessly into Zhou He's palm. The previously restless energy now flowed gently like a docile lamb at his fingertips. Stripped of its core, the massive steel behemoth seemed to have its bones extracted, its movements freezing in an instant, the blue light in its eyes extinguished. And with a cacophony, it collapsed into a lifeless pile of scrap metal, forming a small mountain. The entire workshop fell into a profound silence. Lin Xiao gaped, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. Su Li covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Qin Xian adjusted his glasses, the reflections obscuring his gaze. But his tightly pressed lips betrayed his astonishment. Chen Mo's mind buzzed as he gazed at Zhou He's silhouette and the crimson long spear. Fragments of buried memories surging forth. Once, after school, he had seen his grandfather conversing with a man at the alley's entrance while hurrying to Lin Xiao's home, merely exchanging brief greetings. Later, when he inquired, his grandfather had chuckled, stating the man was merely asking for directions. Was that figure him? Zhou He then turned, his calm gaze sweeping over the crowd before settling on the shadows. The shadowy Yin Tao silently emerged, offering a precise military salute to Zhou He. Zhou He nodded slightly in acknowledgement, his tone flat. The previous dragon sparrow reserves? The foundation remains, but what a pity. This revelation bore significant weight. Such a master as Yin Tao was merely a reserve. What manner of deity is your father, Lin Xiao? Next, he regarded Chen Mo, his eyes inquisitive. You've condensed your energy so swiftly? Were you utilizing a self-created talisman just now? The materials were distinct as well. Quite intriguing. He could actually discern the true level of their abilities. He was aware of the talisman boards and tokens, had he been watching all along. Before Chen Mo could recover from his shock, Zhou He shifted his tone, stating directly, "Time is of the essence. Let us converse while we move." With that, he grasped Chen Mo's arm, not allowing him a moment to react. Chen Mo felt a blur before his eyes, the wind whistling past his ears, the surroundings instantly becoming a kaleidoscope of elongated shapes. He was being whisked away by Zhou He, soaring toward the gaping hole in the workshop ceiling. "Wait, director, where are we going?" "My comrades," Chen Mo shouted in panic. Zhou He did not look back, his voice clear amidst the wind. "They are safe. Assistance will arrive. You are to accompany me to a place." 1,000 questions erupted in Chen Mo's mind. Where? What has happened to my grandfather? What is the dragon sparrow? How could someone of your caliber be equated with my grandfather? Yet, gazing at Zhou He's stern profile, he dared not voice his inquiries. Zhou He seemed to read his thoughts, casually remarking, "You have 3 opportunities to ask questions. Think carefully before you inquire. Do not waste them." As his words fell, the 2 figures vanished through the breach in the ceiling, leaving behind a stunned crowd and a heap of genuine scrap metal. Within the factory, those remaining exchanged glances. Lin Xiao scratched his head, staring at the large hole above, muttering, "Is this it? Has Chen Mo been abducted?" Su Li supported the weak Pan Yiming, her expression filled with concern as she gazed skyward. Qin Xian rapidly operated his tablet, attempting to trace Chen Mo's energy source through the network, only to find the signal had completely vanished. Yin Tao silently sheathed his dagger, his expression complex. At that moment, several figures swiftly entered through the factory's entrance. Clad in uniforms of the Super Administration Bureau, the leader nodding to the group. "We are the Special Operations Team from the East China branch, dispatched to assist in your evacuation. We will handle the aftermath here." The rescue arrived swiftly and opportune. "Chen Mo, where have you gone?" Chapter 61. The Majestic Mountains and Rivers. Death awaits intruders. Zhou He held on to Chen Mo, moving at a terrifying speed. The city beneath them reduced to a blur of color, racing away in a whoosh. Chen Mo clenched his teeth, fearful that opening his mouth would unleash the contents of his stomach all over this formidable master. Stealing a glance at Zhou He beside him, he observed that not a single hair was out of place. He was as steady as a mountain. Is this the mode of travel for a big shot? So environmentally friendly? Did he apply for a flight route? Is it safe for air travel? Chen Mo's mind was a whirlwind of sarcasm. Yet his thoughts raced with urgency. 3 questions. Zhou He only allowed 3 opportunities to inquire, which was more challenging than the final question on a college entrance exam. Cost-effectiveness. Chen Mo, remember cost-effectiveness. Every question must be laden with as much information as possible. Failing to strike the right chord would be a grievous loss. As he calculated his approach, contemplating his inquiries, Zhou He suddenly reduced his speed. The mist parted, revealing a grand mountain gate, ancient inscriptions declaring Lotus Green Mountain Xuanji sect. The gate was silent, yet exuded an inexplicable sense of oppression. Zhou He gently set him down on a flat slab of azure stone before the mountain gate. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, the languid demeanor he had displayed before the steel beast vanished completely. An indescribable aura of authority surged forth, palpable as a tidal wave. Chen Mo felt his breath hitch. The very air around him seemed to grow heavier. Even the massive stone archway of the gate emitted a low, resonant hum, as if trembling. Several figures rushed out from within the gate, bowing deeply from a distance. Their voices quavering. "Director Zhou, your esteemed presence is a rare honor. Forgive our inadequacy in welcoming you." Zhou did not even lift his eyelids, merely responding with a nonchalant hum. The crimson long spear, fire cloud, was summoned with a melodious hum, transforming into a streak of red light that flew into his grasp. The spear's tip casually pointed to the ground, emanating a fierce aura that commanded respect. "Emotai?" Zhou's voice was low, yet it resonated across the mountains. "Come out and meet me." Shortly after, an elderly man clad in a gray robe and emaciated in form emerged slowly from the depths of the mountain gate. It was the inconspicuous elder from the review committee. He hadn't even changed his clothes. "You are Emotai?" The shadow of his former gloom vanished, replaced by a pallid face and an overwhelming, suppressed resentment. He glared fiercely at Zhou, then cast a glance at Chen Emo, his eyes sharp as poisoned daggers. "Zhou," Emotai's voice dripped with madness. "Are you truly willing to go to such lengths for this boy, threatening the entire Xuanji sect? You have forgotten all old ties." Zhou's gaze remained indifferent, as if he were observing a mere stone. "Rules are rules." He raised his hand, the azure core floating in his palm, slowly rotating. "This item should not have surfaced at the Red Star factory. Speak, who granted you this? What immense benefits have your benefactors promised you to embolden such actions?" His eyes flickered like lightning, sweeping across the entire Xuanji sect's gate. "Do not forget, your Xuanji sect's gate is unique. Do you truly believe you can deceive the heavens and the earth?" Emotai trembled with agitation, pointing at Chen Emo and shouting, "I, Emotai, disdain any benefits. Are you still preaching rules to me? Did Chen Bailey ever uphold the rules while secretly nurturing his grandson? Our Xuanji sect's gate lies on that path. Once they learn that the heir of Chen Bailey has emerged, our Xuanji sect will be the first to bear the brunt. Why should your Zhou's rules require the lives of my entire sect to pay the price? Why?" That sighed. Chen Mo's heart jolted. This was the second time he had heard that term. Zhou furrowed his brow, his tone still icy. "Rules are established collectively, not dictated by me alone. The dragon sparrow maintains its vigilance. You did not agree to the relocation of the sect in the beginning." "Huh." Emotai appeared almost deranged. "Zhou, do not wash your hands of this. To repay Chen Bailey's kindness, you have allowed him to leave behind a legacy, which is what truly forces that side to rip apart the facade. Should calamity befall the living, you shall be the principal culprit. You will regret your actions today. My actions require no justification to you, nor is it your place to pass judgment." Zhou's voice bore a hint of impatience. "As for the consequences, I shall bear them alone." "Bear them? What can you use to bear them?" Emotai roared. "Fine. Since you insist on severing the path of survival for my Xuanji sect, I, Emotai, shall die today to make my point. I only ask that you, Director Zhou, show mercy and not implicate my ignorant disciples." As he spoke, he truly raised his palm, gathering his powers to strike his own crown. "Do I permit you to die?" Zhou's voice turned frigid. Almost instantaneously, the fire cloud spear, which had remained still, moved. There was no grandiose display. It transformed into an almost invisible red line, piercing directly through Emotai's dantian. "Ah!" Emotai let out a piercing scream, the power he had gathered dissipating in an instant. His body collapsing as if all his bones had been removed, rendering him limp on the ground, his face ashen, his cultivation obliterated. He struggled to raise his head, his gaze vacant yet filled with profound hatred, locking onto Zhou, using his last ounce of strength to rasp. "Zhou, you know better than I the depths of that side. The days are long ahead. I await that day." His laughter was chilling, reminiscent of a night owl. Zhou remained expressionless, lowering his spear. "In these splendid mountains and rivers, intruders meet death. I await as well." With a wave of his hand, several soldiers clad in specialized combat attire, exuding an aura as fierce as dragons, appeared silently, like phantoms, seizing the limp Emotai and swiftly vanishing into the depths of the forest. Chen Mo's pupils constricted. They had all entered the realm. This was the dragon sparrow? Zhou's gaze scanned the Xuanji sect, which was now silent and trembling in fear, his voice not loud yet unmistakably authoritative. "Xuanji sect, seal the sect for introspection. Without orders, no one may leave." Having said that, he did not cast them another glance, grabbing hold of the still-dazed Chen Mo, transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the clouds. On the return journey, the scenery retreated slowly, yet Chen Mo's heartbeat raced faster than before. Zhou's decisive ruthlessness. The earth-shattering secrets revealed in Emotai's words, the enigmatic that sighed, and the information about the dragon sparrow weighed heavily on him, leaving him dizzy. "Old man, you told me nothing. As the so-called heir, I stand on the brink of a vortex. No, I have already been swept into it. Zhou suddenly broke the silence, his voice returning to its previous languid tone, yet imbued with an indescribable meaning. Mo Tai was merely a coward, a pawn used by others. He paused, a slight grin forming as he looked at Chen Mo. Ask away. Chen Mo's heart leapt, nearly bursting from his chest. Here it comes. Finally. He was about to touch the core secrets. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and posed the first question after much deliberation. Director Zhou, why did you specifically bring me to witness the Xuanji sect today? This question appeared simple, yet concealed multiple layers of meaning. Why allow me to personally witness your authoritative enforcement? Why make me hear Mo Tai's accusations filled with hatred and fear? Why was he so terrified of my growth? What truly lies beyond? If Zhou were willing to answer, it might reveal more than directly asking who my grandfather is. Upon hearing this, Zhou turned his head, his profound gaze landing on Chen Mo's face, tinged with a hint of nostalgia. Chapter 62. What have the hardships we've endured over the years amounted to? Are you claiming superiority? Zhou appeared to have noticed his subtle movements. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, not in anger but rather in a rare act of leniency, as he genuinely eased his pace. The mist drifted leisurely beside them, revealing the mountains and rivers beneath their feet with striking clarity. He turned his head to glance at Chen Mo again, his gaze imbued with a tinge of complexity, reminiscent of a shared disposition. You rascal, your cunning mirrors that of your grandfather in his prime. Surprisingly, Zhou's voice carried a hint of nostalgia. Well, since I have brought you along, let me share some insights. Chen Mo's heart surged with excitement. He had struck the jackpot. He quickly perked up his ears, anxious not to miss a single word. Zhou gazed at the rolling sea of clouds ahead, pausing in silence for a few moments before slowly speaking. Mr. Bai Li, your grandfather was once the foremost expert in feng shui among the common folk, revered for his acumen in geomancy and antiquities appraisal, widely acknowledged as the best. Zhou's tone was laced with admiration, tinged with a hint of jest. Yet, he did not indulge in tomb raiding, otherwise. You would undoubtedly be wealthy beyond measure, and wouldn't he cling to money so desperately? His obsession lay with those ancient artifacts, the hidden truths behind old places, secrets inaccessible to ordinary folk. He gathered a group of like-minded friends and established a grassroots organization, known as the Observatory, dedicated to studying the relics and literature left by ancient cultivators in search of clues. You could call him a grand scholar or an archaeological fanatic. He truly possessed profound knowledge. Chen Mo was taken aback. The image of his grandfather in his mind was that of an ordinary old man who would bicker with vegetable vendors over a few cents, beam with joy at his perfect exam scores, and scratch his head while playing chess with other elderly gentlemen. Yet, there was no way to reconcile this depiction with Zhou's portrayal of a scholarly figure. Lingxi, Zhou's tone grew somber. Is an organization established by the nation to handle special events that cannot be resolved through ordinary means, a force addressing extraordinary existences. He paused, refraining from elaborating on what constituted special, but Chen Mo sensed that Lingxi's objectives were akin to those of the Supervision Bureau, targeting those very extraordinary existences as mission goals. Later, during an exploration mission led by me, we encountered significant trouble, suffering heavy casualties. I nearly met my demise there, Zhou recounted with a casual tone, though Chen Mo could vividly imagine the peril involved. Your grandfather, along with members of the observatory, fortuitously arrived, braving great dangers to retrieve half of an ancient elixir from that dire place, pulling me back from the brink of death. I even experienced rapid cultivation progress, advancing by leaps and bounds. Thus, the observatory and Lingxi became acquainted. We required their knowledge and experience, while they sought our identity and resources. Our goals aligned, leading to collaboration. Subsequently, to confront greater troubles, the higher-ups resolved to consolidate forces and establish the Supervision Bureau. Based on Lingxi, they called upon all capable individuals to join, and your grandfather, along with the observatory, was incorporated, responsible for the crucial technical support division, now known as the Intelligence Department. Zhou cast a sidelong glance at Chen Mo. At least half of the cultivation methods practiced by early members of the Supervision Bureau were excavated, organized, and completed under your grandfather's leadership, drawn from various relics and ancient texts. That kid Lei also received guidance from your grandfather back in the day. Chen Mo's mouth fell agape, incredulity washing over him. What? Grandfather was that formidable? So, the founder of the Supervision Bureau's cultivation system was my grandfather? Does that mean I'm the third generation of cultivation? Or perhaps a direct descendant of a technical pioneer? What then of the hardships we've faced over the years? Were they merely a reflection of grandfather's lofty ideals? Observing Chen Mo's shock-stricken expression, Zhou seemed amused, continuing to drop bombs. But your grandfather, alas, was hindered by his lack of innate talent for cultivation. Zhou He's tone carried a hint of regret and confusion. He organized and completed so many cultivation methods. Theoretically, he understood them better than anyone, yet he could not cultivate himself, unable even to achieve the foundational stage. It wasn't until later, when we encountered certain phenomena, that we realized the essence of cultivation lies primarily in one's innate talent and aptitude, which is almost predestined. Otherwise, how could various sects experience dwindling lineages and severed transmissions? Xianxia's heart sank. There it was again. Zhou He shifted his tone, yet your grandfather was unyielding. A stubborn man. His lifelong ambition was to forge a path for all ordinary people like him, devoid of innate talent, to tread upon the path of cultivation. At that time, he held the highest authority, capable of accessing all successful cases and reviewing all cultivation methods. By analyzing their techniques and characteristics, he, against all odds, utilized his limited perception and exceptional comprehension to create the Zhou Tian Tuanaju. Zhou He's gaze deepened, strangely. Though his magical prowess was akin to that of a novice cultivator, his primordial spirit was extraordinarily powerful. When utilized, it offered boundless offensive and defensive support. He suddenly shot a glance at Xianxiao. Just like the primordial energy you are currently dispersing around me. Your finesse in perception and manipulation mirrors that of your grandfather in his prime. He referred to this as divine consciousness. Xianxiao jolted, hastily retracting his perceptive web, his face flushing as his little schemes were laid bare. Goodness, he had indeed noticed all along. Zhou He seemed entertained by his reaction, chuckling lightly and choosing not to press the matter further. At that time, outsiders would say something like East by Li, West Zhou He, one literary, one martial. Yet those who truly understood the intricacies knew how formidable Mr. Bai Li was, wielding an absurdly powerful primordial spirit. He could even guide and assist those who could not cultivate other methods to comprehend the Zhou Tian Tuanaju, helping them enter the realm. Thus, the second generation of Long Ke achieved success in entering the realm. From then on, the selection criteria for Long Ke became the successful entry into the realm during the preparatory period. Zhou He sighed at this point, genuine regret lacing his voice. It is a pity, however, that his unique method of cultivating the primordial spirit was too specialized. No one has succeeded in refining the primordial spirit since. This remains his greatest concern and regret. After his retirement, no one could forcibly guide others into the realm. Xianxiao's heart raced, an astonishing thought crashing into his mind. His grandfather was not merely a master of primordial spirit cultivation secrets. He was, in fact, an awakened one. Furthermore, an exceedingly rare awakened one of the mental type. In that era, he explained this ability in terms he could comprehend, categorizing it as primordial spirit or divine consciousness. What he created was not a cultivation method at all, but a pathway to awaken ordinary people. He suddenly raised his head, gazing at Zhou He, his voice trembling slightly. Director Zhou, what exactly is the primordial spirit you mentioned? Zhou He met his fervent gaze, pausing before responding. This time, his eyes sparkled with pride. Alas, young man, you still have much to practice. Xianxiao exclaimed, damn. A type of plant. I was careless. Caught off guard. Indeed, experience is invaluable. Xianxiao felt tears welling in his heart. This time he had truly missed an opportunity. Zhou He no longer jested with him. His expression grew serious as he began to elucidate. This explanation fundamentally reshaped Xianxiao's worldview. The cultivation system has been passed down through the ages, encompassing 6 major realms: body refinement, qi condensation, essence transformation, profound understanding, sky control, and true Tao. The names alone indicate a focus on honing the physical body, accumulating magical power, and manipulating energy. Virtually all techniques revolve around this path. As for the primordial spirit, it is an enigmatic entity, invisible and intangible, which naturally grows stronger with the elevation of one's realm. No one specifically cultivates it, nor is there a systematic methodology for doing so. As one ascends in realm, enhancement occurs naturally. However, the practical application is inefficient compared to simply advancing one's realm. He paused, his gaze settling on Xianxiao, as if he could perceive the flickering of the primordial spirit within his mind. Thus, at my level, your little technique of spreading your primordial spirit to observe me is something I can also employ. Hence, my ability to notice it is hardly surprising. But your grandfather, Mr. Bai Li, is the greatest exception. Zhou He spoke with a tone of nostalgia. His strength of primordial spirit far exceeds what one would expect at his realm. And his methods are so peculiar and unpredictable that even certain formidable old-timers cannot easily discern his probing. His power lies fundamentally within his primordial spirit, rather than in magical energy. This represents an entirely different path. Xianxiao's heart raced. So, his grandfather's remarkable prowess stemmed from having chosen a distinct skill tree. But why haven't you practiced the Zhou Tian breathing technique? That method seems quite practical. Chen Mo could not help but inquire, immediately regretting his question, wondering if he had squandered yet another opportunity for inquiry. Zhou He, however, dismissed the matter with a shake of his head. I have tried it all. I was the first to experiment with it. This technique is extraordinarily unique, demanding an abnormally high degree of compatibility with one's temperament, talent, and even some ineffable affinity. No one has truly been able to master it, let alone reach his heights. It's as if it were tailored specifically for him. He turned his gaze toward Chen Mo, his eyes deep with meaning. I have never ceased to monitor your progress. From my understanding of your grandfather, had he truly wished to stir up trouble, he would not have needed to hide. When I personally urged him to return, he declined without a moment's hesitation. He named you Mo, perhaps wishing for you to lead a life of quietude and simplicity. Alas, you, young man, have stubbornly forged your own path, inadvertently brushing against the edges of his primordial spirit's power. Zhou He's tone grew more serious. Now, do you comprehend why some regard you as a thorn in their side? Individuals like Mo Tai fear not the present you, but rather the emergence of another uncontrollable Chunbai Li, which could irrevocably shatter their fragile equilibrium and preconceived notions. Today, I brought you here to make my stance unmistakably clear. Chen Mo comprehended fully. His grandfather's might was a culmination of countless experiences on the brink of life and death, and his astonishing control was a product of profound theoretical understanding of cultivation. His own perception, resonance, and mental connection were fundamentally aligned with his grandfather's path. He was the natural successor to his unfinished legacy. Most importantly, by this reasoning, if he could cultivate his primordial spirit to the same level as his grandfather, would he not be able to stand toe-to-toe with figures like Director Zhou in the future? Perhaps even beyond that? A small flame of excitement ignited within Chen Mo. The overwhelming exhilaration and sense of purpose obliterated his caution. Taking a deep breath, he posed the third question, which was currently his most pressing curiosity. Director Zhou, why did my grandfather and Lin Zhao's father leave the Supervision Bureau? As soon as the question left his lips, the slight ease in Zhou He's demeanor vanished, replaced by an expression of grave seriousness, even solemnity. The atmosphere seemed to freeze momentarily. Zhou He remained silent for a moment before slowly shaking his head. His voice low and powerful. The implications of this matter are far-reaching. The truth behind it is far more intricate and perilous than you can imagine. To divulge it now would not assist you, but rather endanger you, potentially implicating everyone around you. His gaze pierced into Chen Mo's. Unless one day your own strength truly reaches that level, granting you the power and mindset to confront all of this, you will naturally come to know. For now, focus on the path ahead. As Zhou He gradually descended, the outline of the base came into view. He patted Chen Mo's shoulder. The electronic talismans and Lingxi App you developed, along with the group guidance, are quite intriguing. They represent a new path that has yet to be traversed. I eagerly anticipate how far you can progress. But remember, with greater power comes greater responsibility, and the dangers you perceive will also increase. Exercise caution. As if recalling something, he added meaningfully, the location of the headquarters of the Xuanji sect is rather unique. In time, you will understand. Everything that transpired today is of the highest confidentiality. Keep your lips sealed. Chen Mo descended slowly. Just as he was about to invite the esteemed figure for a cup of tea, he realized that the tea house was provided by Zhou He, leaving him without the opportunity to host. Zhou He's figure ascended once more, vanishing like a phantom at a speed several times faster than when he had brought Chen Mo along, leaving him alone in a tumult of thoughts. The truth behind his grandfather and Lin Zhao's father's retreat loomed over him like a vast, dark vortex, slowly revealing a corner that emanated a chilling allure. If he lacked the strength, did he not even have the right to know? What kind of terrifying secret was this? Zhou He hovered above, pausing midair, peering down at the dazed Chen Mo. That was close. He nearly fell prey to this young man's inquiries. Truly troublesome. Did he have any inkling of his grandfather's half-joking agreement? If he did, wouldn't he that placed me beneath that old rascal? Chapter 64. Restructured mission objectives and upgrade permissions. Zhou He departed, as silently as he had arrived, leaving Chen Mo standing in place, feeling as though he had experienced a surreal dream. His mind was flooded with explosive revelations. His grandfather was a hidden powerhouse, along with Dragon Sparrow, the primordial spirit, and Zhou He's mention of the sect, all overwhelming information that made his temples throb. He shook his head, forcing himself to regain clarity. Now was not the time for reverie. Chen Mo, Director Zhou did not impose any harm on you, did he? Just as he turned around, he found himself frozen in place. At the entrance of the base, a throng of people surged forth. Lin Zhao's booming voice was the first to pierce the air as he charged over like a cannonball, followed closely by a worried Su Li, the bespectacled yet concerned Qin Xian, and the pale-faced Pan Yiming, who was being supported. All members of the Great Wall community who participated in the Red Star Machinery Factory mission, Old Zhang, Xiao He, Luffy, and others, were all present, rushing toward him. It seemed that as soon as they returned to Ning City, Qin Xian had already detected his arrival. Seeing his comrades rush toward him, Qianemo took a deep breath, forcing himself to detach from the overwhelming shock. Now was not the time to be lost in thought. A warmth surged within him. The dizziness from information overload dissipated significantly. He raised both hands in a calming gesture. It's all right, don't worry. Director Zhou was merely seeking some information and took care of the mastermind behind this incident. Mastermind? Qin Xian keenly seized upon the term, confirming his suspicions. Yes. Chun Mo's expression darkened as his gaze swept across everyone present. In this mission, we were deceived. It was not merely a simple energy surge. The orchestrator, as we suspected, is that inconspicuous old man in the gray robe from the review. He briefly recounted how Zhou took him to Lingxi Mountain, how he struck like thunder at the entrance, how he commanded the entire scene, and how he incapacitated Mo Tai's cultivation, omitting any mention of his grandfather and the core secrets regarding the primordial spirit. It was not a lack of trust in his companions, but rather Zhou's words, now recognized as harmful, pierced his heart like a thorn. A flicker of data passed through Qin Xian's eyes as he suddenly spoke. Lianqing Mountain, Xuanji Sect, Mo Tai. Lianqing Mountain is located in Tengzhou, Lu Province, and was historically known as the birthplace of the Mo family. The Mo family's mechanized arts. No wonder that steel behemoth was so formidable. Its energy core was concealed, and its regeneration ability was exceptional. This was undoubtedly a creature artificially created through the Mo family's cultivation techniques. Upon hearing this, everyone was struck with realization. A wave of dread and anger surging within them. They had nearly fallen into a meticulously crafted trap. Pan Yiming's eyes revealed a deeper sentiment. This mission had dealt him a significant blow. His creative gadgets and the abilities of the object manipulator had proven ineffective. Good grief. Was that old schemer behind it all? Director Zhou could incapacitate him with just a beckon? Lin Xiao exclaimed, his eyes wide as saucers, excitedly slapping his thigh. Incredible. What a relief. Let that old coot have it. Serves him right. Su Li let out a sigh of relief. Director Zhou is truly formidable. Qin Xian adjusted his glasses. The lenses glinting in the light. His enforcement is decisive, and his efficiency is exceedingly high. This aligns with the standard procedural model for high-level responses to internal crises. It seems the internal restructuring of the Super Management Bureau is more significant than we had anticipated. Chen Mo nodded, looking at everyone with deep remorse in his eyes. This was my fault. I misjudged the situation. I did not conduct a thorough investigation before accepting the mission, nearly endangering all of you. I am sincerely sorry. He bent down and solemnly apologized to everyone. Chen Mo, please don't be like this. Old Zhang quickly interjected. Yes. Chen Mo, this cannot be blamed on you. Clearly, it was that old man's cunning. If it weren't for their underhanded tactics, with our Lingxi sect's resources, this task would have been a piece of cake. Exactly. We coordinated splendidly. We all volunteered for this mission. It was merely a matter of losing our skills and collaboration. Everyone chimed in to comfort him, devoid of any resentment. After this harrowing battle side by side, the team's cohesion had only strengthened. Chun Mo straightened up, gazing at the group of trusted companions, feeling both touched and burdened by the gravity of responsibility. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Thank you all. I, Chen Mo, hereby assure you that I will be more cautious in accepting future missions. I will resolutely take this mission as a warning. I would rather forego gaining points than allow anyone to risk such obscure dangers again." He paused, continuing, "Moreover, I have decided that all critical information regarding missions, as long as it does not involve core secrets, will be synchronized to our Great Wall community internal system. Each individual's ability, inclinations, and areas of expertise will be evaluated and partially displayed on personal pages. This way, when missions arise, we will have a clearer understanding of who can participate and who is best suited, allowing us to better match our team." This decision was immediately met with unanimous support. It signified greater transparency, fairness, and the ability to leverage everyone's strengths. After a brief period of noise, as they reminded each other to rest well, the team members gradually dispersed to return home. Chun Mo noticed that the shadow dancer, Yin Tao, was leaning against a distant wall, head bowed, lost in thought. He exchanged a glance with Lin Xiao, and they approached together. "Brother Shadow," Chun Mo began, "thank you for your assistance today. I appreciate your willingness to intervene at the critical moment." Yin Tao lifted his head, his face devoid of expression, merely shaking his head. Chun Mo tentatively asked, "That long K, do you know much about it, Brother Shadow?" Yin Tao fell silent for a few seconds before responding in a subdued tone, "I don't know much. It is a legend among all soldiers. I am one of the finest in the Zhongnan military district, skilled in stealth and reconnaissance. which is why I had the opportunity to be selected for the reserves. There was a hint of self-deprecation in his tone, however. The minimum requirement for Long K is to enter the realm during the reserve period. I was unsuccessful in my cultivation, so I did not make it in. Now that I have encountered Lingxi and successfully entered the realm, I will give my all in executing missions. He spoke lightly, but both Chen Mo and Lin Xiao could sense the underlying regret in his calm demeanor. It was the melancholy of a soldier king who had come closest to legend, yet ultimately fell short. After finishing his words, Yin Tao waved his hand and turned to leave. At last, only the core 5-member team remained at the empty base entrance. Upon returning to the base hall, the atmosphere turned somewhat serious. Brothers, Chen Mo rapped the table. Though our encounter with the mechanized beast was perilous, it has brought us tangible benefits. Our permissions have been upgraded. Qin Xian immediately grasped the implication, his fingers dancing over the keyboard, and the large screen lit up. A torrent of previously restricted or encrypted information being unlocked. Contents unlocked for Class B Elite Team permissions. Secondary release authority for internal tasks of the Super Management Bureau. Access to certain high-level resource exchange channels. Classified historical materials. Partial, more detailed explanations of the cultivation system, and an updated map of sectal power distribution. Qin Xian quickly recited the list. Everyone fell silent in an instant. What did this signify? It meant that Lingxi sect would no longer be just a ragtag group, but had gained formal authority within the Super Management Bureau system. Good grief. We've struck it rich. Lin Zhao's eyes gleamed as a burst of inspiration struck, with task release authority. Does this mean we can act as contractors in the future? Accept a task, and then subcontract it out to earn the difference? That old silver coin, Mo Tai, must have been exploiting this authority to trick us, right? Can I issue a task for the Shijian team to come and do a thorough cleaning of our base? They have great stamina. Everyone responded with exasperation. Su Li shot him an annoyed glance. What are you thinking? This is to allow you to allocate resources reasonably, not to turn you into a greedy middleman. Qin Xian delivered a merciless rebuttal. According to the rules, issuing tasks requires consuming one's own points as a reward pool. Moreover, the task completion rate is tied to the issuer's credibility. The probability of incurring losses or violations is as high as 67. 3. I suggest you abandon your dangerous fantasies. Lin Xiao replied, oh, instantly deflated. Chapter 65. The Origins of Awakening and the Road Ahead. The Explosive Concept of New Equipment. Lin Xiao occasionally had flashes of inspiration. A mix of mischief and humor. Chen Mo, bemused, remarked, let us forget about outsourcing. However, this authority is indeed very useful. In the future, we can proactively select tasks that suit us or publish information-gathering tasks that we need. More importantly, the unlocked materials can help us better understand the power system. Although this part 1 be of much use to Lin Xiao, Qin Xian remained transfixed, multi-screen browsing while also participating in the banter. Suddenly, he exclaimed, pulling up a combat data comparison chart, based on the unlocked descriptions of the initial phase of Huagang realm. It is roughly equivalent to double the mana of the late stage of the condensing Qi realm. Yiming, during the final phase against the steel behemoth, briefly reached this threshold of peak energy. Whoosh. All eyes turned to Pan Yiming. Pan Yiming adjusted his thick glasses, mumbling, I feel like controlling metal has become a bit easier. The distance seems to have increased. Whoa, Yiming, have you secretly leveled up? Lin Xiao squawked, shocked that he had silently surpassed them all. Qin Xian continued, what you have is brute force. Yiming is an artist of fine control, capable both in literature and martial arts. Hey, who are you calling brute force? Lin Xiao rolled up his sleeves, ready for a brawl, only to be silenced by a single glance from Su Li. Chen Mo quickly intervened to quell the bickering. Let us get back to business. Qin Xian, I'll share with everyone the information Director Zhou provided regarding my grandfather being Mr. Bai Li. Please assist with the data synchronization and analysis. Qin Xian nodded, integrating the story relayed by Chen Mo regarding Chen Bailey's formidable spiritual essence, his creation of the Zhou Tian Tuanaju, and his endeavor to pave a path for the unqualified, alongside the historical materials unlocked for analysis. Once Chen Mo finished speaking, a brief silence enveloped the activity room. Su Li softly remarked, Grandpa Chen truly is an extraordinary figure. Even Director Zhou admires him. Lin Xiao scratched his head. Spiritual essence? Sounds quite mystical and seems rather advanced. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mo articulated his hypothesis. I suspect that Grandpa is not a genius in cultivating spiritual essence at all. He is likely one of the earliest awakeners. Moreover, he shares my affinity as a mental type awakener. Lacking cultivation qualifications, he sought an alternative path. He looked at his companions. Do you think his spiritual power resembles my perception and mental link? He merely employed the concepts of his era, interpreting this ability through spiritual essence and consciousness. A glint of insight flashed in Qin Xian's eyes as he concluded the analysis. The data compatibility is an impressive 813. Grandpa Chen's Tian Tuanaju may essentially be a safe and universal method for guiding awakening. At this point, Chen Mo's expression grew grave, and there's one crucial point. My grandfather has traversed this path to its conclusion. It even sounds like he is at least on the same level as Director Zhou. This implies, Qin Xian swiftly followed up. This implies that the potential of this path is exceedingly high. As long as we summarize the way forward like we did with awakening and resonance, we too can elevate ourselves, akin to Yiming, to such heights as Director Zhou, and our users could also. Indeed, I always believed awakening was a mere stroke of luck, but this journey to Lingxi Mountain has thoroughly completed the theoretical framework of awakening. Chen Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exhaled softly. Awakening is the result of the resonance between human will and spiritual energy. The Zhou Tuan Na Ju is the key to unlocking communication between spiritual will and spiritual energy. Su Li joined in the discussion. Cultivation refines the body, enhancing its capacity to absorb spiritual energy and accumulate magical power. Awakening activates the spiritual will, honing it to control the flow of spiritual energy. Lin Xiao, still a bit lost, interjected. I'm not being contrary, but why did I, along with old Zhang and Luffy, only strengthen our physical bodies? The processes differ. Suppose this spiritual will is our yet uncontrolled subconscious. Users with low resonance allow their subconscious to control spiritual energy for bodily repair and promote sleep. Meanwhile, those with high resonance not only repair their bodies, but also guide spiritual energy to transform them. Your subconscious is directing enhancement. Su Li analyzed. Lin Xiao finally grasped the concept, realization dawning. So, it's not that I lack intelligence. It's just that my subconscious thinks muscles are more useful than the brain. You could console yourself that way, Qin Xian replied. I'm going all out against you, Lin Xiao declared, baring his teeth in mock aggression. Just as Qin Xian opened his mouth, Su Li began to conjure a water barrier, gently wrapping it around Lin Xiao before he could cause any harm to Qin Xian. A testament to her skill. Enough of this, Su Li admonished, then turned her gaze to Chen Mo, her eyes gleaming. If this is indeed the case, then our community aligns perfectly with Grandpa Chen's aspirations. Precisely, Chen Mo's eyes shone brightly. This is the path we shall pursue. Utilizing modern technology and algorithms to continue the journey that my grandfather was unable to complete, allowing more ordinary individuals the opportunity to touch the extraordinary. This grand ambition stirred everyone's spirits. Just as they were caught up in the excitement of their future blueprint, Pan Yiming, who had been engrossed in unlocking materials, suddenly looked up, pointing at a corner of the screen. Detailed explanation of formation basics, fragment, classified at a high level. He felt inadequate regarding the power of his current equipment. If I could set formations, I wouldn't have to be so flustered next time. Formations? The others gathered around to view the screen, which displayed ancient diagrams and obscure explanations. Terms like gathering spirit, trapping enemies, and illusions appeared, far more complex than talismans. Qin Xian adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a fervent light, his fingers unconsciously tracing patterns in the air as he began to mentally calculate. Formations involve energy field superposition, geometric structures, and phase control, which are several orders of magnitude more complex than the linear circuits of talismans. However, if we could model this and implement it using modern materials, theoretically his excitement grew, his speech quickening. To digitize and modularize the ethereal rules of formations. To achieve mass production through modern industrial systems. This is no longer a mere upgrade of talismans. This is a strategic transformation. Equipment usable by ordinary individuals? Field equipment. The mere utterance of this term momentarily stunned even Qin Xian, before an unprecedented brilliance ignited in his eyes. Chen Mo's heart raced wildly. Formations were no longer mere legends. They could be analyzed, replicated, and mass-produced. If talismans were akin to individual grenades, then formations represented a sweeping barrage of firepower, complete with various special effects. Imagining a future where, before embarking on a mission, drones could drop formation flags, instantly establishing a thunder field, a frigid field, or even a healing field, followed by a talisman bombardment, culminating in Lin Xiao leading a shadow team to reap the rewards. This vision was too beautiful to contemplate. Let us do it. Chen Mo suddenly stood, his eyes ablaze with determination. The next strategic focus would be this. Qin Xian, analyze the principles of formations with full force and establish a mathematical model. Yiming, you are in charge of hardware implementation and material breakthroughs. Whatever resources are needed, I will find a way. Understood. Qin Xian and Pan Yiming responded in unison, their eyes ablaze with the fervor of tech enthusiasts poised to tackle a monumental challenge. A brand new path, brimming with limitless possibilities, slowly unfolded before them. Chapter 66. The community expands. Strong men assemble. I'll get rich. Then feign humility by saying money isn't everything. In the data center of the base, Chun Mo cradled a tablet, glancing at the points credited from the Red Star factory task settlement on one side, while monitoring the paid data from Lingxi users on the other. A satisfied grin stretching from ear to ear as he poked the screen counting zeros, feeling like a successful tycoon. Chun Mo, look at me. Lin Xiao bare-chested, posed dramatically in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his biceps bulging. I better get a raise in points and contribution for the next mission. Being a meat shield is quite a loss. I need to double my protein intake. Su Li, unimpressed, handed him a cup of water. Eat, eat, eat. That's all you think about. Yiming is still recovering from mental fatigue. You do better to keep quiet than waste food. Glancing toward the corner, Pan Yiming appeared dazed, staring at a book detailing formations, his complexion slightly pale. Qin Xian adjusted his glasses and abruptly spoke. Director Lei Qing, encrypted communication, highest priority. Chun Mo's expression shifted instantly. He tossed the tablet aside, legs together, hands placed neatly, his demeanor transforming into that of a compliant student. Yes, yes, yes. The screen flickered to life, revealing Lei Qing's composed yet imposing visage, now etched with incredulity, as he erupted. Chun Mo, what in the world have you guys been up to? Chun Mo feigned innocence, secretly delighted. Oh, Uncle Lei, we've been quite diligent lately. Cleaning, studying at home. Haven T even stepped outside. Rarely did Lei Qing's tone fluctuate so dramatically. Nonsense. What do you mean diligent? The first batch of 93 frontline team members has returned feedback using your so-called data-driven foundational building method. They clearly reported enhanced perception and smooth cultivation, with a staggering 67 of them feeling they were on the cusp of a breakthrough. 67 people simultaneously entered the realm in a single day. Mr. Bailey never achieved such speed. Are you mass-producing this? Chun Mo internally reveled. Of course. The old man handcrafted each piece. I'm using AI algorithms for precise customization. Monitoring 24/7, outpacing you all. Yet he maintained a humble facade. Oh dear, Uncle Lei, you're exaggerating us. Primarily, it is due to the exceptional foundation of our brothers, the meticulously selected elite. We merely provide a touch of scientific assistance, tailoring our instruction to individual needs. Yes, precisely that. Lin Zhao's large head suddenly intruded into the frame, grinning widely. Exactly. Uncle Lei, the cost-effectiveness is undeniable. By the way, when Chun Mo mentioned he didn't want any money, he was joking. Could you perhaps consider rewarding us with some points? The brothers are eagerly waiting to exchange for new equipment. Moreover, I am in a hurry to save up for. No sooner had he spoken than he was stealthily pinched by Su Li at his lower back, causing him to yelp and swallow his words, his expression contorted in pain. Lei Qing, observing this lively character, quickly composed himself, inhaling deeply. You shall not lack for points. Young man, this data-driven foundational method indeed holds merit. Work diligently, but refrain from being overly ostentatious. The last phrase carried a weighty tone, laced with caution. Once the communication ended, Lin Xiao sprang back to life. Shaking Chun Mo's arm, we VE struck gold. Did you hear that? Have I not rendered a great service by securing those points? Just imagine how many points this entails. My demands are modest. Let us expand the training facility to include a temperature-controlled swimming pool and sauna. And let us equip Yiming with a super production line for equipment. Chun Mo, dizzy from the shaking, pushed him away with irritation. Swim, you say? While having more people is beneficial, it also poses significant challenges. His expression turned serious as he addressed his companions. The awakening is our greatest secret and must remain tightly under wraps. Externally, we present a unified front. Our method is the secret data-driven foundation technique of the Lingxi sect. As for you, do not attempt to get too chummy with Director Lei, lest you inadvertently divulge information. Qin Xian, has the protection from the Supervision Bureau's technical division been adequately arranged? Qin Xian, his glasses reflecting a cold light, smiled slightly. Rest assured. The core algorithm is enveloped in 378 random noise parameters and 13 composite interference patterns. They would struggle to reverse engineer the true core logic. My name would be written backward. The pride of a tech enthusiast is undeniable. Soon, new user IDs, Ning 1 to Ning 67, flocked into the Great Wall community, creating a peculiar atmosphere. The community instantly transformed into a vibrant hub for muscular exchanges. Ning 3, the customized techniques are incredible. Those outdated methods I practiced previously are utterly laughable. With my exceptional aptitude, I nearly went unnoticed. Ning 18, I now feel brimming with strength, capable of smashing through a bank vault door with a single punch. Admin question warning issued, hazardous statements. Ning 42, likewise, but my speed has increased. Last night, I encountered a pickpocket. That fellow left afterimages as he fled. Yet I caught up in just 3 steps. Ning 67. Thank you, Lingxi Sect. Thank you, admin. All points have been converted into contribution points. I seek a reliable weapon. Admin S. It is advisable to exchange for standard equipment, safety first. Admin question: the exchange rate for Supervision Bureau points to community contribution points is 100. 1. Non-redeemable. Thank you for your usage. Ning 67. Unprincipled Lingxi Sect. Return my hard-earned money. Lin Xiao gazed at the member list, nearly drooling with excitement. Rubbing his hands together. So many capable fighters? Can we form a Lingxi muscle group to engage in brawls? I shall rectify all injustices. I have begun to envision myself as a gang leader, with muscular comrades surging forth like a tide. Chun Imo rolled his eyes at him in exasperation. Gang leader, indeed. First, you must distinguish who is who. Their IDs are identical. He rapped the table, though his eyes sparkled. However, with more people, we can indeed accomplish greater feats. In the dead of night, only Chun Imo remained at the base, illuminated by the screen's glow. The preliminary statistics on awakening types compiled by Xianxian emerged, stirring Chun Imo's excitement, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. Enhancement system, elemental system, mental system, object manipulation system, calculation system, auxiliary system, special system. TSK. Lin Xiao is purely an enhancement type tank. Su Li embodies the elemental water. Yi Ming is of the object manipulation type, and Shadow is an agile assassin. Once Xianxian's calculation system upgrades, coupled with formations, it truly resembles the essence of gaming dungeons. A bold thought crossed his mind. If we could unravel the patterns and establish a model, might we not be able to cultivate talents according to specific professions and directions? Much like in a game, perhaps we could devise a system of professions for awakened individuals? The more he pondered, the more exhilarating the prospect became. As if a golden pathway lay before him. At that moment, a sudden notification chimed from the community backend, presenting an urgent encrypted communication request from Ning 7. The blood-red headline glaringly prominent. Anomaly situation assistance. Something has gone awry during cultivation? It feels wrong. My body is out of control. Chun Mo's heart sank. All fanciful thoughts instantly cast aside as he promptly clicked to open it. Chapter 67. Attempting to pry secrets from me, huh? Chun Imo immediately connected the video call. What on earth happened? Could it be another rare mental system branch? Chun Imo cursed under his breath, his previous daydreams of grandeur vanishing in an instant. The image materialized, revealing a young team member with a flushed face, panting heavily. The background was a dormitory, with a freshly made dent in the wall. Advisor Chun. The other's voice trembled slightly. I followed the instructions faithfully, my strength surged rapidly. But just now I couldn't rein it in and punched a hole in the wall. Is this normal? Chun Imo felt a throb at his temples. Internally lamenting, you bunch of enhancement types. Can't you test your strength in the training ground? Must you collide with normal individuals? Lin Xiao smashing the bluestone slab. Old Zhang provoking Lin Xiao. Do you think you can just let the property management deal with the damages? Unlike Little Black, whose emotional instability leads to mere self-reflection. You all are engaged in physical demolition. While turmoil brewed within, his face remained as composed as ever. Chun Imo forced a professional smile. It's perfectly normal. This indicates your solid foundation and rapid progress. It's a good thing. Don't worry, I'll send you a tailored technique to practice, helping you stabilize your spirit. His fingers flew across the keyboard, dispatching a guidance program that Xianxian had already prepared for users experiencing a surge in strength. He mused to himself. Thankfully, Xianxian had the foresight to develop a strength moderation rhythm and enlisted those 2 logic whizzes, Wang and Deng, as customer service. Otherwise, managing these unexpected situations would be utterly exhausting. Speaking of which, those 2 are quite remarkable. After being pressed into service a few times by Xianxian, they willingly resigned to assist. In their own words, it's better to be a beast of burden for the true deity, Q, than anyone else. Moreover, the community contribution points and cash are quite generous. Having resolved Ning 7's issue, Chun Imo wiped away a virtual sweat and complained to Xianxian, who had just approached. Did you see that? An explosion of personalized issues. The customer service pressure is immense. Xianxian adjusted his glasses. The lenses reflecting the screen's cold light, his eyes tinged with red veins, speaking in a calm tone. The automated response system for common problems and solutions is now online. The AI customer service model is in training, and Logic Wang and Algorithm Deng have been authorized to access the customer service backend to handle complex cases. They rather enjoy the feeling of being teachers. No sooner had he finished speaking than excited discussions erupted from the distant corner, where Logic Wang and Algorithm Deng were engaged. This energy overflow case. We should apply the 3rd buffering scheme combined with musical therapy. No, Look at his physiological data peaks. Utilizing the fifth progressive guidance would be more prudent. The side effects would be minimal. We must be responsible for the students. Goodness. Those two tech geeks have turned customer service into a teaching endeavor, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Lin Xiao, munching on a protein bar, leaned in and mumbled, "By the way, do you really believe Uncle Lei can resist studying our techniques? I don't buy it. They must be sneaking around." Qin Xian remained silent, his fingers dancing over the keyboard, and the adjacent large screen immediately displayed a dense log of surveillance data. In the past week, the Supervision Administration made 17 attempts to crack the core algorithm of the data-driven foundational method. He pointed to one of the highlighted records, where the highest progress reached a staggering 93. 93. Su Li approached with a soothing tea, intrigued by the figure. How could it be that high? Logically, there shouldn't be such progress, right? After awakening twice, your algorithmic capabilities should be unmatched. Qin Xian's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smirk, pride evident in his demeanor. That 93, all of it consists of the garbage code I left for them. He switched screens to display a summary of the opponent's research report, clearly indicating that they had fallen victim to counter-intrusion. They were laboriously sifting through the pile of 93's refuse, having deduced 3 completely erroneous optimal training times and accompanying hand seals. Hee hee. Chen Mo burst into laughter. Impressive, Xianer. Your manipulation of ineffective information and dynamic noise injection is masterful. This approach and technique are certainly worthy of a top-tier conference paper. His gaze was filled with pure admiration for the genius that was Qin Xian. Qin Xian, maintaining an expressionless facade, pushed back against the overly close presence of Chen Mo. Just a trivial skill. Our focus should be directed towards more significant matters. His attention shifted to the 2 slowly progressing projects on the adjacent screen. Third awakening algorithm deduction and fundamental analysis of ancient arrays, his brow furrowing slightly. In response to the surge of users and personalized demands, the community system, under Qin Xian's leadership, underwent rapid iteration. New features included an assessment of spellcasting tendencies and a communication area for practitioners of the same origin. In essence, one was an assessment of awakening tendencies, and the other a forum for exchanges among similarly awakened individuals. Before long, sections for pure body cultivation, spell cultivation, encompassing water, fire, wind, and earth, illusion cultivation, perception, emotions, and auxiliary cultivation, stealth, healing, buzzed with activity as users spontaneously shared their cultivation insights. Lin Xiao, having perused the pure body cultivation section out of curiosity, returned with an air of disdain. These folks are just comparing whose wall is thicker and who can endure more blows. How crude. You spell cultivators have it better. Playing with water and fire like X-Men, both dashing and impressive. He cast an envious glance at Su Li. Blushing, Su Li shot him an annoyed glare. Quit your banter. Has there been any progress on Qin Xian's algorithm updates and array analysis? That's the real matter at hand. Deep within the base, in Qin Xian's exclusive machine room, he had locked himself away for nearly a day. The screen displayed the same 2 windows side by side. Third awakening algorithm deduction and fundamental analysis of ancient arrays. The progress bars crawled at a snail's pace, exasperatingly slow. Below, the error log had accumulated an extensive list of dense red text, inducing a sense of dizziness. Qin Xian's eyes were bloodshot, his fingers unconsciously tracing complex formulas and energy models in the air. He felt as though his computational abilities had collided with an invisible, exceedingly resilient wall, making each advancement extraordinarily arduous and draining. Outside, Lin Zhao's off-key humming echoed as he strolled by, his voice unreasonably loud. Qin Xian abruptly lifted his head, irritated, and shouted, "Be quiet. You're making a racket." Startled, Lin Xiao recoiled, muttering, "Is today the day even the top scholar can't manage things?" He sulked away, then recalled, "Why should I be afraid of him?" Qin Xian vigorously massaged his throbbing temples, leaning back in his chair, staring at the stagnant progress bars on the screen. Murmuring to himself with rare fatigue and confusion, "This problem is too difficult. I can't solve it. Is the path of awakening truly impassable?" In Chapter 68, the Spirit Breath sect, has dignity been entirely forsaken? Qin Xian's mindset began to fray, yet he was not the only one affected. In the task hall of the Ningxi branch of the Supervision Administration, the crowd bustled like a morning market at its peak. A massive screen displayed a continuously scrolling task list. Beneath, a group of disciples from various minor sects, clad in colorful training outfits, gazed longingly at the screen. Unfortunately, the terminals assigned for task refreshing lagged behind the self-service machines in the hall. Damn it, it's gone again. A burly man pounded his thigh, nearly smashing the self-service machine in frustration. Tasks C109 to C115 just appeared. I had just clicked refresh, and as soon as I clicked to accept, it all turned gray. And it's the Spirit Breath sect again. What is this nonsense? Nearby, several others cursed and gathered around the staff counter, demanding, what is going on? Is there something shady about your system? Why are all the tasks monopolized by the Spirit Breath sect? Are you trying to force our entire sect to relocate to another city? The staff member, a young woman, faced the group of rough men with a helpless expression, nearly in tears. According to regulations, the Spirit Breath sect was a B-level team with higher authority, theoretically able to accept any task released within the Ningxi area. Moreover, most of these anomalies were detected and reported by their Spirit Breath detection network. As soon as tasks were generated, they immediately accepted them, likely having designated personnel for rapid clicks. We can't help it. They accept them in seconds. How can they have so many people on standby 24/7? Those dispatched to snatch tasks widen their eyes in disbelief. Isn't this blatant cheating? Snatching tasks while running scripts. What kind of game is this? Report. We must report this. The Spirit Breath sect merely responded, oh, we're just accepting tasks. Xianxiaaudiobooks, reclining with his legs crossed, absent-mindedly tapped the enter key. The task list on the large screen refreshing rapidly, while a small window beside it pinged with green notifications of successful task acceptance. Xianxia's fully automated detection network identified anomalies algorithm evaluation one-click reporting instant task acceptance intelligent assignment to suitable community users. It was smoother than indulging in fine chocolate. Lin Xiao hesitated. Hey, Xianxiaaudiobooks, doesn't this count as cheating? Will we get banned? Isn't this akin to directly moving points into our pockets? He recalled how much he despised fake competitions in the past, realizing it was only because he wasn't the referee. TSK, what kind of talk is that? Xianxiaaudiobooks shot him a glance. This is called technological efficiency enhancement and resource optimization. Do you understand? Just as they reveled in their cleverness, an encrypted communication chimed. Once connected, Lei Qing's stern visage filled the screen, his tone neutral. Xianxiaaudiobooks, what kind of trouble have you stirred up this time? Early in the morning, a whole throng of people came here, complaining that you monopolized task resources, making it look disgraceful. Also, my frontline personnel that I sent for training have been devoid of tasks and have been sneaking out. Was that your doing? I entrusted you with their training, compensating you with points, and yet you hoard all the tasks for yourself while sending my people out to accept them, profiting from both ends? Xianxiaaudiobooks immediately donned a look of utmost innocence. Uncle Lei, by heaven and earth, that is not how it went. We are entirely focused on improving efficiency and serving the people. Just think, when we detect danger, we report and address it immediately to prevent escalation. Isn't that a good thing? Why wait for those anomalies to grow strong enough to cause harm before we scramble to snatch tasks, making it seem busy? Wouldn't that be like raising a venomous creature? He paused, adept at shifting concepts. Besides, aren't our frontline personnel much safer now when they go on tasks? Aren't they growing quicker? Isn't the efficiency significantly higher? At Lingxi's sect, we provide after-sales service, which is included in the commission training credits. And I hesitated to bring up the additional fees. Lei Qing snorted. Stop with the verbal acrobatics. People are accusing you of monopolizing, and it's giving me a headache. Do you think I have nothing better to do than deal with the mess you've created every day? Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes flickered as he devised a clever plan. Adopting a demeanor of righteous resolve, Uncle Lei, to demonstrate that Lingxi's sect is not one to hoard resources, we shall uphold our principles. Henceforth, we will only accept tasks 3 days a week, on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. The remaining 4 days, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays, and Sundays, will see the task pool completely open, allowing everyone to compete based on their abilities while we take a break. How does that sound? Surely, there can be no objections to this? Beside him, Lin Xiao grew anxious and leaned closer to Xianxiaaudiobooks, lowering his voice yet still audible to Lei Qing. What the hell? Xianxiaaudiobooks, are you out of your mind? Why give up 4 days? What about my mother's rehabilitation expenses, my living costs, and when will I ever buy all my gear? Xianxiaaudiobooks quickly pushed him away in disdain, offering an awkward smile toward Lei Qing. Ahem, Uncle Lei, do you see? Our sincerity is quite ample, isn't it? Lei Qing, fully aware of this clever boy's tactic of retreating to advance, chuckled and scolded him lightly. You sly little rascal. However, he chose not to elaborate further, tacitly approving the notion. After all, in the grand scheme, Lingxi sect's approach indeed enhanced overall efficiency. Once the communication ended, Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded in approval, surprised that Lin Xiao could play along. Unbeknownst to Xianxiaaudiobooks, Lin Xiao did not anticipate his role as a collaborator and felt a pang of regret. Are we really giving that up? Xianxiaaudiobooks muttered to himself, such self-indulgence, and irritably poked his forehead. Use your brain. For tasks that are straightforward, high-scoring, and manageable, we will report and resolve them on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. The remaining 4 days should be reserved for them to tackle the tougher, less appealing tasks, the low-value missions filtered out by the detection network. Whoever wants to fight for them can do so. We gain the benefits, silence their complaints, and maintain our integrity. Understand? For the remaining days, you should rest normally. Spend time with your aunt, assist Su Li with data organization, and engage in some heartwarming family activities. Lin Xiao suddenly comprehended, slapping his thigh. Whoa, you're so cunning. No, wait, you're brilliant. Truly brilliant. Su Li, standing nearby, sighed and face-bombed. You should say less. How could Chun Mo possibly forsake benefits? Once the new rules were implemented, the members of the smaller sects in the task hall were initially elated, believing they finally had a chance to partake in the spoils. Scrambling with enthusiasm. However, after a few days, they began to realize something was amiss. A report about unusually large mutant rats in the eastern city sewer, assessed at level D. Was there really a need to issue a task for this? Couldn't the neighborhood committee handle it? In the old residential district in the west, flickering streetlights triggered reports of suspicious activity, transferred to the police. The wiring was simply old. I spent an entire afternoon fixing the circuit for them. In the suburbs, a farmer reported that his scallions had grown to human height overnight. The Supervision Bureau suspected it was due to spiritual energy infusion. Upon inspection, it turned out that the local scallions had reached Ning City, and the fertilizer was particularly potent, with points scarce and a plethora of trivial issues. It was merely a waste of time and energy. Frustrated disciples from the Xiao sect slammed their hands on the task hall table. Lingxi sect, have you no shame? You've taken all the worthwhile tasks, leaving us with this rubbish to fool us. Meanwhile, Chun Mo at the base reveled in the steady influx of points in the background, basking in anonymity. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a newly registered anonymous account, Ning 51, in the Great Wall Community's discussion board, which had posted a thread titled Discussion on the Efficiency of Lingxi Algorithms. Upon entering, he discovered that while the content appeared to be a technical discussion praising their task allocation system, it subtly inquired about the core logic of the algorithm and the model for determining anomalies. This flavor felt oddly familiar. Chun Mo narrowed his eyes. In the corner of the base, Xianxia's exclusive workstation resembled a disaster zone. Empty energy drink cans were piled high like a small mountain, and he slumped in his chair, eyes sunken and hair a disheveled mess. His gaze was fixated on the screen, bloodshot eyes nearly bulging out. The entire room exuded a distinct aroma of a reclusive nerd. On the screen, progress bars for the third awakening algorithm simulation and the foundational analysis of ancient formations were stagnant, while error logs surged, flashing red and yellow, enough to make anyone dizzy. Something was amiss. The energy circuit was overflowing, leading to a collapse of the formation. Xianxia's fingers twitched unconsciously in the air, simulating complex formulas, muttering to himself. On the verge of a breakdown. This problem is too difficult. I can't solve it. Lin Xiao, the fool, stealthily approached Xianxia's door, deliberately playing a clip of plum blossoms on his phone as he swaggered past, feeling quite pleased. After all, Xianxian had yelled at him last time. He had thought long and hard to find this opportunity for revenge. Shut off your damn phone. Xianxian growled, still staring at the screen, his voice hoarse and grating. Damn it, not humorous at all. Lin Xiao jumped at the shout, nearly dropping his phone, mumbling as he scurried away. Listening to the song was one thing, but singing it? A clip of plum blossoms was so fitting. Just lighten up a bit. You don't have to be so uptight. Wait a minute. Once you finish, I'm going to hang you up. You've yelled at me twice already. Su Li approached with a cup of calming tea, casually tossing a water ball at Lin Xiao. Observing Xianxian's state, her brows furrowed tightly. Xianxian, why not take a break? Drink some water? Perhaps consider a different approach? Xianxian ignored her, irritably ruffling his hair, his gaze glued to the screen. There's no time to rest. The underlying logic must have correlations. Breaking through the barrier and forming the array requires finding that optimal stable energy structure, but I can't locate the critical point. For the first time in front of his companions, he exhibited a near-desperate sense of frustration. Chun Mo, witnessing Xianxian's demeanor, felt a pang of concern. It was the first time he had seen Xianxian so defeated. Hey, Xianer, don't bear it alone, he rapped lightly on the table. Sometimes, algorithms require a spark of inspiration, relentless grinding one to do. Why not take a break? Or focus on one project first? Xianxian abruptly lifted his head, bloodshot eyes glaring at Chun Mo, his tone laced with suppressed anger. The underlying logic of the two projects has a potential connection. They need to run in parallel. Do you understand? My computational power is insufficient. I can't find that key anchor point. Do you get it? Where's Pan Yiming? What on earth is he up to? He irritably grabbed the stack of chaotic formation manuscripts that Pan Yiming had left behind, flipping through them haphazardly. They were filled with various complex geometric shapes and energy flow hypotheses, dizzying to behold. Suddenly, his finger halted on a complex three-dimensional structure diagram depicting the energy node resonance of a small gathering formation, and his eyes widened in shock. Wait a moment. This structure, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. He shot up from his seat, the chair clattering behind him. His fingers danced frantically across the keyboard, attempting to incorporate that three-dimensional geometric structure into the third awakening algorithm's calculation node regarding energy resonance frequency transitions, which had been stuck for nearly a day. On the screen, the previously stagnant algorithm progress bar suddenly leaped forward a notch. The stubborn error message vanished. Holy cow! Xianxian was taken aback, his breath quickening, his bloodshot eyes shining with excitement. No, wait. Everything was wrong. It was that perfect resonance structure again. An efficient energy reception and transformation framework. He paced back and forth in excitement, launching into a rap performance. Formations require a focal point, foundational arrays, and runes. Awakening advancement necessitates constructing a certain stable foundation. The third awakening is essentially creating a unique formation for each individual. He immediately dashed back to the computer, his fingers dancing like phantoms as he feverishly adjusted the algorithmic model, brutally cramming the geometrical principles of formations and the theory of energy resonance into the calculations for breaching the wall. Although the progress bar still crawled along like a snail, the direction had become clear. No longer was it a headless fly flailing about. The frequency of errors visibly diminished. Chun Mo stared in astonishment, then burst into joy. There's hope. Incredible, Xian. What support do you need? Computational power? Materials? Speak up. Xian was completely immersed in his new line of thought, not bothering to lift his head. I need a more powerful computational core to simulate the ultra-complex structure. At least 3 additional sets of parallel computing units. He had already begun unconsciously planning resources. Upon hearing computational core and 3 additional sets, Chun Mo's face instantly fell, his heart aching at the thought of the expense. He cautiously proposed, well, Xian, you see, I've lived a frugal life since childhood, never spent this much money. This budget, your brain is top-notch. Can we hold off a bit longer? Perhaps a spark of inspiration will strike in a couple of days? Xian abruptly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes glinting ominously through his glasses. Just then, Lin Xiao happened to stroll back to witness the scene, and quickly leaned into Chun Mo's ear, whispering in a voice low enough for all to hear. Chun Mo, forget it. Just buy it. I feel like he is really going to bite you. It's not worth it over a bit of money. Chun Mo, observing Xianxian's nearly explosive demeanor, gritted his teeth and stamped his foot, as if the pain in his heart made it hard to breathe. Buy. Consider it a debt I owe you. But you, right this moment, need to go to sleep. If the computational power arrives and you're asleep, my money will be wasted. Only then did Xian grunt, pushing up his glasses, slightly tempering his murderous aura. The onlookers couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and chuckle at the antics of this lively pair. The oppressive atmosphere in the laboratory finally eased. Lin Xiao and Su Li half-forced Xian out of the lab, urging him to rest. Though he left, his fingers continued to tremble unconsciously, clearly still engaged in frantically computing the new model. At that moment, a piercing alarm blared unexpectedly from the main control console. The red warning lights flashed wildly. The previously relaxed crowd felt a collective jolt of anxiety. Xian abruptly broke free from Lin Xiao and dashed back to the control console. His brow furrowed as he stared at the screen. The source of the alarm pointed to the Great Wall Community Firewall, marking user Ning51 as engaging in behavior that triggered the highest risk alert. The logs indicated that this user was attempting to bypass the community's multiple encryption protocols through various means, targeting none other than the core algorithm database. Here it comes. Chun Mo's expression darkened instantly, his gaze icy. They truly dared to take such a bold approach. Lei Qing had previously warned him. Within the frontline team, some were outer disciples of sects, inserted into the external teams for the sake of structure. These individuals had little allegiance to the Super Management Bureau and were quite cunning. Ning51 was already one of the key monitored subjects, compared to the 2 little informants dealt with earlier. This group was far more professional and willing to go to greater lengths. Chun Mo cracked his neck with a soft pop, a dangerous smile creeping across his face. Let us play with him. The computational team will provide you with 4 sets. Chapter 70. Tell the Shadow. I want to eat fish. Xian, sporting dark circles under his eyes, sipped the calming tea Lin Xiao held up for him, his eyelids not once lifting as his fingers flew across the keyboard. Chun Mo, having completed a grand gesture, hurried to Xian's side, eagerly massaging his shoulders. Xian, just now, since emotions were running high, if 3 sets are sufficient, could we perhaps settle for just those? No need for 4 sets. His voice was hoarse, tinged with the fatigue of an all-nighter and a hint of disdain. It was just a minor skirmish. Let us treat it as a mental break. If I add more, someone will surely lament the budget overrun, droning on endlessly. Chun Mo's face flushed, and he retorted, hey, I'm merely rationally allocating funds. All right, you're brilliant. If you say 3 sets are enough, then they are. He quickly changed the subject. Now, let us lock down Ning 51. Document all his little maneuvers. Don't act against him just yet. Let us play the long game and see what this fellow is truly up to, and whether he has any accomplices. Lin Xiao rubbed his hands together, cracking his knuckles. I'll take care of it. I'll have a good heart-to-heart with this new classmate, letting him deeply appreciate the hospitality of our Lingxi sect. Physical disconnection. He even mimed a throat-slicing gesture. Su Li pulled him back with exasperation. Calm down. Listen to Chun Mo and Qin Xian's arrangements. Let us see what he intends to do, aiming to clean up any potential threats in one go. Qin Xian paid no mind, the data stream on the screen rolling rapidly. The target operation records were now locked. Ning 51, aside from his normal browsing of cultivation posts, showed a highly concentrated access record in the technical discussion section, particularly on threads discussing the operational principles of techniques and the precision of energy sensing. Spending an unusually long time on them. He adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting cold light, his intentions clear. He was targeting the technical core. Oh, a technical guru. Are we? All right, let us play along. He called out, Logic Wong, Algorithm Lantern, come here. Let us serve him some hard dishes. At the mention of work, Logic Wong and Algorithm Lantern, both tech enthusiasts, perked up, their eyes shining with excitement as they rubbed their hands together. Understood. Don't worry, boss. We'll ensure he suffers from indigestion, and he'll owe us a thank you. Soon, in the Great Wall Community's technical discussion section, several posts quietly emerged, authored by IDs that seemed profound, reminiscent of reclusive masters. Each title was more sensational than the last. Breaking news. The core of Lingxi algorithm revealed. Chaos theory is the key. In-depth analysis. How to optimize personal cultivation through brainwave beta waves with detailed data. Cognitive overhaul. The Lingxi algorithm may have strong correlation with the mysterious patterns of xianxiaaudiobooks bronze ware. Upon clicking in, one would find an array of curves, cited literature, and writing that appeared convincingly authentic, with logical layers building upon one another, looking incredibly professional. Ning 51 had indeed taken the bait. The backend displayed his frantic collection of posts, screenshots, and even private messages sent to the poster, his tone exceedingly humble and accommodating, laden with impatience to extract more core secrets. Lin Xiao, watching Ning 51's growing collection of posts and the alerts of his screenshots, couldn't he help but laugh heartily. Oh my, he really believes in brainwaves? Why doesn't he use a brain CT to cultivate instead? This is hilarious. Su Li also suppressed a smile. Isn't this just leading him into a pit? Chun Mo remained unfazed. Such self-deception must be countered with cunning. Let him research at his own pace. It just might reveal other nefarious characters. However, they all underestimated Ning 51's ambition and audacity. Days later, this fellow, believing he had mastered a unique secret, became utterly presumptuous. He dared to post anonymously in the Community's section. Brothers, whether it's truly anonymous is debatable. The marked account knows what you viewed, just waiting for your posts to avoid being baited. Bounty discussion, major security vulnerabilities in the Lingxi algorithm. How to effectively reverse engineer. Offering a handsome reward for collaboration. The post was detailed, clearly laying out the nonsensical algorithm characteristics he had concluded after being misled. Boldly claiming that once cracked, unimaginable benefits and generous rewards from certain sects awaited. His words were highly provocative, clearly aiming to drag others into the fray. As soon as this post emerged, the community erupted. The reactions from the old Great Wall members were the most intense, with comments piling up beneath the post in an instant. What the hell? Where did this traitor come from? A backstabber. The Lingxi sect provides its techniques for practical work, and you dare to plot against it? Has your conscience been devoured by a dog? Administrators? Hurry up and root out this troublemaker. Brothers, let's report this wave. We cannot allow a single rotten apple to spoil the entire barrel. Many users familiar with the Ning prefix are also unable to sit idly by, and they are posting replies to prove their innocence and testify for one another. I, Ning 27, openly oppose this. I am part of an external operations team along with Ning 33 and Ning 18. Who knows this Ning 51? Smash his phone right now. I will compensate you. Lingxi has greatly aided me. Whoever stirs up trouble is opposing me. Ning 33 hereby declares that I do not recognize Ning 51 as a brother in external operations. Ning 18 concurs. The original poster's intentions are reprehensible. A thorough investigation is advised. In the base, Chun Mo observed the flood of curses and support with a sense of satisfaction. Yet this was no mere act of voyeurism. It was an open provocation and an attempt to undermine. Lin Xiao was so furious that the veins on his forehead throbbed. His hand poised in a threatening gesture. Damn it. How audacious. Mosey, what are you waiting for? Directly expose this bastard. I'll give him a taste of pain before tossing him to Uncle Lei. Chen Mo's gaze turned icy as he waved his hand. No rush. The fish has just taken the bait. Pulling the line now might scare away the bigger catch that may lurk deeper. Uncle Lei already knows who the troublemakers are. But many in external operations are on leave, taking advantage of the situation, and these individuals are likely hiding out. Let us extract their IPs. Yes. Those who are most vocally enthusiastic in the comments section must also be identified. The screen was ablaze with rapidly refreshing data, tracking in progress, utilizing a proxy, time required. Currently, 3 suspicious accounts are actively responding in the thread, and network feature analysis indicates they are on our previously marked watch list, the very Ning users. A dangerous smile curled at the corners of Chen Mo's lips. Excellent. Continue monitoring and gather all evidence. This time, we shall uproot the entire nest. I want to see whose hands are so long as to dare to lay their designs upon our Lingxi sect. Ning 51's bounty post was akin to a piece of rotten meat tossed into a cesspool, inevitably attracting a swarm of flies, with one named Ning 65 standing out prominently. This fellow's replies appeared remarkably professional, not only pointing out a minor logical flaw deliberately left in the post by the logic dog, but also proposing a more in-depth and systematic approach to the breach. His words radiated a sense of sophistication and confidence, starkly contrasting with the half-baked level of Ning 51. Xianxian scrutinized Ning 65's access path and speech patterns. Adjusting his glasses as a sharp glint crossed his eyes, this Ning 65 has a strong anti-tracking awareness, and his skills surpass those of Ning 51 by several tiers. They are not working together, but their goals align. An experienced individual, likely supported by a professional team. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes. It seems there are more than 1 or 2 eyeing our livelihood. Dispatch the reverse cultivation algorithm gift pack immediately. Talents with such aspirations cannot be accommodated in our humble Lingxi sect. He paused, his tone turning cold and serious. Notify the shadows. Once Ning 51 and Ning 65's real identities and locations are confirmed, send them to him immediately. Discover which faction they hail from. In the future, the forces behind them shall not be allowed to feast, let alone sip a drop of soup, within the realm of Ning City. Moreover, ensure their claws reaching into ordinary society are thoroughly severed. They seem to think Lingxi is unguarded, frequently protesting and lurking. Are you prepared to pay the price? Chapter 71. The Cultivation Chat Group? The mud eel of human-machine separation. Within the Lingxi base, the atmosphere was somewhat peculiar. If one were to describe it as tense, it would not be entirely accurate. Chen Mo lounged with legs crossed, making clicking sounds with his mouth. So, they truly regard our place as a public restroom? They come and go as they please, consuming whatever they desire? It certainly simplifies matters. We reeled them in. Stop with the nonsense. Lin Zhao's eyes bulged like copper bells. What are we waiting for? These 3 individuals have been located. I'll go directly to apprehend them. They must learn why the king of horses has 3 eyes. Su Li shot him an exasperated glare. Capturing them is simple, but then what? Will we scare off the big fish? Su Li's point was valid. Qin Xian adjusted his glasses, having regained his composure after a brief rest. For targets, Ning 51, technically inept and hot-tempered. Ning 65, strong in counter-surveillance, skilled, a big fish. And the other 2 are just follower fish. We are currently executing the first phase of silent isolation. Silent isolation? What does that mean? Lin Xiao scratched his head. It means an information bubble visible only to them. Chen Mo chuckled slyly, revealing a fox-like grin. The posts they made can only be seen by themselves and us. They must think they found their organization. We need to provide them with top-notch VIP service. Logic Dog, Algorithm Lamp, what is up? The 2 techies in the corner, upon hearing their names from Chen Mo, were not particularly enthused. It's your turn to perform. Qin Xian snapped his fingers, adopting the role of an elite technical support from northern Myanmar. Making these gentlemen feel that without you, they would be unable to crack this endeavor. Upon hearing Qin Xian's command, Logic Dog and Algorithm Lamp instantly became excited. Don't worry, Q. We guarantee to leave them thoroughly bamboozled. The script has been prepared long ago. Lin Xiao observed this scene and suddenly grasped the situation. Wow, I get it. We're just creating a fake group, chatting with them, providing them with false intelligence. Making them think they're on the verge of success, right? These people truly lack brains. The silent isolation plan quietly commenced. From the perspective of Ning 51, Ning 65, and their peers, everything appeared normal. They continued to see each other's fervent discussions in the anonymous section, even feeling that the number of like-minded individuals was increasing. Soon after, the Northern Myanmar team officially went online. Logic Dog and Algorithm Lamp showcased their lifetime acting skills, casually engaging with Ning 51, Ning 65, and others using carefully fabricated, seemingly profound IDs. Dear fellow cultivator, I see you have unique insights into the Lingxi algorithm. Would you be interested in joining our in-depth technical discussion group? There, you will find more like-minded friends and valuable resources. Logic Dog extended the invitation in an exceedingly professional tone. Eagerly awaiting a response, Ning51 almost instantaneously agreed. The other two followers quickly joined as well. Ning65, being the most cautious, repeatedly inquired about several technical details. Algorithm Lamp inadvertently pointed out a minor misconception in Ning65's earlier message, instantly winning him some trust. And he too, albeit reluctantly, joined the group. The group buzzed with activity. Logic Dog and Algorithm Lamp transformed into two stingy, yet incisive technical experts, occasionally tossing out some cleverly crafted pseudo-core algorithm fragments and breach strategies, meticulously prepared by Xianxian. These pieces of information appeared extremely enticing, logically coherent. Yet the core key points were all incorrect, concealing enormous pitfalls. Ning51 was utterly captivated, frantically screenshotting and saving, showering praise in the group. Big boss, you're amazing. So that is how it works. What an eye-opener. The other two followers also lauded him, creating an atmosphere as vibrant as if it were entirely genuine. In this space, some aspects appeared to conflict with the general foundational practices. How to explain this? Ning65 queried in the group. Back at the base, a cold smile crept across Xianxian's lips as his fingers danced across the keyboard, swiftly sending a modified code and deduction process to Logic Dog. Logic Dog promptly replied with his aloof persona. The source of conflict stems from cognitive limitations. This structure aims to counteract the adaptive shielding layer of the Lingxi algorithm. Please refer to the attachment for specific derivations. A compressed file was sent, containing an exceedingly complex and profound calculation process and structural diagrams. Ning65 downloaded the attachment and remained silent for a long time, as Xianxian was under the impression that he needed to continue testing. Ning65 unexpectedly responded in the group chat. I have learned a great deal. It seems I have fallen into a rigid way of thinking. This line of thought is indeed exquisite. Success. Xianxian adjusted his glasses, the lenses gleaming coldly. The bait had been taken. Chun-Imo rubbed his hands together in delight. Brilliant. They've become utterly oblivious. Next, an offline inspection. They won't be able to evade that. Lin Xiao, observing the screen where several individuals were ensnared in confusion, laughed heartily. Ha! This fool truly believes himself to be clever. He thinks he has encountered a benefactor. Hilarious. Su Li couldn't help but smirk, yet she incisively pointed out, could this backfire? Fear not. Chun-Imo reassured. Xianxian is in control. The bait is perfectly weighted. And our technique is overwhelming. The online chat service in northern Myanmar was progressing fervently, with Ning51 and others completely immersed in their lofty dreams of deciphering the core algorithm of Lingxi and reaching the pinnacle of their lives, losing themselves in the fabricated group. At that moment, Xianxian's encrypted communicator vibrated gently. He glanced down and quickly looked up at Chun-Imo. The coordination with the Lei Bureau has been finalized. Tomorrow morning, the director of the East China Bureau will visit the Ningxi branch to evaluate the directed training outcomes of Lingxi men. All registered Ning members must be present. Shinmo's eyes brightened with excitement. An opportunity has arisen. Maintain their online engagement. Prevent any suspicions. It's time to cast the net and reel in the fish. He gazed at the large screen, where the positions of Ning51, Ning65, and others were clearly visible on the network map. The signals for Ning51 and two inconsequential side characters were completely locked. Ning65's mobile signal, Xianxian pointed to a fixed spot on the map, had remained stationary for 72 hours, pinpointed to room 207 in Building 3 of the Ningxi branch dormitory. Separation from the machine? Playing this game? Chun-Imo scoffed, clearly anticipating their preparedness, utilizing a backup device to remain online. What a pity. According to feedback from Uncle Lei, Ning65 had applied for annual leave over the past few days and returned to the dormitory this afternoon, not having gone out. He's in the dormitory, Xianxian affirmed. There's no escape. Great. Chun-Imo clapped his thigh. Tomorrow, we'll have this technical expert make an appearance before the inspection team. Shadow Brother has already received the task. I wonder how he plans to hide then. The scene shifted to the arrival of the next day. In the training ground of the Ningxi branch, Lei Qing arrived as scheduled, accompanied by several composed members of the inspection team, with branch leaders in tow. Below, all Ning members stood at attention, including the slightly furrowed-browed, sharp-eyed Ning65. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the back building, a figure silently blended in, locking onto the target with hawk-like precision. Yin Tao's fingertips lightly brushed over the recording device on his tactical vest. Ning65's image had already been transmitted back to the base. Shinmo's voice, tinged with a cold amusement, echoed softly in the base. Do you enjoy playing with technology? Do you like to hide and show yourself? Today, we can have a face-to-face discussion. Chapter 72. Catching the mouse. All members are breakers. Lei Qing, accompanied by his team, conducted a routine inspection, offering bland encouragements to practice well, reiterating that the future belonged to them. Next, he would likely select a few promising individuals for individual attention regarding their work and lives. What a splendid opportunity to make a strong impression on the leadership. The muscular Ning members stood tall, yet their eyes darted furtively, whispering amongst themselves. Just as the atmosphere felt serene, a sudden vibration from a nearby team member's phone startled Lei Qing, who received a brief message that altered his expression. He leaned in to whisper to Lei Qing. Furrowing his brow, Lei Qing quickly regained composure and waved his hand decisively. Emergency task, move out. With that, he departed without a backward glance, executing his orders with unyielding resolve. The team below was left in a stupor, feeling somewhat lost. What was happening? One could never guess the leader's thoughts. It was futile to try. Disperse, resume training, came the order. Among the crowd, Ning 65, clad in standard training attire, exhaled a sigh of relief, his palms slightly sweaty. When Lei Qing's gaze swept over, his heart nearly leaped from his chest. Thankfully, it was just a routine inspection. He lowered his head and followed the flow of people out, entirely oblivious to a shadowy figure in the corner, nearly merging with the darkness, who silently approached. A small device flickering in their palm before retreating. At the Lingxi base, the central screen displayed the light point representing Ning 65, refreshing to become clear and stable, shining alongside the three previously locked points, Ning 51 and two inconsequential side characters, on the high-precision map. Finally, it was complete. Chen Mo, with a pen between his teeth, squinted at the screen, a grin creeping across his face. Brothers, let's reel it in. He barked, sending out the message immediately. Online, in the technical hacking group chat, Logic Wong and Algorithm Lantern were harmonizing seamlessly. Technique decryption, Logic Wong all members. The third stage of the energy frequency reverse calibration algorithm we just derived has some issues. I need everyone to verify it collectively. I'll send a file. File, key verification for Lingxi core algorithm decryption, top secret, zip. I want to cultivate, Algorithm Lantern received. I'll take a look. Ning 51 responded almost instantly. Received. Awesome work, big brother. The other two minor characters also chimed in immediately. Downloading now. Thanks for the lift. Big brother. Ning 65, exercising caution, replied. Received. I'll take a look first. Nevertheless, he wasted no time clicking download. Offline, the operation commenced. Lin Xiao, already restless, shouted. My blade has long been thirsty for action. Old Zhang, lead the way. He charged forward with a group of muscular men from the Great Wall community, akin to a tiger unleashed, heading straight for the dormitories of Ning 51 and the other two minor characters. Bang! The dormitory door was kicked open by Lin Xiao. Although it wasn't locked, he felt it added to the flair. Inside, Ning 51 was still chuckling at the top secret document on his computer screen when he glanced up to see Lin Xiao's grinning face and a throng of eager men behind him. Who are you? This is the Super Administration Bureau dormitory. I don't even know you. Dare to come steal something? You're done for. Lin Xiao, uninterested in idle chatter, effortlessly lifted Ning 51 from his chair, declaring, let's go. There are two more. The other two locations were similarly swift. The targets were swiftly subdued without realizing what was happening, quietly taken away. Meanwhile, the Shadow's target was Ning 65. This individual, being rather cunning, had rented a small room nearby. Knowing he was an easy target, there was no need to trouble Lei Qing for this. The Shadow simply lay in wait. Like a gecko, he silently scaled the outer wall, peering through the curtain's gap to see Ning 65 donning headphones, entirely engrossed in studying the top secret document. His hand began to melt, slipping through the curtain's shadow into the room like a specter. Ning 65 seemed to sense something, suddenly turning around, only to catch a glimpse of a shadow and a flash of cold light. The back of a knife struck precisely against his carotid artery, the force expertly controlled. With a roll of his eyes, he collapsed to the ground without uttering a sound. Yin Tao efficiently bound him, gagged him, and hoisted him away, seamlessly merging back into the shadows. The entire process took less than a minute, executed cleanly. At the base, Chen Mo observed the four light points rapidly moving across the screen, releasing a sigh of relief. All set, this is easier than catching chickens. The subsequent interrogation required minimal effort. Chen Mo applied a bit of psychological pressure, and with Qin Xin's expression analysis, these already fragile psychological defenses crumbled entirely. Synchronizing their communication records, financial transactions, and evidence chains, the picture became instantly clear. These were merely a few inconsequential small sects, witnessing their own techniques being smuggled in through outer disciples who had crossed the border, only to realize that these techniques could only be cultivated by themselves, leaving others unable to utilize them. Naturally, they contemplated theft to decipher the secrets. The sect to which Ning 65 belonged was somewhat more generous, providing him with a remote online advisory team, although the results were evidently lackluster. With such meager capabilities, they dared to act as spies? Upon receiving the report, Lin Xiao listened with disdain, feeling it was a waste of effort. With irrefutable evidence in hand, Lei Qing received the report and issued an immediate order for the enforcement team of the Supervision Bureau to mobilize. In the blink of an eye, 4 small sects were uprooted, with all key suspects taken in for investigation, their premises sealed. The ferocity of the operation was awe-inspiring. All settled. Now it's peaceful. Lin Xiao clapped his hands, reveling in his triumph, only to suddenly remember something. He turned to Qin Xian with eager anticipation. Hey, Qin Xian, we've caught the insider. Have you finished installing that new computing server? He was keen on having Qin Xian optimize his training regimen after the upgrade. Qin Xian stood before a row of freshly installed computational behemoths, adjusting his glasses, the lenses reflecting streams of flowing data, and for once, a flicker of fervor graced his otherwise impassive visage. Chun Mo had stepped out, claiming he couldn't bear to look at the equipment any longer. The third awakening algorithm simulation and the foundational analysis model of ancient formations were loaded into the supercomputing cluster, with the robust computational power backing them. The progress of both projects surged forward at an unprecedented pace. The data streams on the screen resembled a cascading waterfall in its intensity, late into the night. Only the hum of the servers and the soft tapping of Qin Xian's keyboard filled the base. Suddenly, Qin Xian halted abruptly, leaning forward slightly, his fingers trembling as he pressed the enter key. The wall-breaking algorithm was complete. The overall verification passed. Execute the push. His phone activated, initiating a new guidance attempt. In an instant, Qin Xian's aura underwent a dramatic shift. His already calm and profound demeanor now exuded an ethereal quality. His computational ability had once again breached its limits. He successfully transcended, becoming the second individual within the team to attain the C-grade wall breaker, corresponding to the Huagang realm. Almost simultaneously, the phones of Chun Mo, Su Li, and Lin Xiao vibrated gently. A notification from Qin Xian arrived silently. Spirit Core Wall-Breaking V10, Personalized Breakthrough Assistance Algorithm has been deployed. Please update promptly and follow the guidance. Without hesitation, the 3 clicked to update, then focused their minds, attempting to operate the newly optimized guidance methods tailored for each of them by Qin Xian. In an instant, from various corners of the base, 3 surges of energy, differing in strength, yet fundamentally surpassing their previous capabilities, soared skyward, only to be swiftly reined in and controlled with practiced ease. Chun Mo's spiritual perception range expanded dramatically, his detail-capturing ability skyrocketing. Su Li was enveloped in swirling vapor, experiencing a qualitative change in both condensation speed and control precision. Lin Xiao roared, his muscles bulging, an even fiercer aura emanating from him. The sheen beneath his skin gleaming as if it had truly turned to metal. The core of the team collectively ascended to a new echelon of strength. Yet, just as Chun Mo was basking in the joy of his breakthrough, familiarizing himself with the newfound power, the dark wooden pendant against his chest suddenly, without warning, emitted a slight warmth. Chun Mo instinctively reached for his chest. The pendant remained at a normal temperature, unchanged. Chapter 73, Modular Formations, Marvelous Playcards that can be mass-produced. In the laboratory of the base, the scent of sweat mingled with coffee and energy drinks, a likely result of the esoteric formation diagrams that floated across Qin Xian's screen, a true scholar's fragrance. Lin Xiao, bare-chested, puffed as he lifted the newly arrived, specially modified barbells, his muscles bulging like small hills, beads of sweat cascading down. Each lift thudded heavily against the floor. Ever since Qin Xian had shouted at him twice, he had moved his training outdoors. Gasping for breath, he tilted his head to glimpse at Qin Xian's screen, his eyes nearly crossing. Hey, academic genius. This diagram looks like a maze. Who can make sense of it? In a real fight, who's waiting for you to draw up a construction plan? In novels, don't they just stick a few flags and call it a day? You're handling it like a renovation. It's so tedious. Without lifting his head, Qin Xian's fingers flew across the keyboard, leaving shadows in their wake, the lenses reflecting a cold light, his mouth unconsciously spewing sharp remarks. With your brain capacity, it's already a biological miracle that you can comprehend the phrase construction diagram. Wait. Suddenly, he halted as if struck by lightning, whipping around to stare at Lin Xiao, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Flag module. Commonality. Lin Xiao? What did you just say? Repeat it. Startled, Lin Xiao nearly dropped the barbell on his foot. Huh? I said you're being tedious. Not that. The part before. Qin Xian's tone was rarely urgent. Flag insertion? Yes. Inserting flags. Qin Xian slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, when Lin Xiao speaks, Even the heavens chuckle. Modularization. Commonality extraction. Why replicate the entire formation? Disassemble it. Tear it all apart. Qin Xian, seemingly energized, shoved aside his keyboard and dashed to the whiteboard, his marker dancing wildly as if it were sparking. Traditional formations are too complex, with a low tolerance for error. But we are different. We don't need to create a phone all at once. Let us prepare the components first. His gaze swept over Lin Xiao and Qin Mo. We have algorithms, standardized production, precise energy sensing, and a group of eager users waiting to earn contribution points. Qin Mo's eyes sparkled. It sounded like a way to capitalize on the user's efforts. Rubbing his hands together, he leaned in. Elaborate. How do we exploit it? I mean, what's this modular method? Just like Yiming does with talismans. Qin Xian's pen knocked sharply against the whiteboard. We can deconstruct formations. No matter how intricate, the core functions boil down to a few. Spirit gathering, binding, defense, illusions, interference, amplification, and so on. We'll create standardized energy modules for each core function. The other parts will serve as basic blocks like Lego. The more he spoke, the more animated he became. Need to restrain enemies? Insert the binding module. Need team defense? Insert several defensive modules. Need to conceal traces? Insert a set of illusion modules. Yiming can materialize these basic blocks, creating portable formation bases, formation plates, or even directly integrating them into our gear. You and Suli can help provide input. And what about me? What is my role? Lin Xiao, though confused, sensed the significance of it all. You? Qin Xian adjusted his glasses, showing no mercy. The moment it's completed, you'll be the first to try it out. Lin Xiao, great, another tool for the job. Without wasting time, Qin Xian plunged into the sea of data, fervently dismantling known formation materials, extracting commonalities, and establishing modular models. Qin Mo chuckled, thinking he'd be able to rake in everyone's contribution points. Suddenly struck by inspiration, seizing the momentum of his breakthrough, he promptly announced a significant update in the Great Wall community. Public Spell Library, officially launched. Great Wall Community C, dear family, sharing joy is better than solitary enjoyment. Showcase your unique techniques, usage experiences, and quirky ideas. Upon review and acceptance, substantial contribution points await. Separate audits for body cultivators, spell cultivators, illusion cultivators, and support cultivators. Meanwhile, all spells will be clearly priced, available for learning with contribution points. Contribution points go to the spell submitters. Let us all rise together and achieve shared prosperity. The community erupted instantly. Previously, everyone had been somewhat secretive about their hidden techniques. Now, seeing the opportunity to earn contribution points while learning other skills, they went wild. Wow! The Spirit Core officials have finally opened the skill library. Contributing points allow one to acquire unique and unparalleled skills from others. Remarkable. Are there any fire element companions willing to share insights on temperature control? Contributing points are negotiable. I am willing to pay handsomely for stealth techniques. I am eagerly awaiting responses. These are merely comments. Meanwhile, the action-oriented individuals have already compiled exclusive guides with vivid illustrations. Skill development. The exclusive hairstyle design of the Clear Wind Technique Girlfriend. 6 points. Skill development. How to utilize fire techniques for cooking ingredients. 5 points. Physical training. How to elegantly pick one's nose while in a strengthened state. 3 points. Skill development. Micro-practice of water ball technique and water arrow technique. 1 points. Although most of these are rough, they brim with creativity. In a bid to earn contributing points and master more formidable skills, community members have become fervent in accepting tasks and conducting research, forming a perfect cycle of earning points, learning skills, becoming stronger, earning more points. Several groups have even spontaneously formed to tackle high-reward tasks and climb the ranks. While the community flourishes, Qin Xian is engrossed in dissecting formation diagrams, and Qin Mo is negotiating with Su Li to adjust her water technique pricing to avoid disturbing the market. Lin Xiao, holding a new dumbbell, suddenly scratches his head. Hey, is it just me, or has it been unusually quiet lately? Where's Yiming? It seems like ages since I heard him tinkering away. Upon hearing this, everyone else began to realize. Pan Yiming, the tech enthusiast, usually immersed in his workshop either fiddling with circuit boards or staring blankly at screens, has been particularly elusive these past few days. Has he gone home? Suli glanced curiously towards the workshop. Qin Mo blinked. He probably concocting some grand invention again. That self-destructing little spider he made last time was quite effective. Just as they spoke, the workshop door creaked open. Pan Yiming emerged. His hair tousled and thick dust goggles perched on his nose, holding a small box. His expression was devoid of emotion. Yet his eyes sparkled with the unique excitement of a tech enthusiast. It's done. He approached the group and opened the box. Inside lay a neatly stacked deck of playing cards. They appeared to be the most ordinary kind, with a common green pattern on the back. Lin Xiao leaned in, picked up the three of hearts, and examined it from all angles, bewildered. Yiming, have you switched careers to study card games? Planning to relax with a game of landlord? What on earth can this do? Pan Yiming remained silent, merely extending a finger towards the three of hearts. With a slight mental exertion, a faint glimmer swept across the card's surface, causing it to tremble slightly. In the next moment, poof, a fist-sized, orange-red fireball erupted from the card without warning, its speed leaving a trail, directly aimed at Lin Xiao's face. The incident transpired so suddenly that everyone was taken aback. What the heck? Lin Xiao managed a startled yelp, unable to evade in time. The fireball struck him squarely on the tip of his nose. With a soft thud, the fireball detonated instantly, bursting into a shower of bright sparks that scattered in all directions. Lin Xiao was thrown back, his head tilting sharply, his nose tingling and burning, prompting him to cough twice. He instinctively touched his nose. Fortunately, it was merely reddened, with no skin broken. Goodness, I leveled up again. Otherwise, I would have surely been burned. You little rascal. Silence. The entire laboratory fell into a stunned hush. Everyone gaped in astonishment at the three of hearts still faintly smoking in Pan Yiming's hand, then at Lin Xiao, who was clutching his nose, looking utterly bewildered. Su Li covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. Qin Xian adjusted his glasses, his gaze sharpening from behind the lenses. Chen Mo's mouth formed an O shape before he erupted into an excited exclamation. What the heck? Yiming, you really turned it into a playing card? Chapter 74, The Ultimate Weapon of Contributing Points. What the heck? Is this a joke? Do you all think I'm easy to bully? Lin Xiao cried, clutching his reddened, burning nose, leaping aside and tossing the three of hearts aside. He glared at Pan Yiming, his eyes filled with danger and confusion. Slowly approaching Pan Yiming. Come here. It's been a while since we had a heart-to-heart talk. Pan Yiming pushed up his thick glasses, his eyes shimmering with the excitement of a successful venture, feigning calmness. He lightly beckoned, and whoosh. 7 more cards floated gracefully out of the box, forming a total of 8 cards, including the one Lin Xiao discarded, which hovered before him, faintly glowing and arranged into 4 pairs. The energy flowing across the card faces looked quite formidable. I didn't mean to. Pan Yiming's tone was subdued, yet his gaze remained firm, even locking onto Lin Xiao's. It was a miscalculation in the experiment. Can you forgive me, please? Though his words were somewhat timid, the energy emanating from those 8 cards showed no signs of retreat. Lin Xiao stared at the 8 cards poised to unleash their power, his throat tightening. And his expression shifted dramatically as he forced out a smile more grotesque than a frown. Hey, we're brothers. What is there to forgive or not forgive? I truly didn't take it to heart. Really, this new toy of yours is quite unique, haha. As he spoke, he carefully retreated, as though facing a dangerous criminal. Pan Yiming's lips curled ever so slightly, internally noting, counter Lin Xiao's stress test, data collection complete, success. He then leisurely waved his hand, and the 8 cards obediently returned to the box. This is not merely a toy. Pan Yiming, unusually talkative, spoke with a tone of enthusiasm. I was inspired by Hsiyuan during the last review, where he utilized talisman combinations to control the situation. Individual talismans have fixed power, but when combined, their effects can increase exponentially. However, the rules for combinations are far too complex, making them difficult to memorize and even harder to apply on the fly. He held up the box as if showcasing an extraordinary treasure. Thus, I designed this set of spirit energy talisman cards, using the most familiar playing cards as the medium and rules. Simple and intuitive. He drew out each card to explain. Hearts, fire element talisman. Burning, heating effect. Spades, water element talisman. Flow, cooling, and can enhance conductivity. Diamonds, wind element talisman. Swiftness, acceleration, aiding diffusion. Clubs, electric element talisman. Paralysis, penetration, and can trigger other energies. From the number 3 to 10, J, Q, K, A, the power increases stepwise. The basic rules follow that of landlord. Qin Xian immediately caught on to the concept, his lenses reflecting light as he spoke rapidly. Pairs, triples, bombs, straights, even planes, and all complex combinations can correspond to different combined energy effects. Exactly. Pan Yiming nodded emphatically, his face glowing. The most critical aspect is that activating these talisman cards does not require mana. Rather, it requires our spirit energy. I preliminarily believe that the mana cultivated by practitioners is the refined spiritual energy stored within, whereas our power resembles the mental energy that integrates and guides external spiritual energy. I call it spirit energy. These talisman cards can only be activated using our spirit energy. Chen Mo's eyes lit up, slapping his thigh in excitement. What? Does this mean that these can become our standard equipment for spirit energy? On the battlefield, if an enemy picks up my weapon, they can't use it? Suli, equally astonished, covered her mouth. Yiming, how did you come up with this idea? Lin Xiao scratched his head. It sounds impressive, but it also seems rather complicated. Playing landlord requires remembering cards and calculating points. How can one think of that in a fight? A minor issue arose. As Pan Yiming added, each talisman card has a limit on usage. Repeated activations will cause damage, roughly allowing 3 to 5 uses. Chun Mo waved his hand dismissively. A tool that lasts a lifetime is the greatest enemy of capitalists. The fact that it can wear out is not a flaw at all. The crux lies in how to entice the brethren to willingly part with their contribution points in exchange for something worthwhile. Additionally, they must be able to grasp the concept swiftly. Qin Xian immediately chimed in, his fingers already dancing across the keyboard, an online simulation training system. Develop a spirited Do Di Zhu minigame, integrated with the community system. The game will simulate various combinations of cards, allowing players to wager virtual contribution points in competitive play, familiarizing themselves with the rules while also earning some rewards. The data will also feed back to optimize the algorithm. Brilliant! Chun Mo exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Let us do it. The task is set. Chun Mo will provide the product documentation shortly. Qin Xian calmly summoned 2 subordinates. Upon hearing about the project, the tech-savvy duo, Logic Wang and Algorithm Light, instantly lit up with enthusiasm, rushing towards the computer. Soon enough, the homepage of the Great Wall community displayed a striking banner. The first Great Wall Cup Lingxi Do Di Zhu tournament is now open for registration. Contribution point grand prizes. Mysterious physical rewards await you. As soon as the announcement was made, the community erupted. A Do Di Zhu tournament? The Lingxi officials are hosting this. Wow. Are there mysterious physical prizes? Perhaps new equipment? I'm signing up. I'm a Do Di Zhu master. Don't boast up there. Wait until you encounter me. The god of gamblers in Ningxi. Players control a virtual character, endowed with a blue energy bar and a health bar. Playing cards is no longer a mere exercise in card combinations. It triggers dazzling corresponding skill effects. For instance, playing a pair of 3s, hearts and spades, conjures a small fireball and a small water ball that merge into a steam blast aimed at the opponent. A straight might unleash a wind blade combo coupled with water arrow piercings and electric arcs. The visual effects are extraordinary, accompanied by concise effect descriptions. Haha. Watch me soar with my winged aircraft. The wind fuels the fire, leading to a chain lightning strike. I'll take you down in an instant. Damn it. My hand is atrocious. Not a single attack card, just defensive acceleration cards of spades, water, and diamonds, wind. Hold on. I'll draw a bomb. This game is exhilarating. Far more thrilling than real Do Di Zhu. After fierce competition, the champion of the inaugural tournament was announced. The winning trio comprised Little Black, Algorithm Light, and a quick-reacting girl with the ID Ning 26. Chun Mo personally initiated a live broadcast, awarding each of the 3 a beautifully crafted wooden box, which contained a set of Lingxi symbol cards. Algorithm Light eagerly took out a clue A to test it, but it failed to activate. After pondering, she picked up a clue 3, and this time a faint electric arc danced at her fingertips, eliciting gasps of wonder and envy. Wow, it actually works? This prize is incredibly hardcore. Official Daddy, let us hold another round. I'm begging you. The god of gamblers has arrived. Seeing the physical rewards so alluring, the community members were thoroughly ignited with enthusiasm. They clamored for additional matches. Seizing the momentum, Chun Mo promptly declared, Lingxi symbol cards are now available in the community contribution point marketplace. The number 38 is now open for exchange. Each card only requires 212 contribution points. Limited quantities, first come, first served. The contribution point marketplace was instantly overwhelmed. Users who had been hoarding their contribution points were now frantically clicking to purchase. Even those affiliated with the Supervision Bureau were eagerly exchanging their points for contribution points. I want a heart 5. A larger fireball. Has the exchange rate changed? Spade 3, spade 3. I need 1. The ultimate support card. Damn it. The diamond 7 is gone? Who has so quick? Contribution points. I've run out of my points. It's like starting from scratch. The contribution point consumption weapon has officially launched. Watching the frenzy in the community over the symbol cards, with points rapidly flowing into the system's backend. Chun Mo couldn't help but grin. Contribution points are pure entertainment. The key is that points can be exchanged for contribution points. And the exchange rate has plummeted to 110. Just then, his terminal from the Supervision Bureau and his personal phone both lit up simultaneously with new notifications. Chun Mo casually picked up the terminal to see a task notification. B-level task notification. Joint security task for the sorcerer's auction in Modu. Task level, B upper. Requirement. Team with high mobility, reconnaissance, and control capabilities. Recommended team level, C level or higher. Issued by the Supervision Bureau, East China Division, Moda Branch. Modu? Sorcerer's Auction? Joint security? This task level is not insignificant. He frowned slightly and picked up his personal phone. It was a brief text from an unknown number. You are cordially invited to the Modu Penglai auction. Attached, electronic invitation letter, ENC. Oh, the name of this auction sounds far better than the official one. 2 messages, one official, one private, both pointing to the Modu auction. Chinemo set down the phone. His fingers unconsciously drumming on the table, his eyes glimmering. Modu. Auction. Security task? A private invitation? He smiled broadly. How intriguing. Chapter 75. Corporate culture is efficient and pragmatic. In the hall of the base, the atmosphere felt peculiar. It was simultaneously tense and exhilarating. Yet, there was also an inexplicable undertone. Chun Mo casually projected the electronic invitation and the task description onto the big screen. The glaring B upper task level and a long string of zeros for the point rewards causing dizziness. Joint security task for the Sorcerer's Auction in Modu. Targeting C-level teams and above in East China. Lin Xiao leaned in, reading each word with exaggerated emphasis, his eyes wide with astonishment. Wow. Modu. A grand event. There must be a plethora of impressive figures and valuable items. We should make an appearance. We'll surely leave an impression. Let those old-timers see the prowess of our Lingxi sect. Su Li frowned slightly, her fingertip unconsciously toying with a small droplet of water. Rolling back and forth. In such a mixed gathering, especially with top teams from across East China attending, the high security level makes me uneasy. Is there a chance of danger? Pan Yiming remained silent in the corner, polishing his specially crafted, metallic-looking poker cards with a soft cloth, his gaze sharp and focused. Clearly prepared, Qin Xian adjusted his glasses, data flowing across the lenses, and spoke in a tone as flat as a weather report. The source of the invitation has been confirmed, and the encryption characteristics closely match those of Officer Zhou Yu's previous contact number. The task is directly issued by the Supervision Bureau, East China Division, and its authenticity is beyond doubt. Chun Mo stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. There will undoubtedly be dangers, but the opportunities are even greater. Whether or not to participate in the joint security task is secondary. The key is the auction itself. Officer Zhou has privately signaled to us, and the implication is clear. It's best for us to attend. This is an excellent opportunity for our Lingxi sect to establish a presence in the East China circles. He paused, pointing at the string of zeros. Moreover, with the points at this level, if we don't seize the opportunity to profit, it would be a disservice to our Lingxi sect's culture of efficiency and pragmatism. Upon hearing about the points, Lin Xiao nearly drooled. Exactly. So many points. How much protein powder and new equipment can we exchange for? Count me in. In his simplistic worldview, points were meant to fund research for Qin Xian and Pan Yiming. He had little concept beyond converting them into cash and protein powder. Don't just think about the points. Qin Xian interjected promptly, his fingers tapping on the keyboard, switching the big screen to various data charts and team profiles. Based on the current intelligence models, this level of joint security task cannot simply be divided by team levels. It will likely require practical exercises to determine the responsible zones and authority. To secure a favorable position, one must rely on strength. He outlined several key team profiles. Our strengths lie in our harmonious cooperation, innovative technology, formations and talismans, and a robust community backing. Our weaknesses, however, include a lack of depth, which may lead seasoned B-level teams to underestimate or even target us, relegating us to a challenging and thankless position. The screen flashed the profiles of the 5 Elements sect, specializing in elemental combination techniques, and the Diamond Gate, comprising an all-male team of formidable physical cultivators, whose impressive records suggested they were formidable adversaries. Can victory truly be determined only in battle? A dangerous smile curved Chunmo's lips. Then our objective becomes crystal clear. We must seize command of the core area, or at the very least, gain autonomy over crucial nodes. He surveyed his companions. Formation control, frontline containment, defensive disruption, range support, specialized equipment, coupled with my mental link perception. This composition, placed anywhere, surely cannot be deemed a soft target, can it? Upon hearing of the impending conflict, Lin Xiao became increasingly animated, brandishing his fist the size of a cooking pot. I say, let us set up a formation right away. Anyone who dares to challenge us will face the consequences. Let them realize that in battle, one must rely not only on brute strength, but also on intellect. Engaging in tactics will annoy them to no end. He spoke with such exuberance, as if his plan were exceptionally brilliant. Qin Xian offered a cutting retort. Formations require preparation time and suitable terrain. They are not infallible. The primary challenge in your strategy is ensuring you are not knocked out before I can complete the formation, which would lead to the collapse of our tactical core. Su Li chimed in irritably. All you know is to fight. Just follow orders and don't charge recklessly. Lin Xiao scratched his head and grinned foolishly. He got it. Chun Mo disregarded their banter directed at Lin Xiao and turned to Qin Xian. Qin Xian, please continue. What is the most critical risk factor? Qin Xian switched the display, his tone growing grave. The greatest risk lies in the uncertainty of the mission objectives. In auctions of this caliber, participants come from complex backgrounds, and the items on auction are of immense value. The security task must guard against not only common thieves, but also organized, powerful factions that may take advantage of the chaos, aiming either for a precious item or to instigate disorder itself. If we become involved, we must ensure that the risks we undertake are manageable. After intense discussion and weighing the pros and cons, the five unanimously decided to participate in the security task for the auction in Magic City. Moreover, they would accept the invitation to the auction. However, the strategy would be to take the initiative, showcase our strength, secure advantageous positions, and avoid being treated as cannon fodder. A decision made, they sprang into action. Chun Mo promptly issued a preparatory notice in the Great Wall community. Emergency immobilization. Recruitment for a large-scale joint mission in Magic City. We aim to recruit select elite community members to accompany us as peripheral support and experience, with substantial contribution rewards. Sign up quickly, as selections will be made based on merit. Once the announcement was released, the community erupted in excitement. Wow, the Magic City auction. Big shots are leading the charge. Ample contribution points? Sign me up. Let me witness the grandeur. Lingxi's sect is amazing. Let us rise together. Oh no, I can't participate in the community mission. I've been assigned to go with the team, lamented Ning 7. Are you out of your mind? Didn't you sign a confidentiality agreement? Ning 18 exclaimed, exasperated. Will we be able to get close to the administrators? The mission will be guaranteed, right? Ning 26, the first-generation gambling master, immediately thought of the benefits. The sign-up list filled up in an instant, and the atmosphere was electrifying. Core members like Lao Zhang, Deshan, Xiaohe, and Shadow Dancer responded promptly. In the following days, the base entered its final sprint for preparation. Qin Xian and Pan Yiming immersed themselves in the laboratory, successfully modularizing the first practical formation, the minor 5 elements trapping formation, and produced a prototype of a portable formation disc. In the testing ground, Lin Xiao, a beastly figure comparable to a wall-crushing expert, howled as he charged at the protective barrier activated by the formation disc, remaining trapped inside for an extended period, showcasing exceptional results. The elite members selected from the community also began urgent joint training, familiarizing themselves with new equipment and tactical cooperation, discussing which configurations were the most sensible. Throughout the Lingxi sect, a palpable tension of eager anticipation permeated the air. On the eve of departure, Chun Mo stood alone before the vast floor-to-ceiling window of the base, gazing at the dazzling lights of Ning City in the distance, his brow furrowed. His intuition warned him that this journey to Magic City would not be a tranquil one. A grander stage with more intricate undercurrents awaited them ahead. At that moment, his personal phone vibrated gently in his pocket. Chun Mo pulled it out to find an encrypted message from Lei Qing. The content was succinct yet caused his pupils to contract slightly. Magic City is murky. Proceed with caution. Chun Mo fixed his gaze on these 6 words, his fingers tightening. Zhou Yu's invitation. Lei Qing's warning. Just how deep does the water run at this auction? He took a deep breath, his eyes sharpening. Regardless of the murkiness, we are determined to navigate these turbulent waters. After all, I have the backing of Director Zhou. I will wield this powerful banner with confidence. Chapter 76. By the way, my uncle said the credit belongs to me. In Magic City, at the entrance of the East China headquarters of the Super Management Bureau, Chun Mo and his companions had just bounced out of a business vehicle, utterly bewildered by the sight before them. Yes, they had been picked up from the high-speed rail station. What the hell? Lin Xiao gaped. What is this? A film studio? This place felt so out of place it was almost unsettling. Approaching them was a gleaming, futuristic silver-gray alloy gate, surrounded by walls bristling with cameras and laser emitters, radiating a chilling technological vibe. As the alloy gate swung open, the interior revealed a blend of antiquity and modernity, adorned with dragon carvings and phoenix engravings, juxtaposed against sleek, glass curtain walls. It was a bizarre fusion, yet somehow it felt oddly reasonable. Qin Xian adjusted his glasses, his expression deadpan as he quipped, "This aesthetic. Negative points. Whatever, as long as we can get in." Chun Mo rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling. It was evident that a significant sum had been spent here. What a fantastic place. There was a minor hiccup during the security check. Pan Yiming's backpack, crammed with various homemade gadgets, set off alarms as he passed through the security gate. A staff member, dressed in uniform, yet sporting a jade pendant at his waist, approached. "Sir, please open your bag for inspection." Upon opening the bag, it was filled with screwdrivers, circuit boards, oddly shaped metal pieces, and even a few decks of playing cards. The staff member picked up a jade ruler to scan it, which emitted a faint white glow, showing no further reaction. He returned the bag. "It meets security standards. Please register." What a peculiar sight, lugging around a bunch of scrap metal. Nearby, several muscular men in standardized training outfits passed by, openly scrutinizing them with an air of disdain. The leader, sporting a buzz cut and towering at nearly 2 meters, glanced at Lin Xiao and then at the other less imposing members, sneering as he led his team away. Conversely, the other group was much quieter, each person holding their heads high, exuding an arrogant demeanor. The leader, a slender, pale man, scanned them with an indifferent gaze, as though he were looking at air. Lin Xiao bristled at the muscular man's derisive laugh, his fists clenching. "Hey, I've got a short fuse." Su Li gently tugged at him, whispering, "Don't stir up trouble." Chun Mo chuckled softly, lowering his voice. "What's the rush? They're clearly our competitors. Those muscles belong to the Diamond Gate, right? The others are likely from the Five Elements sect. They're all here to vie for the same resources." As the group entered the conference room, each sect claimed its territory, sizing each other up with dramatic glances. His phone buzzed. It was Lao Zhang calling. "Hello, Administrator. Have you arrived?" The loud voice nearly deafened him through the phone. "Rest assured, my brothers have made all the arrangements. The best hotel in Magic City. A penthouse suite on the top floor. The view is absolutely superb." The volume was excessively loud, drawing the attention of several nearby teams who could hear everything distinctly, leading to a flurry of whispered conversations and disdainful glances. TSK, nouveau riche. One might think they were here on a vacation. Chun Mo remained unfazed, his heart untroubled. And instead, he appeared quite pleased, exclaiming into the phone, "Excellent, excellent. Well done, Lao Zhang. As for the expenses, reimburse Qin Xian." After hanging up, he immediately howled within the mental link. "Qin Xian, did you hear that? Lao Zhang and the others are making quite a fuss. Will the Supervision Bureau cover this expense? We are on an external assignment." Qin Xian's voice was tinged with exasperation. In theory, travel expenses can be reimbursed with a task dispatch order. However, no one has ever claimed for such trifles. I suspect new travel standards will be established after this occasion, as long as it's reimbursable. Chen Mo lamented, feeling a pang in his heart. No more public-funded team-building activities in the future. You'd better get the algorithm light to issue the invoice. Just then, a group of middle-aged men entered and took their seats. At the podium, the director of the Shanghai Bureau wasted no time and directly announced the rules. The security for this auction will adopt a collaborative model. Specific division of areas and points distribution will be determined by your respective teams. The external team is only responsible for filling in gaps and final arbitration. His gaze swept across the audience, exuding authority. "Let me be clear, during the negotiation process, you may close the doors and conduct your discussions freely. Once the task commences, should anyone dare to undermine or sabotage, or even engage in internal strife," his voice deepened, "the Supervision Bureau will show no mercy." A sudden hush fell over the crowd, and many felt a chill down their spines. It was well known that Director Zhou was omnipresent. After the rules were explained, they entered the free discussion, or rather, bickering, phase. As expected, the towering figure from the Jin Gang men who had been at the door leapt forward first, striding directly to Chun Mo, his voice booming. "Hey, you lot are from that Lingxi man, right?" He waved his large hand dismissively at Chun Mo and his companions. "Look at you all, so delicate. With just one brother who seems somewhat formidable." With a simplistic expression, he added, "Stop posturing. When the chaos ensues, you'll certainly be at a disadvantage. So, how about this? We'll protect you. Jin Gang men will give you a safe zone, and you can grab some points. What do you say? Sounds fair, right?" Lin Zhao's forehead twitched with veins popping. Were it not for Su Li's firm grip on his arm, he would have been ready to warm up the discussion with a direct confrontation. Chun Mo smiled sociably. "Oh dear, big brother, your kind intentions are truly moving. A true hero, loyal and righteous." He even snapped his fingers, giving a thumbs up. Then, he shifted his tone, his words flowing like a runaway train. "However, my uncle Zhou, that is, Director Zhou, specifically instructed me before coming here, saying this task is significant, and I must shoulder the heavy burden and not betray the organization as trust." He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice as if someone truly was listening from above. "So, big brother, let us collaborate. We'll seize the lead and split the proceeds 50-50. I take 3, you take 2. In the future, when good fortune arises, we'll include you. How does that sound? Am I being fair?" The robust man was momentarily taken aback by this string of words, counting on his thick fingers. "Wait a minute. Why do you get more?" The Wuxing sect is formidable too. Let us partner up and take 60%, split evenly. Each gets 20%, fair and square. He thought he had proposed a brilliant idea and turned to drag the pale leader of the Wuxing sect into the fray. The other teams, especially a team dressed in green and renowned for their speed from Fengxinggu, were not having it. Hey, Jin Gangman, are you brainless? Filled with nothing but muscle? They have connections with Director Zhou, and you're groveling? Do you think Fengxinggu doesn't exist? There are more than just you 3 B-grade teams. Exactly. Why should you 3 take the lion's share? Are we C-grade teams not worthy? The atmosphere in the room instantly became explosive, with the Jin Gangman's robust figure turning crimson from the verbal onslaught, neck strained as he shouted in retort. Spittle flying. Chun Mo retreated his head, chuckling within the mental link. See? Good people are often taken for granted, and foolish ones are exploited. I like this guy. Qin Xian. This is my first encounter with a fellow akin to Lin Xiao. Marking complete. Lin Xiao. Damn it, should we just fight it out? Su Li, sit down. Just as the uproar reached a fever pitch, a disdainful, cold laugh echoed, though not loud. It resonated throughout the venue. It was a master. Everyone's gaze snapped towards the source. The previously silent captain of the Wuxing sect barely lifted his eyelids, surveying the room like it was a heap of refuse. Noisy. He uttered 2 words. The entire hall fell silent, all eyes fixated on him. Points distribution? The corner of his mouth curled into a smirk. The Wuxing sect will monopolize 60%. His gaze swept over the now pale faces of the crowd, adding, the remaining scraps, you may fight over. The meeting room fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was struck dumb by this arrogance and confidence. The robust man from Jin Gangman was the first to react, glaring towards the Wuxing sect's direction. Bai Xiao. Who's in charge here? What nonsense is this? Monopolizing 60%. Who the hell are you? The pale man's voice remained flat. Completely disregarding the shouting robust man, his demeanor icy. Why? Because of strength. His eyes, sharp as lightning, scanned the Jin Gangman, Fengxinggu, and lingered for a moment on the few from Lingxi men. For those who were unconvinced, he lightly uttered 4 words. Yet they weighed a ton. Let us go together. The conflict was on the brink of ignition. Within the mental link, Chun Mo whistled, his tone brimming with excitement. Let it begin, let it begin. A real powerhouse has arrived. Sit tight and enjoy the show. Chapter 77, Big Brother. Shall we call it off? The atmosphere in the meeting room was charged with tension, thick enough to ignite. The towering figure from Jin Gangman was thoroughly incensed by the Bai Xiao from Wuxing sect's challenge. His 4 disciples behind him were also roaring, muscles bulging, akin to 5 enraged bulls. You little punk. What are you so arrogant about? The robust man's shout made the windows hum. Do you dare to practice with my brothers? The Supervision Bureau promptly opened the training ground, seemingly having anticipated this. On the Wuxing sect side, aside from the leader who remained standing with hands behind his back, indifferent to the commotion, the other 4 stepped forward silently. The vice captain, Bai Xiao, a sharp-eyed youth, seemed to be an old acquaintance of Jin Gangman. He alone stepped forward to face the robust man and another slightly weaker companion from Jin Gangman. Good heavens. Is the vice captain going to take on too? It has begun, it has begun. Chun Mo was thrilled in the mental link, rubbing his hands together. Wuxing sect would surely win. Let us observe closely. Is the equipment set up? Testing. Qin Xian adjusted his glasses, data streaming rapidly. 2 from Jin Gangman. Early stage of transformation, strength type. Wuxing sect's vice captain. Also in the early stage of transformation, records describe him as extremely proficient in calligraphy. His spell activation speed is 372 times faster than normal. On the field, the robust man from Jin Gangman swung his fist, the size of a sand pot, with a vicious wind, while the other companion flanked from the side. Just as they were about to close in, Bai Xiao's hands formed seals at a speed that resembled a phantom. Buzz. A wall of earth shot up instantly, blocking the incoming punch. Almost simultaneously, spikes erupted from the ground, forcing the companion to dodge awkwardly. But that wasn't the end. From behind the earthen wall, a fireball burst forth at a tricky angle. Following that, several water arrows sealed off their retreat, while vines stealthily crept in, with a sharp aura hidden within the fireball and water arrows, insidiously crafted. The elements of the 5 phases revolved, effortlessly wielded. Without pause, the robust man and his companion, despite their brute strength, could only endure or evade the relentless barrage of spells, unable to close the distance. They were left frustrated and howling. Wow. Lin Xiao watched, dumbfounded. Is there no cooldown for casting spells? Su Li's expression grew serious. The spell casting is indeed fluid, almost seamless. The faces of the other team members turned pale as they watched. The members of the Windwalk Pavilion, known for their swiftness, furrowed their brows in concern. The density of this spell was formidable, and breaching it would be a daunting task. observing their senior being overwhelmed. The remaining 3 disciples of the Diamond Gate felt compelled to rush to his aid. Meanwhile, the 3 members from the 5 Elements sect sprang into action. Although they were merely at the late stage of chi condensation, their energies harmonized, and they simultaneously executed their incantations. With a swish, the ground erupted with countless resilient vines, weaving into an expansive net that ensnared the 3 would-be rescuers. No matter how they charged and struggled, they found themselves unable to break free for the time being. Occasionally, fireballs and water blasts harried them, forcing them to retreat in disarray, creating a most unseemly spectacle. The remaining burly man was on the verge of being forced off the stage, and the tide of battle appeared overwhelmingly in favor of the opposition. The 3 team members seized the opportunity to suppress the 2 foolish ones, while Bai Xiao focused on the muscular adversary. Damn it, this is intolerable. The Diamond Gate's burly man was seething with rage, letting out a thunderous roar as his muscles swelled once more, his skin taking on a bronze sheen. Behind him, a vague silhouette resembling an ancient primate flickered into existence. His aura surged dramatically. The 2 foolish ones were not far behind. They braved the spell's onslaught, pressing forward step by step. Oh, are they getting serious? Chun Mo raised an eyebrow, noting that the apparition bore some resemblance to Uncle Lei's tiger, albeit somewhat crude. Qin Xin quickly recorded, presumably a unique phenomenon resulting from their cultivation method, temporarily enhancing physical strength and energy resistance. Data collection initiated. Thanks to this explosive outburst, the burly man and the 2 fools astonishingly managed to withstand the relentless barrage of the 5 Elements spell, making their way toward the vice-captain. Just then, the slender young man who had been standing like a pillar in the back finally made his move. Without even shifting his stance, he casually raised his right hand, and a slender yet piercing azure light flickered to life at his fingertip. With a crack, a sudden anomaly occurred above the Diamond Gate's burly man. A bolt of azure lightning struck with such speed that it exceeded everyone's reaction time, striking the burly man with pinpoint accuracy. Ah! The burly man shrieked in agony as the primate apparition dissipated like a punctured balloon. The man was electrified, smoke rising from his body, his hair standing on end, frozen in place and twitching uncontrollably. The young man retracted his finger, his tone as indifferent as if critiquing a dish, knowing full well the opponent's earth attribute is robust. Why pursue a continuous 5-element attack? Have you forgotten the most fundamental principles of elemental interactions? The external sex lineage is indeed barbaric. This remark not only struck a painful blow to the Diamond Gate, but also caused Bai Xiao and the other team members, who were in the midst of casting spells, to pale slightly. With a sharp glint in their eyes, they seized the opportunity to unleash their full might, coordinating with their comrades to swiftly eliminate the paralyzed burly man and the dazed fools from the designated battle area. The 5 Elements sect emerged victorious, and it was a remarkably effortless triumph, with hardly a flaw exposed. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The previously boisterous teams fell silent, their spirits dampened by the sheer disparity in strength. It seemed evident that one faction would dominate, amassing the bulk of the points. The Windwalk Pavilion members exchanged glances, their eyes rife with resignation. How could they possibly contest this outcome? Amidst the oppressive silence, a sudden round of applause rang out. Everyone turned to see Chun Mo stepping forward, clapping his hands with a beaming smile. The 5 Elements sect truly lives up to its reputation. Impressive, impressive. Even my elder brother could not withstand defeat. Much respect. Brother, shall we let it go this time and regroup for next time? He approached the burly man, appearing to offer consolation as he patted the man's shoulder, all the while subtly injecting a sliver of spiritual energy that magnified his frustration and indignation. Synchronization. Brother, circumstances dictate our actions. Chun Mo's tone feigned concern, yet his gaze was laced with provocation. The burly man's fury flared anew as he violently shrugged off Chun Mo's hand, defiantly shouting at the surrounding teams. What the hell are you all looking at? The 5 Elements sect is formidable, but are we truly afraid of them with so many of us? Let us band together. Are we really going to let them devour all the meat while we're left with mere soup? His outburst stirred the restless teams further, prompting the Windwalk Pavilion members to exchange fleeting glances, seemingly contemplating an alliance. Chun Mo internally scoffed. Goodness, you're quite the character. But do you really think you can eliminate us all? He sighed dramatically, casting a reluctant glance at the leader of the 5 Elements sect. Pausing for effect, let us not escalate matters unnecessarily. My elder brother has spoken. Director Zhou sent us here in hopes of fostering collaboration. It would be difficult for me to explain if several teams were to be decimated before we even commenced our task. He paused, donning an expression of shared dilemma. How about we engage in a friendly spar? We could adhere to the previous rules. If we lose, we shall accept any arrangements. The young man finally regarded Chun Mo with interest, a flicker of surprise and amusement crossing his features, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. You dare to challenge us with just 5 chi condensation cultivators? Your courage is commendable. The condescension in his words was unmistakable. A chorus of gasps and whispered conversations erupted around them. Is the spirit breath sect insane? 5 chi condensers against at least 2 in the transformation stage, and 3 at late chi condensation? Are they seeking death? Do they truly believe connections render them invincible? The burly man tried to intervene, but Chun Mo silenced him with a look. Lin Xiao, unable to contain himself any longer, cracked his neck with a series of pops, a fierce grin spreading across his face as he stepped confidently beside Chun Mo. Let us give it a shot. Talk is cheap. Bring it on. Su Li, Qin Xian, and Pan Yiming silently advanced a step, standing firm. The young man from the 5 Elements sect regarded these 5 audacious youths, nodding slightly. Very well.